Harry Potter discovers that he is the titular protagonist of a novel named after himself. Yet, he yearns solely to be the savior of one. Chapter 1. A Fate Written in Ink. The air within the cupboard is thick and humid, mingling the acrid scent of plastic toys discarded by Dudley with the mustiness of aged cardboard boxes. Harry Potter curls up in the confined space, his forehead pressed against his knees, breathing so softly that it is nearly inaudible. The shouts of the Dursleys penetrate through the door, grating like a malfunctioning radio. Freak! Uncle Vernon's roar reverberates, causing the doorframe to tremble. Aunt Petunia's shrill agreement scratches like nails on a chalkboard. Lock him up. Don't let him out to cause trouble. Harry unconsciously rubs his lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, his fingertips brushing against a trickle of sticky blood. This marks the third occurrence today. Whenever the Dursleys' abuse escalates, the scar burns painfully, as if something beneath his skin is writhing, attempting to break free. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight seeps through a gap in the loose floorboards, illuminating something that should not exist in the corner. A stack of deep green leather-bound volumes, the topmost book bearing a gilded title that gleams with life, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Harry freezes. The cover features a gaunt boy with round glasses, gazing back with strikingly similar emerald eyes. "What is this?" he murmurs, his fingers hovering above the spine, hesitant to make contact. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gathers the courage to turn to the first page, and his breath halts. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. The words accurately depict the cramped cupboard he currently occupies, even detailing the moment 3 minutes prior when Aunt Petunia struck his calves with a clothes hanger. As he reads, the Dursleys would never remember Harry's birthday. A chilling wave crawls up his spine. This is not a prophecy. This is a script. The pages flutter, and Harry witnesses the life that is being inscribed for him. Hagrid will burst through the door, calling him the Chosen One. The Sorting Hat will relent to his plea of not Slytherin, and Dumbledore will kindly say, "You must die, Harry." When he reads, "The boy who lived through great peril ultimately perished alongside Voldemort," Harry's nails dig deeply into his palms. Blood drips onto the chapter title, 19 years later, staining the happy ending a rusty brown. "So this is my life." His voice is hoarse, as if rasped by sandpaper. Chosen, groomed, and then sacrificed. The air in the cupboard solidifies. Suddenly, Harry bursts into laughter, a sound akin to shattering glass. He recalls Dudley's favorite video games, populated by NPCs with pre-scripted dialogues and actions. It turns out that he is such an existence. Under the moonlight, the text on the pages begins to twist. Harry fixated intensely on the passage regarding the sorting ceremony. "Not Slytherin," he screamed inwardly. "How utterly ludicrous," he murmured, his fingers brushing over the line of text. "The courage of Gryffindor is but the audacity to face death, while Dumbledore's love serves merely as the sugarcoating for a domesticated sacrifice." Crack! A spider burst open with viscous fluid at his feet. Harry realized he was unconsciously unleashing magic as all metallic objects in the storage room levitated in midair. A certain pitch-black emotion surged within his chest. Not anger, but something colder still. The recognition of manipulated rage, the absurdity of discovering oneself as a marionette. "I am not your puppet," he whispered into the void, his voice imbued with a perilous calm, "and I am certainly not your sacrifice." In the darkest moment before dawn, Harry inscribed upon the blank final page of the book with Dudley's crayon, new rules. Let Neville Longbottom become the savior. The prophecy is malleable. 2. Actively choose Slytherin, power being used by power. Assess Draco Malfoy, also a written character, potential ally. His gaze lingered on the description of the Malfoy family within the book. The arrogance of pure blood, the puppet of the Dark Lord, ultimately leading to their ruin. "Poor little lordling," Harry scoffed. The platinum-haired boy was, like him, merely a jester in a grander narrative. Yet at this moment, these words transformed into the most precious intelligence. To know one's fate is to possess the power to warp it. As Harry closed the book, an anomaly unfolded. The spine oozed a viscous black substance, coiling around his wrist as though alive. The scar erupted with excruciating pain, and an ancient language thundered in his mind. "Those who rewrite fate shall be devoured by it." The temperature in the storage room plummeted. Harry abruptly realized he was hissing incantations in parcel tongue as the suspended metallic objects twisted into the shape of a thorn crown. This was dark magic, and he was inherently capable of it. In the final moment before his consciousness was engulfed by darkness, Harry ecstatically recognized the book was afraid. Afraid of the true awakening of the protagonist. Chapter 2. The Fork in Destiny. Amidst the swirling steam of Platform 9 3/4, Harry stood in the shadow of a marble pillar, observing with a detached gaze as the Weasley family bustled through the barrier. Molly Weasley was counting heads, Ginny tugging at her sleeve in tears, while Ron, the freckled boy with flaming red hair cradling a scruffy old rat, complained that Scabbers had bitten his finger. Everything was precisely as described in the books. Harry's fingers absent-mindedly caressed the wand he had procured the previous week in Diagon Alley, concealed within his sleeve, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Need any help? A round-faced boy timidly stood before him, clutching a wriggling toad. His eyes were wide and glistening, reminiscent of a startled deer. I'm Neville Longbottom. Harry blinked slowly, deliberately pushing aside the fringe that obscured his forehead to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. He noticed Neville's pupils dilate suddenly, his breath quickening. A perfect reaction. Thanks, but no? Harry slowed his speech, ensuring each syllable was distinctly articulated, though you might require assistance. Your toad appears eager to make a getaway. As Neville scrambled to chase after Trevor, Harry's fingers deftly flicked, and without a sound, a luggage tag inscribed with Neville Longbottom slipped into the boy's pocket. Another boy from the prophecy. A flawless substitute. Harry opted for the last empty carriage. He unfurled the Daily Prophet, the front page reporting on the recent break-in at Gringotts, a detail he recalled with perfect clarity. Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash. Is anyone in here? Crabbe and Goyle loomed like two hulking mountains at the entrance, casting shadows over half the compartment. Harry maintained his gaze downward, his wand performing an elegant arc between his fingers. Yes, are you blind? Crabbe bellowed, kicking the door. He said a languid drawl floated in from the corridor. Platinum hair glimmered like molten silver in the sunlight, and gray eyes scrutinized with a predatory gaze. Draco Malfoy. At last, Harry lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes meeting those of the other boy. It seems the savior doesn't appreciate crowds. Draco leaned against the doorframe, idly toying with a pilfered prefect badge. Mind if we join? Very much so. Harry smiled. Unless you can be as quiet as a mouse. Laughter erupted in the carriage. Pansy Parkinson exclaimed sharply. Who does he think he is? Harry Potter, he replied softly, watching as their expressions shifted dramatically. Now, if you wish to stay, kindly be silent. Silence washed over the compartment like icy water. Draco suddenly laughed, an expression Harry had never read about in the books, a thrill of finding a kindred spirit. I like you, Potter. He slid into the seat opposite. You are far more entertaining than the rumors suggested. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed through the great hall. The buzzing chatter fell abruptly silent, hundreds of eyes burning into his back. Harry strode confidently to the three-legged stool, the hem of his black robe sweeping over the stone steps like a serpent gliding over a tombstone. He noted the cold gleam of Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles, the quill of Snape puncturing parchment with cracks, and Ron Weasley's mouth hanging open wide enough to swallow a toad. As the sorting hat was placed upon his head, the musty scent of old parchment filled his nostrils. Difficult, very difficult, courage to rival Gryffindor, cunning to match Slytherin. Spare me, Harry scoffed internally. I know you'll suggest Gryffindor. The sorting hat froze momentarily. You can hear me? Truly hear me? I wish to go to Slytherin, Harry declared firmly. Unless you wish for me to expose how you adjust the sorting results yearly under Dumbledore's guidance? For instance, deliberately placing students with dark magic talent into Gryffindor? A long silence ensued. Harry could feel the hat trembling upon his head. You would upend everything. Then let it be so, Slytherin. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Harry calmly removed the sorting hat, placing it back on the stool, as if oblivious to the hundreds of astonished gazes searing into his back. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's gray eyes narrowed slightly. He observed the black-haired boy approaching with measured strides, emerald eyes glinting like jewels in the candlelight. This Potter was entirely different from his imagination, unflinching, unhesitant, each step calculated like a chess move. Interesting, Draco mused softly, his long fingers unconsciously tracing the silver knife at the table. As Harry neared the long table, Draco suddenly stood up. The gesture caused several first-year Slytherins to gasp in surprise. The Malfoy heir rarely extended such overtures. Potter. Draco's voice was neither loud nor soft, just audible enough for those nearby to hear. He extended his right hand, elegant yet commanding. It seems we finally have the opportunity to reacquaint ourselves. Harry paused, his gaze falling upon the outstretched hand. Pale, slender, nails meticulously trimmed, the silver snake cufflinks at the sleeves glimmered coldly. He raised his gaze to meet the gray eyes, catching a hint of barely perceptible tension, which elicited a subtle arch of his brow. The murmurs in the hall grew louder. From the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley's exaggerated cough could be heard, while at the staff table, Professor Snape's lips twitched imperceptibly. Harry did not respond immediately. He deliberately allowed the silence to linger for several seconds, watching as the tension in Draco's eyes shifted to irritation. Just as the other boy was about to retract his hand, Harry suddenly grasped it firmly. Draco Malfoy. Harry's voice was soft, yet strikingly clear. I hope your friendship is more sincere than the pleasantries at Madame Malkin's. Draco's pupils dilated slightly. He felt the warmth and strength of Potter's grasp, entirely unlike the hands of a child abused in a Muggle household. More unexpectedly, when he attempted to withdraw his hand, Potter discreetly held on for an extra second, a subtle warning. Honesty is mutual, Potter. Draco lowered his voice, a feigned smile curling his lips. But I must remind you, respect in Slytherin is not earned through scars. Harry released his grip, a glint of amusement dancing in his green eyes. How fortuitous. For I do not rely on lineage to validate my worth. Gasps echoed around the table. Crabbe and Goyle stared in disbelief, unable to fathom someone daring to speak to Malfoy in such a manner. Pansy Parkinson snapped her fan shut with a clap, while Blaise Zabini wore a contemplative expression. Draco's expression stiffened for a moment before transforming into a broader, more radiant smile. This Potter was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Welcome to Slytherin. He stepped aside, his movements graceful as if inviting Harry to dance at a ball. I hope you can prove yourself worthy of silver and green. Harry sat down with poise, catching a glimpse of Draco's fingers curling slightly beneath the table, a detail he noted, revealing that the Malfoy heir cared more about this encounter than he let on. At the staff table, Dumbledore's crescent spectacles glimmered with a thoughtful light, while at the opposite end of the hall, Neville Longbottom fumbled with the luggage tag in his pocket, utterly bewildered as to why his toad had suddenly become so restless. The Slytherin common room resembled a sunken palace, with emerald lights flickering in the shimmering depths of the Black Lake. Prefect Gemma Farley cornered Harry in the tapestry-lined corridor, her wand pressed against his throat. Do you believe your scar grants you the liberty to act as you please? She hissed, in the aftermath of the Dark Lord's downfall. Slytherin has no need for a second Dark Wizard. Harry allowed the wand to dig into his windpipe, suddenly laughing. Do you know why Slytherin hasn't won the House Cup in nearly a decade? He murmured, because you only sink your venomous fangs into your own kind. Farley's pupils dilated. Enough. Draco had, unbeknownst to Harry, leaned against the bronze serpent statue, the moonlight elongating his shadow like a serpent. The headmaster has instructed me to familiarize the first years with the dungeons. He cast a glance at Farley's trembling wand. Unless you wish to explain why you've resorted to a choking curse on the boy who lived, the Daily Prophet would be most intrigued. When only the two of them remained in the corridor, Draco turned to Harry. Why choose Slytherin? Harry gazed at the silver glimmer on the Black Lake reflected on his pale face. Perhaps I wish to experience the taste of being deemed evil by all. The tentacles of the giant squid beneath the lake brushed against the glass dome, casting spiderweb-like shadows. For the first time, a crack appeared in Draco's expression, a resonance of a shiver that Harry had never encountered in any book. Welcome to the Serpent's Nest, Potter, he finally said, his voice colder than the lake waters. I hope you won't come to regret your choice. Harry smiled, his fingertips gliding over the serpentine engraving on the stone wall. I never regret. Chapter 3, Accomplice. Snape's dungeon was colder than Harry had imagined. Preserved biological specimens adorned the damp stone walls, and the eyeballs floating in glass jars shifted slightly with the draft from the open door. The moment Harry stepped into the classroom, he felt a sticky gaze crawl up his back, akin to being licked by a serpent's tongue. Ah, our new Slytherin. Snape glided from the shadows, his black robes swirling like a living entity. He surveyed Harry from his elevated position, the emotions in his dark eyes complex and inscrutable. Disdain, scrutiny, and a trace of barely perceptible interest. I hope your sorting was not a cruel jest, Potter, he said, his voice dripping like venom on ice. Slytherin does not welcome those who bask in false glory. Harry met his gaze calmly. I never jest with my choices, Professor. A soft chuckle emanated from the back of the classroom. Draco Malfoy lounged against the stone wall, his platinum hair glinting with cold silver in the dim light. His posture appeared casual, but Harry noticed his right index finger rhythmically tapping his wand in Morse code. Danger. Danger? A warning? Or an invitation? Antidote potion. With a flick of his wand, Snape conjured the recipe on the blackboard, allowing partners to choose. The failures will endure my personal tutelage. The last word sent shivers down the spines of several Hufflepuff students. Just as Harry reached for the silver knife, a shadow enveloped his workstation. Draco had somehow positioned himself beside him, his slender fingers idly twirling a crystal dropper. Need assistance, Potter? His tone was elongated, for after all, potion making was not something that could be mastered solely through the halo of a savior. Harry did not look up. The blade precisely slicing the ginger root into gossamer thin pieces. I thought Master Malfoy preferred the sensation of being surrounded. A change of flavor is sometimes welcome. Draco suddenly leaned closer, his chest nearly brushing against Harry's back. His breath brushed against Harry's ear, carrying the scents of mint and green apple. Swirling 3 times clockwise and half a turn counterclockwise. The book was mistaken. Their fingers brushed against the bottle of armadillo bile. Draco's body temperature was hotter than expected, his fingertips calloused from years of holding a quill. As the emerald potion bubbled perfectly in the cauldron, Snape appeared behind them. Silent as a bat. Barely passing, he hissed. But Harry caught the flash of surprise in his eyes as he glanced at the potion and the meaningful look directed at Draco. A month into the term, the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room subtly shifted. Initially, the upperclassmen remained wary of Harry. But after he consistently outperformed 7th-year students in potions class and saved 2 Slytherin girls during an unexpected Grindylow attack in the Black Lake with a silent spell, the silver-green long table began reserving seats for him. Potter, 6th-year Montague, handed him a cup of pumpkin juice at breakfast. You should consider trying out for the seeker position in next week's Quidditch tryouts. Harry accepted the cup, his fingertip lightly tracing the rim, casting a discreet detection charm to confirm it was not poisoned. Draco observed this gesture from across the table, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his gray eyes. I will consider it, Harry smiled, turning to whisper to Draco, who was slicing sausage. Does your father know you slipped Veritaserum into my pumpkin juice? Draco's knife scraped against his plate with a harsh sound. I don't know what you're talking about. The 3rd button on your left sleeve. Harry sipped the pumpkin juice. The powder inside is the same as the one you accidentally knocked over in last week's potions class. The surrounding Slytherins gasped softly. A faint blush crept onto Draco's pale face, but he quickly regained his haughty demeanor. It seems the savior is not just adept at dodging curses. I can do this too. Harry suddenly hissed in Parseltongue. Open. Draco's button popped open, a small pouch of silver powder tumbling into his plate. The entire Slytherin table fell silent. You can speak Parseltongue? Draco's gray eyes widened. Then he lowered his voice. You can speak Parseltongue? Harry merely smiled. Turning back to Montague. Regarding the seeker position, I would recommend Malfoy. His Firebolt 2001 is far faster than the school's shooting star. This maneuver skillfully shifted the focus from Parseltongue to Quidditch, while also providing Draco an escape. From that day forth, Potter transformed into our little Serpent King. And Draco gazed at him with a newfound genuine curiosity. On the eve of Halloween, Harry stood cloaked in invisibility at the corner of the 3rd-floor corridor, watching Neville Longbottom stumble away from Peeves. Petrificus totalis. Hermione's voice suddenly rang out as she pulled Neville into an empty classroom, followed closely by Ron. Harry gently waved his wand, and the classroom door locked with an audible click. He then cast an amplification charm on the broom cupboard in the corner, ensuring the 3 could clearly hear the conversation between Filch and Quirrell. 3-headed dog music, Quirrell's stammering voice reached them. They're talking about Fluffy, Hermione exclaimed, her brown eyes sparkling. This is a riddle. Ron scratched his nose. We should tell a professor. No. Neville suddenly straightened, an unusual firmness appearing on his round face. This is where my parents fought. I have the right to know the truth. Harry nodded in satisfaction, quietly slipping away. His plan was progressing perfectly. Neville was gradually exhibiting the courage foretold for a savior, and Ron and Hermione naturally gravitated around him. Back in the common room, Draco lounged lazily in an armchair by the fireplace. You missed dinner. Not hungry. Harry removed the invisibility cloak, tossing it carelessly onto the chair. Draco's gaze lingered momentarily on the fabled invisibility cloak. You know, if I were you, I would engage in far more intriguing endeavors. Like a midnight jaunt in the Forbidden Forest? Harry raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps peeking into Snape's private storeroom. Draco leaned in closer, his breath brushing against Harry's ear, to uncover why Professor Quirrell's scalp perpetually exudes that foul odor. Harry's pupils contracted. Draco should not have been aware of Quirrell and Voldemort. You observe more keenly than I had anticipated, Malfoy. The Malfoys have always excelled at discerning the unusual, Draco remarked, casting a pointed glance at Harry's scar. Just as certain individuals make the peculiar choice of Slytherin. On the final day of term, Harry was reluctantly compelled to return to number 4, Privet Drive. The Dursleys' treatment of him was more disdainful than in previous years. Uncle Vernon raged for an entire hour over the letters from his freakish school, while Aunt Petunia locked Harry's belongings in the cupboard under the stairs. You best stay in your filthy little room all day tomorrow. If I catch you celebrating that ridiculous birthday in view of the neighbors, I shall. Lock me up? Just as you did last year? Harry interrupted calmly. Uncle Vernon's face turned a shade of deep crimson, while Dudley snickered beside him. In the dead of night, as the Dursleys snored thunderously, A gentle tapping sound suddenly echoed from the window of Harry's small room. Tap, tap. The sound was as delicate as a spider's crawl across the glass. Harry lifted a corner of the curtain, and his pupils dilated in shock. Draco Malfoy was suspended outside the window. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon his platinum hair, while his expensive emerald cloak was snagged at the hem by the thorns of privet drive. He perched upon an intricately carved broom. Tethered at his feet was a picnic basket buoyed by a levitation charm. Open the window, Potter, Draco mouthed, unless you wish for muggles to see me. Harry flung the window open. The night breeze infused with the scent of green apples surged in. Are you insane? Clearly, Draco replied, deftly vaulting into the cramped cupboard. Brushing off the dust from his cloak. Merlin, your living conditions are smaller than my family's broom cupboard. He snapped his fingers, and the picnic basket opened by itself. Within lay a raspberry cake adorned with frosting shaped like writhing silver serpents, 2 bottles of chilled butterbeer frosted with ice crystals, and a set of silver cutlery engraved with the Malfoy crest. A birthday feast. Draco feigned a smile, though the setting hardly does it justice. Harry did not touch the cutlery. How did you find this place? The twins sold me the Marauder's map at the cost of a trial run of the Firebolt 2001. Draco leaned in suddenly, the tip of his wand illuminating with a glow. You have bloodshot eyes, Potter. Has a muggle been mistreating you? Rather than dwell on that, Harry shifted the topic. Does your father know you sneaked out? Draco's smile faltered momentarily. He tugged at his collar, revealing an unhealed whip mark beneath his collarbone, the edges glowing with an eerie green light. A dark magic scar? Harry's gaze turned icy. Did Lucius do this? Punish me for achieving an O in potions without poisoning Longbottom. Draco nonchalantly gulped down some butterbeer. Now, shall we slice the cake or listen to Hogwarts news first? He snapped his fingers, and the cake divided into 2 halves, revealing a model of the golden snitch made of frosting writhing within. Neville Longbottom. Draco gazed at Harry's hand as he cut the cake. Has become the new savior. The ministry awarded him the Order of Merlin. The Daily Prophet's front page features him holding the Philosopher's Stone. Harry pushed the piece of cake decorated with the silver serpent towards Draco. Was it a good picture? Utterly ridiculous, Draco scoffed. He was so nervous he wiped his sweat on Dumbledore's beard. The two shared the cake in silence. Suddenly, Harry asked, Quirrell's scalp? Reduced to ashes by Dumbledore, Draco jabbed at the snitch frosting, but interestingly, he lowered his voice. I overheard in the infirmary that Quirrell shouted before he died that his master would return. The cupboard fell into an eerie silence. Dudley was upstairs dreaming of acquiring another game console, heightening the strangeness of the moment. Here, Draco tossed Harry a 2-way mirror. The activation password is Pure Blood Traitor. And don't look at me with that expression. You were the one who chose Slytherin first. Harry traced the serpentine pattern entwined around the mirror's frame. What's the price? Help me improve the Veritaserum. Draco suddenly seized Harry's hand, applying a cool ointment to the bruise on his wrist. Next time, don't let a muggle's chains injure your wand hand. The scent of white jasmine wafted through the air. Harry gazed at Draco's lowered lashes. From this angle, he appeared unexpectedly youthful and vulnerable. Why did you come? Harry finally asked. Draco looked out at the neatly trimmed lawn of Privet Drive, his voice barely audible. Because I wanted to see what the Savior's true home is like. Harry scoffed coldly. Are you satisfied with what you see? No. Draco suddenly turned, his gray eyes unusually bright in the moonlight. It's worse than I imagined. He reached out to touch the scar on Harry's forehead. His touch is light as a feather. My father says scars are marks of destiny. What do you think? I believe. Draco leaned closer. You can decide for yourself what it represents. Their proximity was such that they could count each other's lashes. Harry could smell the mingling scents of green apples and flue powder on Draco, along with a faint hint of mint, the signature fragrance of the special shampoo from Malfoy Manor. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine echoed outside. Draco recoiled abruptly, his expression regaining its haughty demeanor. Don't get sentimental, Potter. I'm merely investing in a potential venture. As he turned to leave through the window, Draco glanced back. The moonlight illuminated the trajectory of his wand, and silver-green sparks formed a small serpent that hissed as it coiled around Harry's wrist. Happy birthday, my accomplice. As the light of the broom faded into the sky above Privet Drive, Harry raised the 2-way mirror. The surface suddenly revealed a line of text in Nivern. There's a surprise in the cake filling. Don't let the muggles find out. He pried open the snitch frosting with his knife, finding coiled within a tiny basilisk fawn, engraved with a new inscription, Godslayer. The bulb in the cupboard suddenly shattered. In the darkness, Harry clenched the thong and smiled. Amidst the Dursley snores, his green eyes reflected a cold light in the mirror, reminiscent of a serpent lurking in the shadows. Good night, Malfoy. Harry softly closed the window. Through the glass, he watched as Draco's platinum figure was gradually engulfed by darkness, a genuine smile slowly forming on Harry's lips. The cold 2-way mirror lay in the palm of his hand, its surface reflecting his emerald eyes. No longer did they hold the innocence of an 11-year-old boy. Instead, they harbored something far older, far sharper. Chapter 4, Undercurrents. The new term commenced swiftly, and when Harry next opened his eyes, he found himself in the bed of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a silver-green paper crane already suspended from the canopy. Draco's hasty scrawl appearing at the edge of its wings. Great Hall. Now, Father sent another howler. Harry hastily donned his robes, and in the Great Hall, Draco sat alone at the end of the Slytherin table when a carved owl suddenly swooped down, delivering a letter sealed with gold wax. The letter exploded in midair. Lucius Malfoy's cold voice reverberating throughout the hall. Draco Malfoy. If you dare associate with that Potter again, never expect to step foot in Malfoy Manor. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Draco's wand emitted wisps of smoke as charred fragments of the letter fell into the pumpkin juice. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. The third one, Draco calmly sliced his egg, the yolk flowing like molten gold, P.S. becoming increasingly unoriginal. Why? Harry inquired. What do you say? As Draco stuffed a fried egg into his mouth and shot Harry a disdainful glance. The Hogwarts after curfew resembled a vast beast's cage. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry stealthily traversed the aisles, his fingertips brushing against the gilded title of the dark arts. Suddenly, a cold metal pressed against the nape of his neck. The glow flickered. Draco's voice was perilously close. As Harry turned, the invisibility cloak slipped away, revealing the secrets of dark magic in his hand. The two faced each other under the illumination of their wands. Draco, clad only in a dark green silk robe, had his collar open, exposing a pallid collarbone marked by a fresh, purplish bruise. Curses and counter-curses? Harry raised an eyebrow at the book in Draco's hand, realizing that the Malfoy family's bedtime reading was quite peculiar. Likewise, Draco's wand light dipped, illuminating the chapter on Horcruxes in Harry's book. The Savior harbors such interest in dark magic? The air between the shelves thickened. Harry could detect the citrusy scent of Draco's cologne, mingled with a hint of iron. Knowledge itself bears no intrinsic morality. Harry murmured, the essence lies in the wielder. Draco's gray eyes glimmered in the shadows. Suddenly, he reached out, his fingertips brushing against Harry's scar, a touch as featherlight as a whisper. Yet it rendered both of them motionless. Do you know? Draco's voice softened unexpectedly. Sometimes I think you are more dangerous than any of us. The sound of Filch's footsteps echoed in the distance. Under the cover of darkness, Draco swiftly tucked a folded parchment into Harry's pocket. Astronomy Tower. Tomorrow night. If you wish to understand the true Slytherin. His lips nearly grazed Harry's earlobe. Do not don that invisibility cloak. I wish to see your eyes. The fireplace in the Slytherin common room burned with an eerie green flame. Harry pretended to read History of Magic, while secretly eavesdropping on a group of 7th years murmuring, the dark mark has appeared in the Albanian forest. My father says the ministry is destroying the evidence. A silver chess piece suddenly slid before him. It was the queen from the Slytherin chess set. Carved in the form of a serpent entwined around a staff, a true gentleman observes the game in silence. Potter. Draco had somehow taken a seat in the high-back chair across from him, his fingertips toying with a gold galleon engraved with the Malfoy crest. But I believe you are more adept at participating in the game? Harry grasped the piece, his fingertip brushing the slightly raised snake's eye, reminiscent of the blood supremacy of Pura Purge. As he flipped the piece, an inscription on the bottom caught his eye. Cave Inimicum, beware of enemies. The fireplace suddenly erupted with a shower of sparks. In that fleeting light, Harry glimpsed the dark mark faintly visible beneath Draco's left sleeve. But it was not a brand. Rather, it was a temporary tattoo, drawn with some kind of magical ink. Some chess moves drew Draco forward, their noses almost touching, requiring a true chess master. His pupils contracted in the firelight, reminiscent of a serpent's gaze. Harry suddenly comprehended that this Draco Malfoy was entirely different from the one depicted in books. He was probing, disguising, seeking salvation. Tell me the rules. Harry pushed the piece back. I will play to the end with you. The silver serpent tapestry on the wall abruptly opened its jeweled eyes and hissed, Slytherin's heir shall rise again. Draco's expression froze. The cold wind from the astronomy tower sliced through the night. As Harry pushed open the rusted iron door, moonlight cascaded upon Draco Malfoy's silhouette, turning his platinum hair into a nearly translucent silver. He stood at the edge of the railing, half his body suspended in the night sky, his robe billowing in the wind as if it would be torn away in an instant. Do you know why my father insists I get close to you? Draco's voice mingled with the wind, barely discernible. He did not turn, his long fingers tightly gripping the copper tube of the telescope, his knuckles turning pale. Harry advanced cautiously, deliberately making his footsteps audible. Because I am the boy who lived? Because Dumbledore has a special interest in me? Because you chose Slytherin? Draco suddenly turned, his face in the moonlight resembling a shattered mask, a Potter voluntarily donning the silver-green badge, breaking all prophecies. His gray eyes glinted in the darkness, pupils narrowing into thin slits, akin to some nocturnal creature. Harry noticed that his left hand remained concealed within his sleeve, the hem of his robe stained with a suspicious dark red. The night breeze carried a whiff of iron. Draco produced an object from his cloak, a tattered black diary, the embossed TM on the cover glimmering with an eerie blood-red sheen. As he opened the front page, a sinister aura seeped from the pages, causing the temperature to plummet. 50 years ago, Draco's voice became unsettlingly calm. When the Chamber of Secrets was opened, it was this diary that orchestrated everything. Harry's heart raced. This diverged entirely from the original tale. The diary was supposed to be given to Ginny by Lucius. My father wanted me to bring it into Hogwarts. Draco's fingertips grazed the edge of the diary, where dried bloodstains lingered, to an appropriate vessel. In the distance, a gap opened in the clouds, moonlight illuminating the stone slab between the two. Only then did Harry discern Draco's condition. His lips were chapped, dark rings hung beneath his eyes, and a purplish bruise encircled his neck. As if constricted by an invisible rope, you have tried to destroy it. Harry suddenly understood. Draco forced a grim smile. I have tried every method. Fiend fire, basilisk fangs. Even the killing curse. He abruptly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a mass of scars on his forearm, each one a backlash. The diary suddenly flipped open to a page, blood-red script materializing in the blank space. Dear Draco, your father will be very disappointed. Draco recoiled as if scalded, releasing his grip, and as the diary fell to the ground, Harry drew his wand. Expelliarmus. The sharp spell sliced through the diary, yet only left a fleeting scar. Black liquid seeped from the pages, writhing as if alive, mending the wound. Futile. Draco leaned against the railing, panting. Unless it is spoken in Parseltongue. Harry completed his thought, watching as Draco's eyes widened in shock. I know what this is, Malfoy. This is a Horcrux, a vessel for Voldemort's fragmented soul. A peculiar silence enveloped them. In the distance, the Thestrals whinnied in the forbidden forest, and the waves of the Black Lake lapped at the castle's foundation. Why show me this? Harry finally broke the silence. Draco suddenly grasped his wrist, the grip so strong it nearly crushed the bone. Because I want to know how a Potter, one who dares to rewrite fate, would deal with this cursed diary. In the moonlight, Harry saw something within Draco crumble. The arrogance and prejudice instilled by the Malfoy family for years dissipating like a sandcastle. I need a guarantee. Harry spoke slowly, his fingers tracing the diary's cover, feeling its malevolent pulse. If I handle this, which side will you stand on? Draco's breath halted for a fleeting moment. When he spoke again, his voice was as faint as a sigh. I choose to live. His fingertips brushed against Harry's hand, icy as though they belonged to a corpse. Together with you. The diary in Harry's grasp trembled violently, the bloodstains on its cover suddenly coalescing into a blurred word. Harry. Chapter 5, The Pact. The frigid wind howled through the stone pillars of the astronomy tower, the moonlight obscured by dark clouds, leaving only the faint glow of a wand tip. Harry stared at the quivering diary in his hands, the initials T.M., riddles seeping black ichor, which, like a living entity, crawled up his fingers, leaving a burning sting against his skin. Harry, we finally meet. The blood ink on the diary twisted and contorted until it gradually formed a vague human visage. High cheekbones, black hair, gray eyes, reminiscent of Draco yet imbued with a more sinister chill. Draco recoiled sharply, his wand now gripped tightly in his hand. Is it speaking to you? His voice was taut, his gray eyes shimmering with a blend of fear and exhilaration. Harry remained silent. Abruptly, his scar erupted in pain, an unfamiliar memory flooding his mind like a tide. An 11-year-old Tom Riddle stood in the very same observatory, moonlight illuminating his pallid face. The diary in his hand lay open, ink flowing across the pages of its own accord. The young Dumbledore emerged from the shadows, his blue eyes sharp as a blade. What are you doing here, Tom? It is not merely a Horcrux, Harry hissed, his fingers instinctively tightening. It is a vessel of memory, Draco interjected suddenly, his face as pale as paper. My father once mentioned that Riddle could store memories and objects since his school days. He unconsciously rubbed the scar on the back of his neck, not anticipating it would be so. Draco. The diary suddenly emitted a voice. That of a youthful Tom Riddle. Your father would be very disappointed in you. The diary shook violently, a fissure splitting its cover. Black mist erupting forth like a venomous serpent. In the mist, a scene from 50 years prior materialized. The young Riddle stood before a damp pipe, issuing commands to a stone basilisk in Parseltongue. Harry felt a surge of heat in his throat, uncontrollably opening his mouth, hissing the same incantation, open for slaughter. The entire astronomy tower began to tremble, foul black liquid seeping from the crevices of the stone bricks. Draco gazed at Harry in terror. those emerald eyes beginning to morph into eerie slits, the iris edged with a golden-red halo. "Potter, stop!" Draco lunged forward, gripping his wrist with a force that could nearly crush bone. "It is controlling you." But Harry could no longer hear. The incantations in parcel tongue flowed uninterrupted from his lips, the rumbling of shifting stones echoing from deep within the castle. In the distance, the owls in the Ollery let out a collective, haunting cry. In a sudden, unexpected move, Draco tore off his tie and stuffed it into Harry's mouth, forcibly interrupting the incantation. "Listen," he panted, pressing Harry against the stone wall. "I know you can hear me. Look at me, only at me." His gray eyes bore into Harry's increasingly unfocused pupils. "Think about that day in potions class, when you helped me correct the armadillo bow ratio." Harry's struggles gradually subsided, the slitted pupils in his eyes returning to normal. Seizing the moment of Harry's regained consciousness, Draco swiftly produced a small silver box from his robes. Inside lay 2 glimmering serpent fangs, the tips stained with dried black blood. "Basilisk fangs," he explained succinctly. His voice taut. "I procured them in secret after the Philosopher's Stone incident last year." Harry stared at the fangs, a sudden smile breaking across his face. "You planned to destroy it all along." "I have orchestrated many things." Draco pressed one fang into Harry's hand, its coolness palpable. "Including this." Without hesitation, he sliced open his left palm with the fang, blood immediately welling forth, shimmering silver blue in the moonlight. "In the name of Malfoy," he rasped, yet resolutely, "I request to forge a pact with you." Harry did not hesitate, mirroring the action to his palm. As their wounds pressed together, Draco softly recited the ancient incantation, Fidelius Eternum. Suddenly, the moonlight was obscured by clouds. Blood dripped onto the fang, emitting a corrosive hissing sound. Silver runes emerged within Draco's blood, the Malfoy family's blood magic resisting outsiders. Their wands soared into the air, crossing in an X shape above them, their cores resonating with a draconic tremor. "From henceforth, your pain shall be my pain," Draco gasped as he recited the vow. Harry abruptly envisioned a vision. 6-year-old Draco pressed against the Malfoy crest, receiving his first magical mark. Lucius's cold voice echoed in the memory. The oath of pure blood must be etched in pain. At the moment of the silver flash, the soul fragment within Harry's scar ignited, causing Riddle's diary to emit a tortured scream. Blood seeped from the family mark on the back of Draco's neck, reshaping itself into the image of the Ouroboros upon his skin. Both their wand cores each lost a strand as phoenix feathers and unicorn hair entwined, completing the final ritual. Silver light erupted from their clasped hands, coalescing into 2 entwined serpents in the air. Harry felt a peculiar warmth coursing through his veins, ultimately forming a knot at his heart, as if an invisible thread had been tied there, connecting him to Draco. Now, a hint of color returned to Draco's pale face. "We can destroy it now." As the fang pierced the diary's core, a blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout Hogwarts. Ink gushed forth like blood, morphing into a distorted human figure in the air. "You will regret this." Tom Riddle's voice echoed from the void. "Draco, your father, Harry, your parents, all died because of me." Suddenly, the black mist lunged toward Draco but was repelled by a silver light as it touched his chest, a protective charm bestowed upon him by Narcissa Malfoy. "Now!" Harry shouted. Both plunged the fangs deep into the heart of the diary. The pages began to flip wildly, and within the black mist emerged countless fragments of memories. A weeping Ginny Weasley, a petrified Colin Creevey, and a sobbing Myrtle. Finally freezing on a chilling image, Lucius Malfoy stuffing the diary into Ginny's cauldron, a cruel smile upon his face. "No." Draco staggered back, his gray eyes filled with shock. With a final, piercing scream, the diary was reduced to ashes in the flames. Yet simultaneously, a deafening collapse echoed from deep within the castle. Filch's harrowing scream pierced the night. "The chamber has been opened." As Snape's dark cloak appeared at the top of the stairs, the stone bricks of the astronomy tower were already crawling with newly sprouted silver-green moss. He saw Harry using his sleeve to wipe away Draco's nosebleed, his pupils suddenly constricting. 30 years prior, someone had similarly wiped blood for Lily Potter. Snape glided from the shadows like a bat, his black cloak billowing like storm clouds. His gaze flitted between the ashes on the ground and the bloodied hands of the 2 boys, his expression darkening with a terrifying intensity. "You." Snape's voice was raspier than usual. "Do you know what you are doing?" Harry stepped protectively in front of Draco, the mark of their pact still blazing on his palm. "We are doing what you have always wanted, Professor." Snape's wand abruptly pointed towards Harry's throat, yet hesitated upon glimpsing the unhealed mark of the vow upon his palm. "An unbreakable oath?" he rasped, incredulity lacing his voice. "You too foolish." His words were interrupted by another tremor. In the distance, Hermione Granger's scream echoed from the end of the corridor. "The basilisk. The basilisk has emerged." Chapter 6. The The Pact of Serpent's Eyes. Hermione's cry pierced the night, sending shivers through the very foundations of Hogwarts. As Harry and Draco hurried down the spiral staircase of the astronomy tower, the silvery green slime had already spread to the third-floor corridor. Left turn. Draco grasped Harry's wrist, narrowly avoiding falling armor plummeting from the ceiling. A prosthetic clanked against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Harry's scar burned with a searing pain. He noticed the slime on the wall forming new words. When the betrayer steps into the sacred ground, the vow resonates. Draco tore open his left sleeve, revealing the iridescent family crest. The ancient patterns writhed as though alive, oozing a crystalline liquid. Father is sensing our location through blood magic. Turning the corner, they collided with the stumbling golden trio. Neville's Merlin's medal was caught in the joints of the armor, while Ron futilely tugged at his robe. And Hermione stared intently at the wildly spinning mirror in her hand. The basilisk has emerged from Myrtle's lavatory. Hermione's curls were dust-covered, and 4 Ravenclaws had been petrified. We know, Harry interrupted, his green eyes glimmering coldly in the dim corridor. He noticed the bruises on Neville's round face and Ron's broken wand. Draco suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Longbottom, your medal is askew. He elegantly flicked his wand to lift the gleaming metal piece. Is this all the savior of the Daily Prophet can do? Neville's face turned beet red. Ron yanked out his broken wand. Malfoy, you, take them away, Hermione. Harry pressed down on Ron's shoulder now. The basilisk's roar echoed from deep within the pipes, rattling the glass windows. Draco had already cut his palm, smearing blood on the bronze dragon's head, the 7th decree of the Malfoy family. To slay the serpent, one must first be a serpent. The dragon's eyes suddenly glowed red, and the pool slowly rotated open, revealing a dark, slick tunnel. The dark passage was as slippery and viscous as a giant serpent's throat. Harry pressed on, bracing himself against the damp wall, the tip of his wand illuminating the unidentifiable slime clinging to the stone, its translucent secretions shimmering with an eerie pearlescent sheen under the glow. Wait! Draco suddenly tugged at the hem of Harry's robe, his platinum hair faintly shimmering in the darkness. He crouched down, tapping the ground where a reflective mark lay. Look at this. Harry squinted. Scattered on the ground were several glistening membranes, resembling discarded fragments of an invisibility cloak, refracting a spectrum of colors under the wand's light. The basilisk's eye film is shedding. Draco carefully picked up a piece with his dragonhide gloves. It can store memories. Don't look too long, unless you wish to experience the sensation of being petrified. The sound of scales scraping against the stone echoed from the depths of the tunnel, growing ever closer. The two exchanged a glance, simultaneously extinguishing their wand lights. In the darkness, Harry could hear Draco's steady breathing, a stark contrast to his own racing heartbeat. The third supporting pillar on the left. Harry whispered almost inaudibly, "Do you see that crack?" Draco nodded silently. Moonlight trickled through a fissure above, casting a web-like shadow across his pale face. He made several intricate gestures, a tactical sign unique to Slytherin. Suddenly, a foul wind rushed towards them. Instinctively, Harry threw himself over Draco as the basilisk's venomous fangs grazed their backs, leaving sizzling corrosive marks on the stone wall. The putrid venom splattered on Harry's robe, burning several charred holes. The killing curse. Draco's incantation sliced through the darkness, the purple light striking the basilisk's healing eyelid. The creature emitted a deafening roar, its tail shattering a row of stone columns. Amidst the rain of rubble, Harry leapt atop the fallen stones. His scar throbbed painfully, yet this very ache sharpened his senses. In the reflection of the basilisk's slitted eyes, he saw his own form. Wand raised. His green eyes glowed like two specters in the dark, with Draco poised behind him, wand light ready to strike. Now, Avada Kedavra! Draco's spell zipped past Harry's ear, the green light striking the stalactites at the apex of the chamber. The collapsing boulders fell like meteors, the basilisk thrashing beneath the weight of the stones. Without hesitation, Harry, propelled by the momentum, aimed his wand directly at the gaping maw of the basilisk, shattered to pieces. The red and green lights intertwined in the air, forming a spiraling torrent of energy, like a lightsaber piercing the creature's throat. The monster convulsed, raising its head, the yellow-slitted pupils suddenly freezing. Harry beheld not his own reflection, but a young Tom Riddle, grinning at him with a sinister smile. With a final, piercing scream, the massive serpent collapsed, shaking the entire chamber. The splattering venom fell like raindrops, and Draco swiftly conjured a protective charm, an emerald barrier shielding them from the deadly liquid. As the dust settled, Harry knelt, gasping for breath. His robe was soaked with sweat, and his wand was burning hot from overexertion. Draco was in no better condition. His platinum hair caked in dust, the family crest on his left arm seeping iridescent liquid. It is not over yet, Draco suddenly warned. His wand pointed at the shattered eye film of the basilisk, where a tar-like black mist was seeping, He is watching us. The black mist twisted in the air, gradually forming the visage of a 16-year-old Tom Riddle. The young Slytherin heir floated in the ruined chamber's center, his handsome face adorned with a predatory smile. What a splendid performance. Riddle's voice dripped like silk wrapped around venom. Longbottom is capturing the moment with the Philosopher's Stone, while the true savior is stuck doing the dirty work. His gaze shifted towards Draco, and the black mist suddenly coiled around the young Slytherin's left arm. More intriguingly, the heir of the Malfoy family has chosen his allegiance. The air within the chamber thickened. The black mist rising from the shattered eye film of the basilisk coiled around Draco's neck like a serpent, leaving purplish-red marks on his pale skin. Draco's jaw tightened, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down with great difficulty, but he bit down hard, suppressing any sound. Such a pitiable betrayal. Riddle's voice was soft as a serpent's hiss, the black mist casting a web-like shadow across Draco's face. The century-old pure-blood glory of the Malfoy estate about to be forfeited by a traitor swayed by Potter? Harry saw Draco's gray eyes suddenly constrict in the darkness, his wand raised, the tip glowing with dangerous red light. My father, Draco's voice cracked from suffocation, yet still bore an innate arrogance, will understand the choice of allegiance. The black mist tightened suddenly, and Draco's complexion began to turn pale. The iridescent liquid seeped from the family crest on his left arm, burning small holes in the black mist. Allegiance? Riddle floated before Harry. The fingers formed from the black mist caressing his scar. Look at the ally you have chosen, a sacrificial pawn nurtured by Dumbledore, a living. He abruptly halted, turning to reveal a serpent-like smile. Ah, some things are better left as surprises. Harry discovered that Draco's right hand was quietly forming 3 fingers behind his back, the agreed signal for their ambush. His emerald eyes narrowed slightly as he regulated his breathing. At least Draco suddenly flashed a provocative smile, his choked voice emerging in halting fragments. He would not hide within another's diary like you. An inhuman howl erupted within the chamber. Black mist morphed into sharp spikes aimed at Draco, yet at the critical moment, it was intercepted by a silver-blue radiance. The ancient protective charm bursting forth from Harry's scar mingled with Draco's outpouring of mother-of-pearl blood mist, creating a resplendent web of light. Stupefied, Harry seized the opportunity to strike. In the instant the silver light severed the black fog, Draco's hawthorn wand erupted with dazzling purple light. Incendio. The 2 spells intertwined in a spiral, striking the chest of Riddle's shadowy form. That handsome face twisted grotesquely, the final words echoing like a haunting refrain from the depths of hell. Savor this fleeting victory. When the Dark Lord returns, you will beg for forgiveness. The last wisp of black mist coiled around Draco's bloodied left arm, branding him with an unsightly skull mark, which gradually faded under the cleansing of the mother-of-pearl blood. Draco staggered back a few steps, slender fingers pressing against the bruised skin of his neck. Moonlight poured through the cracks, illuminating the unnatural flush on his pallid face. Harry reached out to assist him, but was seized by the wrist. Draco's palm was as cold as ice, yet an unusual fire burned in his gray eyes. Remember, Potter, his voice was as soft as a whisper. This is merely the beginning. Their blood mingled on the stone floor, the silver blue and mother-of-pearl hues intertwining into a bizarre totem, reminiscent of some ancient oath mark. The corridor outside the hospital wing was bathed in golden hues from the setting sun. Harry leaned against the stone chair beneath the stained glass window, watching the sunlight filter through the glass, casting emerald patches on the ground. Draco lounged lazily against the opposing serpentine stone pillar, his long fingers toying with a silver-green cufflink. The din of reporters' questions echoed from the infirmary. Mr. Longbottom, how does it feel to have saved Hogwarts for a second time? Could you showcase the students you rescued from the basilisk? Neville's stammering response was drowned out by the clicking of cameras. Ron and Hermione stood like sentinels on either side of him, Hermione occasionally correcting the reporters' absurd inquiries. Our savior is in the headlines again. Draco feigned a smile, tossing the cufflink into the air, its mother-of-pearl sheen glimmering in the sunlight. The Prophet's Special Edition, the true savior, Neville Longbottom. Harry observed the arc traced by the cufflink. This was for the best. In the distance, Hagrid was displaying the basilisk scales to a gathering crowd of students. Professor Grubblyplank was recording measurements nearby, the quill scratching against parchment. The angle of sunlight allowed Harry to catch sight of the shadow cast by Draco's lashes. The Slytherin heir suddenly lowered his voice. I will return to the manor tomorrow. Harry's fingers unconsciously brushed over the still-healing scar of their oath. Your father will be furious. Draco carelessly adjusted his cuff, then suddenly flicked the cufflink towards Harry. Keep this. The silver-green metal traced a shimmering arc in the sunlight, landing steadily in Harry's palm. The serpent-like pattern on the inside felt icy to the touch. The morning mist at platform 9 3/4 lingered stubbornly. Harry stood alone in the shadow of the steam locomotive, the silver-green prefect badge glinting coldly at his collar. Slytherin students passed by in small groups, deliberately maintaining a polite, yet distant demeanor. "Do you need help from a house elf, Mr. Potter?" A timid first-year girl lingered, a serpentine hairpin adorning her light blonde braids. Harry shook his head, his green eyes appearing almost translucent in the morning light, reminiscent of the ice layer at the depths of the Black Lake. The commotion at the end of the platform drew his attention. The pitch-black carriage, emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest, approached slowly, the skeletal wings of the Thestrals stirring a subtle current of air. Harry's fingers instinctively brushed against his left arm, where the skin beneath bore the searing imprint of their oath. A corner of the carriage curtain lifted. Draco's pale face flickered in the shadows, morning light gilding the edges of his platinum lashes. His robe-esque collar was fastened tighter than usual, likely to conceal the unhealed scars. As their gazes met across the distance, Draco tapped a series of codes on the window frame with his long forefinger, the rhythm reminiscent of Morse code. Harry's lips twitched imperceptibly. This was a trick they had devised during potions class to mock Slughorn's inquiries. Now it was being repurposed as a farewell. How ironic. In the fleeting moment the carriage door opened and closed, he caught a glint from Lucius's silver serpent cane. Draco's figure vanished into the dim confines of the carriage, leaving only a wisp of platinum hair caught at the window's edge, like a final farewell. As Harry turned to board the train, Blaise Zabini leaned against the door, fiddling with a silver pocket watch. "How touching," he drawled. The new Slytherin king and his special friend, Crabbe and Goyle, were blocking the aisle. Harry calmly maneuvered through them, the hem of his black robe brushing against their polished shoes, leaving faint serpent patterns as a silent warning among Slytherin upperclassmen. In the last empty carriage, Harry retrieved the silver-green cufflink from his pocket. Under the morning light, the serpent-shaped engravings began to seep with mother-of-pearl liquid, forming a hieroglyphic pattern on the wooden tabletop, awaiting the full moon. Outside, the silhouette of Hogwarts castle gradually blurred. Harry brought the cufflink close to his lips, tasting the unique metallic tang of the blood oath, mingled with a hint of green apple fragrance, reminiscent of Draco's favorite hair gel. Amidst the rumble of the steam locomotive, he seemed to hear Riddle's final warning once more, like serpents hissing in his ears. The morning dew hall of Malfoy Manor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Draco stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the rain-drenched wisteria trellis outside. At this hour, his mother would typically be pruning roses in the garden, the air infused with the scent of Damascus roses and early tea. But today, only the cold breath of rain seeped through the window seams. "Explain." Lucius's voice emanated from the gilded doorway, colder than the marble floor of the morning dew hall. Draco slowly turned, discovering that his father had replaced the silver serpent cane with the black walnut one, specifically used for enforcing family discipline. Morning light filtered through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors between father and son. Draco noted the absence of his father's family ring on the left hand, replaced by a strange obsidian band. Lucius prodded the sleeve of Draco's left arm with the tip of his wand, revealing the still-bleeding family brand. "What is this?" The mother-of-pearl liquid trickled down Draco's pallid arm, dripping onto the Persian carpet without leaving a trace. "Surely you have already guessed?" Draco whispered, his gaze sweeping to the corner where Dobby was absent, replaced by an unfamiliar house elf adorned with spiked silver earrings. Lucius suddenly swung his wand. A flash of silver light erupted, and Draco felt a warmth on his left cheek. Warm blood trickled along his jawline, staining the pristine white collar of his shirt like a string of crimson pearls. "You have sullied the Malfoy crest." Lucius's voice was soft, yet it made the crystal chandelier tremble slightly. He raised his wand, the cold serpent head pressing against Draco's chin. "You destroyed the Dark Lord's treasure merely to save Potter?" Draco pressed his tongue against his numbed cheek, tasting the metallic tang of rust. He suddenly noticed the family portrait above the fireplace, where the image of Grandfather Abraxas had been turned to face the wall. "I am selecting the most advantageous position," Draco declared resolutely. Lucius erupted into laughter, a sound that evoked within Draco the image of a serpent's mouth twitching in its death throes. "The most advantageous?" He approached the ebony cabinet by the wall, retrieving a scroll of yellowed parchment. "Do you recognize this?" "The genealogy of the Black family. Your mother spent 3 summers restoring it." As the parchment unfurled, Draco beheld a charred name, Regulus Black. The ink-stained areas bore traces of dark crimson fingerprints, the bloodline of a traitor. Lucius's fingers glided over the burn mark, always astonishingly similar. Suddenly, a flurry of wings echoed from outside. A strange snowy owl collided with the stained glass, clutching something in its talons. Lucius raised his wand to strike, but Draco preemptively flung open the window. Bang! With a muffled thud, the house elf Dobby appeared on the windowsill, holding a potted hydrangea. The blossoms swayed in the rain, their petals shimmering with a luster akin to mother of pearl. Dobby comes to deliver flowers, the little elf stammered. Yet his gaze remained fixed intently on Draco. Lucius's wand suddenly ignited with green flames. In that fleeting moment as he turned, Draco saw Dobby hurl the pot to the ground, the mother-of-pearl mist instantly enveloping the entire morning dew hall. Where's mother? Draco seized the opportunity to straighten up. I haven't caught a whiff of her rose perfume since I entered. As the mist dissipated, both Dobby and the snowy owl had vanished, leaving only a carpet of petals and Lucius's grim demeanor. The dark walnut wand in his hand splintered unexpectedly, revealing the silver serpent core concealed within. You are grounded. Lucius's voice was as frigid as ice, the wand tapping the floor. Two silvery beams shot forth from the tip, transforming into serpentine chains that coiled around Draco's ankles. Until you understand your position. The eyes of the serpent on the chains suddenly flared with a crimson glow. Draco felt a sharp sting. It was the trace. The oldest kind, capable of tracking even apparition. Father, he began, only to be silenced by Lucius's raised hand. Something beneath the ice of the Black Lake has awakened. Lucius's voice took on a weary tone. Your mother is handling this. He turned towards the staircase, his black cloak billowing like bat wings. Think carefully, Draco. When the Dark Lord returns, how many lives will your choices cost? As the gilded door slammed shut, Draco bent to pick up a hydrangea petal. Through the morning light, he discerned that the underside of the petal bore tiny inscriptions etched with a needle. When the silver moon kisses the Black Lake, the wisteria shall guide you. The chains around his ankles suddenly tightened, the serpent's eyes glowing fiercely. Draco stumbled to his knees, yet managed to reveal a genuine smile. Mother-of-pearl blood flowed through the crevices of the chains, tracing the outline of a blooming hydrangea on the stone floor. The summer nights on Privet Drive were stifling. Harry lay on the narrow bed, sweat matting the strands of hair on his forehead. Outside, Uncle Vernon's snores resonated like an old tractor, intermittently penetrating the thin walls. He turned over, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the silver-green cufflink. Under the moonlight, the metallic surface glimmered with a mother-of-pearl sheen, reminiscent of the depths of the Black Lake. The serpentine pattern on the inside of the cufflink felt warm beneath his fingertips. Harry brought it closer to his eyes, squinting. The intricate design appeared even clearer than yesterday, with a droplet of crystalline liquid oozing from the serpent's eye, carrying a faint scent of cedar. Strange, Harry murmured to himself. He sat up, pulling a two-way mirror from beneath his pillow. The surface was hazy, as if shrouded in mist. It had been 3 days since Draco returned to Malfoy Manor, and the mirror had yet to illuminate. Harry wiped the surface with his sleeve, only to discover that his reflection seemed off. His pupils shimmered with a faint golden hue in the darkness, akin to a serpent's eyes reflecting light at night. Suddenly, a faint popping sound emanated from outside the window. Harry sat up abruptly, his wand slipping into his palm. A small figure pressed against the glass, its bat-like ears quivering in anxiety, and its tennis ball-sized eyes brimming with tears. Dobby. Harry opened the window, lowering his voice. The house elf floated in like a fallen leaf, immediately beginning to bang his head against the nightstand. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Unworthy to meet the great Harry Potter. Dobby should be punished. Stop. Harry grasped the elf's slender arm, only to feel a slick warmth of blood. Dobby's tea towel was marred with lash marks. His left ear burnt black by a silver ring, and a spiked iron chain was wrapped around his neck. Dobby deserves it. The little elf sobbed, but then suddenly seized Harry's finger, his voice dropping to a whisper. But Harry Potter must know, you should not enter Slytherin, and you must not befriend Master Malfoy. His large eyes were filled with dread. The Malfoy family is loyal to the Dark Lord. Master Malfoy has been taught since childhood to become the most loyal Death Eater. Dobby trembles all over. Dobby heard his master say that when the Dark Lord returns, Harry Potter will be the first to be killed. Harry froze. The cufflink in his palm suddenly felt scalding hot. But Master Malfoy is locked in the East Wing now. Dobby continued to weep, tears splattering onto the ground. Master Malfoy argued with his father for Harry Potter, and his father bound him with a magic-suppressing silver chain. The little elf suddenly began to frantically tear at his ears. Dobby should not say these things. But Dobby cannot let Harry Potter be deceived. Master is kind to you. It must be for. Enough. Harry interrupted him, his green eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Draco is not what you think. Dobby's eyes widened in horror, as if he had heard the most dreadful words. Harry Potter does not understand. He whispered sharply, all Slytherins. Suddenly, the silver ring around the elf's neck erupted with crimson light. Dobby curled up in pain, yet his fingers clutched Harry's garment tightly. Take this. He shoved a wisteria petal into Harry's hand. The red glow from the ring intensified. In the final second before Dobby was forcibly summoned back, Harry glimpsed the despair in his eyes. Harry Potter, please do not believe. With a pop, Dobby vanished, leaving only the wisteria petal resting in Harry's palm. The petal gradually became transparent under the moonlight, ultimately melting into a drop of mother-of-pearl liquid, flowing along the wood grain to form a single letter, W. Harry's heart raced. He quickly dragged a box from beneath his bed, rummaging for the enchanted notebook he and Draco used to exchange secret messages. However, when he opened the parchment cover, he discovered that the previously blank pages were now filled with tiny water stains, forming a line of text, on the night of the full moon, when the wisteria blooms. The writing became increasingly blurred at the end, as if the writer had been interrupted abruptly. Harry touched the paper with his fingers, and the ink suddenly twisted and reformed into a simple map. The outline of the east wing of Malfoy Manor was marked with a flickering silver dot. Just then, the two-way mirror emitted a faint click. Harry snatched up the mirror, witnessing rippling waves across its surface, but the image remained indistinct. Leaning in for a closer look, he realized that it was not mist, but rainwater. Someone stood by a window drenched in rain. A pale hand suddenly pressed against the mirror, slender fingers tracing 3 letters in the condensation. Run. The mirror abruptly went dark. Harry felt the cufflink in his palm radiating an intense heat, and as he glanced down, he discovered that the eyes of the silver serpent had transformed entirely into an iridescent mother-of-pearl hue, exuding a crystalline liquid. This liquid did not drip, but rather suspended itself in the air, gradually forming a new word, wisteria. Outside the window, upon the sill of number 4 Privet Drive, a purple flower had inexplicably broken through the soil, gently swaying in the stillness of the summer night. Chapter 7. The Choice. Harry approached the window and delicately touched the petals, instantly recognizing the familiar scent of cedar, reminiscent of Draco's favored perfume. As the second droplet of dew rolled off, Harry suddenly comprehended. This was no ordinary flower, but a sprig from the century-old wisteria of Malfoy Manor. What clever magic, Harry murmured to himself. The following morning, Harry awoke in excruciating pain. The oath markings on his left arm had spread to his chest, and within the silver-blue thorny pattern, a hydrangea bud was slowly unfurling. Strangely, when he touched the design, a clear sound of clashing chains echoed in his ears, as if the silver chain around Draco's ankle was transmitting its resonance directly through their bloodline. When Aunt Petunia pounded on his door, calling him to make breakfast, Harry noticed in the bathroom mirror that his pupils had transformed into serpent-like slits. Worse still, he found himself able to understand the chirping of the sparrows outside, a clear sign that his Parseltongue abilities were intensifying. Tonight, the full moon. Harry stared at the calendar. The cufflink in his pocket suddenly grew hot, the serpentine pattern on its inner side morphing into a blooming wisteria design. At precisely midnight, Harry stood before the flower, witnessing the moment the petals fully unfurled in the moonlight, and the entire plant erupted in blinding silver light. Instinctively, he grasped the vine. The world spun around him. The fragrance of wisteria enveloped him, guiding him through a profound darkness, and when his feet once again touched the ground, icy rain immediately splashed against his face. Harry found himself beneath the wisteria trellis of the east wing of Malfoy Manor, just 3 meters away from a stained glass window depicting hydrangeas. Through the curtain of rain, he saw Draco, locked inside by silver chains. His platinum hair remained strikingly visible in the darkness, and the family crest on his left arm was seeping mother-of-pearl liquid, etching vibrant thorny patterns on the glass. When their gazes met through the rain, Draco suddenly mouthed 3 words. Just then, Harry felt a chill run down his spine as Lucius Malfoy's voice emerged from behind him. I should have anticipated that the spawn of the Potter family would willingly walk into a trap. The cold rain trickled down Harry's neck, seeping into his collar. Lucius Malfoy stood beneath the wisteria trellis, his silver serpent cane glinting ominously in the lightning, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his cloak. Trespassing on private property, Lucius's voice was colder than the rain. Should I hand you over to the Ministry of Magic, or simply toss you out? Harry remained still. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Draco, whose gray-blue eyes were fixed intently on him, subtly shaking his head. I'm here for Draco. Harry met Lucius's gaze. We had an appointment. Lucius's lips twitched slightly, as though he had heard an absurd joke. My son is currently unavailable for visitors. He stepped forward, the tip of his cane lightly prodding Harry's chest, especially not for guests like you. The moment the tip made contact with his skin, the thorny markings on Harry's left arm ignited with searing pain. Silver blue light emanated from beneath his collar, illuminating Lucius's suddenly constricted pupils. An unbreakable vow. Lucius's voice wavered for the first time. You dare. A bolt of lightning struck. In the blinding white light, Harry saw the sleeve of Lucius's left arm soaked by the rain, revealing the twisted, writhing black patterns beneath his skin. Inside the east wing, the silver chain around Draco's ankle glittered ominously amidst the thunder. Harry was permitted to stand at the doorway, raindrops cascading from his hair. Father, Draco's voice was eerily calm. You should know better than I that some choices are not betrayal, but inevitability. Lucius's cane struck the ground sharply. Inevitability? Is binding yourself to Potter also an inevitability? It is to protect the family. Draco lifted his gaze, a glint of sharpness flickering in his gray-blue eyes. Have you not noticed? The manor's magic is waning. Lucius's expression wavered slightly. Harry observed his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve, knuckles turning white. Do you think I am unaware? Lucius's voice deepened. Yet, some powers are beyond our resistance. So you would rather yield? Draco asked softly. Reduce the Malfoy legacy to mere puppetry? Lucius fell suddenly silent. He is siphoning the Malfoy family's magic, Harry stated coldly. Voldemort's resurrection requires the ancient bloodline's magical heritage. Lucius abruptly raised his head, genuine fear flickering for the first time in his gray-blue eyes. Do not utter that name. His cane erupted in a flurry of sparks. You have no idea what price I paid to protect the family. In that moment, Lucius's voice turned hoarse as he recalled the trials of yesteryear. His fingers involuntarily brushing against the black markings on his left arm. I surrendered the locations of 12 Death Eaters. His lips twisted, oblivious to the fact that the Dark Lord had planted the seeds of his return deep within the bloodlines of our oldest families. The black markings writhed along Lucius's arm, like parasites. Harry suddenly realized that those seemingly imprisoning silver chains around Draco were, in fact, the only form of protection Lucius could conceive in his despair. Dobby's diminutive figure unexpectedly emerged from the shadows of the fireplace, his tennis ball-sized eyes shimmering with tears in the lightning's glare. His trembling hands cradled a rusted tin box, its lid engraved with the emblem of the Black family. Mistress! Mistress! The house elf's voice was fragmented, fresh whip marks on his neck still oozing blood, when the glory of the Malfoys is consumed by darkness. As the box opened, a crisp wisteria fragrance wafted through the air. Inside lay 2 entwined wisteria branches, droplets of mother-of-pearl dew beating on the petals. A secret magic passed down from the family of Narcissa Black. Lucius's cane clattered to the ground. He staggered back, his gray-blue eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions. How could Narcissa? Harry noted Draco clenching his jaw, the Slytherin heir's long fingers brushing over the flower branch, mother-of-pearl liquid seeping from his fingertips and mingling with the dew on the petals. Mother has been preparing this since last year, Draco spoke softly. She secretly nurtured these wisteria on every full moon night, using the bloodline magic of the Black family. Lucius suddenly erupted into a violent cough, the black markings on his arm writhing frantically, as if sensing a threat. She clearly promised never to use the Black family's dark magic again. This is not dark magic, Father. Draco extended another branch to Harry. This is an ancient protective art. Mother said wisteria always grows towards the light. As Harry and Draco simultaneously grasped the flower branch, the oath markings burst forth in a dazzling silver-blue glow. The light surged through the entire room like a tidal wave, as the black markings on Lucius's arm twisted and writhed in the glow, emitting a bone-chilling shriek. No, this cannot be. Lucius fell to his knees, watching as the seemingly sentient black markings began to peel away from his skin. For the first time, remorse seeped into his voice. I never realized she was doing this. Dobby seized the opportunity to slip a wisteria ring into Harry's palm. The inscription inside the ring read in delicate runes, "When the Black Lake is frozen, the wisteria will guide you to find me." Lucius's trembling fingers brushed against the fallen blackened fragments on the ground, which instantly crumbled into ashes. I have always believed that obedience was the sole means of safeguarding the family, his voice barely audible. Draco crouched down, gently placing a hand on his father's shoulder. Mother understands that you were compelled. Thus, she has chosen to protect the Malfoys in the manner of the Blacks. Outside, the torrential rain had begun to abate. Wisteria flourished under the moonlight, and the dewdrops on the petals refracted a nacreous glow. The final protective charm left by Narcissa was quietly taking effect in every corner of the estate. Chapter 8, Destiny. The Black Lake at dawn was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. The surface shimmered with an unnatural silver light, as though countless stars lay submerged beneath. Narcissa Malfoy stood barefoot at the lake's heart. As her pale toes touched the water's surface, a ripple of dark golden waves silently spread outward. Her black cloak billowed in the night breeze, resembling the struggling wings of a dying raven. Vulnera Senenter, she whispered the healing spell, yet with her you wand. She sliced open her left palm. The moment her blood fell, the lake hissed as if a searing iron had touched skin. The droplets did not dissipate. Instead, they coiled on the surface, forming ancient runes that glimmered with a dark crimson light. Look closely, her voice echoed from a distant place, stirring an uncanny resonance on the lake's surface. Harry noticed Narcissa's pupils morphing into reptilian slits, the water patterns coalescing into the image of an Ouroboros, signifying the activation of magic. Standing at the shore, Harry instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. Draco's body stiffened momentarily under the moonlight. The veins on his pale neck stood out prominently. "Mother never bleeds without a wand," he said, his voice dry as sandpaper, "unless it is a family curse." The tip of Narcissa's wand continued to drip blood, each droplet crystallizing into runes on the lake's surface. These runes intertwined, gradually forming an enormous magical circle. Suddenly, Harry felt the oath mark on his left arm begin to burn, the silver-blue thorn patterns writhing restlessly beneath his skin. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, a transformation abruptly occurred. The frozen lake's surface became as transparent as a mirror, reflecting the image of the Hogwarts Great Hall. At the moment the sorting hat was placed upon Harry's head, the starry ceiling above twisting violently. "You chose Slytherin that night." Narcissa turned, her face as pale as paper, the true prophecy rewritten. Sybil Trelawney's vision of the Savior was now altered, with a flick of her wand. New constellations emerged on the ice, now divided into two paths. Harry gasped. The fate that was supposed to culminate in the Battle of Hogwarts had now bifurcated into two entirely different trajectories. One plunged into the depths of the Black Lake, vanishing into endless darkness, the other intertwined with Draco's lifeline. A glimmer of moisture appeared in Narcissa's gray-blue eyes, and for the first time, Harry witnessed such a vivid emotional fluctuation in the proud pureblood witch. She raised her trembling hand, pointing to a point of light where the two fateful paths converged. "From that day forth, your destinies have been entwined." The lake's surface suddenly convulsed violently. The blood-etched runes began to ignite, releasing a pungent scent of rust. Narcissa's wand finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into two pieces in her hand. What burst forth from the break was not wood shavings, but a dark, living mist. "Remember what you have seen today." Narcissa's voice grew incredibly weary. Tendrils of black mist had somehow coiled around her snow-white ankles, when the Black Lake was entirely frozen. It would mark the day of choice. Draco suddenly surged toward the lake's center, yet was halted by an invisible barrier just 3 steps from his mother. Narcissa shook her head, the corners of her mouth curving into an almost tender arc. "Go back to sleep, children. Dawn is approaching." As the last drop of blood fell from her palm, the crystalline runes on the lake's surface simultaneously erupted in blinding red light, only to turn to ashes in an instant. The Black Lake returned to calmness, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of imagination. Only the circle of melted ice water at Narcissa's feet bore witness to the reality of events that had occurred. At the dining table, Lucius's left cufflink remained unfastened. However, as he raised his hand to reach for the jam, Harry caught a glimpse of it. The dark mark, which should have vanished, was now entwined with vine-like black patterns, pulsing faintly like some parasitic plant. "The estate's protective magic will endure for another 3 months." Narcissa elegantly sliced her fried egg with a knife, as graceful as ever. "You shall spend Christmas at the old Black residence." As the silver fork clattered to the table, Draco abruptly rose. "Are you asking us to abandon the estate? I want you both to live." Narcissa's voice was soft, yet made the house elves tremble collectively. Last night's ritual indicated that the freezing of the Black Lake was merely the beginning. When the spiders of the Forbidden Forest begin to weave their webs for winter, that will be the moment of the Dark Lord's complete revival. Harry interjected, feeling the mark on his palm suddenly sear. Narcissa gazed at him with a tenderness that was almost palpable. Clever boy. Throughout the remaining holiday, Malfoy Manor was cloaked in an unsettling stillness. Each evening, Narcissa would lead the 2 boys to practice nonverbal spells in the garden, while Lucius busied himself shuttling between the manor and the Ministry of Magic. One deep night, Harry stumbled upon Narcissa kneeling alone before the family tapestry, her fingertips tracing the name of Regulus Black. The tremor of her shoulders reminded Harry of the night Aunt Petunia had burned his mother's photographs. Harry remained silent. He had witnessed Aunt Petunia's trembling shoulders as she incinerated Lily's pictures. That kind of silent collapse was more piercing than any sound of weeping. He quietly retreated, not wishing to disturb her mourning. On his way back to his room, he noticed Draco's door ajar. Through the gap, he saw him sitting by the window, the moonlight casting a cold silver hue over his silhouette. He clutched something in his hand, his knuckles white from the pressure. Harry entered the room quietly. Though his footsteps were soft, Draco spoke without turning around. "Is Mother looking at the tapestry again?" "Yes." Harry moved to his side, discovering a shattered pocket watch laid out on the windowsill, the inner cover etched with DM and M, the hands eternally frozen at 317. "It was a gift from Father on my 8th birthday," Draco scoffed, his fingertip tracing the crack on the dial. "Now, even time refuses to move forward." Harry silently gazed out the window. The Malfoy Manor in the night was eerily quiet. Even the white peacocks in the garden were curled up in the shadows. In the distance, the dim outline of Lucius's study occasionally flickered with the light of a wand. He had been returning from the ministry late at night lately. remaining behind closed doors throughout the night. "What are you thinking?" Harry asked. Draco's fingers unconsciously caressed the pocket watch. "I was wondering what would happen to the Malfoy family if the Dark Lord truly returned." He paused, his gray-blue eyes darkening. Harry did not respond. He reached out to cover Draco's left arm. Through the fabric of his shirt, he could feel the oath mark burning beneath. Draco stiffened slightly. "It will not come to that," Harry said softly, his thumb gently gliding over the mark. Draco turned to look at him, and in the moonlight, his eyelashes cast delicate shadows on his face. "You always." He paused, a faint smile tugging at his lips, seemed so confident. Harry chuckled lightly, abruptly pulling Draco into a warm embrace. Draco's body tensed for a moment before gradually relaxing, his chin resting on Harry's shoulder. "We will find a way," Harry said, his voice quiet yet resolute. Draco remained silent, yet Harry could feel his fingers clenching the fabric of his robe, as if grasping onto some form of support. After a brief moment, Draco pushed him away, his expression returning to its usual composure. "Sleep now, for tomorrow Mother will once again be preoccupied with those silent spells." Harry nodded, casually closing the door behind him as he departed. At the end of the corridor, he turned to glance at Dobby, who was peeking from behind a statue. Upon being discovered, Dobby immediately covered the silver ring on his ears and vanished in fright. Upon returning to his room, Harry found a rough-hewn talisman beside his pillow. He picked it up and examined it closely. The wooden surface was inscribed with crooked serpentine patterns, its edges still bearing traces of the house elf's unique tea towel fibers. It was evident that Dobby had stealthily delivered it. As his fingertips brushed over the uneven engravings, Harry was suddenly reminded of the scene in the original story where Dobby had intercepted Bellatrix's fatal blow for him. Recalling the image of Dobby lying in a pool of blood, yet still striving to utter his name, Harry Potter. This time, Harry clutched the talisman tightly, the wooden splinters digging into his palm, bringing forth a slight sting, as he vowed, "I shall not allow history to repeat itself." Moonlight streamed through the curtain's crevice, casting flickering patterns of light upon the silvery green bedhang. He gazed out at the dark silhouette of Malfoy Manor, silently completing the thought in his mind, "I will protect all those around me." The fog on platform 9 3/4 was thick and unyielding, the steam locomotive's white smoke mingling with the morning mist, enveloping the platform in a shroud of haziness. Narcissa Malfoy stood amidst the swirling fog, her demeanor calm. Yet the slightest tremor in her fingertips betrayed the tumult within. She reached out to adjust Draco's tie, her touch gentle yet insistent. Strands of platinum hair fell across her face, but she did not brush them aside, focusing instead on smoothing out every crease in his collar. "Bow your head," she murmured, her voice softer than the fog itself. Draco obediently lowered his head, his lashes casting shadows upon his pallid cheeks. Narcissa retrieved a purple crystal brooch from her bosom, momentarily stroking the surface of the gem before fastening it to the inside of Draco's collar. "It belonged to your grandfather," she whispered. "It can withstand 3 soul-sucking curses." Her gaze shifted to Harry, her gray-blue eyes inscrutable. Without uttering a word, she raised her hand, gently brushing her fingertips over the scar on his forehead. Her fingers were cold, yet imbued with an oddly soothing power. Harry felt something quietly slipped into his pocket, light yet weighty, as if it were a promise. "You were not meant to confront these matters so soon." Narcissa finally spoke, her voice soft yet clear, "But since we have reached this juncture." Her gaze wandered between the two, ultimately resting upon Draco's face. "Take care of one another." Draco's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and something fleeting flickered in the depths of his gray eyes. He did not speak, only inclined his head slightly. Narcissa reached out, caressing the cheeks of both boys. Her fingers lingered a moment longer on Draco's face, gently tracing his cheekbone, as if to memorize his contours. "Remember," she said, looking into Draco's eyes, her voice barely audible. "No matter what happens, Malfoy Manor will always be your support. Persist in forging your own path." The train's whistle suddenly pierced the silence of the platform. As the train began to move, they saw Narcissa raise her wand, the tip pressed to her temple. A silvery spell flowed into her skin, her expression momentarily blank before returning to her usual tranquil demeanor. Memory modification. Draco's voice was hoarse, his fingers gripping the window frame tightly, knuckles whitening for the interrogation. The carriage's glass window fogged up, blurring the last remnants of light on the platform into a hazy silhouette. Draco's fingers were cold and stiff, the joints pale from gripping the window frame for too long. Harry placed his palm over his fingertips sliding into the tense spaces between Draco's fingers, slowly yet resolutely tightening his grip. Harry's thumb gently stroked the back of his hand, feeling the small scars beneath. Some were burns from potion experiments, while others were shallow wounds from practicing spells. His touch was light, as if afraid of shattering something fragile, yet it bore an undeniable strength. as if this act could transfer warmth into Draco's cold skin. Draco's breath hitched slightly, his gray-blue eyes still fixed outside, but the tension in his shoulders began to ease. His fingertips unconsciously curled, as if wishing to reciprocate the hold, yet hesitating on the precipice of action. Harry said nothing, only tightened his grip further. Raindrops tapped against the window, dense and cold. Yet where their palms met, warmth quietly spread. Chapter 9, The Patronus. The carriage swayed gently, the sky outside had darkened, and raindrops began to beat against the glass, casting fragmented shadows of light within the compartment. Harry fished out the cool bronze key from his pocket, the black gemstone glimmering in his palm. Draco's gaze fell upon the key, his gray-blue eyes narrowing slightly in disbelief. His fingertips hovered just above the key, hesitating for a moment before gently tracing the engraving of Regulus's name. "This is the oldest vault key of the Black family," he spoke in a hushed tone, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Only direct bloodline can unlock it." Harry frowned, the key warming slightly in his palm as a three-dimensional projection of 12, Grimmauld Place emerged from the black gemstone, which then transformed into a map of the depths of Gringotts, with a certain vault marked by a pulsating red dot. "Why give this to me?" Harry inquired. Draco remained silent for a moment, the sound of rain outside intensifying, droplets sliding down the glass like countless slender silver threads. His eyelashes cast a faint shadow against the dim light, and his throat moved as if swallowing unspoken words. "Perhaps," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the rain. "The only person my mother trusts, aside from family, is you." A warmth surged in Harry's chest, as if something deep within his heart clenched gently. Without hesitation, he reached out, pulling Draco into an embrace, his arms wrapping around his shoulders, palm resting against his back. Draco's body stiffened instantly, but Harry did not release him. He merely tightened his hold gently. He could feel Draco's breath momentarily catch, then gradually relax, the tension in his shoulders dissipating bit by bit. Harry's fingertips unconsciously grazed his shoulder blade, as if confirming his presence. "I will not betray her trust," Harry whispered, his voice brushing against Draco's ear. "Warm breath stirring his hair, I promise." Draco did not respond, yet Harry could sense his breathing becoming steadier, as if granting a silent consent. After a while, Harry gently patted his own shoulder, murmuring, "Get some sleep. We still have a long way to go before we arrive." Draco cast a sidelong glance at him before closing his eyes and leaning against him. His platinum hair brushed against Harry's neck, carrying a faint scent of cedar, reminiscent of the century-old wisteria at Malfoy Manor. Harry tilted his head slightly, his chin almost resting atop Draco's hair, fingers curling around a loose strand of golden hair, only to let it go. The sound of rain outside gradually thickened, while the compartment's light glowed soft and warm, as if creating a small sanctuary separate from the outside world. Draco's breathing became increasingly even, his warm breath brushing against Harry's collarbone. Harry glanced down at him, a small smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth, as he gently tucked a stray lock of hair from Draco's forehead behind his ear, his movements delicate as if afraid of awakening a fragile dream. Suddenly, the train fell into an eerie silence. The carriage, which had been swaying just moments before, abruptly came to a standstill, as if an unseen force had severed its forward trajectory. The lights flickered twice before extinguishing entirely, plunging the space into an inky darkness akin to viscous tar. Draco furrowed his brow in his sleep, instinctively burrowing deeper into Harry's shoulder, but in the next instant, he jolted awake, eyes wide with alarm. Cold. This was no ordinary chill. It seeped from the very marrow of his bones, as if someone had siphoned away all his joy, leaving only an echoing void. His breath crystallized in the frigid air, fingers spasming involuntarily as they clutched Harry's sleeve with a vice-like grip. "Harry?" His voice was nearly shattered, his throat feeling as if it were packed with shards of ice. Outside the compartment, a heavy presence slithered down the corridor, a miasma of decay seeping through the cracks of the door, bearing the damp scent of earth and a sickly sweetness, reminiscent of a long-forgotten grave finally pried open. A sticky scraping sound resonated against the glass. Draco stiffly turned his head, pupils constricting in horror. A putrid, featureless visage pressed against the window. A ghastly hand, pale as ash, extended from beneath the Dementor's tattered cloak, its bony fingertips scraping against the glass with a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Draco's breath quickened, his fingertips digging painfully into his palm. Yet he felt no pain. His vision began to blur, leaving only the thunderous beating of his heart and the sound of his mother's weeping. "Draco." A pair of warm hands suddenly cradled his face. Harry's fingers firmly grasped his chin, thumb gently brushing against his icy cheek, compelling him to turn. Those emerald eyes shone with astonishing brilliance in the darkness, the sole beacon of light in that moment. "Look at me." Harry's voice was low yet exceptionally clear. "Just look at me." Draco's gaze finally focused. Harry's lashes nearly brushed against his nose, warm breath enveloping his lips, dispelling a hint of the chill. Breathe, Harry commanded, his thumb resting on Draco's pulse. Follow my lead. He inhaled slowly, and Draco instinctively matched his rhythm. Inhale, exhale. The Dementor outside emitted a silent wail, the darkness thickening, yet Harry's grip remained unyielding. Your wand, Harry murmured, his other hand searching to place the hawthorn wand into Draco's clammy palm. Do you remember what we practiced? Draco's fingertips quivered, but Harry's hand enveloped his securely, guiding his wrist to trace a familiar arc. It was a signal they had devised for their clandestine practice of the silent spell, an upward curve signifying I am here. Expecto Patronum, Harry whispered against his lips. Together. Expecto Patronum. Harry's incantation burst forth like the dawn's first light. Silver brilliance erupted, coalescing into a magnificent dragon, each scale shimmering with the glow of ancient runes. As the dragon's wings unfurled completely, the temperature within the compartment soared, frost melting into tiny droplets. Norwegian Ridgeback, Draco murmured, recognizing his favorite breed of dragon. When did you? Last summer, Harry replied, still holding his wand aloft, the silver dragon spiraling within the carriage. I had to find something to do while at the Dursleys. The Dementor let out a silent screech, its dark cloak ablaze with holes in the silver light. Yet the darkness did not fully recede. Rather, more of its chill surged from the connection to the carriage. Your turn. Harry turned to Draco. Do you remember the steps? The tip of Draco's wand trembled, the silvery light flickering like a candle's flame in the wind, his breath growing more rapid. Strands of platinum hair damp with cold sweat clinging to his pallid skin. I can't, Draco croaked, the shadows of painful memories churning in his slate blue eyes. Those Dementors. They will make me hear. Harry suddenly pressed closer from behind, his chest pressing against Draco's back. Warm breath brushed against Draco's ear, and his right hand firmly grasped Draco's wrist, which held the wand. Then listen to my voice. Harry's tone was low and resolute. Just listen to me. His fingers slipped gently between Draco's, guiding the wand to trace a perfect arc. Draco could feel Harry's heartbeat resonating through his robes, steady and strong. Like an anchor in the darkness. The starry sky of the astronomy tower, Harry whispered in his ear. Do you remember? The first time we spoke through the two-way mirror until dawn. Draco's lashes fluttered. The silver light at the tip of the wand brightened suddenly. The moonlight grass you helped me cut in potions class, Harry continued, his fingertips delicately caressing the inside of Draco's wrist. Slughorn gave us double points. The silvery glow began to coalesce, swirling like morning mist. And the wisteria by the Black Lake. Harry's lips nearly brushed against his ear when it bloomed. You secretly plucked a branch for me. Draco suddenly inhaled deeply, those warm images breaking through the haze of memory. Harry's smiling green eyes in the candlelight. The sleepy face reflected in the two-way mirror, the perfectly sliced daisy root that had been slyly nudged towards him in potions class. Expecto Patronum. Their voices resonated in unison. A silvery light erupted from the tip of the hawthorn wand, initially wavering like mist, gradually solidifying into the elegant form of a snow leopard, this silvery beast landing lightly. Merlin, Draco gazed at his patronus, the snow leopard's eyes mirroring his own slate blue hue. Harry rested his chin on Draco's shoulder, letting out a light laugh. I told you long ago, you could do it. The snow leopard turned, affectionately nudging against their joined hands, before leaping towards the gathered Dementors outside the compartment. Wherever the silver light touched, the darkness receded like a tide. In that moment of utmost brilliance, Draco turned his head. Harry's green eyes were mere inches away, reflecting the silver light and his own image. Suddenly, the compartment door slid open. Remus Lupin stood at the threshold, the lock on his battered suitcase rattling frantically. His gaunt face bore an expression of astonishment, his gaze flitting back and forth between the two patronuses. Extraordinary, Lupin's voice was hoarse. In my 7 years of teaching, I have never witnessed a Slytherin conjuring a corporeal patronus. The snow leopard suddenly leaped towards the door, its silver light driving back the encroaching Dementors. Lupin took a startled half-step back, just as the silver dragon swooped down, standing shoulder to shoulder with the snow leopard. Not to mention, Lupin squinted through his crescent-shaped glasses. Such complementary forms of patronuses. Draco instinctively began to lower his wand, but Harry stayed his hand. The silver dragon and snow leopard's lights intertwined, forming a resplendent star charred upon the ceiling of the carriage, reminiscent of the dual fate lines displayed by Narcissa at the Black Lake. Lupin's expression shifted to one of complexity. I believe we need to talk. But now he raised his wand, his chocolate-brown eyes suddenly sharp. Let's deal with these nuisances first. As the last Dementor was dispelled, Lupin handed them 2 pieces of chocolate. Draco grimaced at the muggle branding on the wrapper, yet under Harry's watchful gaze. He tore off a small piece. A patronus reflects the essence of the wizard, Lupin remarked suddenly. A dragon symbolizes the courage to break free from constraints, while a snow leopard signifies, he glanced meaningfully at Draco, the elegance and resilience to maintain poise in adversity. The train's announcement signaled their imminent arrival. Lupin rose, a gold galleon rolling from his pocket. Harry keenly noted the coin's edge, engraved with the pattern of a phoenix's tail feather. Saturday night at 8, in the office. Loli. Lupin murmured that Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. After he departed, Draco cast a soundproofing charm. Do you trust him? Harry, fingers caressing the bronze key in his pocket, replied, regardless of trust, we must ascertain what Dumbledore intends to convey. Outside, the lights of Hogwarts pierced through the rain-soaked veil. The snow leopard patronus nuzzled Draco's hand, dissolving into silver light that merged with his wand. Simultaneously, the bronze key in Harry's pocket warmed slightly, revealing new runes. The vault shall open. Chapter 10, Rewrite. The divination classroom was enveloped in heavy purple drapes, the air thick with a saccharine incense. Professor Sybil Trelawney's ethereal figure flickered in the candlelight, and a peculiar blue glow emanated from the crystal ball resting at her fingertips. Tea leaves are the mirror of fate, she whispered, her voice seeming to drift from a distant realm. Today, you shall glimpse fragments of the future. Harry and Draco sat at a low table in the corner, a cup of overly steeped red tea before them. The tea leaves swirled at the bottom of the cup, releasing a bitter aroma. You go first, Harry urged, pushing the teacup towards Draco. Draco raised an eyebrow, elegantly sipping a mouthful, his lips twitching slightly at the astonishing bitterness. He returned the cup to Harry. Your turn, savior. After Harry took a sip, they leaned over to examine the remnants of tea leaves at the bottom. The deep brown fragments formed a hazy pattern resembling some creature's silhouette. Does that look like a bird? Harry squinted. Perhaps a conch, Draco lazily interjected. Or anything Trelawney might suggest. Just then, Trelawney materialized before their table, her wide glasses framing eyes that bulged in alarm. She snatched Harry's teacup, her trembling fingers barely managing to grip it. The eye of fate is obscured. Her voice crescendoed, drawing the attention of the entire class. The tea leaves indicate someone is attempting to rewrite destiny. A hush fell over the classroom. Parvati Patil gasped, while Lavender Brown clutched her crystal ball anxiously. The tea leaves at the bottom of the cup reorganized under Trelawney's shaking, forming a bifurcated pattern. Two lines of fate, one destined to end, the other forcefully prolonged. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, a perilous danger looms. Draco scoffed, reclaiming the teacup from Trelawney's grasp. Nonsense. He casually swirled the cup, causing the tea leaves to scatter. Harry, don't tell me you believe this. Harry shrugged, offering an apologetic smile to the professor. Yet Trelawney continued to gaze intently at him, murmuring, the fractured fate. A rewritten prophecy. The Dark Lord's gaze has shifted. Her voice faded, nearly lost in the incense's haze. Draco rolled his eyes, and, after class, pulled Harry to his feet. As they reached the door, Harry glanced back to see Trelawney still standing there, the teacup trembling in her hand, the tea leaves forming a distinct crosshatch at the bottom. During Thursday morning's potions class, the underground classroom felt even colder and more damp than usual. The torches on the walls flickered with a ghostly green light, illuminating Professor Snape's grim visage. He glided through the cauldrons like a great bat, his black robes stirring a chill in the air. Today, we will brew the anti-inflammatory potion. Snape's voice emerged, as if extracted from an ice cellar, and the formula was scrawled upon the blackboard. Failing students, his gaze swept across the class, finally resting on Harry. Will endure a detention, cleaning flobberworm slime. Harry and Draco occupied a rear position, adeptly dividing their tasks. Harry was responsible for slicing ginger root, while Draco meticulously regulated the heat, occasionally tapping the cauldron's edge with his wand to adjust the potion's viscosity. Have you heard? Crabbe whispered to Goyle. The Daily Prophet claims Sirius Black escaped to hunt down Harry Potter. Harry's knife faltered over the ginger root, nearly nicking his finger. Be careful. Draco cautioned quietly, his gray-blue eyes darting to Harry before turning coldly to Crabbe. If you can't control your tongue, I wouldn't mind helping you sew it shut. Crabbe shrank back, immediately falling silent. Harry inhaled deeply, steadying his wrist to continue chopping. Yet his thoughts drifted far away. Sirius Black, his godfather, was now a wanted man throughout the wizarding world. If only he could meet him, Potter. Snape's chilling voice cut through his reverie like a serpent slithering up his spine. If you continue daydreaming, your potion will transform into a brew of poison, and you, his lips curled into a cold smirk, shall taste its flavor. Startled, Harry returned his focus to the cauldron, noticing Draco had discreetly adjusted the heat, achieving a perfect emerald hue in their potion. Snape narrowed his eyes, surveying between the two of them, before finally huffing and turning away. Draco's fingers tapped gently on the table, silently urging Harry to concentrate. Harry nodded slightly, and they resumed their work on the potion. In the distance, Crabbe and Goyle's cauldron suddenly erupted with a noxious black smoke. And Snape's voice sliced through the air like ice. Crabbe, Goyle, detention at 8 tonight. Draco's lips curled into a smirk as he leaned closer to Harry. It seems our potion is the only one worthy today. Harry offered no reply, yet his fingers brushed against Draco's beneath the table, a silent acknowledgement. They hurried off to defense against the dark arts class. The classroom was suffused with the scent of daisy root powder. And the old wardrobe belonging to Professor Lupin thudded against the wall as Neville Longbottom approached with his wand raised. Harry noticed the unnatural flush on Neville's round face. Ever since the Daily Prophet heralded him as the chosen one, he had become particularly anxious during practical lessons. Remember, the key to the ridiculous charm is to envision the most absurd image, Lupin advised gently, unconsciously rubbing the grooves on his wand. As the wardrobe door swung open, Harry's pupils dilated. He recalled vividly that in the original text, Neville's boggart transformed into Snape. However, at this moment, Snape stood at the back of the classroom, his robes billowing like bat wings. Just as the boggart was about to take form, Harry's wrist flicked, casting a silent barrier charm that struck the wardrobe door with precision. What is this? Neville looked perplexedly at the indistinct, writhing shadow before him. The boggart, disrupted by the spell, momentarily faltered, finally morphing into Neville's grandmother's fur hat that had a penchant for biting. Well done, Lupin exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically, unaware of Harry's wand tip that had been discreetly retracted. Snape snorted derisively, a flicker of skepticism crossing his dark eyes. Is anyone else eager to give it a try? Lupin scanned the room, his gaze lingering momentarily on Harry and Draco. Harry rose, the hem of his robes brushing against the wooden floor. He sensed Draco's inquisitive gaze upon his back. Are you certain, Harry? Lupin asked softly, unconsciously rubbing his wand. You may choose. It's fine, Harry interrupted, his green eyes particularly bright in the dim classroom. I can handle it. Lupin hesitated, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. The wardrobe door burst open abruptly. A wave of black mist surged forth, instantly engulfing half the classroom. Harry heard Parvati scream and the sound of Ron's chair toppling over, but his gaze was entirely fixated on the phantasm before him. The Great Hall of Hogwarts materialized within the mist. This was not the hall of the present, but a terrifying night in some distant future. The green light of the Death Eaters flickered through the stone pillars, sending the students into a frantic panic. Harry witnessed Hermione dragging the injured Ron beneath the long table, saw Neville, his face smeared with blood yet still clutching his wand, and observed Professor McGonagall struck by 3 simultaneous stunning spells, all while lurking in the darkest corner. Draco was curled up behind a stone column, his platinum hair soiled with dust, the usually pristine Slytherin robes torn open to reveal blood-soaked bandages underneath. More alarming were his eyes. Those gray-blue orbs, typically brimming with arrogance, now appeared hollow, resembling empty glass marbles. In the illusion, Harry stood at the opposite end of the Great Hall, radiating the aura of a savior as he battled 3 Death Eaters simultaneously. He saved a Hufflepuff girl and shielded 2 Ravenclaw boys, yet he never cast a glance in Draco's direction. The boggart morphed into Draco, who suddenly lifted his head. His lips trembled, though no sound emerged. Harry deciphered the shape of his mouth. Save me. Ridiculous. Lupin's incantation thundered through the air. The boggart twisted grotesquely, transforming into a comical image of a blast-ended Skrut clad in a ballet tutu, eliciting laughter from a few students. Although most remained immersed in the horror of the preceding scene. Class dismissed. Lupin's voice was sharper than usual. Everyone, leave immediately. Harry stood frozen, fingers gripping his wand tightly. He felt cold sweat trickle down his back and heard the frantic thump of his heart, but the most vivid sensation was the warmth emanating from his left side. Unbeknownst to him, Draco had drawn near, his fingers lightly resting on Harry's wrist. Harry, Draco's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a rare hesitation. It's a nightmare. Harry interrupted him, forcing a smile. It's just the boggart, yet he knew Draco could see through the facade. Everyone could. Draco's fingers tightened around Harry's wrist with enough force to almost leave a bruise. As Harry's back collided with the cold stone wall, the wand holster pressed painfully against his shoulder blade, yet he did not resist. Draco's pale knuckles trembled, and the platinum lashes cast quivering shadows beneath his eyes. Explain. Draco's voice was subdued, his gray-blue eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions. His thumb rested just beneath Harry's Adam's apple, precisely where the mark of the oath began to spread. Why does your fear manifest as that scene? The scent of cedarwood cologne lingered in the air. Harry could see the intricate silver-gray patterns encircling Draco's pupils, could count the few millimeters by which the buttons of his shirt had loosened. Driven by a fury that made his chest rise and fall sharply, the distant laughter of Peeves echoed, but at that moment, all sounds felt muffled, as if separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. He opened his mouth, yet all lies became lodged in his throat. I fear Harry's throat moved beneath Draco's palm, the scar on his neck suddenly igniting with sharp pain. I fear Dumbledore's gaze upon me. Draco's breath hitched for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Harry grasped his wrist, guiding that hand to rest over his left chest, the rapid heartbeat betraying him through the thin fabric of his robe. He looks at me as though I am a magical device with a predetermined explosion time. Harry's voice cracked, and I fear that in the end, even you will become a calculated variable. I fear becoming the savior. Yet being unable to save the most important person, the familiar, slightly dragging footsteps of Lupin echoed around the corner. Instead of retreating, Draco leaned in closer. His knee wedged between Harry's legs, the tip of his wand dangerously pressed against Harry's side. Listen, Harry, you know I don't need saving, right? His warm breath almost brushed Harry's ear, carrying the coolness of peppermint. Malfoy never plays the pawn. I can take care of myself. Harry gazed into the proximity of Draco's gray-blue eyes and suddenly smiled. I know, but fear is uncontrollable. He pressed his forehead against Draco's, their breaths intertwining. The footsteps of Lupin grew nearer at the corridor's end. When Lupin's shadow materialized, Draco had already retreated to a safe distance, elegantly adjusting his cuffs as though the earlier chaos had never transpired. Harry, Malfoy, Lupin greeted with a smile, his tattered robe sleeves stained with chocolate. Do you have time to visit my office? I've just acquired some cocoa that's far superior to what you find on the train. Harry noticed a slight tremor in Lupin's fingers. Not from anxiety, but rather a lingering ailment. Of course, Professor, Harry replied courteously while discreetly tapping Draco's hand as a signal to remain vigilant. Draco raised an eyebrow, but lazily followed suit. Lupin's office was more organized than anticipated, though the corners were cluttered with peculiar magical artifacts. An old ball, marred with bite marks, several tattered copies of magical creatures, a compendium, and a box of chocolate frogs labeled for the full moon lay scattered about. At the center of the desk sat a yellowed photograph, featuring 4 young boys with arms draped over one another, smiling. Harry's gaze was immediately drawn to the boy on the far left, wearing glasses, James Potter, making a silly face at the camera. His hair a chaotic mess reminiscent of Harry's own. Were they your classmates? Harry asked casually, fingers grazing the frame's edge. Suddenly, in the photograph, James blinked and gave him a thumbs up. Lupin's expression softened, his thin fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. Yes, we were inseparable. Your father was an exceptional wizard. His voice grew quieter, though he sometimes took his pranks a bit too far. Harry noticed a vague dark shadow at the edge of the photograph, as if someone had been deliberately cut out. He feigned curiosity. Was Professor Snape also one of your classmates? Crack. The teacup in Lupin's hand suddenly split, crimson tea spilling onto his patched trousers. Yes, he awkwardly withdrew his wand to clean the mess, though his wand trembled, failing to create a precise motion. But we weren't particularly close. Harry offered an understanding smile. Slytherin is actually a commendable house. I hope you can set aside your prejudices. Lupin looked at him, surprised, his gaze shifting back and forth between Harry and Draco. The magical clock on the wall chimed, its cuckoo call echoing through the room. You're right, Potter. Lupin finally said with a wry smile. Times have changed. His gaze drifted toward the window. Just as we could never have imagined that one day the heir of the Blacks would be associated with a Potter child. His words trailed off abruptly. But Harry had already grasped the crucial implication. Lupin knew Sirius was innocent. Draco leaned against the fireplace, his gray-blue eyes lazily scanning Lupin's bookshelf, filled with titles like The Complete Guide to Werewolf Habits and Phases of the Moon and Magic, all books that a defense against the dark arts teacher should not possess. His gaze finally settled on a crystal vial atop the nightstand, containing a potion that shimmered with an eerie silver-blue hue, occasionally reflecting an iridescent sheen reminiscent of the special filtration technique demonstrated by Snape in Advanced Potions. Moonstone base, armadillo ball extract. Draco elongated his words, fingers lightly tapping the mantle. This formula bears a striking resemblance to my godfather's style. He always claimed that armadillo bile should be stirred counterclockwise 3.5 times. Right? Lupin's fingers suddenly spasmed, gripping his left wrist, where a faint scar lay, hastily concealed by his tattered cuff. Professor Snape's potions were indeed unparalleled. Lupin's voice was as dry as sandpaper. Hogwarts was fortunate to have him. Harry seized the moment to sigh, a hint of poignant melancholy surfacing in his emerald eyes. I truly envy you for having a godfather. I can scarcely recall what my parents looked like. Thud. Lupin's knee collided with the coffee table. A flicker of near pain crossed his pallid visage as his bony fingers clutched the teacup tightly. Now Harry noticed the base of the cup was inscribed with the diminutive initials MWLF, yellowed by tea stains. You and your father are quite different in temperament, Lupin suddenly remarked, his voice barely audible, revealing a more impulsive nature. His gaze swept over Draco, revealing a stubborn streak as well. Harry smiled politely, Perhaps that's a good thing. I suspect if he were still alive, he would adamantly oppose my entering Slytherin. Lupin's expression shifted to one of profound complexity, a blend of guilt and sorrow intertwined with a nostalgia that Harry could not decipher. Outside, the final wisp of sunset illuminated a tattered photograph, the image of James Potter subtly winking at Harry. As twilight descended, Harry rose. We should be going, Professor. We have potions class tomorrow and must prepare in advance. Lupin seemed on the verge of saying something, his lips moving slightly before he merely nodded. You are always welcome to return. He gestured toward the box of chocolates on the table. Remember to take this. It is quite effective against the after-effects of Dementors. As the office door clicked shut, Harry and Draco exchanged a knowing glance. The suits of armor in the corridor cast elongated shadows, perfectly concealing their whispered conversation. That potion, Draco murmured, his gray eyes glinting in the dim hallway, is an improved version of the Wolfsbane potion. The ordinary variant does not require mother-of-pearl powder as a stabilizer. Harry raised an eyebrow. You can discern that? Of course, Draco replied, tilting his chin with pride. My godfather published a paper on innovations in potions last year. This formula enables the user to maintain a semblance of sanity, but... He abruptly halted. It exacerbates memory disturbances. Why would Lupin opt for the modified potion? Unless he needs to retain a part of his wolfish nature, Harry interjected calmly, observing the silhouette of Lupin standing in the doorway. Perhaps to venture into the forbidden forest on a full moon night. Draco suddenly pressed his left arm, where the mark of the vow was growing uncomfortably warm. As they turned the corner, Peeves was busily affixing a crooked poem to the wall. The werewolf professor is putting on airs. Little Potter and little Malfoy are in for despair. Harry swiftly cast a vanishing spell to erase the words, but it was too late. Philip's oil lamp was approaching from below. They shared a glance, simultaneously drawing their wands to cast the disillusionment charm. In the darkness, Harry felt the bronze key in his pocket radiating warmth. The key's teeth had inexplicably changed, now perfectly matching the shape of a lock deep within Gringotts. At 7:50 p.m. on Friday, Harry and Draco stood before the statue of the Griffin. When Harry uttered the password for the lemon drop, the spiral staircase creaked louder than usual, akin to a warning. He is watching us, Draco suddenly whispered, tapping his temple with a finger. Ever since we stepped into the entrance hall. Harry followed his gaze, noticing small peeping mirrors embedded along the banister, all currently directed towards them. Dumbledore's office was dimmer than usual, the enchanted starry ceiling displaying peculiar phenomena. The two supposed parallel paths of fate were intertwined like a DNA helix. Sit. The old headmaster waved his elder wand, and two armchairs slid automatically beneath the star map. Care to sample the newly arrived cockroach clusters? Oh, perhaps you would prefer this. The silver dish of candies swiftly transformed into the latest Honeyduke's frozen mice. Draco's gaze fixated on one of the chocolate frogs as it leaped onto his knee. His gray eyes filled with wariness. First, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers. I must commend you on the magical prowess you displayed on the train. Slytherin capable of summoning a corporeal patronus. The last to do so was Tom Riddle 50 years ago. Harry felt Draco tense beside him. Fawkes settled between their chairs, his warm wings enveloping them both. Dumbledore retrieved a strand of silver from the pensieve, which materialized into the image of Professor Trelawney. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord shall be born at the end of the 7th month. The prophecy suddenly warped, a second voice overlapping. When the twin stars align, the marked and the chosen shall make their choice together. Sybil's original prophecy had been distorted by an external force. Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon the scar on Harry's forehead as he waved his elder wand, weaving a web of connections between the two images. However, the blood oath you formed has created new possibilities. The silver memories rising from the pensieve abruptly split into two streams. One transformed into Neville Longbottom wielding the sword of Gryffindor, while the other depicted Harry and Draco standing back to back before the burning Malfoy manor. One of the silver strands continued to divide, one diving into Harry's chest, while the other entwined around Draco's left arm. Harry was astonished to find he could feel Draco's racing heartbeat through the mark of the vow. The headmaster inquires about our stance, Harry suddenly stated, his green eyes locking onto Dumbledore. You might as well ask directly if Draco and I will side with the Order of the Phoenix. The silverware in the office stilled simultaneously. Dumbledore removed his glasses to polish them. You are more adept at cutting to the heart of the matter than your father, Harry. Because I do not wish to repeat the mistakes of the past, Harry replied calmly, whether as a sacrificial lamb or a martyr. Draco squeezed his hand beneath the table, but Harry continued, we choose the path of survival. If necessary, he glanced at the spiraling stars above. We shall forge a third path. Fawkes suddenly let out a clear trill. A cupboard door behind Dumbledore creaked open, revealing a crystal ball covered in black cloth. Its surface was marred with spiderweb-like cracks, crimson mist swirling within. Intriguingly, the old headmaster's voice seemed to rejuvenate by a decade. Tom has also seen this prophecy recently. His conclusion is that the crescent-shaped glasses must ensure both lines of fate are severed simultaneously. Harry leaped to his feet, knocking over the candy dish. So the Dementor attack on the train was not an accident? The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a frantic knock at the door. Professor McGonagall burst in, her face ashen. Albus, the protective enchantments at the Black family home have been triggered. A house elf brought this. She held up a rusty locket box. But the chain suddenly snapped. The locket spun through the air, revealing an inscription on its inner side. To the Dark Lord, when you read this, I will be dead. But I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I stole the true Horcrux and intend to destroy it. Rab. Harry felt the bronze key in his pocket burning hot. Draco gasped sharply as a pearlescent liquid oozed from the seam of the locket box, identical to Narcissa's blood. Regulus Dumbledore murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon Draco's face. Before your mother's memory was altered, did she ever mention this? Draco's lips parted slightly, but before he could respond, Harry suddenly pulled him back 3 steps. The clasp of the locket box pulsated unnaturally, as if something within were striving to break free. Expecto Patronum. 2 beams of silvery light erupted simultaneously. A luminous net, woven from the forms of a snow leopard and a silver dragon, enveloped the locket box, emitting a sharp, piercing scream from within. Professor McGonagall's wand unleashed 7 binding spells, yet all were deflected. Only the cursed Dumbledore, uttering the words with sudden clarity, directed the Elder Wand towards Harry's heart, and then to Draco's left arm, capable of annihilating the Horcrux forged by hate. Harry felt the vow's markings sear painfully, as their patron uses were compelled to merge into a creature never before seen. A dragon's head with a leopard's body, its wings scattering stardust. As this extraordinary patronus lunged towards the locket box, the entire room was engulfed in blinding light. When the radiance faded, the locket box lay quietly on the table. Its surface cracked, no longer exuding black mist. Dumbledore placed a gold galleon in Harry's palm, engraved with the pattern of a phoenix's tail feather. We must hasten our exploration of the vaults. After exiting the headmaster's office, Draco abruptly pulled Harry into a hidden passage. His wand illuminated the dimness, revealing Harry's pale countenance. You knew all along, Draco's voice tightened, about Regulus. Harry nodded. Narcissa's key has been growing warm ever since we entered the headmaster's office. He retrieved the bronze key. Now dark crimson, something in the vault is calling us. Tomorrow, Draco suddenly proposed, while the entire school is in Hogsmeade. As they emerged from the passage, Peeves was humming a newly composed tune, Twins of Fate, Soul of Souls, one to live, one to sink. Harry spun around, but the poltergeist had already vanished. Laughing as he passed through the wall. On the wall, crude patterns were drawn in phosphorescent powder, a serpent entwined around 2 swords, one of which was already broken. Chapter 12, The Locket Box. The bronze doors of Gringotts slammed shut behind them, echoing ominously. Harry gripped the bronze key in his pocket, the metal edges pressing painfully into his palm. Are you certain the goblins won't discover our true intent? Draco whispered, his silver-gray eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. Harry offered Draco a reassuring glance. As long as we adhere to the plan, there will be no issue. Regulus concealed the locket box within the oldest vault of the Black family, requiring this key and bloodline authentication to unlock. They approached the innermost counter, where an elderly goblin sat, his wrinkled skin resembling aged parchment. Harry placed the key upon the counter. We need access to the Black family vault. The goblin, whose nameplate read Grip Hook, pinched the key with his slender fingers, his yellow eyes narrowing into slits. This is not an ordinary vault key, he hissed. This is the key of oaths. Draco stepped forward naturally, exuding the distinctive confidence of the Malfoy lineage. I am Draco Malfoy. My mother is Narcissa Black. According to Article 7 of the Ancient Family Vault Inheritance Law, I am entitled to access my maternal family's secret vault. Griphook retrieved a pitch-black stone slab from beneath the counter, its surface as smooth as glass. Bloodline authentication. Without hesitation, Draco placed his palm upon the stone slab. A pearlescent liquid immediately seeped from within, forming the intricate family crest of the Blacks. Verification successful. Griphook nodded, turning to Harry. Now, the oath-bearer. Harry placed his hand on the same stone slab, feeling a chilling sensation. What must I say? Words are unnecessary. Griphook revealed an enigmatic smile. The stone will read your most steadfast oath. Harry closed his eyes, a myriad of images flashing through his mind. His parents falling in green light. Sirius plummeting through the veil, Dumbledore's fall from the astronomy tower, culminating in the reflection of himself in Draco's gray eyes. The stone suddenly became searing hot. Harry nearly withdrew his hand, but gritted his teeth to endure. A golden light erupted from the center of the stone, forming an ancient inscription in runes above them. to sacrifice all for those we love. Griphook's expression turned solemn. It has been long since I have witnessed such a powerful oath. He returned the key. Follow me. They followed Griphook through a small door, entering an underground track. A rusty cart screeched along the rails, taking them deeper into the labyrinth beneath Gringotts. The temperature dropped as they descended, Harry's breath crystallizing into mist in the air. The Black family vault is at the very bottom, Griphook said without looking back, adjacent to the vaults of other ancient families. The cart finally halted before a black wall adorned with serpentine engravings. Griphook leaped from the cart, inserting the key into an almost invisible lock. Remember, you have 1 hour. Exceeding the time limit will trigger the protective spells. As the key turned, the black wall silently slid open, revealing a narrow passage. The walls of the passage were embedded with countless mirrors, glowing faintly in the darkness. Do not use illumination spells, Harry cautioned, gripping Draco's arm as he raised his wand. These are cursed mirrors. They will absorb any magic and reflect it back. Draco produced a luminous white crystal from his pocket. Moonstone, it glows naturally, devoid of magic. The faint blue-white light illuminated their path as they advanced cautiously. With each mirror they passed, Harry could sense something writhing behind the glass. Midway through the passage, Draco suddenly halted. Harry, look at this. Before them stood a pair of larger mirrors, their frames entwined with silver serpents. Harry glanced into the left mirror and was astonished to find himself without the lightning scar, his eyes a purer shade of green, reminiscent of Lily Potter's. In contrast, the Draco reflected in the right mirror was nearly identical to his current self. The counter-cursed mirror, Harry whispered, it reveals the true essence of the soul. Draco gazed into his reflection, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. It seems my soul is far cleaner than some might believe. Harry couldn't help but laugh softly. I have always known you were different from them. They continued onward, ultimately arriving at a black iron door engraved with serpentine patterns. A recess at the center matched the bronze key perfectly. Harry inserted the key, and the serpentine engravings on the door began to writhe, emitting a hissing sound. It requires a password, Draco noted. Harry hesitated before speaking in Parseltongue. To sacrifice all for those we love. The iron door swung open with a thunderous crash, a blast of ancient, cold air rushing forth. The interior of the vault was much smaller than expected. At the center of a stone pedestal lay Slytherin's locket box, quietly resting on a velvet cushion, surrounded by 7 extinguished black candles. Just as Harry stepped forward, blood-red runes suddenly appeared on the floor. Only the one cursed by love may touch this object. Draco swiftly drew his wand. It could be a curse detection. No, this is a protection set by Regulus. Harry observed closely at the break in the locket box's chain, where dried black blood had congealed. He used his own blood to reseal it. It requires 2 individuals, one cursed by love and one pure-blood traitor. Then it is clear that I am the latter. Draco let out a soft chuckle, his gray eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Are you ready to embark on this audacious endeavor, Harry? The two reached out simultaneously to touch the pendant box. The moment their fingertips brushed against the metal, the oath's intricate patterns erupted in a brilliant silver-blue luminescence. As the box sprang open, a surge of dark mist poured forth, coalescing in the air into the indistinct visage of a 16-year-old Tom Riddle. I should have anticipated the voice of the Horcrux, hissing like a serpent. The traitorous bloodline of the Blacks is bound to attract trouble. The apparition turned its gaze toward Harry, and you, Harry Potter. Stupefy. Draco's incantation struck the heart of the dark mist with pinpoint precision. Incarcerus, Harry added, his binding spell ensnaring the remaining shadows back into the pendant box. The box finally fell silent as Harry swiftly secured it within a specially crafted lead container, tucking it into his inner pocket. As they turned to depart, Draco abruptly grasped Harry's arm. Wait, there is something else in the box. Harry reopened the pendant box, discovering a magically preserved note hidden within its inner layer. To the one who follows, I have replaced the Dark Lord's Horcrux, but I have found that it cannot be destroyed by mere hatred. I implore you to do so on my behalf. The handwriting trailed off, the last few letters blurred by some corrosive liquid. Harry cautiously stowed the note away, and the two hastened back along their original path. Upon exiting the passageway, they found the ring waiting anxiously. Time is running out. We must. His words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing alarm. The warning bells of Gringotts reverberated throughout the underground chamber. We've been discovered, Draco stated coolly, drawing his wand. Shall we proceed with the contingency plan? Harry nodded, simultaneously retrieving a pouch of flue powder from his pocket. You go first, I'll cover our escape. Don't be foolish, we leave together. Draco seized Harry's wrist, scattering the flue powder onto the ground. The leaky cauldron. In an instant, vibrant green flames erupted, and Harry glimpsed several cloaked figures rushing into the corridor. The next moment, the swirling flue network whisked them away from danger. They tumbled out of the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, disheveled yet unable to suppress their laughter. "We did it," Draco said, patting the bulging pocket at his chest. "Now, we must deliver this to Dumbledore." On their way back to Hogwarts, Draco suddenly queried, "Harry, how do you possess such extensive knowledge regarding Horcruxes? The protective mechanisms and methods of destruction. It's as if you were already aware of everything in the twilight." Harry gazed at Draco's profile, illuminated in gold by the setting sun, and gently ran his fingers through his platinum locks, the texture softer than he had imagined. "I will tell you, Draco. When the time is right, I shall reveal everything." Draco met Harry's gaze for a moment before nodding. "I trust you." The two walked side by side toward the castle, the weight of the pendant box gently swaying against Harry's chest like a second beating heart. He understood that the road ahead was long, but in this moment, with Draco by his side, everything seemed a little less daunting. As Harry and Draco re-entered Hogwarts through the hidden passage, the sunset had painted the castle's western wall a deep crimson. They moved swiftly along the shadows. The pendant box concealed within Harry's magically expanded pocket, pulling down the hem of his robe. "Did you hear?" Pansy Parkinson's sharp voice echoed from around the corner. "That lunatic Black has breached the castle." He tore the fat lady's portrait to shreds. Harry came to an abrupt halt, causing Draco to bump into him. "Bloody hell." "Harry," Draco growled, rubbing his nose, but froze upon seeing Harry's expression. "What's wrong?" A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Harry's mouth. "Sirius doesn't know I chose Slytherin." Draco blinked, suddenly grasping the absurdity of the situation. "Merlin, he went to Gryffindor Tower looking for you." They exchanged a glance, stifling their laughter. Harry envisioned Sirius's bewildered expression upon discovering that he was not in Gryffindor's common room, and a warm pang of nostalgia filled his chest. "Attention, all students." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the corridor. "All students are to report to the Great Hall immediately." Inside the Great Hall, hundreds of purple sleeping bags had been laid out, and the four-house hourglasses had been moved to the center of the platform, casting a soft glow. Dumbledore stood before the faculty table, his blue eyes, sharp behind half-moon spectacles, scanned the room. Given that Black has successfully penetrated the castle's defenses, his gaze lingered a moment longer on the Slytherin section. All students will be spending the night in the Great Hall. The prefects will be responsible for maintaining order. Harry and Draco found a corner against the wall to spread out their sleeping bags. Crabbe and Goyle were snoring not far away, while Pansy and Daphne huddled together whispering. Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff was loudly proclaiming that he had foreseen Black's attack. "Is he really that dangerous?" Draco murmured as he climbed into his sleeping bag, his voice barely above a whisper. "That Black." Harry adjusted his position, drawing closer to Draco, the fabric of their sleeping bags rustling softly. "Not to you," he replied quietly, his fingers gently entwining with Draco's. "He would never harm you." Draco turned his head, his gray eyes appearing almost translucent in the dim light of the hall. "How can you be so certain?" "Because I know him." Harry hesitated, ultimately refraining from disclosing that Sirius was his godfather. Now was not the time. "Trust me, all right?" Footsteps echoed in the distance, signaling Snape's patrol, and the two immediately feigned sleep. Once the rustling of the dark robes faded, Draco suddenly rolled over to face Harry. "Today at Gringotts," his breath brushed against Harry's cheek. "The reflections of us in those mirrors, was that the true us?" Harry's heart fluttered. He recalled the image in the mirror. Perhaps in a world untouched by prophecies and family curses, they might simply be two ordinary Hogwarts students. "I don't know what is real," Harry finally whispered, his fingers threading through Draco's platinum hair. "But I know that the you here and now is more real to me than any reflection." Draco's lashes fluttered, casting delicate shadows across his face. From the opposite side of the hall, Neville shifted in his sleeping bag, and both boys held their breath. "Sleep," Harry murmured, pulling Draco closer, their foreheads resting against each other. Tomorrow, they would have to find a way to deliver the pendant box to Dumbledore, initially as stiff as a board. Draco gradually relaxed under Harry's soothing caress on his back. When their breaths became long and even, Harry realized that Draco had fallen asleep, one hand unconsciously gripping the hem of his shirt. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting blue patterns across Draco's face. Harry gazed at the face so near to him, remembering the vow made at Gringotts to sacrifice everything for those they loved. He gently kissed the crown of Draco's head and closed his eyes. Amidst the rising and falling breaths in the Great Hall, Harry too succumbed to slumber. Chapter 13. Christmas. Hogwarts in December lay blanketed under a thick layer of snow, every crevice of the castle adorned with glistening icicles. Upon awakening in the morning, Harry discovered that he was alone in the dormitory. Nearly all of the Slytherin students had returned home for Christmas. Sunlight filtered through the waters of the Black Lake, casting wavering blue patterns upon the four-poster bed. Beside his bed lay several beautifully wrapped gifts. Harry rubbed his eyes and reached for his glasses. suddenly noticing a small dark green box adorned with a silver ribbon on his bedside table, accompanied by a card that read, "To Harry. May your eyes forever retain their brilliance." DM. Harry's heart suddenly quickened. Cautiously, he untied the ribbon and lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay a delicate emerald necklace, the gemstones glimmering with a profound green light in the morning sun, reminiscent of the depths of the Black Lake. He instinctively brushed his fingers over the cool surface of the stones, their touch evoking memories of raindrops clinging to his lashes after a Quidditch match. "Do you like it?" Draco's voice drifted from the doorway. Harry looked up to see him leaning against the doorframe, clad in a deep gray sweater, his golden hair almost translucent in the morning light. He cradled a steaming mug of cocoa, his cheeks slightly flushed from the chill outside the castle. "When did you go out?" Harry asked, his fingers still caressing the necklace. "About an hour ago," Draco replied as he stepped inside, placing the cocoa on the bedside table. "Dobby brought breakfast. I thought you might prefer to sleep a little longer." His gaze fell upon the open box. "So do you like it?" Harry held up the necklace, the emerald swaying gently as it reflected tiny specks of light. "It resembles my eyes, doesn't it?" Draco suddenly appeared somewhat flustered, a rare expression for him. "I thought of you when I saw it at Borgin and Burke's. I mean, its color." He paused. "Forget it. This gift may be a bit silly." "No." Harry interjected, abruptly grasping Draco's wrist and lifting his hand along with the necklace to his eyes. "Look, it's identical." Draco's fingers stilled. Harry could feel his pulse racing beneath his palm. Sunlight filtered through the emerald, casting green reflections on Draco's pale skin, perfectly mirroring the color of Harry's eyes. "Thank you." Harry smiled, releasing Draco's hand. "This is the most thoughtful gift I've ever received." Draco's ears turned pink, and he quickly changed the subject. "You haven't unwrapped your other gifts yet." Harry chuckled, letting him off the hook, and turned towards the pile of presents by the bed. He picked up the flat box on top and unwrapped the carefully packaged gift from Pansy Parkinson, a pair of dragonhide gloves. The inner side embroidered with "For the Seeker of Slytherin." "Pansy has had her eye on these gloves since last year," Draco remarked, levitating another gift with his wand. "From Blaze?" The leather-bound book on advanced potion-making flipped open to the title page in Harry's hands, revealing Blaze Zabini's flowing script. "Slughorn said you would need this. Don't ask how I got it." The margins of the pages were densely annotated, clearly in the handwriting of the Half-Blood Prince, and Harry struggled to suppress his astonishment. "A limited edition Christmas box from Honeydukes?" Draco raised an eyebrow as Harry unwrapped the largest parcel. "Crabbe and Goyle actually sent this?" "I helped them improve the swelling solution in potions class last week," Harry replied, prying open the box of chocolate frogs, discovering 2 were missing. "They must have snacked on the way." "What is this?" Draco pointed to a slender package. Harry unwrapped it, and a gleaming firebolt tumbled out. Inscribed on the broomstick's handle was a small line, "For your sky's big foot. Merlin's beard." Draco gasped. "A firebolt? Who sent it?" Harry hesitated, his fingers gliding over the broom's smooth surface. "My godfather," he whispered, Sirius Black. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Draco's expression shifted from shock to complexity, ultimately settling into a determined resolve. "I will tell others that I gave it to you," he suddenly declared. "If the professors find out it was sent by Black, they'll surely confiscate it." Harry looked up in surprise. "Would you do that?" "Well, my father bought me a firebolt too," Draco shrugged, feigning to inspect his nails. "And this way, you owe me a favor, Harry." Harry knew this was Draco's way of masking his feelings, yet warmth surged within him. "Thank you," he said sincerely, "but you don't mind that Sirius is my godfather, do you?" Draco was silent for a moment. "What I mind is that you didn't tell me earlier," he finally replied, his gray eyes locking on Harry's. "But I suppose now I do." Harry nodded, pulling out a small box wrapped in silver paper from beneath his pillow. "For you." Draco received the gift, his long fingers deftly unwrapping it. Inside was a carved wooden snow leopard, gracefully poised, every whisker distinctly visible. Draco's fingers stilled. "This is your patronus," Harry said softly. "I found a suitable piece of wood in the room of requirement and learned a bit of carving from Hagrid." He added bashfully, "It may not be very refined." Draco cradled the wooden sculpture carefully, the snow leopard glimmering softly in the sunlight. "It suits you well, elegant, agile, and—" He paused, unyielding, Harry added. Draco gently stroked the back of the snow leopard, his expression softer than Harry had ever seen. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. "I will place it on my bedside." Outside the window, the laughter of students engaged in a snowball fight echoed. Yet the dormitory was quiet enough to hear the crackling of the fire. Harry suddenly realized the distance between them was close enough to count Draco's eyelashes. Sunlight streamed through the lake water, casting flowing shadows in the air between them. "Shall we try the firebolt?" Harry suggested, stepping back slightly. "The snow has stopped, and the pitch should be empty." Slytherin never backs down from a challenge. Draco stood up, regaining his usual haughty demeanor. "However, if I fly faster than you. You must admit I am the superior seeker. Harry laughed as he grabbed the broom. Dream on, Draco. They raced down the spiral staircase. Through the corridor adorned with ice crystals, heading toward the Quidditch pitch blanketed in white snow. The firebolt in Harry's hands shimmered in the winter sunlight, while in Draco's pocket, the wooden snow leopard lay quietly against his heartbeat. The Quidditch pitch was covered in a thick layer of snow, the sunlight reflecting blindingly off the white surface. Harry squinted, securing the firebolt firmly between his legs, feeling the subtle vibrations of the top-notch broom, as if it could hardly wait to soar into the sky. The rules are simple, Draco said beside him, his golden hair nearly transparent in the sunlight. Fly around the pitch 3 times, and then see who catches this. He produced a small model of a golden snitch from his pocket, a souvenir from last year's Quidditch World Cup. Ready? Draco tossed the tiny snitch into the air, and it immediately spread its wings, buzzing softly as it flew away. I'm always ready. Harry tightened his grip on the broomstick. 3, 2, 1. Both firebolts lifted off simultaneously, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. The cold wind howled past Harry's ears as he instinctively lowered his body, feeling the broom's astonishing acceleration. Draco was to his right, his golden hair flying back in the wind, his posture so perfect it looked as if he had stepped out from a Quidditch textbook. In the first lap, the two were nearly neck and neck. Harry could sense the occasional glances Draco cast his way, excitement sparkling in his gray eyes. They raced along the edge of the pitch, their brooms leaving parallel trails in the snow. I didn't expect you to keep up, Harry, Draco shouted over the wind. Harry remained silent, suddenly leaning his body into a sharp turn at the bend, cutting into the inner circle at a nearly perilous angle, instantly gaining half a body length ahead. He heard Draco's astonished intake of breath behind him, quickly followed by the rush of accelerating air as Draco rapidly caught up. By the end of the second lap, Harry's fingertips were numbed with cold, yet he had never felt so liberated. The sky was a pristine blue, devoid of Dementors and Voldemort. Only the sheer joy of flight and Draco, who was equally relishing the moment beside him, remained. Suddenly, the golden snitch altered its course, soaring towards the heights of the stands. Both Harry and Draco simultaneously adjusted their brooms, the firebolt's responsiveness allowing the maneuver to be executed almost instantaneously. They surged towards the stands, their broomsticks nearly vertical. You can't win, Draco shouted, his broom slightly ahead. Harry ignored him, fixated on the flickering golden. The railing of the stands loomed close, but the snitch suddenly dove downward. They both executed sharp turns. Harry's robe brushed against the railing, producing a tearing sound. The final lap transformed into a race of descent. Harry felt a buzzing in his ears and a burning in his lungs from lack of oxygen. Yet he could not concede. Draco was beside him, equally gritting his teeth, his golden hair whipped straight by the wind. The ground approached at an astonishing speed. The snitch pulled up at the last moment, and both maneuvered their brooms to keep pace. Harry extended his right hand, his fingertips mere inches from the elusive snitch. A sudden gust of wind struck. Harry's broom shook violently, and he lost his balance. His right hand grasped at nothingness, sending him tumbling off the broom. Harry! He heard Draco's terrified shout, followed by the sensation of weightlessness as he plummeted. The snow below appeared so soft, but at this speed, the impact would be severe. A strong arm suddenly encircled his waist, while another hand firmly grasped his firebolt. Harry was yanked sideways, and together they crashed into a thick pile of snow, sending up a flurry of white. You idiot! Draco's voice rang in his ear, laced with evident tremors. Is a practice match worth risking your life? Harry lifted his head from the snow, finding Draco beside him, his face pale and his gray eyes brimming with residual terror. Their brooms stood in the snow nearby like 2 tilted gravestones. I almost had it, Harry panted, then burst into laughter. And you did catch me, didn't you? Draco glared at him, his chest heaving. If I had been a second slower. But you weren't, Harry replied, sitting up and brushing the snow from his hair. The sunlight illuminated Draco's golden hair, melting the snowflakes atop it into tiny droplets that cascaded down. Thank you, he added softly. Draco turned his face away, his ears flushed. I just didn't want to explain why the chosen one broke his neck while I stood by. Harry chuckled, choosing not to puncture the moment. He fumbled in the snow, his fingers brushing against something metallic. It was the golden snitch, which he had inadvertently grasped during his fall. He held it up before Draco. It seems I still won. Draco huffed, unable to conceal the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Cheating, Harry. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be sipping on bone-breaking potion at Madame Pomfrey's right now. Then next time, I'll save you, Harry said, rising and extending his hand to Draco. Fair competition. Draco stared at his hand for a moment before gripping it firmly, using the leverage to stand up. Their palms, reddened from the cold and gripping their brooms, felt surprisingly warm. Snowflakes began to drift down again, settling on their shoulders and the tips of their hair. Your flying style is far too reckless, Draco remarked, brushing the snow off his robes. It's all instinct, devoid of any technique. Harry shrugged. As long as it's effective. He paused, adding, but your turning is indeed quite graceful. This compliment elicited a raised eyebrow from Draco. The Malfoy family's private instructor, he said with a hint of pride, has been teaching me to fly since I could walk. They retrieved their brooms and strolled slowly towards the castle, leaving 2 parallel trails of footprints in the snow, occasionally intersecting as they bumped shoulders. A snowstorm is expected next week, Draco suddenly said, and then the lake will freeze thick enough for skating. If you're interested. Harry turned to him, noticing that Draco was feigning interest in a distant tree. Sounds good, he replied, as long as we don't compete again. I've won enough for today. That was an accident. Draco protested, yet a smile lingered in his eyes. The warm light from the castle windows glowed invitingly, and the distant sound of Christmas carols drifted from the great hall. Harry suddenly wished this path could be longer, allowing them to walk a little more in this snow-blanketed, tranquil world, their firebolts gently clinking against each other, creating a melodious sound. Chapter 14. Innocence. The January chill swept through the towers of Hogwarts as Harry wrapped his scarf tighter, finding Draco engrossed in advanced potion-making in a corner of the library. I need the Marauder's map, Harry whispered, scanning the area for eavesdroppers. Draco arched an eyebrow. What map? Don't play coy, Harry said, pulling out a piece of parchment inscribed with I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, which he had purchased from the Weasley twins in his first year. You used it when you came to visit me on my birthday. Draco closed the book, his silver-gray eyes flickering with caution. What do you need it for? Harry took a deep breath. To find my godfather. Blah, Black. Draco's voice nearly reached a pitch. Are you mad? Yes. Innocent, Harry asserted firmly. I know who the real traitor is. Draco studied Harry for a long moment before finally sighing. You better have a solid plan, Harry. I do. Harry nodded, but I need your help. 20 minutes later, they stood before Professor Lupin's office door. Harry knocked, and a gentle come-in echoed from within. Lupin was grading papers. His office was warm yet cluttered, with a half-eaten plate of chocolate on his desk. Upon seeing the two together, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Harry, Mr. Malfoy, how may I assist you? Harry unfurled the Marauder's map. Professor, we need your help to find someone. Lupin's gaze fell on the parchment, his expression shifting instantly. This is the Marauder's map, Harry confirmed, made by Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Lupin's hands trembled slightly. How do you know those nicknames? Because Peter Pettigrew is still alive, Harry locked eyes with Lupin, right here at Hogwarts, in the form of a rat. Draco interjected from the side. We saw him on the map, right by Gryffindor Tower. Lupin abruptly stood, his chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. He strode to the window, taking several deep breaths with his back to them. When he turned around, his eyes glowed a wolfish amber. Show me, he rasped. Harry pointed to a corner of the map where a small label indicated Peter Pettigrew moving next to Ron Weasley's name. Lupin's hand gripped the edge of the desk tightly, his knuckles turning white. 12 years, Merlin. Harry pulled a vial of deep blue potion from his pocket. Professor, tonight is the full moon. This is the Wolfsbane potion Draco brewed. It will lessen the pain of transformation. Lupin, astonished, accepted the potion. You are aware of this as well? He glanced at the vial and then at Draco, noting the ancient recipe and the high level of difficulty involved in its preparation. Remarkable, Mr. Malfoy. Draco nodded slightly, the tips of his ears flushing crimson as he averted his gaze with a hint of pride. It's merely extracurricular research. Professor. Harry interjected eagerly. Could you assist us in capturing Peter? Once we do, we can prove Sirius's innocence. Lupin pondered for a moment before suddenly revealing a sharp smile that contrasted with his usual gentle demeanor. I have a better plan. But first, he raised his wand and spoke to the map, mischief managed. The writing on the map vanished. Lupin returned it to Harry, stating, this item is far too perilous to exist. Yet today, it has served its purpose. The shrieking shack loomed in the cold night like a crouching beast, its decaying wooden walls emitting a mournful creak in the wind. Harry felt each breath of mist crystallizing against his cheeks, the pang of his scar pulsing with his heartbeat, whether from the chill of the Dementor's presence or the anticipation of confronting his godfather. Are you sure you want to come? Harry whispered again, his hand unintentionally brushing against Draco's cool skin beneath the invisibility cloak. Sirius might react quite strongly. Draco's silver-gray eyes glinted like tempered steel in the moonlight as he adjusted the dark green scarf around his neck, a gift from Harry during the recent cold snap. Do you think I would let you face a deranged fugitive alone? As Harry began to respond, Lupin, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the taut lines at the corners of the professor's mouth. They had arrived. The rotting floorboards groaned beneath their feet, while moonlight filtered through the dilapidated roof, casting pale geometric shapes upon the ground. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and animal fur. "Lux," Harry whispered softly, the tip of his wand igniting with a gentle glow. As the light swept across the corner, a massive black shadow lunged forth unexpectedly. Before Harry could react, he was knocked to the ground, his back crashing against the wooden floor. He caught a whiff of the beast's scent, a warm, canine musk mingled with earth and rust. "Sirius," Harry struggled to call out, the invisibility cloak slipping from his shoulders. A huge, filthy black dog pressed its front paws against his shoulders, its wet nose nuzzling against his face. Suddenly, the black dog halted, stepping back a few paces, its yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. Harry slowly sat up, witnessing the dog's form begin to distort and expand. The sound of cracking bones sent chills down his spine, and its fur receded into its body like a tide. In an instant, a gaunt man knelt before Harry. His unkempt black hair fell to his shoulders, his dirty face marked by prominent cheekbones, yet his deep gray eyes shone with astonishing brightness, filled with disbelieving hope. "Harry?" The man's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. "Is it truly you?" Harry felt his throat tighten, though this body had never encountered the man before. An instinct deep within his blood assured him that this was his family, his last remaining kin. Sirius's trembling fingers gently brushed Harry's cheek, as if to confirm this was not yet another illusion conjured by Dementors. "It is I." Harry grasped the bony hand, feeling the rough calluses and icy temperature in the palm. "I am Harry." Sirius's lips quivered, and tears suddenly welled in his eyes. He enveloped Harry in a fierce embrace, the force of which made Harry's ribs ache. He could feel the pounding of Sirius's heart resonating through the thin fabric of their clothes. "Merlin, you look just like James." Sirius loosened his grip slightly, cradling Harry's face in his hands, studying him intently. "But those eyes. Lily's eyes." His voice broke. "Harry, I swear I had no idea Peter was alive. I never betrayed them." Harry pressed that scarred hand against his face. The rough calluses brushed against his scar, so real it brought tears to his eyes. "I found Peter," he said, his voice trembling. "We know you are innocent." Suddenly, Sirius withdrew his hand, his gaze fixating on Draco, who stood behind Harry. The Malfoy spawn? Each syllable dripped with venom as he instinctively shielded Harry behind him, the veins in his skeletal hand bulging. "How dare you?" "Professor, he is my dearest friend." Harry grasped Draco's wrist, intertwining their fingers under Sirius's astonished gaze. Draco's hand trembled within Harry's grasp, but returned the hold firmly. The silver and green of Slytherin intertwined with Draco's pale complexion in the moonlight, resembling the water weeds of the Black Lake entwined around a sunken sword. Sirius's expression shifted as if he had been struck in the chest. "You wear the Slytherin crest and are the son of Lucius Malfoy." He stumbled backward, colliding with a rotting doorpost. Even James's coffin board would not be able to contain this. "Look at me, Godfather." Harry stepped forward, still holding Draco's hand. He tilted his face upward, allowing the moonlight to illuminate the contours that mirrored his father's. "If Mum and Dad were here, they would first ask how you have been." He felt Draco's nails digging into his palm, reminiscent of the acceptance they had once shown to Professor Lupin. Lupin timely cleared his throat. Indeed, it was Draco who discovered the Marauder's map, and he also brewed the Wolfsbane potion that allows me to remain lucid on the night of the full moon. He lifted the deep blue vial, the glass reflecting star-like points of light. "Without him, we would not capture Peter tonight." Sirius's gaze flitted between the three of them before finally settling on their clasped hands. A buried memory seemed to awaken, and he suddenly broke into a toothy grin. "Merlin, you are as stubborn as Lily." He reached out to ruffle Harry's tousled hair before glancing at Draco. "And you are indeed more agreeable than old Malfoy." Draco's chin lifted in a familiar arc, yet Harry sensed the tension in his muscles finally ease. "I shall take that as a compliment, Mr. Black." Sirius beamed widely, abruptly pulling both boys into his embrace. Harry found himself sandwiched between the parchment scent of his godfather and the minty aroma emanating from Draco, hearing the fierce resonance of two heartbeats beneath their ribs. Sirius's voice reverberated above him. "Since my nephew has chosen you, welcome to this adventure, you two little vipers." Harry beheld the warmth of laughter in Sirius's eyes, feeling an unfamiliar sense of belonging swell within his chest. This was his godfather, his father's dearest friend, a man who endured 12 years of wrongful imprisonment for the sake of avenging his parents. And now, he was striving to accept Harry's chosen friend, despite it contradicting all his previous biases. Draco appeared equally taken aback by this sudden shift. After a moment of hesitation, he extended his hand towards Sirius. "I am Draco Malfoy, your nephew's friend." Harry watched as Sirius's gaze lingered on the outstretched hand, his expression fraught with conflict. He understood how difficult this was for Sirius, to accept a Malfoy, a Slytherin, into the circle he considered family. But ultimately, Sirius grasped that hand. "Sirius Black," he stated, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But since you are Harry's friend, perhaps you could call me Uncle Sirius? Draco's face flushed crimson. I would rather be strangled by a giant squid. Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Sirius erupted into a hearty guffaw. Their laughter resonated through the dilapidated shrieking shack, dispelling years of gloom. Harry gazed at his godfather and his friend, feeling an unprecedented sense of belonging. Come on, Harry said, his eyes shimmering under the moonlight. I have a plan to expose Peter and restore your innocence. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, while his other hand inadvertently tousled Draco's hair. Merlin, I have awaited this moment for 12 years. Now, tell me your plan, lad. As they made their way toward Hogwarts, the three walked side by side, their shadows entwined beneath the silvery glow of the moon. Harry found himself positioned between the family he had regained and the friends he had chosen, feeling for the first time that perhaps destiny could indeed be altered. The following morning in the headmaster's office, Minister Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow, reluctantly standing beside Dumbledore. Albus, this is preposterous. Black is a dangerous criminal. We shall soon uncover the truth, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied calmly, his blue eyes glinting with an unusual light. Lupin entered, escorting a diminutive, balding man tightly bound by magical ropes, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Peter Pettigrew, Lupin said coldly, alive and well. Fudge's face turned ashen. Impossible. This must be some form of transfiguration. Harry stepped forward. The truth is right before you, Minister. All it requires is a dash of Veritaserum. Dumbledore retrieved a vial of clear potion from the shelf. Fortunately, I have some prepared. As 3 drops of Veritaserum fell onto Peter's tongue, the truth poured forth like a deluge. He recounted how he betrayed the Potters, how he framed Sirius, and how he had hidden in his rat form for 12 long years. Fudge slumped into a chair, exclaiming, Merlin, we have wronged an innocent man. Not just that. Sirius said hoarsely, tears glistening in his eyes. I lost 12 years of my life. Harry lost the family he deserved. Harry approached his godfather and gently grasped his hand. But now we have found each other. Dumbledore turned to Fudge. I believe, Minister, it is time to rectify this error. Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes. Immediately release Black and restore his name. As for Peter, he cast a loathsome glance at the cowering man, Azkaban. When everyone departed, only Harry, Draco, and Sirius remained in the corridor. Suddenly, Sirius pulled Harry into a tight embrace. Thank you, Harry. Thank you for believing in me. Harry returned the hug, inhaling the earthy scent of adventure that clung to the gaunt man. Welcome home, Godfather. Chapter 15, A True Home. The Hogwarts Express billowed steam as it slowly arrived at King's Cross Station. Through the window, Harry glimpsed the bustling crowd on the platform, many parents craning their necks to spot their children. His gaze instinctively sought the tall, dark figure of Sirius, who leaned against the pillar between platforms 9 and 10, his tousled hair and worn leather jacket standing out amidst the impeccably dressed parents. Is that your godfather? Draco inquired, following Harry's line of sight, raising an eyebrow. At least he isn't holding a welcome Harry sign. Harry nudged him with his elbow, unable to suppress a smile. Ever since clearing Sirius's name, his godfather had sent owls weekly, delivering letters and an array of peculiar gifts, from a biting quill to a magical stone said to predict the weather. Once the train came to a halt, students poured out like a tide toward the doors. Harry and Draco were jostled in the corridor by the throng, clinging to each other's arms for balance. What are your plans for the summer? Harry asked, tugging their trunks down from the luggage rack. Draco's expression grew complex. I have to return to Malfoy Manor. My parents insist on seeing me. He paused. But I will come find you as soon as I can. 12, Grimmauld Place, right? Harry nodded, a wave of unease surging within him. He knew the kind of man Lucius Malfoy was and understood the challenges the Malfoy family would face with Voldemort's return. If anything goes wrong, have Dobby notify me immediately. Draco chuckled lightly. Don't worry, Harry. I am the heir of the Malfoy family. What could possibly happen? Harry, a booming voice interrupted. Sirius had somehow squeezed his way to the edge of the platform, excitedly waving his arms. As Harry finally maneuvered his way onto the platform, Sirius enveloped him in a tight embrace, squeezing hard enough to make Harry's ribs ache. Finally, holiday time. Sirius released Harry, placing his hands on his shoulders and scrutinizing him. Merlin, you've grown. Is Slytherin's food better than Gryffindor's? Harry grinned. Perhaps it's because I can finally have a proper meal. He glanced around. Where's Draco? Right here. Draco's voice came from behind, elegantly sidestepping a rushing first year, his robes impeccably neat. Mr. Black. Sirius's expression turned complex, yet he politely nodded. Malfoy. At the same time, a cool female voice rang out from the other end of the platform. Draco. Narcissa Malfoy stood not far away, clad in emerald robes, her golden hair impeccably styled. Beside her was Lucius, his silver serpent cane gleaming coldly in the platform's light. Draco straightened his back. Mother, father. Sirius and Narcissa exchanged a glance across the crowd, as if the air had thickened for a few seconds. Eventually, Narcissa nodded slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement. Lucius's expression, however, was as dark as a stormy sky. Harry turned to Draco. 2 weeks? At most 10 days, Draco promised, his silver-gray eyes appearing particularly resolute under the dim platform lights. He hesitated, then stepped forward, quickly embracing Harry before dragging his trunk toward the other end of the platform, where a blonde witch awaited. Her dignified features betraying an unmistakable worry. Seems I've missed quite a bit. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Harry watched Draco's retreating figure and softly said, more than you can imagine. Incredible. Sirius shook his head. My nephew and that Malfoy boy? Harry hoisted his trunk. Is Creature still at the old house? That old lunatic? Of course. Creature made meat pies today, though he might have added poison. We should probably let the rat taste them first. Sirius made a face. He has been grumbling every day about wanting my head as a decoration. But don't worry, I had him clean your room, at least 3 times. They exited the station via Muggle means, with Sirius insisting on taking the subway. Experience Muggle life, he exclaimed, nearly getting caught in the automatically closing doors. Harry stifled laughter, reminded of Hagrid by his godfather's whimsical reactions to the Muggle world. 12. Grimmauld Place was far cleaner than Harry remembered. Although the family tapestry on the wall still bore stubborn stains, at least there was no mountain of dust. In the living room, a newly replaced chandelier cast a warm glow. Creature, Sirius called out. With a loud crack, the aged house elf appeared. He looked somewhat tidier than the last time Harry saw him, his bat-like ears no longer adorned with a filthy tea towel, though his bulging eyes still brimmed with resentment. Master calls Creature, the elf bowed, his bones creaking. Is Creature to die so that the blood traitor may defile the old house? Enough. Sirius howled in fury. Harry is my godson, and he is also one of your masters. Creature muttered something about disgraceful scum and the shame of purebloods. But Harry knelt down and retrieved a small box from his pocket. Creature, I have something for you. The house elf looked up warily, his murky eyes fixated on the box. Harry gently opened it to reveal a replica of the Slytherin locket, identical to the one Regulus had stolen years ago. This is... Creature's voice suddenly trembled. Master Regulus was a hero, Harry softly stated. He sacrificed himself to destroy the Dark Lord's Horcrux. The real locket has been entrusted to Professor Dumbledore, but I believe you should have this. Creature's frail fingers quivered as he accepted the box, large tears rolling down from his bulbous eyes. Master Regulus, he sobbed, pressing the box to his chest. Brave Master Regulus. Sirius looked on in astonishment. Harry, how did you? He loved Regulus, Harry replied, standing tall, just as I love my parents. Hatred does not resolve issues, Sirius. Suddenly, Creature threw himself onto the ground, his forehead striking the floor hard at Harry's feet. Master Harry is a kind master. Creature will serve Master Harry. Will obey the blood traitor master. The last phrase was uttered with great reluctance, yet it marked a significant advancement. Sirius shook his head, a smile creeping onto his face. I will never understand how you do it, Harry. In the ensuing days, they thoroughly cleaned the old house together. Sirius magically cleared away the nests of the vile creatures from the walls, while Harry busied himself sorting through the Black family's old photographs. He locked away the portrait of Walburga Black in the basement, but retained the pictures of Regulus from his school days. On the 7th day at dawn, the doorbell rang. Harry raced down the stairs, nearly toppling over a shelf laden with silverware. He flung open the door to find Draco standing on the steps, with Narcissa cloaked in travel attire behind him. Mother insisted on seeing me off, Draco murmured, his ears slightly flushed. She, wants to speak with Mr. Black. Narcissa gracefully stepped over the threshold, her gaze sweeping through the foyer. It seems you've tidied up, Sirius. Sirius stood at the top of the stairs, his expression complex. Sissy, it has been a long time. Narcissa nodded gently. 12 years and 4 months. She turned to Harry. Thank you for inviting Draco over. Harry, he speaks of you often at home. Harry was taken aback that Narcissa referred to him by name. Even more so by the fact that Draco frequently mentioned him at home. Draco's face had turned crimson to the roots of his neck. Come in for a cup of tea, Sissy, Sirius suddenly offered. We have much family business to discuss. Narcissa hesitated but eventually nodded, just for a little while. Lucius is unaware of my visit. She and Sirius retreated to the study, while Harry took Draco on a tour of the old house. You truly have cleaned this place up, Draco marveled at the now pristine dining room. I thought the Black House would be as eerie as the legends suggest. Harry chuckled, thanks to Creature. Ever since I gave him that locket, he has transformed into quite the little elf. Just then, Creature appeared with refreshments. Spotting Draco, he became so excited that the teapot trembled in his hands. It is Master Malfoy, Miss Narcissa's young master. Creature has prepared Master S' favorite lemon cakes. Draco felt a bit awkward. Thank you? They sat in the sunlit sitting room, with Draco glancing around. So this is where you'll be spending your summer? Yes. Harry nodded, far better than the Dursleys. By the way, he lowered his voice, how are things on your end? Draco's expression grew serious. Father has transferred most of the family fortune, dispersing it worldwide. Mother has set up protective enchantments around the estate that appear to safeguard. But in reality, they are for surveillance. They are preparing for, you know. Harry's eyes widened. They don't plan to choose a side? Father says the Malfoy family only stands on the winning side, Draco whispered, and he believes the Dark Lord is destined to fail. He hesitated. Mother told me to believe in what I believe. The study door swung open, and Narcissa emerged, wearing an expression of ease Harry had never witnessed before. She kissed Draco on the forehead. I must go now, dear. Enjoy your summer. Sirius stood at the study door, looking equally relieved. Sissy and I have reached some understanding. After Narcissa departed, the three boys settled in the garden, basking in the summer sun. Creature incessantly brought chilled pumpkin juice and sweet treats, his demeanor so respectful that it made Sirius slightly uncomfortable. So, Sirius suddenly said, his eyes sparkling, who wants to hear about my and James's pranks during our school days? I promise they are more thrilling than the Weasley twins' escapades. Draco raised an eyebrow. For instance, like the time we turned Snape's hair bright pink, and it remained that way for an entire month. Harry burst into laughter, sunlight filtering through the leaves and dappling them. On that summer afternoon, number 12 Grimmauld Place finally felt like a true home. Chapter 16, A Summer at Grimmauld Place. The kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place was as hot as a cauldron. July in London was experiencing an unprecedented heatwave, rendering even the cooling charms of the Black House somewhat ineffective. Harry rolled up his shirt sleeves, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stared at the copper cauldron emitting peculiar purple smoke. Are you sure this is the color it's supposed to be at step 3? He squinted, carefully avoiding the unfriendly-looking vapor. Draco lifted his gaze from a hefty tome titled Ancient Potions Recipes, his golden hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, his gray eyes gleaming with concentration. The book says it will undergo a twilight-like transitional phase. He pointed at the page with his wand. I think purple is fairly close. Harry leaned in to scrutinize the blurry text, his nose nearly brushing against Draco's shoulder. 2 months of living together in the Black House had blurred the boundaries of their personal space. Draco carried a scent of green apple and mint, reminiscent of the Muggle shampoo he used in the bathroom. I think it looks more like the color of rotten plums, Harry muttered, reaching for the dragon liver powder. No. Draco grasped his wrist. You should add the moonstone powder first. Both reached for the silver canister on the shelf, their elbows colliding. Just then, the liquid in the cauldron abruptly transformed from purple to a fluorescent green, followed by a blinding flash of light. Instinctively, Harry lunged toward Draco, and they both tumbled onto the stone floor, a loud bang echoing behind them, followed by the sound of liquid splattering. When Harry opened his eyes, the entire kitchen appeared to be ensnared by a colorful spiderweb. The sticky potion splattered radially across the walls, the ceiling, and both of them. Bright blue goo clung to Draco's golden hair, resembling some odd hair gel. Harry's glasses were a blur, but through the green spots, he could barely make out Draco's face just inches away. Your eyebrows, Draco said, staring blankly. Harry reached up to touch his own, pulling out strands of silver. Your hair, he shot back. They locked eyes for a moment before bursting into a fit of laughter. Harry laughed until his stomach ached, while Draco attempted to shake the goo from his hair, only managing to stick it in even more places. I told you to add the moonstone powder first. Draco gasped, wiping his face with his sleeve, only to worsen the situation. That symbol in the book is completely illegible, Harry retorted, reaching to remove his glasses, only to discover the lenses had adhered to the frame due to the potion. Oh, splendid. Suddenly, Draco fell silent. Harry felt a cool hand cupping his face, a thumb gently brushing along his brow. Hold still, Draco murmured. You have that silver stuff all around your eyes. Harry held his breath. Draco's eyelashes seemed almost translucent in the sunlight, a hint of purple potion staining the tip of his nose. His fingers delicately glided over Harry's cheek, the movement tender as if mending a precious artifact. What in Merlin's beard are you two doing? Sirius's voice erupted from the doorway. Harry recoiled abruptly, spotting his godfather standing in the entrance, a tray of snacks in hand, utterly aghast, with shattered porcelain and scattered scones at his feet. We were conducting a potion experiment, Harry hastily explained, his face flushing. There was a small mishap. Sirius's voice escalated an octave. The entire kitchen looks like the aftermath of a troll's art class. And you, he pointed at Draco, whose hand still hovered midair. Remove your hand from my godson's face. Draco retracted his hand, as if scalded, his ears turning crimson. Harry noted that Sirius was unusually well-groomed today. He had shaved, tied back his long hair, and donned a formal shirt Harry had never seen him wear before. Clearly, there was a special occasion at hand. Molly is about to bring Arthur and the children for dinner, Sirius rubbed his temples. And you two look as if you've just crawled out of a swamp. Draco immediately stood up. I'll go prepare the bathwater. He hurried toward the door, noticeably quickening his pace as he passed Sirius. Wait, Malfoy! Sirius called after him, and Draco froze in place. Do you, know how to handle this potion residue? Draco turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. With a mixture of lemon juice and dragon's blood, Sir Sirius nodded. Then go prepare it. He turned to Harry, his expression complex. You should clean up as well, Harry. After dinner, I want to have a word with you both. The living room of number 12, Grimmauld Place, was unusually lively. Homemade pastries brought by Molly Weasley filled the coffee table. The air saturated with the scent of icing and black tea. Harry sat in an armchair by the window, observing Draco trying to discreetly evade the house elf creature, who persistently offered him pickled herring sandwiches. Have another, young master, the house elf implored in a hoarse voice, his sunken eyes glistening with tears. Mistress always said you're too thin. Draco reluctantly accepted the sandwich, casting a pleading glance at Harry. Harry stifled a laugh, pretending not to notice. The doorbell rang once more, and Sirius strode across the living room to answer it. Moments later, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville followed him in, each displaying varying degrees of awkwardness. Ron's ears were as red as his hair, Hermione was fidgeting with her dress, Neville nearly tripped over the threshold, and Ginny's gaze swiftly swept the room, finally landing on Harry and Draco. Ah, splendid, everyone is here. Molly clapped her hands. Harry rose to fetch the teapot, and Draco immediately followed, whispering, if you dare make me eat another one of those sandwiches, I'll tell Black you secretly used his flying car last weekend that was to rescue your cat stuck in a tree. Harry shot back, handing Draco a stack of teacups. When they returned to the living room with the refreshments, they found Hermione engrossed in a discussion about herbology with Neville, while Ron stared blankly at a moving portrait on the wall. Ginny sat in a corner, her gaze flitting between Harry and Draco. So, Ron took the teacup Harry handed him, clearing his throat. I wanted to thank you both for what you did about the basilisk. Hermione nodded, her brown eyes earnestly fixed on Draco. If you hadn't found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in time, Ginny and I might. She didn't finish. But everyone understood her implication. Draco's expression turned peculiar, as if unaccustomed to receiving thanks, particularly from a Gryffindor. It was Potter's idea, he shrugged. I just happen to know a few Slytherin secret passages. Draco is being too modest, Harry chuckled. He was the one who recognized the serpent emblem on the tap. I always thought Slytherins were, Ron started, but was elbowed by Hermione. I mean, a self-righteous pureblood prats? Draco raised an eyebrow, surprisingly devoid of his usual sharpness, instead laced with a hint of self-deprecation. Draco has always been a good kid, Harry stated calmly, nudging the sugar bowl toward Neville. It's just that some took far too long to realize it. Neville's hand trembled, nearly spilling his teacup. He shot a nervous glance at Draco, seemingly uncertain how to interact with the Slytherin who had once mocked him on the train. Relax, Longbottom, Draco drawled lazily, adding a sugar cube to his tea. You're the chosen one now, remember? The entire school is counting on you to face the Dark Lord. Neville's face turned beet red. I am not. He's joking, Harry reassured, offering Neville a butter biscuit made by Molly. We all know the real heroes are a team effort. Ron suddenly burst into laughter. Listen to this. Harry Potter preaching the importance of teamwork. I bet the Slytherin Quidditch team has never heard such a thing. In fact, Draco sipped his tea leisurely. We won against Gryffindor last year, thanks to teamwork. Potter, a seeker, devised a complete defensive strategy. Wait, what? Ron's eyes widened. Harry isn't a seeker? Why was he in charge of defense? Harry and Draco exchanged a knowing glance. In this timeline, Harry had joined the Slytherin team, but initially as a substitute, only becoming the official seeker last year, while Draco played beater. They had spent the entire season redesigning the team strategy. The Slytherin way, Draco smiled mysteriously. But I doubt Gryffindor would grasp such strategic thinking. Ron opened his mouth to retort, but Hermione interrupted just in time. I read a book about Quidditch tactics, and actually, teamwork. Merlin, not again. Ron rolled his eyes. Hermione, not everyone reads Quidditch through the ages as bedtime material. Hermione crossed her arms in indignation, while Ginny suddenly chuckled. Everyone turned to her, seemingly having forgotten her presence. I was just thinking, Ginny said, her red hair gleaming like flames in the sunlight. The Slytherin seeker and beater must have spent a lot of time training together to coordinate, so while her gaze lingered meaningfully between Harry and Draco, Molly seized the moment. Who else would like to try my new raspberry pie? The tea party continued, and the conversation shifted towards the OWL's examinations and the forthcoming Quidditch World Cup. Neville gradually relaxed, even engaging Draco in a discussion about improvements in their potions class. Although Ron and Hermione still exchanged minor disagreements with Draco, the atmosphere was far more amicable than any interaction Harry could recall between Gryffindor and Slytherin. As the gathering drew to a close, Ron quietly moved to the empty seat beside Harry. He gazed intently at the floating tea leaves in his cup, his fingers nervously tracing the rim. "Hey, Harry." Ron's voice was an octave lower than usual. "I've been meaning to talk to you." Harry set down his scone and turned to Ron, noticing that the tips of Ron's ears were almost the same hue as his hair. "About Scabbers, I mean, Peter." Ron took a deep breath. "Merlin. I was furious with Hermione for getting angry at Crookshanks for attacking him." Ron's fingers tightened around the teacup, knuckles paling. "If you all hadn't discovered the truth." "Sirius would have." His voice faltered, eyes glistening. Harry gently touched Ron's shoulder. "It's not your fault. Peter deceived everyone, including Dumbledore." "Still, I'm really sorry," Ron insisted. Harry recalled Ron's reaction in the original narrative upon learning the truth about Scabbers. The same guilt, the same anguish. Even in this altered timeline, some fundamental aspects remained unchanged. He smiled and gave Ron's shoulder a reassuring pat. The setting sun bathed the entrance hall of number 12, Grimmauld Place in amber light. While the Weasley family busily donned their coats and searched for scarves, preparing to depart, Harry stood by the stairs, assisting Ginny in locating her missing knitted glove. Which creature had hidden? "It must be around here somewhere." Ginny crouched beside the umbrella stand, her red hair cascading down to cover half her face. "I distinctly remember wearing it when I walked in." Just as Harry was about to summon creature for an inquiry, he suddenly spotted that familiar shade of ginger behind the brass candlestick on the mantelpiece. Retrieving the neatly folded glove that the house elf had deemed more suitably arranged, he handed it to Ginny. However, she did not put it on immediately, biting her lip. She held Harry's gaze for a few moments, as if making a significant decision. "Harry, can I have a word with you?" Her voice was soft yet resolute. "Just the two of us." Harry nodded and followed her to the corner of the hall by the large window. In the distance, Molly was reminding Ron not to forget the meat pie she had made for Harry, while Hermione and Neville had already stepped outside, waiting on the front steps. Ginny took a deep breath, the sunset casting dappled shadows on her face through the stained glass window. "I want to thank you." She looked directly into Harry's eyes. "For everything that happened in the Chamber of Secrets during our second year, and everything that followed." Harry was somewhat taken aback. "Actually, that was mainly Neville and—" "I know," Ginny interrupted with a smile. "But at that time, you were the first person who made me feel seen." Her fingers unconsciously twisted the glove. "I've been thinking all summer about how to tell you this, but now I realize that the Harry Potter I admire resembles the hero I imagined." Suddenly, Harry understood what Ginny was trying to convey, and he quietly waited, allowing her the space to articulate her thoughts. "So," Ginny straightened her back, her red hair glowing like flames in the evening light. "I want to formally say goodbye to that childhood infatuation." She opened her arms. "Can I have a hug? Just to put a period on this memory." Without hesitation, Harry enveloped the shorter red-haired girl in his arms. She carried the scent of sunshine and sweets, and the embrace was perfectly warm without overstepping boundaries. "You deserve better, Ginny," Harry said earnestly, "someone who truly appreciates all of you." Ginny stepped back, her eyes sparkling. "I already have. Dean is a wonderful boyfriend, although he doesn't know about my past." She cheekily winked. "But that's all right. I've come to understand now." And her gaze drifted beyond Harry's shoulder, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "I think someone else could use your attention." Following her line of sight, Harry turned to see Draco leaning against the banister, feigning interest in the tapestry of the Black family on the wall. "Wishing you both happiness." "Truly," Ginny said softly, giving Harry's hand a gentle squeeze before hastening towards her waiting family at the door. Harry remained rooted in place, watching the Weasley family exit. Ginny's red hair flickering in the sunset like a tiny shooting star across his life. A peculiar sense of relief washed over him. Some stories, though not yet begun, had already ended gently. "Looks like the shortlist for the Chosen One's girlfriend just got a little shorter." Draco's voice broke through from behind, feigning indifference. Harry turned to find Draco standing beside him, a slender strand of red hair pinched between his long fingers. Just a little girl's admiration. Harry couldn't help but smile. Reaching for the hair, "And I'm not the Chosen One." But Draco raised his hand high, mischief glimmering in his gray eyes. "The Weasley girl's feelings are hardly mere admiration. I'd wager she's penned at least 3 love letters to you, too," Harry instinctively corrected, then realized he had fallen into a trap. "Wait, how do you know about this?" "The girls' lavatory gossip mill is quite active," Draco declared with a smirk, finally lowering his hand so Harry could reclaim the hair. "And your technique for hiding things under your pillow is utterly atrocious." Harry tossed the strand of hair into the fireplace, watching it be consumed by the flames, then directly grasped Draco's wrist. "I've made things clear with her." Harry looked into Draco's eyes, feeling the sudden quickening of his pulse beneath Harry's grip. Ginny is a clever girl. She grasped certain truths before most. Draco's expression grew inscrutable, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Such as who I truly care about," Harry murmured softly. "Harry, Malfoy." Sirius's voice echoed from upstairs. "Get up here." Sirius summoned Harry and Draco to the study. As he closed the door, arms crossed, he began. I know you two are going through various impulses at your age. Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What? No. We were just. But Sirius continued solemnly, wholly disregarding Harry's interruption. There must be rules in my house. First, no sharing a bedroom after 10 at night. Second, potions experiments must be supervised by an adult wizard. He paused, his expression contorting as though he were swallowing a lemon. Merlin. If James knew I was setting these rules for his son. Draco's face flushed to the roots of his hair. Mr. Black, I believe you are misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Malfoy. Sirius narrowed his eyes. I saw you put your hand on Harry's face. James used that tactic to court Lily back in the day. Harry nearly choked on his own saliva. What? No. We were really just cleaning up potions. Sirius raised an eyebrow. So you didn't tea? No. Both boys replied in unison. After an awkward silence, Sirius suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over. Merlin, your expressions. Rest assured, I am merely testing you. He wiped away the tears of laughter. Yet the first two rules are indeed genuine. Molly insisted on it. Harry exhaled in relief, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Draco, staring vacantly at his own fingers, his ears still tinged with crimson. Now, Sirius is opening the study door. You may go and gaze at the stars. The weather tonight is splendid. Harry looked up in surprise. How did you know we wanted to? Because I was 16 once too, Harry. Sirius winked. The rooftop is quite secure. But do not linger too late. He lowered his voice. If you dare attempt to sneak off to Hogsmeade for a date like James did, I will personally bring you back. The summer night breeze caressed the rooftop of number 12 Grimmauld Place, carrying with it the moisture of the distant Thames and the tranquility that follows the extinguishing of city lights. Harry unfurled the old blanket that Creature had reluctantly agreed to lend, its coarse-wool texture reminiscent of the nights spent in the towers of Hogwarts. Here. He patted the spot beside him, where Draco was holding 2 glasses of chilled lemonade, the beads of condensation sliding down to his slender fingers. As Draco sat down, the wooden planks beneath the blanket creaked softly. Harry noted that he had changed into a silver-gray silk nightgown, the glimpse of his collarbone gleaming brilliantly in the moonlight. This attire, incongruous with the dilapidated rooftop of Grimmauld Place, was oddly harmonious, just like Draco himself, who always managed to find his own place in the most unexpected of settings. Look, Harry pointed to the sky. Sirius. It's particularly bright tonight. Draco tilted his head back, causing his golden hair to sweep backwards, revealing his smooth forehead. Harry suddenly recalled their first encounter on the Hogwarts Express in their first year. When that haughty young lord had looked at him from the same angle, his eyes filled with arrogance rather than the serenity of the present moment. When I was a child, Draco suddenly said, my father took me to a manor in the south of France for vacation. The stars there, his voice held a nostalgia that Harry had never heard before, were unmarred by light pollution. The Milky Way spilled across the sky like spilled milk. Harry discreetly propped his arm behind him, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Draco's elbow. Neither of them moved away. The Dursleys never took me on trips, he said softly. But once, for Dudley's birthday, they went to Cornwall for 3 days and left me with Mrs. Fig. Her backyard had an old telescope that could see Jupiter's moons. Draco turned his head. Shadows cast by the moonlight danced beneath his eyelashes. You never mentioned any of this. There's nothing to say. Harry shrugged, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the frayed edges of the blanket. It wasn't until I received the letter from Hogwarts that I realized there truly was magic in the world. A place that belonged to me. The night breeze suddenly intensified, ruffling Draco's hair. Compelled by an impulse, Harry reached out and tucked a strand of golden hair behind his ear. The gesture startled them both, Harry's fingertip lingering on the shell of Draco's ear, feeling the warmth of blood coursing beneath the skin. Harry. Draco's voice was slightly hoarse. Harry held his breath as he turned his head, the distance between them close enough to count the stars reflected in Draco's eyes. A sweet yet sharp sensation expanded in his chest, reminiscent of the sensation of weightlessness he had felt the first time he rode the firebolt. That is Lyra. Draco suddenly pointed to the sky, his breath brushing against Harry's ear. Do you see the quadrilateral head? And then the winding body. Harry, truth be told, recognized none of the constellations. His entire attention was fixated on the glimpse of skin exposed by Draco's nightgown as he moved, and the rise and fall of his chest with each breath. As Draco leaned closer to guide him through the star chart, the scent of apples and mint enveloped him. My father said. Draco's voice suddenly faltered. Harry realized that his hand had unknowingly come to rest on Draco's wrist, his thumb caressing the prominent bone. The night breeze stilled. The distant chime of Big Ben faintly echoed, yet it seemed to be muffled by a thick layer of frosted glass. As Harry's gaze slipped from Draco's slate blue eyes to his slightly parted lips. Harry, Draco called softly, the name sounding both foreign and intimate on his lips. Draco's voice was barely a whisper, if I were to say if. Harry leaned forward, hearing the groan of the floorboards beneath the weight of the blanket, the distant hoot of an owl, and the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. Ahem. Sirius's deliberate cough erupted from the rooftop door. The two of them sprang apart, as if struck by a spell. Harry's elbow knocked over the lemonade, the icy liquid soaking into the blanket. It's getting chilly, boys. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, holding 2 steaming cups of cocoa, a familiar mischievous grin adorning his face. It's time to return to your rooms. Draco's ears were as red as the Weasley family car. As he accepted the cocoa, Harry noticed his hands trembling slightly. The marshmallows in his cup were shaped like owls. Blinking at them, a definite touch of Molly's handiwork. We'll head down immediately, Harry mumbled, unable to meet his godfather's gaze. Sirius exaggeratedly checked a non-existent pocket watch, 10:05. I recall the rule is before 10. We lost track of time. Draco suddenly interjected, his voice regaining that characteristic Malfoy arrogance. If one overlooked the reddening of his ears. Astronomy discussions can easily make one forget the hour. Of course, Sirius nodded, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Just like your father and I studied astronomy until 3 in the morning during our 7th year? Harry nearly choked on his cocoa. Draco's expression resembled someone who had just swallowed an entire box of blood-flavored nougat. As they descended the stairs, Harry was certain he heard his godfather softly humming the tune of James and Lily sitting under a tree. At the bedroom door, Draco suddenly grasped Harry's wrist, precisely where he had touched him on the rooftop. Tomorrow, Draco's voice was barely audible. There's a telescope in the attic. Creature said it can see the rings of Saturn. Harry felt that sweet yet sharp sensation swell within his chest once more. Tomorrow, he solemnly promised, as if forging some significant covenant. When he burrowed into his bed, he discovered a small paper package beneath his pillow. Inside was a sprinkle of shimmering stardust and a note. The stars tonight are more beautiful than those in the south of France. DM. Harry scattered the stardust on his bedside table, where it gently glimmered in the dark, reminiscent of that unfinished touch. From next door came Sirius's exaggerated footsteps and a laughing goodnight Harry. He buried his face into the pillow, laughing silently. The rooftop of number 12 Grimmauld Place would henceforth be the place closest to the stars in his heart. Chapter 17. The Quidditch World Cup. The air at 3 in the morning was imbued with dew and excitement. Harry followed Sirius, who was holding the torch, across the grass trampled by countless feet. The cacophony of voices enveloping them, a medley of shouts and laughter in various languages. Draco walked beside him, his golden hair glistening warmly in the torchlight. I swear I saw Victor Crumb. Ron's voice called from ahead, as he tugged Hermione's wrist, pushing forward, his red hair as conspicuous as a torch. Just over there by the Bulgarian team's tent. Hermione rolled her eyes. You say that every time you see a tall guy with dark hair. This time it's for real. Ron insisted, turning to Harry. Did you bring the signboard? Harry patted his backpack. Sirius managed to get me a backstage pass for the Bulgarian team. Draco raised an eyebrow. I thought you would be more supportive of the Irish team? Crumb is the best seeker in the world. Harry's eyes sparkled, even if he up against Ireland today. They turned a corner and were suddenly met with a breathtaking view. The Quidditch World Cup stadium loomed like a massive golden trophy against the darkness before dawn. With 100,000 seats stacked high, and the central pitch illuminated as if it were midday by countless torches. Merlin's beard, Neville gasped softly, lagging at the back of the group and nervously glancing over his shoulder. Sirius turned around, his black hair billowing in the morning breeze. Kids, remember the meeting point is by the 3 broomsticks sign under the oak tree. If we get separated, use the gold coins to contact each other. Hermione interjected fluently. We've heard it 3 times already, Mr. Black. Sirius grinned broadly, revealing a mischievous expression reminiscent of Harry's. It's delightful to have a clever one among you. Come on, our seats are in the top box. The ascent of several hundred stairs left everyone breathless. But as they pushed open the door to the top box, all weariness was forgotten. The entire stadium lay before them. For enormous scoreboards floating at the corners of the pitch, golden and green flags billowing in the Irish supporters section, while red and white belonged to Bulgaria. This is 10 times larger than Hogwarts pitch. Harry leaned over the railing, feeling the rush of high-altitude air against his face. Draco leaned against the railing beside him. My father took me to the World Cup in 1990, but I was too young then. All I remember is the streamers flying everywhere. Harry noticed the subtle shift in Draco's tone when he mentioned Lucius. Since the summer began, the Malfoys had only communicated through their house elf, Dobby, sending brief notes, never appearing in person. Last night, Dobby had suddenly appeared in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, handing over an exquisite silver envelope containing nothing but a short message wishing them an enjoyable match and assuring them that all was well at home. Look, the players are entering. Ron's shout interrupted Harry's thoughts. Below, in the center of the pitch, both teams soared into the air on their brooms. The Irish team's broom tails erupted with golden sparks, forming clover patterns in the sky. Meanwhile, the Bulgarian team dove collectively, pulling up sharply less than 10 feet from the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Harry's gaze immediately locked onto Crumb. The young seeker, with his black hair and hooked nose, had a posture on his broom like a poised predator, distinctly different from the others. He's truly incredible, Harry murmured, nearly forgetting to breathe. Draco followed his gaze. His flying style is somewhat similar to yours. Both are reckless in their dives. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match, and the quaffle was immediately thrown into the air. Harry struggled to keep pace with the game. The Irish chasers worked together flawlessly, scoring 3 goals within the first 10 minutes, while the Bulgarian beaters were terrifyingly aggressive, sending bludgers hurtling across the field like cannonballs. What is Crumb doing? Hermione frowned. He doesn't seem to be looking for the snitch at all. Harry squinted. He's observing, waiting for the right moment. Just then, Crumb suddenly shot towards the ground at a nearly vertical angle, with the Irish seeker, Lynch, hot on his tail. The crowd erupted in deafening screams, and Harry instinctively stood up, his fingers gripping the railing tightly. They're going to crash. Neville covered his eyes, but at the last moment, Crumb yanked up his broom, while Lynch crashed heavily onto the grass. The golden snitch darted past the tail end of Crumb's broom, disappearing at the other end of the pitch. A feint. Sirius whistled. That kid is quite cunning. Draco turned to Harry. Should you try that move next time? Just as Harry was about to respond, a chilling sensation suddenly crept up his spine. His scar throbbed painfully without warning, and a flash of green light flickered at the edge of his vision. It wasn't the stadium lights, but something more malevolent, more familiar. Harry? Draco's voice suddenly sounded distant. You look pale. I'm fine, Harry shook his head, forcing himself to focus back on the match, just a bad feeling. The game continued, with the Irish team steadily increasing their lead. But Crumb's flying was becoming increasingly breathtaking. When the score reached 170-30, the golden snitch appeared again. This time Crumb didn't use any tricks, winning purely by speed. He streaked across the pitch like a bolt of black lightning, his fingers grasping the struggling little ball a split second before the Irish seeker could reach it. Bulgaria has caught the snitch. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the stadium, but Ireland wins the match. What a thrilling. The cheers drowned out the rest of the sentence. The entire stadium erupted in a deafening roar. Irish supporters tossed their green hats into the air, and golden streamers rained down from above. Harry clapped along with everyone else, but that unsettling feeling lingered. We should head back, Sirius shouted over the noise. Before the crowd disperses completely, they struggled through the jubilant throng, Irish fans singing battle songs while Bulgarian supporters politely applauded. By the time they returned to the campsite, darkness had fully descended, and hundreds of tents glimmered with warm lights in the twilight. That was incredible. Ron continued to animatedly mimic Crumb's flying. That Lansky feint. Did you see it? Hermione handed Harry a cup of hot cocoa. Are you sure you're all right? You've been distracted since the second half of the match. Just as Harry was about to reply, a piercing scream sliced through the night air. Then came a second, a third, and from afar, an eerie green light rose, forming a massive skull in the sky with a serpent slithering from its mouth. The dark mark. Sirius's face turned ashen. The crowd began to scatter, tents were knocked over, and the cries of children mingled with the shouts of their mothers. Ministry officials flew overhead on brooms, rushing towards the source of the mark. Where's Neville? Hermione suddenly asked, her voice sharp. Harry looked around. Ron, Hermione, Draco, and Sirius were all present, but Neville was nowhere to be seen. He was just behind me, Ron said, panic rising in his voice. Another explosion erupted from the direction of the dark mark, lighting up half the sky with flames. Sirius drew his wand. I'll go find Neville. You all head back to the tent and lock the door immediately. It's faster if we split up, Harry said. Draco and I will head east. Ron and Hermione go west. Sirius hesitated for a moment, but the screams grew louder from all directions. All right, but we must return in half an hour, whether we find him or not. Harry grabbed Draco's wrist, and they ran towards the eastern woods. Moonlight was obscured by the treetops, and they could only proceed with the dim glow of their wands. Do you think it's Death Eaters? Draco panted, not slowing his pace. It has to be, Harry replied, as the pain in his scar intensified, and I know who it is. They passed through a thicket and suddenly heard sobbing ahead. Neville was kneeling beneath an oak tree, his face as pale as parchment. Neville. Harry rushed forward. Are you all right? My wand. Neville trembled as he raised his hands. Someone attacked me from behind and took my wand. Draco swiftly surveyed the surroundings. This place is not safe. We must. His words were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. 3 hooded figures emerged from the depths of the woods. The one in the center brandishing a wand that shimmered with a green light at its tip. Who goes there? Harry demanded sharply, pulling Neville behind him. The figure in the center halted, slowly removing their hood. The moonlight illuminated a face that Harry had only seen on the wanted posters, young Barty Crouch. His eyes gleaming with an unnatural fervor. "Harry Potter," he hissed. What a most unexpected encounter. Draco had already raised his wand, stupefied, but Crouch was quicker. A flash of red light surged forth, and Draco was hurled backwards as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. "Draco!" Harry wanted to rush over, but Crouch's two companions blocked his path. "Don't worry, Potter," Crouch smiled, a grin that sent chills through Harry's veins. "Tonight's objective is not you. We merely need to borrow this Mr. Longbottom's wand for a moment." He lifted Neville's wand and once again cast the dark mark. The green light illuminated his distorted features, the signal of the Dark Lord's return, and you shall bear witness. In the distance, more footsteps and shouts echoed. Ministry officials were approaching. Crouch clicked his tongue. "It seems the game is up. Tell Dumbledore he cannot prevent what is about to transpire." The three figures swiftly vanished into the depths of the woods. Harry immediately rushed to Draco's side, who was struggling to sit up. "I'm fine," Draco gritted his teeth. "Just a couple of broken ribs, perhaps." Sirius and the others soon arrived, the scene in chaos. Ministry officials were interrogating everyone about what they had seen, while medics busied themselves checking Draco and Neville's injuries. "They took my wand," Neville repeated over and over, his gaze vacant. "They used my wand to cast that mark." On the way back to the camp, Harry and Draco lagged at the back of the group. "It was Crouch," Harry whispered, "but he should be in Azkaban." Draco's expression was grave. "Harry, that mark rose near our camp. They know we are here." Harry nodded, the unease in his heart finally taking form. Voldemort's forces were gathering, but this time, he would face a Harry Potter transformed. Upon returning to the tent, a familiar house elf awaited anxiously at the entrance. "Dobby," Draco exclaimed, surprised. Tears welled in Dobby's large eyes. "Master, Dobby brings urgent news. The Master and Mistress want Master not to return home." He handed over a piece of parchment, and Draco's face paled as he unfolded it. "What is it?" Harry asked. Draco passed the note to him, which bore a single line. "Dark Lord summons. Do not return. Keep your distance. N.M." Harry's scar throbbed anew, realizing that the game had begun, and everyone would face an uncertain fate. Chapter 18. The Goblet of Fire. As the steam from the Hogwarts Express had yet to dissipate, the hall buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Harry followed the Slytherin students toward their long table, his gaze fleetingly scanning the staff table. Dumbledore, clad in a robe adorned with star patterns, had a twinkle of delight in his eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Snape remained sullen, resembling a bat poised to pounce on its prey, and amongst them sat a man Harry had never seen before, rugged in appearance, with a constantly revolving magical eye. "Who is that?" Draco inquired in a hushed tone, elegantly adjusting the hem of his robe. "Alastair Moody," Harry replied quietly, "the renowned Auror." Draco raised an eyebrow. "How do you know everything?" Harry merely smiled mysteriously, offering no reply. His gaze drifted to the Hufflepuff table, landing on Cedric Diggory, the handsome older student who was sharing laughter with his classmates, the candlelight dancing upon his brown curls. Harry's fingers unconsciously tightened around his napkin. "Silence." Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall, and all conversation ceased at once. "Before we indulge in this splendid feast, I have several important announcements." His blue eyes scanned the four house tables. "This year, Hogwarts will suspend its Quidditch matches." A wave of shocked murmurs erupted. Draco whirled to face Harry. "What?" "Then we." "Because," Dumbledore raised his voice to quell the clamor, "we shall host a more thrilling event, the Triwizard Tournament." The hall erupted in excitement. Students leapt to their feet, cheering and clapping, some even dancing atop the tables. Harry mechanically joined in the applause, his stomach heavy as if filled with lead. Dumbledore elaborated on the tournament's rules. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would send representatives. Only students over the age of 17 could enter. The Goblet of Fire would select 3 champions. The competition would consist of 3 tasks, testing magical skill, courage, and wit. The champions will receive a prize of 1,000 galleons, Dumbledore concluded, and eternal glory. As dinner commenced, the entire hall buzzed with discussions about the news. Pansy Parkinson excitedly clapped the table. "Draco, you must enter. The Malfoy family never misses such glory." Draco leisurely sliced his steak. "I'm only 16, Pansy. Unless you want to see me reduced to ashes by the Goblet of Fire." Harry stared down at his pumpkin soup, his thoughts drifting far away. He knew what would happen next. The disguised Barty Crouch would submit his name into the goblet. He would be forced to compete. Cedric would die in the final task. Voldemort would return. "Aren't you eating?" Draco's voice pulled him back to reality. The blonde boy frowned at Harry's nearly untouched plate. Or has the house elf's cooking suddenly lost its appeal to the savior? Harry forced a smile, just not hungry. He glanced at the staff table, where the false Moody's magical eye spun eerily, occasionally resting on him. In the Slytherin common room, the firelight cast a shimmering glow on the emerald green tapestries. Most students had returned to their dormitories, leaving only Harry and Draco seated in the ornate armchairs, relishing the rare tranquility. "Are you really not planning to try and enter?" Draco suddenly asked, his gray eyes shimmering silver in the firelight. "You surely have a way to bypass the age restriction." Harry shook his head. "It's too dangerous." And he hesitated. "I have a bad feeling about this." Draco chuckled lightly. "The illustrious Harry Potter is afraid of a competition?" "Not afraid of the competition." Harry gazed into the flickering flames. "Afraid of the consequences." A silence ensued. The fire crackled, and the silver serpent decorations on the walls cast undulating shadows. "You've been like this lately," Draco finally said, his voice surprisingly gentle, as if bearing the weight of the world's secrets. He stood, stretching. "See you tomorrow, Harry. Don't have nightmares." Harry watched Draco walk towards the boys' dormitory until his figure vanished behind the stone wall. After sitting for a while longer, Harry rose and returned to his four-poster bed. The deep green curtains parted automatically, revealing a neatly made bed. The house elf had even placed a warm cup of milk by the bedside. Clad in his pajamas, Harry hesitated before lying down. He approached the window, gazing through the still waters of the Black Lake towards the hazy moonlight. In his first year, he had often drifted off to sleep each night, mesmerized by the shimmering reflections of the water, marveling at the wonders of magic. Now, however, he was burdened by a profound sense of responsibility. Cedric Diggory. He whispered the name softly, tracing the letter on the cold glass with his finger. In the original story, Cedric was merely a supporting character, a fleeting presence in Harry's life. Yet here, in the corridors of Hogwarts, he was a tangible individual. He would help younger students retrieve their fallen books, always the first to shake hands with opponents after a Quidditch match, and would discreetly prompt Neville on what to add next during potions class. Harry returned to his bed, drawing the curtains closed, staring into the darkness with wide-open eyes. He could not bear to watch Cedric perish. He could not allow Voldemort to resurrect through the Triwizard Tournament. But how could he prevent it all? Should he directly inform Dumbledore that Moody was an imposter? But who would believe him? Exposing the true nature of Barty Crouch Jr. would require evidence. And he currently possessed nothing. A plan gradually began to take shape in Harry's mind. If he could not prevent his name from being entered into the Goblet of Fire, at the very least, he could ensure that Cedric would not touch that fateful trophy. He could warn Cedric in advance, covertly undermine Voldemort's schemes. Outside, a tentacle of a giant squid slowly glided past, casting an eerie shadow. Finally, Harry closed his eyes, resolved to take action tomorrow. This time, he would rewrite destiny with knowledge of the future, rather than being swept along by fate. Beyond the curtains, the silver-green Slytherin tapestry swayed gently in the reflection of the lake, like a web of destiny on the verge of being disturbed. The front-page headline of the Daily Prophet sparked a commotion at the Gryffindor table during breakfast. Harry peered over his pumpkin juice cup just in time to see Ron slam the newspaper down onto the table, his ears as red as his hair. "Here we go again." Ron's voice echoed through the hall. "The Ministry's in trouble again. The Weasleys are accused of abusing Muggle artifacts? That Fort Anglia was 3 years ago." Hermione looked up from her Transfiguration notes, letting out a sigh. "They're just trying to divert attention. Cornelius Fudge doesn't want people focusing on the recent Dementor attacks at Azkaban." Harry subtly glanced towards the staff table, where Moody was slicing a plate of pickled herring, seemingly oblivious to the students' uproar. "Your dad will be fine," Hermione comforted, patting Ron's arm. "The last hearing proved that Carr was under a Confundus charm, right? But this time they've added a new charge of endangering Muggle safety," Ron said glumly, poking at his sausage. "Percy said if the charge sticks, Dad might be suspended for investigation." Just as Harry was about to speak, an unexpected voice interrupted. 9 times out of 10, the claims in the Daily Prophet are complete nonsense. Draco Malfoy stood behind them, holding a copy of today's potions, his silver-green tie impeccably knotted. Ron straightened up, wary. "What do you mean, Malfoy?" Draco shrugged. "My father always said that when the Ministry wants to take someone down, they dig up old dirt. Besides, everyone knows Mr. Weasley's enthusiasm for Muggle items. If they truly intended to convict him, it would have happened long ago." A sudden silence enveloped the hall for a few seconds. Hermione's eyebrows nearly disappeared into her frizzy curls, while Ron gaped as if he had forgotten how to speak. Harry blinked. The scene felt oddly familiar. In the original narrative, on the same morning, with the same news, Draco had used the most vicious language to mock Ron's poverty, only to be transformed into a ferret by Moody. "And you're comforting me?" Ron asked skeptically. Draco's expression twisted, as if he were torn between snickering and frowning. "I'm merely stating facts, Weasley. Don't get carried away." He turned to Harry. "Potions class is moved to 10 o'clock. Snape is demonstrating a new antidote." As Draco turned to leave, Harry suddenly recalled something, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. He hurried after him. wrapping his arms around Draco's waist from behind as they reached the archway of the entrance hall, resting his chin on his shoulder. "Wait a moment," Harry whispered in Draco's ear. "I'm suddenly curious. Can you transform into a ferret?" Draco spun around abruptly, nearly colliding with Harry's nose. "What? Just a sudden thought," Harry replied innocently, blinking. "It should feel quite nice." "Are you out of your mind, Potter?" Draco's face flushed red. Animagus transformations require registration with the Ministry. And who would want to turn into that? "Oh, I know," Harry said, his fingers gently twisting around Draco's tie. "Just imagine." In fact, Harry remembered all too well the image of Draco as a ferret, his snowy white fur, panicked little black eyes, being controlled by Moody's wand, jumping around. At that time, he found it utterly delightful, but now he reflected. "What on earth are you thinking about all day?" Draco lowered his voice, scanning the curious students passing by. Harry grinned. "Most of the time, it's you." Draco's ears turned bright red in an instant. He opened his mouth to retort, but a sudden commotion interrupted them. Ron and Hermione were standing a few feet away, their expressions varied. Hermione appeared to be desperately suppressing the urge for an academic discussion, while Ron looked as if he had just swallowed a whole box of Honeyduck sweets. Shouldn't we be heading to class?" Ron asked stiffly, his eyes fixed on a spot on the ceiling. Hermione tugged at his sleeve. "Transfiguration is the other way, Ron." As they hurried away, Draco straightened his robes, which had been wrinkled by Harry's embrace. "You did that on purpose." "Perhaps," Harry admitted, pushing a stray lock of golden hair behind Draco's ear. "But you've truly improved, you know." The old you would have ruthlessly mocked Ron over the Daily Prophet incident. Draco wrinkled his nose. "Was I really that cruel?" "Much more so," Harry chuckled. "Once, you even got turned into a ferret for it, hopping down an entire corridor." "You're making that up." Draco rolled his eyes, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward. "But Ron really doesn't need to be that tense. Lucius is under investigation too. He knows better than anyone that these charges will likely amount to nothing." Suddenly, Harry grasped Draco's hand. "That's what I'm trying to say. The old Draco would never share such information to comfort someone." Draco fell silent for a moment, his fingertips lightly tracing Harry's palm. "Perhaps some of Harry's actions are finally starting to influence me." Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the entrance hall, casting dappled shadows on Draco's golden hair. Harry suddenly felt an urge to kiss those spots of light, but a distant cough from Filch reminded them of their surroundings. "Astronomy Tower tonight," Harry whispered. "We can continue our discussion on animagus transformations." A glint of mischief flashed in Draco's gray eyes. "If you bring some fizzing whizbees, I might consider transforming into any animal you fancy, Harry." They headed toward the dungeons, their shoulders brushing against each other gently. Harry glanced back at the sunlight in the entrance hall, feeling a surge of gratitude for the decision to hold Draco's hand, regardless of the timeline. This must be the most prudent choice he has ever made. The dusk of October descends ever earlier, enveloping the Hogwarts courtyard in twilight. Harry stands amidst the welcoming party for the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations, his fingertips brushing against the warmth of Draco's palm. The night breeze carries the chill of early winter across the Black Lake, causing the students' robes to flutter. "Are you cold?" Harry whispers, gently rubbing the inside of Draco's wrist with his thumb. Draco shakes his head, though Harry has already unfastened his cloak's brooch, draping one side over Draco's shoulder. The silvery green fabric cascades down Draco's back, melding seamlessly with his Slytherin robes. "Harry, you resemble a protective cat," Draco murmurs in playful complaint. Yet he does not flinch from Harry's fingers as they adjust his collar. "Be quiet, Draco," Harry replies with a smile, his fingertips deliberately grazing Draco's chin, eliciting a slight shiver from him. Ron, standing nearby, feigns a dramatic gagging gesture. "Could you two refrain from such displays in public? I'm about to lose my dinner." Hermione jabs Ron in the ribs with her elbow. "Ignore them, Ron. Jealousy is hardly a commendable trait." "Jealousy?" Ron's voice rises an octave. "Why would I envy someone who spends all day clinging to Malfoy?" "Look," Neville suddenly exclaims, pointing to the sky. "They're coming." Instantly, everyone's gaze shifts upward. Against the pitch-black night, a colossal form approaches the castle, its outline gradually becoming discernible. It is a massive, pale blue carriage, drawn by 12 winged thestrals, each the size of an elephant. Harry feels Draco lean slightly closer, their shoulders brushing. "Thestrals," Draco whispers, a note of astonishment in his voice that Harry rarely hears. "Abyssinian thestrals. My father has always wanted to acquire one." The ground trembles slightly as the carriage lands. An emblem is emblazoned upon the door, 2 golden wands crossed, each emitting 3 stars. The door swings open, and a lady clad in a light blue silk robe steps out. Harry immediately recognizes her as Madame Maxime. She is so tall that she must bow her head to enter the carriage. "Dumbledore," her deep, melodious voice calls out. "I hope we are not late." "Right on time, Olymp." Dumbledore smiles as he approaches, welcoming the Beauxbatons entourage to Hogwarts. The students of Beauxbatons emerge in succession, all adorned in exquisite silk uniforms. Shivering slightly in the cold wind, Harry notes that many possess curly hair and deep-set eyes. One silver-haired girl is breathtakingly beautiful, causing several boys nearby to straighten their spines. From the Delacour family, Draco whispers in Harry's ear, a renowned pure-blood family from France. Just then, the surface of the Black Lake begins to churn violently. A massive mast breaks the surface, followed by the hull of a ghostly ship rising from the depths, its damp sails emblazoned with Durmstrang's double-headed eagle emblem. Can't they travel in a normal way? Ron grumbles. The Durmstrang students disembark in perfect formation, all clad in heavy fur cloaks. Led by the internationally renowned Quidditch seeker Victor Crumb, a wave of excited whispers rippling through the crowd. Unbelievable, Ron mutters, his eyes wide as galleons. It's Victor Crumb. Hermione rolls her eyes, but Harry notices her gaze linger on the star player for a few seconds longer. Dumbledore steps forward to welcome the faculty and students of both schools, his silver beard glistening in the torchlight. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the competition begins, let us partake in a sumptuous feast. The crowd begins to move toward the castle. Just as Harry is about to follow, he feels Draco's hand tighten unexpectedly. What's wrong? Harry turns to ask. Draco's expression is somewhat peculiar. That Durmstrang headmaster, Karkaroff, he is looking at me. Following Draco's gaze, Harry indeed finds the man in the fur cloak staring at Draco, his eyes a mix of surprise and some indescribable emotion. Noticing Harry's gaze, Karkaroff quickly turns away. Strange. Harry frowns. Do you know him? No, Draco shakes his head. But the way he looks at me, it's as if he recognizes something. Before they can continue their discussion, Professor McGonagall urges the lagging students to hurry into the Great Hall. That evening, the Hogwarts Great Hall is adorned more splendidly than usual. Hundreds of floating pumpkin lanterns illuminate the 4 long tables. The ceiling is shrouded in clouds, occasionally flashing with silent lightning. The hall is more crowded than ever, with students filling the long tables, the enchanted ceiling mirroring the night sky outside, and the floating pumpkins casting a warm glow. The Beauxbatons students choose the Ravenclaw table, while Durmstrang heads towards Slytherin. Harry notices that Delacour is conversing with several Ravenclaw girls, while Crumb is surrounded by a group of Slytherins. Draco straightens his back, deliberately maintaining a Malfoy-like elegance, but Harry can see the flicker of interest in his eyes. Want to say hello? That's Victor Crumb. Harry whispers. Draco snorts dismissively. My father knows Crumb's coach. He says Crumb has a terrible temper in the locker room. Harry can't help but laugh. You're jealous. I am not. Brave ones. Dumbledore's voice interrupts their murmurs. The Triwizard Tournament. The entire hall falls into silence. Dumbledore approaches a large object covered with cloth and suddenly unveils it. A massive, intricately carved wooden cup appears before everyone, shimmering with blue and white flames. The Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore announces. Students wishing to enter must write their names on parchment and place them in the goblet by Thursday evening. On Friday night, it will select the champions representing each school. He elaborates on the age restrictions and safety measures, but Harry hardly pays attention. According to the original story, this should be when he is drawn into the tournament, but this time, he has no intention of participating. He has resolved to let fate take a different course. Who do you think will be chosen? Draco asks on the way back to the common room, as they walk through the corridors of the Slytherin dungeon. The torches casting long shadows of the two. I don't know, Harry replies honestly. Certainly not me. Draco raises an eyebrow. I thought the chosen one would crave more glory. I've had my fill of danger, Harry whispers, pushing open the door to the common room. Let someone else be the hero this time. Friday's dinner is exceptionally lavish, yet hardly anyone focuses on the food. All eyes constantly dart toward the staff table, where the Goblet of Fire has turned from blue to red, intermittently spitting sparks. Dumbledore rises, and the hall falls silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. He stands before the staff table beside a massive object draped in velvet. The Triwizard Tournament is an ancient and perilous event. Dumbledore scans the hall. Only students aged 17 or older may enter. Tonight, the Goblet of Fire will select the champions representing each school. As the velvet is lifted, a tall goblet adorned with strange patterns emerges, its blue and white flames dancing within. Dumbledore meticulously elucidated the rules and the inherent dangers, ultimately emphasizing, once selected, one must complete the task. Therefore, please reflect deeply before choosing to enter. The dinner concluded amidst fervent discussions. As the students departed the hall in succession, Harry observed Karkaroff once again fixating on Draco, his expression now verging on terror. The man undoubtedly harbored some issues. Harry whispered, instinctively positioning himself between Draco and Karkaroff. Draco appeared contemplative. He might know my father. Or what? Never mind. Draco shook his head. remarking that he had recently been plagued by peculiar dreams involving the Dark Mark and a great serpent. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He understood this signified Voldemort's resurgence, and that Draco might be feeling it due to the Mark of the Oath. Before he could inquire further, Professor McGonagall instructed all students to line up by their houses in preparation for witnessing the selection of champions. The hall had been rearranged. The 4 long tables were moved against the walls, leaving a spacious area in the center. In front of the staff table, 4 chairs were positioned, occupied by the 3 headmasters and Bartemius Crouch from the Ministry of Magic. The Goblet of Fire was placed on a small table, its flames having shifted from blue to red, sporadically emitting sparks. It was about to commence. Hermione squeezed through the Gryffindor ranks to stand beside Harry. Ron reluctantly followed her, his gaze fixated on Krum. Dumbledore approached the Goblet of Fire. When your name is called, please step forward into the adjoining room. He gestured toward the small door beside the staff table, where they would receive preliminary instructions. Suddenly, the flames turned red, ejecting a burning parchment. Dumbledore caught it. The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum. Amidst applause and cheers, Krum strode steadily toward the front chamber. The Goblet of Fire erupted with flames once more. The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. As Fleur gracefully rose, the Beauxbatons girls embraced each other in excitement, some even shedding tears. The Goblet of Fire belched flames for the 3rd time. The champion from Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted into deafening cheers as Cedric stood amidst his friends, a look of astonishment and joy adorning his face. Excellent, Hermione applauded, noting that now 3 champions had been announced. Abruptly, the Goblet of Fire transformed red again, and a 4th parchment unexpectedly flew out. The hall fell into an immediate silence, everyone holding their breath. Dumbledore caught the note, his brow furrowed. As he read the name aloud, a clear confusion tinged his voice. Draco Malfoy. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. Every head turned toward the Slytherin table, including the professors at the staff table. Snape's expression was ominously dark, while Karkaroff's face turned ashen, his goblet crashing to the floor. Draco stood frozen, his gray eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. Harry was the first to react. This is a mistake. Draco didn't enter. He isn't even 17 yet. But Dumbledore's stern gaze silenced any further protests. The selection of the Goblet of Fire is magically binding. Mr. Malfoy, please step forward. Draco mechanically rose, and Harry grasped his wrist. Wait, this isn't right. You don't have to. I must go, Harry. Draco's voice was soft yet resolute. You know the rules. Once chosen, this could be a trap. Harry whispered urgently, his heart pounding like a drum. Someone is trying to harm you. Draco offered a wry smile. This wouldn't be the first time. He gently extricated himself from Harry's grasp. I will be fine. Harry watched Draco approach the staff table, his slender silhouette appearing remarkably solitary under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. As Draco vanished through the door, a cacophony of murmurs erupted within the hall. Malfoy? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. How could this happen? Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the clamor. I ask all students to return to their dormitories in an orderly fashion. The champions need to prepare for tomorrow's interviews and ceremony. The crowd began to disperse, but Harry remained rooted in place, staring at the door through which Draco had disappeared. Hermione gently touched his arm with concern. Harry, perhaps it was just an accident? Harry shook his head, his scar suddenly throbbing. No, Hermione. This was orchestrated. Someone wants Draco to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and I must uncover the reason. As Harry finally exited the hall, he noticed Karkaroff leaning in toward Dumbledore at the staff table, speaking urgently, while the headmaster's expression was more serious than ever. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, casting light upon the castle's spires, and igniting the burning resolve in Harry's eyes. The Slytherin common room was deserted. The greenish glow of light filtered through the waters of the Black Lake, casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. Harry stood by the window, his fingers clenched into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms. He had remained in this position for nearly 2 hours, ever since Draco had been called into that room. The sound of the stone door sliding open startled him, and he turned sharply. Draco stood in the doorway, his complexion as pale as marble beneath moonlight. Yet his back remained resolutely straight. He clutched a piece of parchment, stamped with the Ministry of Magic seal. They insisted I must participate. Draco's voice was calm, too calm. As Crouch stated that the Goblet of Fire's contract is magically binding. Harry rushed forward, seizing Draco's wrist, pulling him toward the boys' dormitory. His actions were nearly forceful, but Draco offered no resistance. The dormitory door slammed shut behind them, and Harry immediately cast a silencing charm before releasing his grip. This is a conspiracy. Harry's voice was low, yet quivered with suppressed emotion. Someone entered your name into the Goblet of Fire. Someone intends to. His hands trembled. Harry was astonished to discover his fingers were shaking uncontrollably, his chest feeling as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. It was the first time he had shown such unfiltered fear in front of Draco. Draco's expression shifted. He set down the parchment and cupped Harry's face in his hands, his thumbs gently brushing over the lightning-shaped scar. "Breathe, Harry," he whispered, pressing his forehead against Harry's. "Breathe with me." Following Draco's rhythm, Harry inhaled deeply, the coolness of the lake and a faint scent of green apple from Draco filling his lungs. His heartbeat gradually steadied, yet the fear in his eyes lingered. "I don't know who did this," Harry's voice was hoarse, "but I know what they want. The Triwizard Tournament is perilous." He abruptly halted, realizing he nearly revealed details from the original story. Draco stepped back, his gray eyes locking onto Harry's. "What happened last time?" The moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting turquoise shadows across Draco's face. Harry gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar visage, once brimming with arrogance and scorn, now filled with determination and concern. He suddenly realized how much this boy had changed. Strong, loyal, and unexpectedly brave. "I can't say," Harry finally replied, "but trust me, it is dangerous." "I don't want you." "Harry," Draco interrupted him, his voice surprisingly gentle. "Whoever is pulling the strings will regret choosing Malfoy as their pawn." "We will face this together," Harry promised softly, his fingers intertwining with Draco's, just as they always had. Draco nodded, a familiar Malfoy-esque smile playing on his lips. Yet the warmth in his eyes was entirely novel. "This time, I am the officially recognized champion, Potter. Try to keep up." Harry couldn't help but chuckle, the tension in his chest finally easing. He drew closer to Draco, their foreheads once again resting against one another. "When did you become so brave?" he asked softly. "Perhaps it was from spending too much time with a certain Harry," Draco murmured in response, his breath brushing against Harry's lips, infecting him with that reckless spirit. At that moment, a knock sounded at the dormitory door, prompting Harry to remove the silencing charm. "Malfoy?" It was Crabbe's deep voice. "Professor Snape wishes to see you. Now." Draco sighed, picking up the school robe draped over his bed. "It seems my journey as a champion is officially commencing." He walked to the door, glancing back at Harry. "I'll see you under that beech tree by the Black Lake after breakfast tomorrow. We need to plan." Harry nodded, watching Draco depart. As the door clicked shut, he approached the window, gazing into the depths of the Black Lake where a massive squid glided. Moonlight filtered through the water, casting shimmering ripples upon the stone floor. Harry recalled the moment the goblet of fire spat out Draco's name, that icy dread washing over him once more. But this time felt different. This time, he was not alone. No matter who was pulling the strings, no matter what their intentions were, Harry and Draco would confront it together. This realization was like a warm flame, dispelling the chill of the October night. Harry reached out to touch the cold glass of the window, the frigid sensation reminding him of Draco's fingers. "Be careful, champion," he whispered to the empty dormitory, then turned to prepare for the morrow. Chapter 19. Not Alone. The atmosphere in Snape's office was darker than usual, illuminated only by the flickering light of a few candles. Various peculiar specimens floated silently in glass jars on the shelves against the wall. Draco stood before the desk, his back straight, yet his fingers curled slightly at his sides. "Sit." Snape's voice was deeper than normal. As Draco settled into the wooden chair, it emitted a soft creak. He noticed a steaming cup of tea on the desk, perfectly prepared with sugar and milk in his preferred proportions. "You know why I called you here?" Snape's black eyes, under the candlelight, resembled two fathomless lakes. Draco nodded. "About the goblet of fire, Godfather. You did not submit your name." "It was not a question." "I did not." Draco's voice remained steady. "I didn't even come close to it. Harry can attest to that." "Potter," Snape's lips twisted slightly, as if tasting something bitter. "What is his opinion on this matter?" Draco hesitated for a moment. "He believes it to be a conspiracy. Someone wants to harm me." Snape suddenly stood, his black robes swirling behind him like a bat's wings. He moved to the fireplace, turning his back to Draco. "The Triwizard Tournament is no trifling matter, Draco. The last wizard who perished as a result of it has yet to be laid to rest." The flickering flames cast an orange hue over Snape's gaunt silhouette. For the first time, Draco noticed just how thin his godfather appeared. "Who do you think would do such a thing?" Snape abruptly turned, his gaze piercing. Draco's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the teacup. "I don't know, but Karkaroff was staring at me yesterday." His expression was strange. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "Karkaroff." He slowly articulated the name, as if savoring its toxicity. "That explains certain things." Silence enveloped the office as Draco took a sip of his tea. The warm liquid slid down his throat, carrying a hint of mint, serving as a calming agent. "Listen," Snape approached, his voice unusually softened. "Whoever orchestrated this, their target may not be solely you." He paused. "It could also be Potter, through you." Draco's teacup clinked lightly against the tray. "I will be careful." "Sir, careful is far from enough." Snape's tone turned almost stern. "You need to be vigilant of every shadow, every whisper. There are individuals aboard Durmstrang's ship whom I do not trust. He leaned forward, his dark eyes locking onto Draco's. And whatever the circumstances, remember, you have a godfather to turn to. Draco felt a tightness in his throat. It was rare for Snape to express concern so openly. He recalled how, during his childhood, whenever Lucius was away, it was Snape who would quietly deliver the latest broom models or rare potion ingredients, never seeking acknowledgement. Thank you, Severus, Draco murmured. Using his godfather's name, Snape straightened up, his expression hardening once more. Now go and rest. Starting tomorrow, come to me every evening before bed for a calming draft. You need to keep your mind clear. As Draco reached the door, Snape added, and tell Potter that his silencing charm needs strengthening. I could hear it from outside. Draco's face flushed instantly, and he hurried out of the office. The black lake shimmered in the morning light. The beech tree's leaves beginning to turn yellow. Harry sat on the grass beneath the tree, fiddling with a gold galleon. This was the communication coin he and Hermione Ron used to relay messages, now imbued with a new charm. What are you doing? Draco's voice prompted Harry to look up. In the sunlight, the newly minted Hogwarts champion wore a deep green robe, a small silver badge emblazoned with Hogwarts champion adorning his chest. His golden hair appeared more meticulously styled than usual. Improving the communication coin, Harry patted the grass beside him. This way, we can contact each other anytime. Draco elegantly lowered himself to the ground, stretching his long legs. Are you sure you didn't pilfer this trick from Granger? She taught me, Harry admitted generously, but I added a bit of my own flair. He handed the galleon to Draco. Give it a try. Draco accepted the galleon, his fingers grazing Harry's palm, sending a jolt of electricity through him. He recited the incantation Harry had taught him, and the galleon immediately grew hot, a line of text appearing. Don't get too cocky, champion. Harry erupted into laughter, the sunlight dancing upon his glasses. Just then, a shadow swiftly approached from across the lake. A massive black dog, splashing water as it ran. Sirius. Harry sprang to his feet, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The black dog transformed before them into a tall man, his black hair billowing in the wind. Sirius appeared more haggard than usual, dark circles under his eyes. I heard our Slytherin friend was chosen by the Goblet of Fire, Sirius stated directly, his gray eyes scrutinizing Draco. So how do you feel? Scared? Draco raised his chin slightly. The Malfoys know not what fear is. Huh. Sirius chuckled briefly. I've heard that one before. Your father said the same in his first year, only to be scared up onto a table by a house elf. Draco's lips twitched. My father? Don't change the subject. Sirius suddenly turned serious, sitting cross-legged on the grass. Harry told me you didn't enter your name. This means someone wants to harm you, or to harm Harry through you. Harry nodded. We discussed it last night. The question is, who would do this? And why? The possibilities are numerous. Sirius's fingers absent-mindedly tapped against his knee, recalling that Karkaroff had once been a Death Eater, despite his claims of reformation. Bagman was drowning in debt, and perhaps even the false Moody was implicated. False Moody? Draco furrowed his brow, that mad-eyed man. Harry exchanged a knowing glance with Sirius. We suspect he is not the true Alastor Moody, Harry murmured, though we cannot be certain yet. Sirius suddenly leaned forward. Listen, children, regardless of who the puppet master is. They are evidently well prepared. You must be ready for anything. He retrieved a small leather pouch from his pocket and poured out 3 items, a silver mirror, a serpent-shaped brooch, and an unassuming feather quill. This is a two-way mirror, he pointed to the mirror, allowing you to contact me at any time. The brooch is a dark magic detector. It will heat up in proximity to dangerous objects. And this feather quill, he added with a mischievous grin, will automatically record everything you hear, including silent spells and passwords. Draco gazed at the items in astonishment. These are for us? Of course, Sirius shrugged. Did you think I would allow my godson's boyfriend to face danger unprepared? Harry's face flushed deeply, while Draco appeared as if he had been choked by a merman. We're not, Draco stammered. Oh, come now, Sirius rolled his eyes. You are far more obvious than James and Lily ever were. He stood, brushing off the grass from his robes. But remember, you are not alone in this fight. Unexpectedly, he placed a reassuring hand on Draco's shoulder. Be brave, lad. But do not be reckless. I would rather not have to explain to Narcissa how her son ended up as a Triwizard Tournament trophy. Draco's expression shifted from shock to a complex softness. Thank you, Mr. Black. Call me Sirius. He winked. After all, if Harry insists on being with you, we will eventually become family. Harry groaned, burying his face in his hands. I must be off, Sirius said, transforming back into his large black dog form. Remember, contact me immediately if anything unusual occurs. He nodded at Harry, casting a meaningful glance at Draco, before dashing towards Hogsmeade. Silence enveloped the two for a moment. Eventually, Draco cleared his throat. Your godfather is quite frank. Harry finally lifted his head from his hands. Sorry, He always like this. No, Draco whispered, his fingers brushing the serpent brooch. It's good to know someone supports us. Harry grasped Draco's hand. Their fingertips were slightly chilled by the morning air, yet where they touched felt exceedingly warm. No matter what the first task is, Harry declared resolutely, we will face it together. Draco nodded, sunlight dancing upon his golden hair. Together. The distant chime of breakfast echoed from the castle, yet neither made a move. Beneath the beech tree, their shadows intertwined on the grass, stretching long into the distance. Chapter 20. The Hungarian Horntail. You absolutely must see this. Ron's voice intercepted Harry and Draco after potions class. His red hair was speckled with some unidentifiable goo, and his face bore a rare seriousness. Hermione followed closely behind, cradling a stack of ancient tomes, the topmost being the Encyclopedia of Deadly Dragon Species, which made Draco squint. Weasley, if you've brought some disgusting mutant slug into the Great Hall again, Draco drawled as he meticulously folded his dragon-hide gloves. I assure you I will inform Professor Snape, who pilfered his African snake skin. Not a specimen. Ron hissed. Hagrid invited us to his hut tonight. He said there are things the champions ought to know. Harry and Draco exchanged a surprised glance. Why tell us? Draco raised an eyebrow. I thought you Gryffindors preferred fair competition. Hermione bit her lip. We told Hagrid as friends, we should help each other. And she glanced at Harry. If Draco were in danger, Harry would surely be the first to charge in. Ron rolled his eyes. We all know the pattern. Harry felt his ears grow warm. At 10 o'clock, Hermione whispered, Ron and I will head out first. You two find a way to sneak over quietly. The October night air was brisk, causing the branches at the edge of the forbidden forest to creak, and Hogwarts corridors took on an unfamiliar, mysterious quality after curfew. Harry and Draco squeezed beneath the invisibility cloak, carefully avoiding areas frequently patrolled by Filch, making their way toward the castle doors. Are you sure this is the way? Draco whispered, his warm breath brushing against Harry's ear. We could easily traverse the secret passages directly to the greenhouses. Harry shook his head, then realized the futility of the gesture under the cloak. Hermione said Filch installed a new peeping glass near the greenhouses. It's safer to go through the front. Who would expect someone to sneak out the main entrance? Draco snorted, Gryffindor logic. Next time, you might as well swagger out from Dumbledore's office. Suddenly, Harry halted, pressing a finger to Draco's lips. Heavy footsteps and the sound of metal clanging against the floor echoed around the corner. Hide, Harry whispered, pulling Draco back behind a statue. Mad-Eye Moody's figure appeared at the end of the path, his magical eye spinning 360 degrees as it surveyed the darkness. The two held their breath, pressing against the statue. Moody stopped just a few steps away, taking a long swig from his flask, then limping off toward the castle. Quickly, Harry tugged Draco's wrist, and they tiptoed swiftly down the corridor, not slowing until they were certain they had distanced themselves from danger. Merlin, Draco gasped, resting his forehead against Harry's shoulder. That madman nearly discovered us. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Malfoy scared of a retired auror? Shut it, you prat, Draco retorted weakly, yet still gripping Harry's robes tightly. If you had him staring at you all day with that magical eye. Seizing the opportunity, Harry pulled Draco closer, the invisibility cloak enveloping them like a tent. In the darkness, he caught the scent of Draco's apple-scented shampoo, mingling with the unique sandalwood fragrance of his fine robes. You know, Harry suddenly said, his fingers sliding down to Draco's waist, have you put on a bit of weight lately? The cloak seems a tad snug. Draco shot his head up, nearly colliding with Harry's chin. What? His voice shot up an octave in shock, then quickly lowered. I haven tea. Harry's hand gently squeezed Draco's waist, the sensation softer than he had anticipated. Really? There's definitely a bit more padding here. Draco's face flushed crimson in the moonlight. That's the lining of the robes. My mother insisted the house elf make it thicker. He suddenly realized something, narrowing his eyes. You're teasing me. Harry grinned widely, emboldened by the concealment of the cloak as he leaned in closer to Draco's ear. Perhaps. His breath deliberately brushed against Draco's sensitive earlobe, but it certainly is easier to hold you now. You. Draco was about to retort when footsteps echoed once more in the distance, and both fell silent, pressing against the wall. This time it was Snape, his black cloak swirling like the wings of a bat as he hurried past from the far end of the corridor, blissfully unaware of the two individuals holding their breath beneath the invisibility cloak. Once the sound of footsteps had completely faded, Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, remarking, It seems everyone is quite busy tonight. However, Draco's expression turned contemplative. Snape never participates in the curfew patrols. Where could he possibly be going? Who knows? Harry shrugged, adjusting the position of the cloak. Maybe he's off to the basement to fetch more shampoo. This jest successfully redirected Draco's attention back to the present. He gently nudged Harry, saying, Focus, Harry. If we get caught because of your foolish laughter, I will inform Professor McGonagall that this was all your idea. You wouldn't dare? Harry replied confidently, pulling Draco along. You're far too curious about what Hagrid wants to show us. The castle's grand doors loomed ahead. Harry cautiously cracked them open, allowing the two of them to slip outside. The October night breeze greeted them, infused with the distinctive damp earthiness of the forbidden forest. Moonlight illuminated the gravel path leading to Hagrid's hut, while the outlines of the pumpkin patch loomed ominously in the darkness. By the way, Draco suddenly inquired, why aren't Weasley and Granger accompanying us? Harry chuckled, because Ron insists that 4 people crammed under the invisibility cloak seems too suspicious. In truth, Hermione discovered a secret passage used by house elves. Granger always knows the oddest shortcuts, Draco muttered, though his tone lacked the usual disdain. They proceeded along the edge of the vegetable patch, steering clear of areas directly illuminated by moonlight. When they finally knocked on Hagrid's hut door, Fong's exuberant barking nearly compromised their cover. Ron opened the door a crack, his gaze scanning the empty threshold. What is going on? He exclaimed, suddenly realizing their presence and quickly stepping aside. Once the invisibility cloak was removed, Harry noticed Hermione scrutinizing the proximity between him and Draco. A flicker of understanding in her eyes, though she chose to remain tactfully silent. The warm wooden interior was suffused with the aromas of rock cakes and strong tea. Hagrid's usually jovial face bore an unusually serious expression, with a miniature model of a dragon on the table that was emitting tiny flames. You've arrived, Hagrid exclaimed, wiping his hands on his apron. Care for some tea? I just bought some Honeyduke's fudge. Draco stared at the dragon model, his complexion paling. What is that? Hermione entwined her fingers nervously. A Hungarian horntail. The first task's challenge. Ron added, every champion must face a dragon and retrieve a golden egg from them. Harry sensed Draco stiffen. He discreetly edged closer, lightly pressing his shoulder against Draco's. This isn't according to regulations. Draco's voice was unnaturally calm. Yet Harry could see his pale knuckles gripping his wand tightly. Making students confront a creature of such danger, Hagrid shook his head sadly. The rules of the Triwizard Tournament are different, kids. But don't worry. Charlie, Ron's brother, is bringing dragon tamers with him. They'll ensure safety. Safety? Draco's voice rose slightly. Against a creature that can breathe flames at 1,500 degrees? Harry's fingers quietly slipped into Draco's palm, giving it a gentle squeeze. Draco immediately fell silent, but grasped Harry's hand in return with surprising strength. Hermione quickly flipped through fantastic beasts and where to find them. Hungarian horntails are one of the most dangerous breeds, but they have a blind spot on their right side. If we use the appropriate Confundus charm, we need to see those dragons for ourselves, Harry interjected. Hagrid hesitated. That's not quite in line with the rules, Hagrid. Harry locked eyes with him. If someone deliberately puts Draco's name into the Goblet of Fire, they want to see him get hurt. We need to know exactly what we are up against. The gentle giant's heart softened quickly. 10 minutes later, they stealthily followed Hagrid towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Ron and Hermione walked ahead, while Harry and Draco trailed behind, still cloaked in invisibility. Are you all right? Harry whispered, sensing Draco's breathing had quickened. Absolutely, Draco replied dryly. Finally a chance to fulfill my childhood dream of becoming dragon fodder. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, only to be silenced by Hagrid's gesture. They climbed a small hill, and Hagrid parted the bushes before them. Merlin's beard. Ron's voice nearly choked. For massive dragons were chained at the edge of the forbidden forest. The one closest to them was a colossal beast covered in black scales, adorned with bronze spikes, the Hungarian horntail. Even from hundreds of yards away, the dragon's heat and sulfuric scent enveloped them. The horntail suddenly turned to face their hiding spot, its yellow eyes glowing like lanterns in the darkness. Back away, Hagrid whispered urgently, but it was too late. The dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of flames towards them. Instinctively, Harry yanked Draco, and the two tumbled into a nearby ditch. The heat wave swept over them, and the bushes were instantly reduced to ashes. Harry! Draco! Hermione's scream pierced the air. Harry looked up to find himself pressed against Draco, their faces mere inches apart. Draco's eyes glimmered a nearly translucent gray in the moonlight, wide with terror, yet fixed intently on Harry. Time seemed to freeze. Harry could feel Draco's chest heaving beneath him, counting the faint golden eyelashes. Something hotter than dragon fire surged through his veins. In the distance, dragon tamers shouted. Hagrid's large hand pulled them from the ditch. Run. While they Haven noticed, the 5 of them stumbled back to Hagrid's hut, hearts racing wildly. Once the door was shut, Hermione immediately began flipping through her copy of Common Magical Dragon Species and Their Weaknesses, while Ron slumped into a chair, his complexion whiter than a ghost. What now? Draco asked, his voice surprisingly calm, though Harry noted the slight tremor in his fingers. Harry gazed at the small dragon model on the table, a plan beginning to form. Now we study, then we train. He turned to Hermione. What are the weaknesses of the Hungarian horntail? Hermione quickly flipped to the marked page. Besides the right side blind spot, they are sensitive to sudden bright lights. The most effective is the blindness charm. A hint of a cold smirk appeared on Draco's pale face. How convenient. Snape just taught us that. Ron gaped in astonishment. You plan to use the blindness charm against a Hungarian horntail? That's Newt level. No, Harry interrupted, his eyes lighting up. We'll all cast the spell together. The combined power of our magic will be stronger. Hagrid's large teacup hovered in the air. You can't. We have no choice, Draco stated, his fingers quietly finding Harry's beneath the table. If someone wants to see me fail in the first task, they are gravely mistaken. Hermione had already begun sketching a diagram on parchment. If we position ourselves at 4 different angles, Ron leaned in to look. We'll need precise timing. Harry observed the 3 heads bent in discussion. Red-haired Ron, brown-haired Hermione, and blonde Draco, suddenly feeling an odd sense of reassurance. No matter who was orchestrating this contest from behind the scenes, they had not anticipated one thing. Draco Malfoy was not alone. Training starts tomorrow, Harry declared, their fingers entwined. We have 3 weeks outside. The distant roar of the Hungarian horntail echoed, seemingly responding to this declaration of war. Beneath the table, Draco's fingers gently traced Harry's palm, silently conveying a message. We shall face this together. Chapter 21, The Friendship of 4. As the morning chill lingered, Harry stood at the edge of the Quidditch pitch. The November wind stung his cheeks, yet he paid it no heed. Engrossed in drawing a colossal circle on the grass with his wand, marking 4 equidistant points with star-shaped symbols. Are you certain this will work? Ron yawned as he approached, cradling a stack of advanced spellbooks borrowed from the library, his red hair disheveled, as if tousled by a tempest. Theoretically, it should, Hermione chimed in, trailing closely behind, her dragonhide boots dampened by the morning dew. In Principles of Combined Magic, it states that when multiple wizards share a common purpose, their spells will create a synergistic effect. Draco was the last to arrive, his pallid face marked by dark circles. He said nothing, merely taking his place on one of the star-shaped points Harry had marked, his fingers deftly twirling his hawthorn wand. Let us begin, Harry declared, positioning himself. Remember, synchronization is key. 4 wands were raised simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. Stunning spell. 4 beams of red light shot forth from different directions, intertwining in midair to form a net, which then dissipated into harmless wisps of smoke. Ron's spell veered 3 inches left. Hermione's was a second too early. Draco's magical energy fluctuated erratically, while Harry's, well, at least hit the target dummy, leaving a charred spot on the wooden surface. Again, Harry urged resolutely. The sun ascended higher, illuminating the 4 unwavering figures. By the 13th attempt, Ron's spell finally synchronized with the others, and 4 beams of red light coalesced into a robust shaft, obliterating the training dummy 30 feet away into fragments. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at his wand. I've never cast such a powerful spell. Hermione leaped up in excitement. Synergistic effect. The book states that the power of combined magic multiplies, rather than adds. Draco wiped the sweat from his brow, a slight smile gracing his lips. It seems that Malfoy's magical prowess has finally found someone worthy to match it. To Ron's surprise, he didn't retort, but instead grinned broadly. Shall we try again? This time, I wager 10 galleons we can hit that farthest dummy. Ron, Hermione scolded, though her eyes twinkled with mirth. Gambling is wrong. But if it's 5 galleons, I bet we can hit it right in the eye. Harry gazed at his 3 friends. Now he could use that term without reservation, as warmth surged within him. Just weeks prior, such a scene would have been unfathomable. A Weasley, a Granger, a Malfoy, and Harry Potter, striving for a common goal. Focus, Harry reminded them, raising their wands once more, envisioning those they aimed to protect. This time, as the spells launched forth, the 4 beams merged flawlessly, transforming into a dazzling golden red ray, striking the right eye of the dummy 50 feet away with such force that it toppled the 3 surrounding dummies. Merlin's foul socks, Ron cried out. Draco broke into an uncharacteristic laugh, a joyous sound Harry had never heard before, unrestrained and full of mirth. The sunlight glinted off his pale golden hair, as if gilding him with a golden sheen. Harry suddenly recalled the arrogant boy who had mocked Neville in their first year, hardly able to believe it was the same person. Shall we have one more before lunch? Draco suggested, his gray eyes sparkling. Training became their daily ritual, convening at 6 in the morning on the Quidditch pitch to practice the combined stunning spell, studying dragon weaknesses in the room of requirement after classes, and taking turns on watch at night to prevent anyone from discovering their plans. Snape expressed skepticism regarding Draco's frequent absences from house activities, but each time, they managed to deflect with the excuse of warrior training. On the 3rd day of training, Ron brought along a dragon-taming manual sent by his brother Charlie. Look at this, he pointed to an anatomical diagram of the Hungarian horntail. The eyes are the most vulnerable area, but also the hardest to hit. Charlie says they instinctively protect their eyes. So we must catch them off guard. Hermione immediately proposed a tactic. If the four of us attack from different angles simultaneously, at least one of us should be able to penetrate the defenses. We need bait, Draco mused. Someone to draw its attention. Harry and Draco's gazes met in the air, both shaking their heads in unison. No way, Harry insisted firmly. Too dangerous. I'm an officially recognized warrior, remember? Draco said softly. This is my match. Ron glanced between Harry and Draco, then cleared his throat awkwardly. I guess I could be the bait. I mean, we already have so many kids at home. Losing one might not matter. Hermione stomped on Ron's foot, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Idiot, Draco remarked, his voice tinged with something unusual. Do you think I would let a Weasley take the brunt of a dragon's flames for me? He paused, but thank you. Ron's ears turned crimson, and he pretended to adjust the dragon diagram to hide his expression. It's nothing, Malfoy. Just, teamwork. The words seemed to shift the atmosphere. Hermione suddenly hugged Ron. Harry patted Draco's shoulder, and Draco nodded at Ron, a gesture of respect. In the week leading up to the match, they finally managed to amplify the power of the combined stunning spell to a level sufficient to penetrate the ironclad charm. Harry procured an ancient suit of armor from the house elf in the kitchen as their ultimate test target. Are you ready? Harry inquired, as the four stood in the simulated arena conjured by the Room of Requirement. Today, the room had transformed into a scaled-down coliseum, housing the suit of armor adorned with a dragon eye emblem at its center. Synchronization is key, Hermione reminded them, adjusting her grip on her wand. Strength comes from unity, Ron offered, surprisingly philosophical. Draco merely nodded briefly, but Harry could see the determination in his eyes. 4 wands were raised, and 4 spells shot forth, intertwining into an unprecedented flow of formidable magical energy. When the light struck the armor, there was no explosion, no spark, only a crisp chime, akin to striking the purest crystal goblet. A perfect circular hole appeared in the center of the armor, its edges smooth as a mirror. We did it, Hermione whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. Ron collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, I'd wager even Dumbledore couldn't do this. Draco examined the hole in the armor. This power is sufficient to pierce the eyelid of a horntail. But in the match, we'll have only one chance. Harry surveyed the weary yet resolute faces of his 3 friends. We will succeed, because we are in this together, Hermione finished. The unbeatable 4, Ron grinned broadly. Draco rolled his eyes. That name is far too Gryffindor. Then you come up with a name, Malfoy, Ron challenged. I never said I wouldn't accept, Draco replied dryly, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Harry burst into laughter. Perfect on the eve of the match. The 4 discreetly gathered at the astronomy tower, eluding the attention of all professors and students. The luminous glow of the full moon cascaded upon the stone ground, bestowing a silvery sheen upon everything it touched. Hermione brought forth 4 diminutive talismans, intricately woven with protective charms. I have scoured every resource, she proclaimed. Distributing these talismans to everyone is a tradition among ancient Celtic warriors before they ventured into battle. They are believed to bring good fortune. Ron produced a box of chocolate frogs. My mum sent these, he said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. She mentioned they were for my Slytherin friend. If she knew it was you, she might have sent poison instead. Draco accepted the chocolate frog, unusually devoid of sarcasm. Please convey my gratitude to Mrs. Weasley. Harry retrieved 4 bottles of butterbeer. I took these from the kitchen. For tomorrow. They gently clinked their bottles together, the night breeze carrying a chill, yet none were eager to depart. From the distant forbidden forest came occasional low growls, forewarning the challenges that lay ahead. We will adhere to the plan for tomorrow, Harry murmured, as Hermione and Ron positioned themselves in the stands, while he prepared to assist in the contestants' area. When we are all in our designated spots, the talismans will radiate warmth, Hermione elucidated. That will be the signal. Draco remained silent for a considerable time before quietly stating, regardless of what transpires tomorrow, I wish to express my gratitude. He paused, seemingly in search of the right words. I never anticipated that I would. Befriend a Weasley, a Muggle born. And he glanced at Harry, a slight smile gracing his lips, a Potter. Ron feigned wiping away a tear. Malfoy just uttered the word friend. I must record this for posterity. Hermione chuckled as she playfully nudged Ron, her eyes sparkling. Harry raised his butterbeer. To friendship. And to tomorrow. Draco joined in. To defeating that infernal dragon. Ron added. The 4 bottles clinked under the moonlight, producing a crisp sound. Tomorrow, they would confront the Hungarian horntail, face the gaze of the entire school, and brave the unknown dangers. Yet, in that moment, on this starlit night, they were merely 4 ordinary youths, sharing the warmth of friendship and a collective belief. No matter what transpired, they would not face it alone. The first challenge quickly approached. the roar of the Hungarian horntail resonating painfully in Harry's ears. He stood behind the barrier of the contestants' area, fingers tightly gripping his wand, knuckles turning white. The stands erupted with noise. Thousands of students and judges focused on the golden-haired figure at the center of the arena, Draco Malfoy, Hogwarts' unexpected champion. Now standing alone against an enraged adult female horntail. "Mr. Malfoy, are you prepared?" Bagman's voice echoed through the amplification charm. Draco did not respond, merely nodding slightly. He wore specially crafted silver-green dragon hide armor that shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a medieval knight. Harry noticed his breathing was steady, the angle at which he held his wand flawless, exactly the posture they had trained rigorously for 3 weeks. "Then let us begin." The chains holding the dragon were abruptly released, and the beast immediately raised its head, its bronze spikes glinting dangerously in the light. Its yellow eyes locked onto Draco, nostrils exhaling sulphurous smoke. Suddenly, Harry's pocket grew warm. Hermione's talisman had signaled. He quickly scanned the stands, spotting Hermione and Ron in the front row, wands at the ready. Hermione's red hair fluttered in the wind, while Ron's face appeared pale with tension. Draco began to move. Unlike the other champions, who rushed to attack or evade, he circled slowly to the right blind spot of the dragon. The beast's head followed him, but its movements were noticeably sluggish compared to its left side. This was precisely the first step of their plan. Now, Harry silently prayed, fingers tightly gripping his wand. Suddenly, the horntail flared its wings, unleashing a deafening roar. The stands erupted in screams. Fleur and Cedric opted to take flight to evade, but Draco remained rooted in place, utterly still. Harry could see his knees trembling slightly, yet his expression was remarkably tranquil. What was he waiting for? Crumb furrowed his brow from the opposite end of the stands. Harry understood. Draco was awaiting the signal. As the horntail inhaled deeply, preparing to breathe fire, Draco abruptly raised his wand high, signaling their prearranged code. 4 wands shot up simultaneously, Harry from the contestant area, Hermione and Ron from the stands, and Draco from the center of the arena. Spells intertwined in the air, forming a dazzling golden-red web of light that precisely enveloped the dragon's head. "My Merlin!" Bagman's astonished voice reverberated through the amplification charm. "What kind of magic is that?" The horntail shrieked in agony, its massive form swaying. The combined magic exceeded that of a singular spell. The power of 4 wands multiplied rather than merely added. The dragon momentarily lost its sight, thrashing its head wildly, as its tail knocked over several stone pillars at the edge of the arena. Now was the moment. Harry silently urged. Draco surged towards the golden egg behind the dragon like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were graceful and precise, each step adhering to the path they had rehearsed repeatedly. Although the dragon was blind, its hearing remained acute. It turned toward the source of the sound, unleashing a torrent of flames. No, Harry's heart nearly stopped, but Draco was prepared. He rolled away from the flames, simultaneously waving his wand backward. Ice wall. A beam of blue light struck the ground, erecting an ice barrier behind him, momentarily shielding him from the inferno. The stands erupted in deafening cheers. Hermione and Ron leaped up, fervently waving their Gryffindor scarves. This was undoubtedly the first instance in Hogwarts history where students cheered so passionately for a Slytherin champion. Draco was now merely 10 feet from the golden egg. The dragon seemed to sense the proximity of its prey, emitting an enraged roar as it disregarded the effects of the spell, pivoting sharply. Once more, Harry shouted to his friends in the stands, though he knew they could not hear him. Yet Hermione seemed to sense his urgency. She grasped Ron's hand, and they raised their wands again. Harry immediately joined them. This time, 3 spells converged in the air, striking the dragon's right eye, the only remaining eye that could still perceive anything vaguely. The horntail howled in pain, rearing its head back, and Draco seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, dashing toward the golden egg, lifting it triumphantly with both hands. The entire Hogwarts stands erupted in a frenzy. Even the typically stoic Snape rose from his seat, his dark eyes gleaming with incredulity. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled behind his half-moon glasses, while Madame Maxime and Karkaroff exchanged astonished glances. "Incredible!" Bagman's voice trembled with excitement. "Draco Malfoy has successfully retrieved the golden egg, and in the shortest time, a mere 3 minutes and 42 seconds. The dragon tamers quickly approached, restraining the furious horntail with iron chains. Draco stood at the center of the arena, the golden egg glistening in the sunlight, his chest heaving with exertion, yet his face radiated a brilliant smile that Harry had never witnessed before. Then, a shocking moment unfolded. Draco turned toward the Gryffindor stands and deeply bowed in the direction of Hermione and Ron. The arena fell into an immediate hush, all eyes wide with disbelief at the Slytherin's gesture of respect towards the 2 Gryffindors. It appeared that Hogwarts champion had received some extraordinary assistance. Dumbledore's voice, gentle yet clear, resonated throughout the arena, reminding everyone that the most potent magic often arises from unity and collaboration. Harry dashed out of the competitors' area, racing towards Draco at the center of the arena. He was indifferent to the opinions of the entire school and the forthcoming headlines of the Daily Prophet at this moment. All he yearned for was to embrace Draco. The force of their collision nearly sent them both tumbling to the ground. Harry could feel Draco's heartbeat through his dragon hide armor, rapid like the flutter of a hummingbird. "You did it," Harry shouted amidst the cheers. "We did it." Draco's eyes sparkled with delight. Hermione and Ron also rushed down, and the four of them embraced in the middle of the field, disregarding the differences in their house colors and the astonished gazes surrounding them. "Your ice wall spell was magnificent," Hermione exclaimed excitedly. "I've never seen anyone perform it so well." "The key was the stunning spell," Draco replied modestly. "An unusual display of humility. Without your coordination, I would have turned into a roasted Malfoy long ago." Ron grinned widely. "Well, I would miss you, Malfoy. Even if just a little." From the judges' table, Dumbledore rose, his silvery beard shimmering in the sunlight. "In light of Mr. Malfoy's outstanding performance," he said, casting a meaningful glance at the four young individuals and the embodiment of Hogwarts' spirit of unity, "I have decided to award both Slytherin and Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Cheers erupted simultaneously from the Slytherin and Gryffindor stands. This was perhaps the first time in Hogwarts history that two rival houses celebrated for the same reason. Pansy Parkinson looked as though she had swallowed a whole toad, while Crabbe and Goyle scratched their heads in confusion, uncertain whether to feel joy or anger. Furthermore, Dumbledore continued, his blue eyes twinkling with delight, Mr. Malfoy will receive an extra 20 points for the extraordinary courage and wisdom he displayed in the face of danger. Qualities that the Triwizard Tournament champions are meant to exemplify. Draco gave a slight bow, this time in respect to all the judges. As he straightened, Harry noticed his gaze sweep over Karkaroff, whose face was pale, nervously tapping his fingers against the table. Come on, champion, Harry said, wrapping his arm around Draco's shoulder. We should head to the hospital wing for a checkup. He lowered his voice. We need to discuss Karkaroff's reaction. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Draco nodded, but before leaving the arena, he paused and turned to Hermione and Ron. Thank you both. I think I will never forget today. Ron's ears turned crimson, and he pretended to cough to mask his embarrassment. It's nothing. We didn't want to see you roast either. Hermione then pulled Draco into a quick hug, leaving him wide-eyed with surprise. We are friends, Malfoy. Friends help each other like this. Friends, shimmering in the sunlight, are more precious than any golden egg. Harry watched as Draco's expression transformed from shock to softness, finally settling into a genuine, warm smile. Let us go, Harry whispered, his fingers discreetly entwining with Draco's. We still have 2 more tasks to prepare for. The 4 of them walked side by side towards the castle, the sunlight casting long shadows behind them, merging into a single silhouette that was indistinguishable between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Chapter 22, Possessiveness. Snow fell softly against the windows of Hogwarts, accumulating into delicate white lace. In the library, Harry had been staring at the notice for a full 5 minutes, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the parchment. The announcement for the Triwizard Tournament's Christmas Ball, with the requirement for champions to bring partners for the opening dance, had been circled in red by Hermione. You look like you've swallowed a bucket of flobberworms. Ron's voice came from behind him, accompanied by the rustling of chocolate frog wrappers. Is it because of Malfoy? Harry turned to find both Ron and Hermione staring at him. Hermione had spread out the complete guide to magical dance across her lap, a quill tucked behind her ear like an odd hair accessory. I am not worried about Malfoy, Harry mumbled, sinking into the armchair by the fire. The flames reflected off his glasses, tinting the lenses a warm orange. Oh, come on, Ron rolled his eyes. Ever since Malfoy won the first task, you've had that expression, as if a troll stepped on your toe. Hermione closed her book, sighing. Harry, if you are concerned about the Christmas ball. I am not worried about the ball, Harry interjected quickly, though his voice rose a pitch higher than intended. Ron and Hermione exchanged knowing glances. Hermione gently said, every champion needs a partner for the opening dance. It's a tradition. I thought you two would naturally pair up. Harry stared into the fire, the flames conjuring recent memories. Girls chattering around Draco in the corridors, a handkerchief embroidered with delicate designs that had accidentally fallen in front of him in the library. And yesterday, when that Durmstrang girl, supposedly the principal dancer of the Bulgarian National Magical Ballet, had directly approached Draco, inviting him to the ball in accented English. He is too busy, Harry eventually said, striving to keep his voice steady amidst the chaos of his thoughts, researching the golden egg clues, attending interviews, and dealing with various other matters. Ron made a face, like being pursued by half the school girls. Honestly, I never thought Malfoy would be so popular. He was always popular, Harry muttered. Ron, Hermione admonished, but her gaze softened when she turned to Harry. Perhaps he is waiting for you to say something? Harry shook his head. Since the conclusion of the first task, his opportunities to meet Draco had dwindled. Every time he attempted to bring up the ball, he was interrupted by urgent owl letters, unexpected additional potions classes arranged by Snape, or yet another admirer seeking to glean wisdom from the champion. I'm going back to the common room, Harry suddenly announced, grabbing his bag. I still have to write my charms essay. Ron raised an eyebrow skeptically. Charms essay? That's not due until next week. But Harry had already strode out of the library. The corridors of Hogwarts were adorned with festive decorations for Christmas, suits of armor tilted jauntily with Santa hats. And the air was fragrant with the scent of evergreens and gingerbread. Harry stood before the stone door of the Slytherin boys' dormitory, his fingers hovering in hesitation before finally knocking. Inside, he could hear Draco's voice and the rustling of papers. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed the door open. Draco was seated beside his four-poster bed, the silver-green curtains partially concealing him. He was dressed in a morning robe, the collar slightly open, revealing a patch of pale skin at his collarbone. Scattered across his lap were at least a dozen gilded envelopes, and in his hands, he was opening another one. This one on pink stationery laced with perfume, just like the countless others Harry had seen over the past 2 weeks. Another invitation? Harry closed the door behind him. Draco did not look up, his slender fingers unfurling the letter, Parkinson. The wording is quite decent, at least it doesn't use glittering ink like green grass. Harry stepped closer, observing the exquisite envelopes spread across the sheets like a display of trophies. Ever since Draco had triumphantly subdued the Hungarian horntail in the first task, his popularity among the female students had skyrocketed. Daily, new invitations arrived via owls, house elves, or daring intermediaries. Which invitation do you plan to accept? Harry inquired nonchalantly, his fingers instinctively caressing his wand. Finally, Draco raised his gaze, his gray eyes almost translucent in the morning light. I have not yet decided. In theory, I ought to have chosen a Slytherin, but what? However, Astoria only speaks of her beloved hippogriff, and Pansy's perfume makes me sneeze. Draco shrugged, picking up a letter once more. Perhaps Davies? Ravenclaw could at least engage in a rational conversation. Harry's stomach tightened. He was acutely aware that the tradition for champions at the Christmas ball required them to initiate the opening dance, necessitating a partner. He also understood that Draco had been recently overwhelmed by the secrets of the golden egg and the preparations for the second task, likely oblivious to the fact that Harry had been waiting for him to speak. You seem quite busy, Harry remarked, the sharpness in his voice finally causing Draco to lower the parchment. What? Harry offered no reply. He stepped forward to the edge of the bed, his knee pressing against the bedside, leaning down to snatch the freshly opened letter from Draco's grasp, carelessly tossing it onto the pile of spoils. His movements were deliberate, as if granting Draco ample time to halt him. Yet Draco remained still, merely tilting his head slightly to regard him, a flicker of surprise passing through his silver-gray eyes. Harry? Harry's hand lifted, fingertips brushing against Draco's chin in a tentative caress, as if confirming this was not an illusion. Then, amidst Draco's suddenly quickening breaths, his palm fully pressed against the other's cheek, his thumb gliding across the perpetually cool skin. Draco's lashes fluttered, yet he did not retreat. Harry sensed the tension in the line of his jaw, the Adam's apple bobbing, but those gray eyes still held his gaze, imbued with a Malfoy-esque defiance. What do you want? Draco inquired, his tone deliberately steady, though betraying a hint of instability. Harry's other hand rose as well, this time weaving through Draco's platinum locks. The texture was softer than he had anticipated, gliding through his fingers like silk. He applied no force, simply allowing his fingers to delve into the golden strands, lightly massaging the scalp. You know what I want, Harry whispered, now close enough to share breath. Draco's pupils dilated, his lips parting slightly. Harry's gaze fell upon those pale pink lips, yet he refrained from advancing. Instead, he lowered his head, his nose brushing against Draco's cheekbone, pausing at the side of his neck. The skin there was thin enough to reveal faint blue veins, the pulse thrumming wildly before his lips. You, Draco's voice faltered, his fingers unconsciously gripping the bed sheets, the meticulously opened envelopes crumpling in his palm. You cannot just barge in like this. Harry's breath fanned against Draco's carotid artery. I can. His knee sank deeper into the mattress, forcing Draco to lean back, compelled to brace himself with his hands. The collar of his robe slipped further open, revealing the shadowed hollow of his collarbone. Harry's gaze lingered there for a moment before returning to Draco's face. You still haven't answered my question, Harry stated, his fingers gliding from the strands of hair to the nape of Draco's neck, gently pinching the sensitive skin. What question? Draco gasped, his breath quickening, gray eyes flickering with a tapestry of emotions, surprise, hesitation, and a hint of an intensity Harry had never encountered before. Your partner, Harry said, his thumb tracing along Draco's jawline. Who do you intend to invite? Draco's eyes widened. Merlin. Are you jealous, Harry? Harry did not deny it. Instead, he tightened his arm around Draco's waist, reducing the distance between them to nearly non-existent. He could feel the rise and fall of Draco's chest. Inhaling that unique scent of green apple and mint, mingled with a hint of high-quality parchment ink. "Answer me," Harry commanded. Draco's chin lifted slightly, a reflexive defensive gesture. Yet Harry noticed his lashes tremble, his lips moistly pressed together. As Draco began to speak, his voice dropped an octave. "I thought this didn't require asking." Harry's hand remained at the nape of Draco's neck, feeling the pulse beneath his fingertips. His gaze wandered from Draco's eyes to his lips and back, deliberately slowing his glance like a silent torment. "I need to hear you say it," Harry murmured. The dormitory was so quiet that the crackling of the fire could be distinctly heard. Distantly, the laughter of students echoed through the corridors, but within this half-draped space, time seemed to stand still. Draco's gaze remained fixed on Harry, a glimmer of that familiar stubbornness flashing in his gray eyes, an obstinacy that had emerged on the Quidditch pitch. In Potions class, in countless confrontations, the quintessential Malfoy pride. Yet this time, beneath that pride lay something more. "Very well," Draco finally uttered, his voice barely audible. "If you insist on being so dramatic." He took a deep breath. "Harry Potter, would you do me the honor of being my partner for the Christmas ball?" Harry's fingers tightened momentarily, then slowly released. He did not kiss Draco, despite the proximity that would lead any observer to believe a kiss was imminent. Instead, he took a step back, allowing Draco to sit upright once more. "I would be delighted, Draco," Harry replied, a smile curling at his lips, victory sparkling in his green eyes. "But next time, remember to ask me sooner." He turned toward the door, deliberately slowing his pace, listening as Draco's rapid breaths gradually steadied behind him. As his hand grasped the doorknob, a pillow struck him squarely on the back of the head. "Arrogant git." Draco's voice regained its usual sharpness, yet Harry could detect the mirth concealed within. Harry glanced back to find Draco amidst a chaotic scatter of gilded envelopes. His hair slightly disheveled from Harry's earlier touch, robe half open, gray eyes shimmering with astonishing brightness. This sight stirred Harry's heart more than any Christmas gift ever could. "Remember to wear green," Harry called out before closing the door. "It will complement my eyes." Chapter 23. The Christmas Ball. Hermione clutched her books to her chest, nearly sprinting across the lawn. Ron's words echoed in her ears, like a blunt knife repeatedly slicing at her heart. "Crumb? He invited you? Why? I mean, you're just..." "You know, Hermione. Just Hermione. Just the girl with the messy hair, the big front teeth, always clutching books. Just the one who is only remembered when needed, yet never truly seen." Tears blurred her vision as Hermione stumbled beneath a beech tree by the Black Lake, furiously wiping her face. The lake shimmered golden under the sunset, the distant Durmstrang ship resembling a slumbering leviathan. She inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her rapid breaths. "Granger?" A familiar voice called from behind. Hermione spun around abruptly, hastily wiping away her tears to find Draco Malfoy, standing a few feet away, clutching a hefty tome. Moonlight illuminated his pale golden hair, casting a silver sheen upon him. "Go away, Draco," Hermione choked, despite the deep friendship they had forged during this time. At this moment, the last person she wished to encounter was a Slytherin who had witnessed her breakdown. Draco hesitated, then cautiously approached, sitting on a nearby stone while maintaining a respectful distance. "Had a row with Weasley?" he inquired, his tone carrying a gentle understanding. Hermione remained silent, fresh tears welling up. She despised her own vulnerability. Draco sighed, retrieving a handkerchief embroidered with silver patterns from his pocket. "Here, dragon's blood ink can be easily wiped away, let alone tears." Hermione hesitated before accepting the handkerchief. The fabric felt exceptionally soft, imbued with a subtle scent of mint and cedar, clearly indicating its considerable value. She carefully dabbed at the corners of her eyes, determined not to smudge her lashes. For the ball, she had made the rare effort to try her hand at the makeup techniques Padma had taught her. "P.S. Such an idiot," Hermione finally uttered, her voice muffled by the handkerchief, as if being invited to the ball was an unfathomable event. Draco chuckled softly. Weasley's intelligence has always been a mystery. He can triumph in wizard's chess, yet remains utterly oblivious to more obvious matters. Like a bumbling niffler, Hermione stole a glance at Draco over the top of the handkerchief. He was clad in a deep green travel cloak, a delicate silver brooch glinting at his collar, shimmering under the moonlight. Without his school robes, he appeared significantly more mature, resembling an heir of an ancient pureblood family rather than the provocative Slytherin she was accustomed to. "Crumb invited you, which indicates he possesses good taste," Draco continued, his gaze fixed on the tranquil surface of the Black Lake. "You are the most intelligent which I have ever encountered, Granger. That includes all the professors who have taught me." Hermione's tears abruptly ceased. Such unvarnished praise from Draco was more shocking than she had anticipated. She had defeated him countless times in various examinations, and they had argued fervently over essay grades, yet she had never imagined receiving academic acknowledgement from him one day. "Thank you," she murmured, suddenly noticing the title of the book in Draco's hands, Advanced Ancient Runes Analysis. "Are you self-studying ancient runes?" Draco glanced down at the book, seemingly realizing he was still holding it. "Yes, Snape suggested it. He said it would be beneficial for the, future. Why are you here alone? Where's Harry?" "Harry was summoned by Professor McGonagall," Draco replied. "The opening dance requires a champion to lead. P.S. cramming to learn the waltz." Hermione adjusted her gown. "I intended to find Padma to practice, but Weasley's foolish remarks dampened your spirits." Draco nodded knowingly. He paused for a moment before saying, "You know, in pureblood families, ballroom etiquette is a compulsory subject. I began learning the waltz at the age of 7." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Is this boasting, Draco?" "No," Draco admitted unexpectedly. "I'm merely suggesting that if you need practice, I could assist you. It's far better than sitting here." Weeping, Hermione's eyes widened. The offer was so unexpected that she momentarily struggled to respond. Draco Malfoy, voluntarily offering to teach her how to dance. This was even more astonishing than Peeves suddenly deciding to be a model student. "Why?" she asked directly. Draco shrugged. "Perhaps I've grown weary of seeing you upset due to Weasley's potato-like brain." He paused, his voice lowering slightly. "And Harry cares about you. He always says you are the bravest and smartest person he has ever known." A warm wave washed over Hermione's heart. She had always known that Harry valued their friendship, but hearing it recounted by someone else was a first. "So just a few basic steps?" she finally said, rising to brush off the grass from her skirt. Draco gracefully stood, placing the book aside on a stone, and bowed slightly to her. "It would be my honor." Miss Granger, with no music accompanying them, only the gentle sounds of the Black Lake and the distant laughter from the castle. Draco's hand lightly rested on Hermione's waist, guiding her through a simple spin. His movements were precise and restrained, maintaining just the right amount of distance. They practiced several fundamental steps, and Hermione gradually relaxed. Draco truly was an exceptional dance partner. His guidance was nearly imperceptible, allowing her, a novice, to execute the movements smoothly. "Crumb is fortunate," Draco suddenly remarked during a break in their practice. "To have a partner like you." Hermione felt her cheeks warm. "Thank you. However, I believe he invited me simply because, well, I'm not quite sure why." Draco looked at her quizzically. "You genuinely don't know?" "Know what?" "Granger, you are an outstanding witch." Draco's voice was unusually sincere. "Not just intelligent, though your brilliance is indeed astonishing, but also brave, loyal." He hesitated. "And your smile is warm. For a child raised in a pureblood family, that is quite special." Hermione halted her steps, gazing at Draco in astonishment. Under the moonlight, the contours of his profile appeared particularly sharp, his gray eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions she had never noticed before. "I didn't know that the Malfoys ever uttered such words," she said softly. Draco's lips curled into a slight smile. "Don't tell anyone. It would ruin my reputation." They exchanged smiles, establishing a newfound understanding between them. Hermione suddenly realized that the boy before her was entirely different from the arrogant young lad she had known in their first year. "Speaking of the ball," Draco mused as he looked at her, "how do you plan to adorn yourself?" Hermione instinctively touched her slightly prominent front teeth. "Padma said she would help me with my hair, but I haven't yet decided on the other details." Draco retrieved his wand from the inner pocket of his cloak. "Would you mind if I made a small suggestion?" Hermione eyed the hawthorn wand warily. "What suggestion?" "Just a minor enhancement charm," Draco assured her, "completely reversible. My mother often used this." After Hermione nodded in agreement, Draco gently uttered a spell, the tip of his wand emitting a soft silver light as he lightly tapped it against her teeth. A cool sensation swept through her gums. "All done." Draco conjured a small mirror and handed it to her. "Take a look at the results." Hermione gazed into the mirror, astonished to find her front teeth reduced to a normal size. No, even more refined than usual. The change was subtle, yet transformed her entire smile. "This is incredible," she exclaimed. "I never thought to adjust my teeth. Madame Pomfrey once said it was my distinguishing feature and shouldn't be altered. I suppose Weasley has said something similar?" Draco interjected. Hermione nodded, suddenly realizing something. "You mean they were actually telling you this is good enough, rather than you are perfect?" "Sometimes," Draco softly replied. "Change is not a bad thing, Granger. Especially when it is your own choice." Hermione looked once more at the reflection of herself in the mirror. The girl with the radiant smile was both familiar and unfamiliar. She was still Hermione Granger, merely a more confident version. "Thank you, Draco," she said sincerely, for the first time addressing him by his name. Draco inclined his head slightly. "You're welcome. Now, if you wish to make Weasley regret his foolish words at the ball, I suggest you wear blue. It would complement Crumb's deep crimson attire splendidly." Hermione laughed. "You know, sometimes you truly surprise me. It's my specialty." Draco picked up the book from the ground. "We should head back." Harry should be finishing up soon. He winked. Remember, tonight's events are our little secret as Hermione walked back to the castle. Her steps were markedly lighter than when she had arrived. The Christmas ball was no longer a nightmarish prospect, but rather an evening to anticipate with excitement. As for Ron, perhaps allowing him to witness Hermione Granger through the eyes of others is not such a terrible idea after all. At the corner, she cast a glance back. Draco still stood by the lake, his silhouette under the moonlight tall and solitary, resembling a silver tree thriving in the snow. Hermione felt a sudden wave of gratitude for encountering him tonight, this unexpected friend. The Christmas ball was fast approaching. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had been transformed, adorned with a towering Christmas tree festooned with singing golden bells, while what fell from the ceiling was not snowflakes, but shimmering stardust. The 4 house tables had been pushed against the walls, creating a vast dance floor in the center, encircled by ice sculptures of fairies, each holding a harp, playing ethereal melodies. Harry stood at the entrance, his fingers incessantly adjusting his bow tie, having never worn such formal robes before. The deep green fabric was embroidered with understated silver patterns, and the cuffs were lined with protective runes stitched by Lily long ago. This robe was a bespoke Christmas gift from Sirius, accompanied by a note admonishing him not to bring shame to the Black family. "Are you planning to stand here all night, Harry?" Draco's voice lilted from behind, laced with familiar teasing. Harry turned, his breath catching in his throat. Draco was clad in a dark green dress robe, the silver-threaded serpent pattern glimmering in the candlelight. His golden hair appeared even more polished than usual, meticulously slicked back, revealing a smooth forehead. His gray eyes bore an almost translucent quality in the candlelight, reminiscent of thin ice upon a winter lake. "You look perfect, stunning, breathtaking." Draco arched an eyebrow, a Malfoy-esque smirk gracing his lips, though the tips of his ears betrayed a subtle blush. "I meant to say not like yourself," Harry grinned, successfully prompting Draco to roll his eyes. Stepping closer, Draco's fingers brushed lightly against the collar of Harry's robe. Black craftsmanship? He recognized the distinctive silver thread technique. Harry nodded. "A gift from Sirius," he said. "He said that if I were to pursue a Malfoy, I ought to at least dress appropriately," Harry repeated dryly. Draco erupted into laughter, an unguarded, genuine sound that caught the attention of several nearby Hufflepuff students. Amidst the astonished gazes, Draco extended his hand. "Ready, then, Savior? It's time for Hogwarts to witness what true dancing looks like." Harry grasped that hand, the warmth radiating from their palms tightening his chest. "Are you sure you want to be this conspicuous?" "I've spent 3 years lurking in the shadows of Slytherin," Draco murmured, his gray eyes locking onto Harry's. "Tonight, I wish to dance with you openly." As they stepped into the dance floor, the surrounding conversations noticeably hushed. Harry felt the weight of countless gazes upon his back, some curious, some astonished, and a few tinged with hostility. Yet, Draco's steady hand upon his waist dispelled all unease. The music seamlessly transitioned to a waltz. Draco led with elegance and confidence, and Harry was pleasantly surprised to find himself effortlessly keeping pace, as if their bodies were already acquainted with this unspoken harmony. "Don't tell me you secretly learned to dance," Harry whispered as they twirled. Draco chuckled lightly. "An essential skill for a pure-blood, Harry. Since I was 8. Every Saturday morning at Narcissa Malfoy's dance studio." He executed a graceful spin with Harry. "But you dance quite well, for a child raised in a cupboard." "Perhaps it's my mother's genes," Harry smiled. Lily Potter was said to be an exquisite dancer. As they spun with the music, the surrounding partners gradually faded into a blurred backdrop. Harry noticed Ron and Parvati awkwardly stepping on each other's toes in a corner, while Crumb glowered in a particular direction. Following his gaze, Harry spotted Hermione, looking astonishingly beautiful tonight. Her once voluminous brown curls had transformed into sleek, glossy locks. Her petite face adorned with just the right amount of makeup, and most strikingly, her front teeth had returned to a normal size, no longer protruding like a beaver's. "Hermione's teeth," Harry murmured in astonishment. Draco followed his gaze. "Oh, that." Suddenly, Harry recalled that in the original timeline, Hermione had reduced her teeth after an argument with Draco, but that event had never transpired in this timeline. He turned to Draco. "Did you help her?" Draco feigned focus on their steps, yet Harry noticed his eyelashes fluttering slightly, just made a suggestion. Madame Pomfrey had a shrinking solution on hand, but Granger is far too stubborn to ask for help. A warm sensation surged within Harry. This Draco, who would secretly assist Hermione Granger, who would publicly dance with him at the Christmas ball, who would embark on adventures with friends facing dragons. He was no longer the pawn of pure-blood privilege from the original story. "What?" Draco noticed Harry's gaze. "Harry, you look at me as if you've been hit with a confundus charm." "I was just thinking," Harry whispered. "You've changed so much, I can hardly recognize you." Draco's grip around his waist tightened slightly. "For better or worse?" "For better," Harry replied without hesitation. "Much better." As the music crescendoed, Draco guided Harry through a dazzling series of spins. When they finally came to a halt, a smattering of applause erupted around them, led by Hermione and Ron, along with a few bold Gryffindors. Draco bowed gracefully, while Harry could not help but burst into laughter. "Need to catch your breath?" Draco asked softly amidst the applause, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. Harry nodded. The two quietly slipped out of the hall, making their way towards the astronomy tower. The cold wind of the tower swept in through the arched windows, carrying snowflakes, yet it could not extinguish the rising heat between them. Harry stepped forward, cornering Draco until his back pressed against the cold stone wall. "Harry?" Draco's voice had risen slightly, his gray eyes shimmering in the moonlight like burnished silver. He instinctively lifted his chin, maintaining the proud Malfoy demeanor, yet his slightly trembling eyelashes revealed his nervousness. Without answering, Harry reached for Draco's wrist, pinning that slender, pale hand against the stone wall. His thumb pressed against Draco's pulsing vein, feeling the rapid heartbeat beneath, akin to a hummingbird's fluttering. Harry's green eyes appeared deep and dark in the shadows, reminiscent of the unseen pools in the heart of the forbidden forest. "I placed a note in your Christmas gift," Harry murmured, his breath forming white mist in the frigid air, intertwining with Draco's. "Did you read it?" Draco's Adam's apple bobbed, the moonlight illuminating the fine beads of sweat on his neck. "Perhaps I did. Perhaps I didn't." Harry's other hand traced the front of Draco's robe, his fingertips gliding over the silver-threaded Malfoy crest, a serpent coiling around the letter M, each scale exquisitely detailed. It said, his fingers suddenly tightened, gripping the luxurious fabric. "I want to be part of your future." The chill of the stone wall seeped through Draco's thin robe, yet he felt as if his blood was boiling. He attempted to pull his hand back, but Harry pressed down harder, the knuckles grazing against the stone surface painfully. This near-rough control should have incited anger, yet it oddly ignited a shiver within him. "Is this truly your method of confession?" Draco feigned composure, the familiar curve of sarcasm tugging at the corners of his lips, as he pressed Harry against the wall with the force of a troll claiming its prize. Suddenly, Harry leaned in, their noses nearly touching. "No. This is not the Slytherin way." His lips brushed against Draco's flushed ear, his voice deep and resonant like the lowest string of a cello. "What I desire has always been pursued with clarity." A shiver coursed down Draco's spine. He had never witnessed such a Harry. His green eyes ablaze with a dark fire akin to that of the Slytherin common room's hearth, his demeanor exuding the patience and precision of a serpent preparing to strike. "What if I were to refuse?" Draco ventured, his gray eyes deliberately casting a glance toward the distant stars, invoking the first tenet of the Malfoy family creed. Harry did not allow him to finish. A sudden bite of a kiss landed on the side of Draco's neck, sharp pain followed by the soothing caress of a tongue. Draco inhaled sharply, his knees weakening, barely propped up by Harry's steadying presence. "Hush!" Harry's breath scorched the sensitive skin. "Do not recite family traditions to me." In a sudden shift, Draco exerted his strength, pushing Harry against the opposing wall. His golden hair cascaded in disarray from the sudden movement, shimmering like flowing platinum in the moonlight. "You seem to have forgotten something, Harry." He elegantly braced himself against the stone wall beside Harry's ear, creating a perfect wall slam. The Malfoys never succumbed to coercion. Harry tilted his head to gaze up at him, a sudden grin appearing, imbued with a dangerous allure. "Then kiss me willingly, Draco." The air thickened for a moment. The distant strains of music from the Christmas ball could be faintly heard, as snowflakes danced around the cramped space between them. Draco lowered his lashes, his gaze fixating on the small scar on Harry's lips, a remnant from last year's Chamber of Secrets incident where he had shielded him. "You have been a part of my future all along," Draco finally murmured, his hand gently caressing Harry's cheek, the tenderness almost unfathomable, "ever since the day you chose to hold my hand." This kiss felt both natural and inevitable. As Draco lifted his gaze, his golden hair brushed against Harry's forehead, carrying the fresh scents of green apples and mint. His lips were cool yet soft, initially a tentative brush, as if treating something fragile. When Harry eagerly reciprocated, Draco mischievously leaned back, reveling in the momentary darkening of Harry's gaze. "Careful now," Draco warned in a low murmur, his fingers traversing the back of Harry's neck. "Patience," Draco chuckled lightly, only to be drawn into a searing kiss the next moment. Harry's hand gripped the back of Draco's head like a vice, allowing no retreat. His tongue surged forward, eliciting a muffled groan from Draco as it swept across his palate. This was a kiss of conquest, imbued with the possessiveness unique to Slytherins, as if Harry sought to extract every breath from Draco's lungs. Draco attempted to assert dominance, but Harry's other hand firmly encircled his waist, their bodies melding seamlessly together, the silver and green embroidery of their robes intertwining in a surreal yet harmonious dance under the moonlight. When Harry finally pulled back slightly, Draco's lips were a vivid, moist crimson. He gasped for air, his once meticulously styled golden hair now tousled across his forehead, his gray eyes clouded with desire. You, Draco accused breathlessly, are akin to a Hungarian horntail. Harry leaned in once more, this time merely brushing his lips against Draco's swollen lower lip. And you taste of mint and champagne. His fingers wove through Draco's golden locks, his voice low and content mine. Draco should have dismissed this childish claim of possession. Yet he found himself gripping the front of Harry's robe, crumpling the expensive fabric. The stars of the constellation Draco spun above them, their brilliance a testament to the unspoken vow shared between this pureblood traitor and the savior of the wizarding world. Merry Christmas, Draco, Harry softly said, resting his forehead against Draco's. Draco offered no reply, only kissing him once more, this time infused with the elegance and determination characteristic of a Malfoy. Behind them, the snowflakes outside wove a silver net, enveloping the spires of Hogwarts and the entwined figures of the two boys against the stone walls. Chapter 24, The Golden Egg. This wretched thing is nothing but a prank. Draco furiously hurled the golden egg onto the four-poster bed, where it bounced a few times before rolling to Harry's feet. Ever since the conclusion of the first task, this shimmering object had become his new nightmare. Harry picked up the golden egg, his fingertips tracing its metallic surface. Have you tried every method? The unlocking spell, the translation charm, even Muggle cryptography. Draco raked a hand through his already disheveled golden hair. But it only emits that dreadful shriek when opened, nearly shattering my eardrums. Harry pondered as he turned the egg in his hands. Perhaps you need to change your approach. A more relaxed method. Draco raised an eyebrow. Such as? The prefect's bathroom. Harry revealed a mischievous smile. I hear it boasts an enormous bathtub, with hundreds of bubble bath options. Soaking in warm water might just spark some inspiration. Draco's expression shifted to one of incredulity. How do you know about the prefect's bathroom? Harry quickly concocted an excuse. Ron's brother Percy used to brag about it. This explanation seemed to suffice. Draco sighed, shoving the golden egg into his dragonhide bag. It's worth a try. I've exhausted all options. I'll accompany you. Harry quickly proposed, adding before Draco could object, in case you need to jot down any inspirations. Draco eyed him skeptically, but exhaustion triumphed over caution. Very well. The prefect's bathroom was even more luxurious than Harry remembered. The enormous, pool-like bathtub was adorned with stained glass windows, and dozens of golden faucets lined the edge, each encrusted with gemstones of various hues. Steam filled the air, creating an ethereal mist that veiled everything in a dreamlike filter. I want that blue one. Draco pointed to one of the faucets, the mimosa and mint scent. Harry twisted the faucet, and a stream of liquid glowing with a bluish hue gushed forth, instantly forming a thick layer of foam on the surface of the water, releasing a refreshing fragrance. More faucets were turned on, releasing scents of purple lavender, green eucalyptus, and pink rose. Soon, the entire bathroom was enveloped in a haze of steam and rich aromas. You can wait outside, Draco said, turning his back to Harry, already beginning to unfasten the buttons of his robe. Harry pretended to walk toward the door, but as soon as he heard the sound of water, he quietly turned back. Draco had slipped into the bath, revealing only his shoulders above the bubbles. The foam was so thick that the water's surface was nearly obscured. Yet Harry could still catch glimpses of his pale back, droplets cascading down the curve of his spine. Have you thought of any clues? He suddenly inquired. Draco nearly slipped beneath the surface in shock. Harry, I told you to stay outside. His words halted, eyes widening, as Harry stepped into the bath. Close your eyes, Draco commanded, instinctively sinking lower into the foam, despite the fact that the surface revealed nothing. Harry approached with a wicked grin. Why not? Can't boyfriends bathe together? We haven't discussed such boundaries. Draco's voice took on a higher pitch, his ears flushed like pomegranate seeds. Then let us discuss it now. Harry took another step closer, the warm water swirling between them. He could feel Draco's body heat, even through the thick layer of foam and mist. Draco attempted to retreat, but the wall of the tub was directly behind him. Harry James Potter, if you dare. Harry deliberately swept his damp black hair back, droplets cascading from the tips onto his shoulders. This motion rendered his entire visage fully exposed to the misty steam, including the renowned lightning-shaped scar, which stood out starkly against the warm yellow glow of the bathroom lights. Draco's breath momentarily hitched, his gray eyes fixated on the scar, as if truly seeing it for the first time. Harry could sense Draco's body leaning slightly forward in the water, as though drawn by an invisible thread. Draco's voice was barely audible, almost drowned by the sound of the water, deeper than I had imagined. Harry offered no reply, merely gazing silently at Draco. Water droplets fell from the ceiling, creating delicate ripples upon the surface of the pool. A golden faucet continued to pour warm water, the foam accumulating between them like a soft barrier. Draco's hand lifted, pausing midway. seemingly hesitating over whether he was allowed to proceed. Harry granted him permission with a glance. The cool tips of Draco's fingers finally made contact with the scar, gentle as if caressing a fragile work of art. "Does it hurt?" Draco inquired, his fingertip tracing the scar's path. "I don't remember," Harry replied candidly. "I was only a year old at the time." Draco's fingers lingered, tracing more deliberately from Harry's forehead down to his brow bone. His expression was focused to the point of reverence, as if attempting to comprehend some profound secret through this touch. Water droplets slid from his wrist, landing on Harry's collarbone, sending a shiver through him. "When I was a child," Draco whispered, "my father told me that this scar is a mark of the Dark Lord's failure, a badge of shame, but I think it resembles more a testament to your survival." These words acted like a key, unlocking a chamber deep within Harry's heart. He suddenly reached out, grasping Draco's wrist and pulling him closer. The water in the bath surged with this movement, bubbles splattering onto their faces. "Got you," Harry murmured, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Draco realized too late that he had fallen into a trap. Harry's arms had already encircled his waist, erasing any remaining distance between them. A single droplet slid from Draco's golden hair, tracing the elegant curve of his neck, pausing briefly in the hollow of his collarbone before continuing downward, disappearing beneath the foam-laden surface. Harry's gaze followed the droplet's journey, his throat tightening unexpectedly. He lowered his head, his lips tracing the moist path, first brushing against Draco's pulsing carotid and then along his prominent collarbone. The scent emanating from Draco was different from usual, a blend of the minty bubble bath's freshness and his unique green apple fragrance, mingled with the primal aroma of heated skin. Draco's voice shifted in tone, his fingers unconsciously weaving into Harry's black hair. "We shouldn't what?" Harry interjected, pressing a damp kiss onto Draco's collarbone, tasting the bubble bath's sweetness mixed with the slight saltiness of perspiration on his skin. "At school." Draco's words became fragmented as Harry's teeth gently nibbled at the juncture of his shoulder and neck. Harry lifted his head, his green eyes sparkling brightly in the steam. "So, we can once we go outside." Draco's face blushed a startling shade, even his chest tinged pink. "That's not what I meant." His words were abruptly silenced by Harry's sudden kiss, deeper than any prior, imbued with an irresistible intensity. Draco's back pressed against the cool marble edge of the bath. The contrast between the chill of the stone and Harry's heated body was stark. Harry's hands submerged beneath the water, gliding over Draco's side, the skin tightening at the unexpected contact. Waves rippled, foam accumulating and breaking around them like a miniature storm. Draco's fingers left faint red marks on Harry's back as Harry's lips traveled down Draco's chest, pausing at every joint and muscle's dip. "Wait." Draco suddenly gripped Harry's shoulders, his tension palpable. "Relax," Harry chuckled softly, leaning closer to Draco's ear. "What about the golden egg? Aren't we here to study it? Over there." Draco reluctantly gestured towards the shelf by the edge of the pool, striving to maintain a steady tone. "Can you let go of me now?" Harry feigned contemplation. "What if I don't?" "I will." Draco's retort was abruptly interrupted by a sudden commotion. The golden egg had somehow slipped from the shelf, plunging into the bath with a splash, soaking his hair. "Merlin." Draco broke free from Harry, diving into the foam to retrieve the golden egg. Seizing the opportunity, Harry admired the curve of his back emerging from the water, droplets glistening upon his pale skin. Suddenly, the golden egg began to emit sound beneath the water. No longer the piercing shriek, but rather an ethereal, melodious song. Draco shot up from the water, holding the egg aloft, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Did you hear that?" he asked eagerly. Harry nodded. The song resonated clearly, narrating a tale of treasures stolen, of mermaids and the secrets of the lake bed. "We need to listen underwater," Draco murmured, his gray eyes sparkling with excitement. "The second task is underwater." He turned to Harry, his face alight with victorious joy, only to suddenly become aware of the intimate position they found themselves in. Harry's arms encircled his waist, their bodies nearly pressed together, the foam and mist rendering everything hazy and enticing. We should document these clues." Draco attempted to regain composure, though his flushed cheeks betrayed him. Harry did not relent, drawing even closer. "No rush. Now that we know the secret." "Harry," Draco warned, though his tone had softened. "This is the school bathroom." "Exactly. Which makes it thrilling," Harry replied with a mischievous grin, his fingers lightly tracing the damp nape of Draco's neck. The golden egg song continued, yet both had become oblivious to it. As Harry pressed his lips against Draco's, the warm water enveloped them, the bubbles floating around like soft clouds. Initially, Draco feigned resistance, but he soon surrendered, the golden egg slipping from his grasp and plopping back into the water with a splash. This time, no one hurried to retrieve it. Chapter 25. A choice in the water. The waters of the Black Lake presented an almost inky green hue in December. Draco stood at the shore, his breath forming white puffs in the frigid air as he shed his heavy school robe. Are you sure you want to do this? Hermione asked, biting her lip. Clutching a copy of a guide to aquatic magical creatures. The water temperature is only about 4 degrees. The second task is underwater, Draco replied, checking the waterproof charm on his wand. The clue within the golden egg was quite clear. We have taken your most precious treasure. No matter what that meant. I had to be prepared. Ron rubbed his arms for warmth. I still think gillyweed is a more reliable option. Fred mentioned an old man named Mundungus selling it on the black market. Illegal potion ingredients? Hermione frowned disapprovingly. What if there are side effects? Better than drowning. Ron shrugged. Draco took a deep breath, pointing his wand at his throat. Bubblehead charm. A transparent bubble expanded from his mouth and nose, enveloping his entire head. He gave a thumbs up to the two of them before stepping into the bone-chilling lake. Merlin, it looks cold, Ron muttered. Ron shivered, scarcely able to believe that they were assisting Malfoy with his training. Hermione nudged him gently with her shoulder. He is now Draco. Lowering her voice, she added, he makes Harry quite happy, doesn't he? Ron grimaced, but offered no rebuttal. They gazed as Draco's silhouette gradually succumbed to the depths of the black lake, bubbles leaving a delicate trail of ripples upon the surface. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry and Sirius leaned over a marauder's map, while creatures served them a steaming pot of tea. Look here, Harry pointed to a small dot marked as Alastair Moody on the map. For 3 consecutive weeks. Every Wednesday at 2 in the morning, he visits Barty Crouch's office. Sirius stuffed a handful of biscuits into his mouth. Old Barty Crouch? That workaholic? It's hardly surprising he's in the office at such an hour. Curiously, Harry's finger drifted to another, revealing that Crouch himself was not present. Look, he's at home sleeping at this time. Sirius halted, lowering the biscuit, his gray eyes sharpening. Are you suggesting someone is impersonating Crouch? Or someone is impersonating Moody? Harry quietly suggested. Consider who would possess such intimate knowledge of the Triwizard Tournament to submit Draco's name into the Goblet of Fire. Who would desire a Malfoy as a champion? The crackling of the fire mirrored their grave expressions. Sirius rose, pacing the cramped kitchen. If Moody is an imposter, where's the real Moody? More importantly, Harry lifted his gaze to his godfather. Why Draco? Sirius suddenly stopped. You mean the clue from the golden egg is to seize the most precious treasure? Harry nodded, swiftly grasping his godfather's implication, his complexion paling. You mean they are targeting Draco because of me? Having a Malfoy as a champion is already sensational enough, Sirius said gravely. But if this Malfoy just so happens to be Harry Potter's, he gestured, a person of significance. Imagine the attention that would attract. Harry's fingers unconsciously tapped the table. We need evidence. If it was Crouch who entered Draco's name, there must be a trace. I will investigate, Sirius vowed. Then his expression shifted to one of mischief. But seriously, kid, how far have you and that Malfoy boy gone? Harry's face flushed instantly. What? We just... Stop pretending. Sirius chuckled wickedly. Yesterday, Myrtle was wailing throughout the castle about stumbling upon an indecent scene in the prefect's bathroom. It was just an underwater kiss. Harry blurted, immediately regretting it as he covered his mouth. Sirius erupted into laughter, a lively sound he hadn't made in ages. James would be proud of you, kid. But, he suddenly turned serious. Don't let me catch you doing anything worse in the bathroom. I promised McGonagall I'd keep an eye on you. Harry mumbled that he wouldn't and hastily changed the subject. There's one more thing, about Draco's parents. Sirius's expression darkened instantly. Lucius Malfoy. If Voldemort has returned, Harry whispered, the Malfoy family will be among the first targeted. Lucius betrayed the Dark Lord in the end. You want me to protect Lucius Malfoy? Sirius's voice was incredulous. That bastard who got me locked in Azkaban? That pureblood fanatic who has always followed Voldemort? Harry met his godfather's gaze firmly. For Draco. And Narcissa is your cousin, isn't she? Sirius's demeanor softened. He sighed. The black bloodline is indeed dwindling. Very well. I can allow them to stay here temporarily. But only temporarily. Once it's safe, they must find their own place. Thank you, Sirius. Harry exhaled in relief. I will find a way to convince Lucius. Good luck, Sirius said dryly. Convincing a snake to reside in a lion's den is easier than getting Lucius Malfoy to accept help from a blood traitor. Deep within the Black Lake, Draco struggled against the frigid water and the increasing resistance to his breath. The bubbles from the bubblehead charm began to shrink, indicating his oxygen supply was dwindling. He kicked his legs, swimming deeper towards the lake bed, the tip of his wand emitting a faint glow to illuminate a small area ahead. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him on the left. Draco spun around, wand pointed forward, his heart pounding. The Black Lake was home to many dangerous creatures, Grindylows, giant squids, and even mermaids. Lumos, he gritted, the wand's light flaring brilliantly. Illuminated in the glow was Harry's face, similarly adorned with the bubblehead charm, his green eyes shining especially bright under the magical light. He held up a peculiar device resembling an underwater spyglass. Draco's mouth fell agape in surprise, nearly choking on water. Harry swam closer, their foreheads touching as their bubbles temporarily merged. What are you doing here? Draco's voice sounded muffled in the water. Hermione said you were training here. Harry replied, handing the device to Draco. This is for you. An underwater spyglass to help you observe your surroundings. Draco accepted the spyglass, their fingers brushing against one another. Even in the icy water, that touch sent a wave of warmth through him. Peering through the spyglass, he discovered it had infrared capabilities, clearly revealing the heat signatures of underwater creatures. Thank you, Draco murmured, then suddenly frowned. Wait, how did you get down here? I didn't see you. Harry grinned, pointing to the golden pendant around his neck, invisibility feature. Fred and George's new invention. Draco couldn't help but smile, drawing closer to Harry once more. Their bubbles merging again. I'm glad you came. Their lips met within the bubbles, a gentle kiss that felt cool from the lake, yet warmed them both. Draco could taste the faint hint of chocolate on Harry's lips, mingling with the unique mineral essence of the Black Lake. Oh dear, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. More snogging. The two quickly broke apart, spotting Myrtle gliding through the lakebed rocks toward them, her translucent form shimmering pearlescent in the water. Go away, Myrtle, Draco snapped, the bubbles trembling with his irritation. Oh, Malfoy, Myrtle sighed dramatically. Are you scolding me for being upset? What does he have that is so special? At least I can always be by your side, forever. Myrtle, Harry exclaimed sternly. Enough. The ghostly girl pouted. Both of you are scolding me. Fine. I'll tell everyone what dirty deeds you're up to at the bottom of the lake. Draco's wand emitted a silvery light, causing Myrtle to squeal and dodge. Are you trying to banish me? For him? She cried, disappearing through the rocks. I'll tell the bloody Baron. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, simultaneously sighing. The time for the bubblehead charm was nearly over, and they began swimming towards the surface, Harry tightly gripping Draco's hand. As their heads finally broke the surface, Ron and Hermione waited anxiously on the shore. How was it? Hermione helped them climb out, immediately casting several drying and warming charms. Draco's teeth chattered. Yet he still lifted the underwater spyglass. With this, there should be no problem. Ron handed him a steaming cup of drink. Drink this. It will keep you warm. Hermione's concoction. Draco took a sip, surprised to find it was sweet hot cocoa, enhanced with some sort of spicy seasoning. A warm wave immediately spread from his stomach throughout his entire body. Thank you, he said sincerely, glancing at the three of them. It is truly wonderful to have friends like you. Hermione smiled and nodded, while Ron pretended not to hear, though the tips of his ears turned crimson. Harry draped an arm around Draco's shoulder, ignoring the astonished gazes of a few passing Ravenclaw students. Let us head back to the castle, Harry said. I've instructed the house elf to prepare some hot soup. The four of them walked side by side toward the castle, the setting sun stretching their shadows long and intertwining. The Black Lake in February resembled a vast ice-blue sapphire, glittering with a cold sheen in the morning light. Harry stood at the water's edge, his fingers tightly gripping the edge of his scarf, watching the judges bustle about on the central platform of the lake. Today marked the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, and he was to become Draco's hostage. Nervous? Hermione inquired beside him, her brown curls tousled by the cold wind. She was unusually quiet today. Last night, all the champions had received clues for the riddle, and Harry knew that Crumb had chosen her as his hostage. Harry shook his head, but his gaze remained fixed on the lake's surface. I simply dislike waiting passively, especially knowing what lies beneath. Merpeople Grindylows. And the creatures lurking in the depths of the lake were mostly unfriendly. Worse still, Harry had to pretend to be unconscious, magically bound to the lake's bottom. Until Draco found him. He'll be fine, Hermione whispered, as if sensing Harry's concerns. We have trained so thoroughly. Ron squeezed through the crowd. His nose reddened from the cold. All champions are ready. Crumb looked as if he were ready to kill. Fleur was nervously mumbling to herself in French, while Cedric remained remarkably calm. Hey, are you okay? He suddenly noticed Harry's pale complexion. I'm fine. Harry took a deep breath. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. Please proceed to the preparation area. Hermione quickly enveloped him in a hug. Remember, it's just acting. You have the gillyweed, and Draco. Ron patted his shoulder. We will keep an eye on the timer. If there is no movement after an hour, Dumbledore will send someone down. Harry nodded and followed Professor McGonagall toward the tent by the lake. There, Madame Pomfrey would cast a powerful sleeping charm on him. Of course, it would be a ruse. In reality, he would still be aware of everything around him. Are you ready, Potter? Madame Pomfrey raised her wand. Harry lay on the stretcher, casting one last glance at the sky. A sliver of sunlight broke through the gray-white clouds, like a sign of hope. Ready? A light tap of the wand plunged the world into darkness, at least on the surface. The underwater realm was quieter than Harry had imagined. Magic enabled him to breathe beneath the surface, but deprived him of his ability to move. He was bound to a massive rock in a mermaid enclave by rough aquatic plants, alongside the similarly restrained Hermione, Cho Chang, and a little girl whom Harry recognized as Fleur's sister. Merpeople swam around them, their gray-green skin covered in scales, their yellow eyes shining in the murky water. They sang a haunting melody, the sound echoing through the lake, indistinct and distant. Seek your most treasured treasure. In an hour it shall vanish forever. Strive before your breath ceases. Harry counted his heartbeat to gauge the passage of time. Approximately 20 minutes later, the first figure appeared in the distance. It was Cedric. Utilizing the bubblehead charm, his head encased in a large bubble, he swiftly swam toward Cho, using his wand to sever the aquatic plants, taking her upward. Next came Crumb. He had partially transformed into a shark, his head resembling that of the creature, while his body remained human. Harry recalled the mention of such a transformation potion in powerful potions. Crumb swam directly to Hermione, but encountered difficulties in severing the plants. His shark teeth were not particularly dexterous. Fleur was the third to appear, but she was ensnared by a group of Grindylows. Forced to abandon her rescue and return to the surface, Harry's heart sank, if Draco were to fail as well. Just then, a silver flash cut through the darkness. Draco swam with an elegance surpassing any swimmer Harry had ever seen. His bubblehead charm gleamed with a pearlescent sheen, and his elongated body glided through the water like a mermaid. He did not use gillyweed or transformation, relying instead on his flawless bubblehead charm and a silvery potion Harry had never seen before. After consuming it, translucent webbing grew from his fingertips and ankles. Draco! Harry wanted to shout, but magic rendered him immobile. Draco swiftly swam to Harry's side, his gray eyes sparkling behind the bubblehead charm. He raised his wand, expertly severing the aquatic plants with gentle, yet decisive movements. As the last strand snapped, Harry feigned awakening. According to the rules, he had to remain unconscious until the champion rescued him. Draco's lips moved behind the bubble, and Harry discerned that he was saying, "It's all right." Unable to resist, Harry reached out to touch Draco's bubble, creating a halo of silver light. Behind the barrier of the bubble, Draco leaned forward and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Harry. Separated by the magical barrier, just as they prepared to surface, Draco suddenly turned to the side. Hermione was still bound there, and Crumb's rescue had evidently failed. The timer indicated that 45 minutes had elapsed. Harry saw the flicker of struggle on Draco's face. The rules were clear. Champions only needed to rescue their own hostage. But Hermione was not only Crumb's hostage, she was their friend. The one who had stayed up late helping Draco research the eye disease curse. Who had risked it all to sneak in the Dragon Handler's Manual. Who shared butterbeer with them at the astronomy tower. Draco squeezed Harry's hand, gesturing toward the surface, indicating for him to ascend first. Then he turned and swam toward Hermione. Harry hesitated for a second, then shook his head, following Draco. He would not let Draco face danger alone. The Merpeople immediately surrounded them, their spears crossing in front of Hermione. Their song turned sharp. Only take what belongs to you. Otherwise, you shall pay the price. Draco raised his wand, but Harry acted first. Though the rules forbade hostages from assisting, who cared at this moment? A silent banishing spell shot from his wand tip, driving back the nearest Merpeople. Draco seized the opportunity to sever Hermione's bindings, lifting her in a firm embrace. But the Merfolk leader, a massive merperson adorned with a necklace of shark teeth, blocked their path. It swung its trident, sending a wave that knocked Draco and Hermione apart. Hermione tumbled through the water, her long hair spreading like seaweed, still unconscious. Draco swam toward her swiftly, evading the merfolk's attacks. Harry saw his lips move quickly, casting a spell as his wand traced intricate patterns. A silver net shot from the wand's tip, temporarily ensnaring the merfolk leader. This was advanced magic. Harry had never seen Draco employ it before. Seizing the moment, Draco cradled Hermione in one arm and reached toward Harry with the other. The three of them swiftly made their way to the surface, pursued by the furious merfolk. The light grew brighter, and Harry could feel the water temperature rising. The final few meters were the most arduous, as Draco struggled to pull Hermione, their speed noticeably slowing. Harry swam beside him, sharing some of the weight. When they finally broke through the surface, a deafening cheer erupted from the stands. "Time's up," Bagman's voice boomed through the amplification charm. "Draco Malfoy has exceeded the time limit by 1 minute." Harry inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and observed the weariness etched upon Draco's pale visage. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to take Hermione into her care, simultaneously dispelling the enchantment that had rendered Harry unconscious. "Are you all right?" Harry grasped Draco's cold hand. Draco merely nodded, his gaze fixated on Hermione. It was only when Madame Pomfrey confirmed that she was merely unconscious and in no grave danger that he exhaled in relief. Collapsing onto the platform, the panel of judges convened in fervent discussion. Karkaroff vociferously protested Draco's alleged foul play. while Madame Maxime contended that rescuing another competitor was an act of bravery. Moody, however, ominously suggested that this might be some insidious plot from the Malfoy family. Finally, Dumbledore rose, his blue eyes glinting behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Before a decision is rendered, I would like to hear Mr. Malfoy's explanation. Why did you choose to rescue Miss Granger? A hush fell over the assembly. Draco stood, droplets cascading from his typically immaculate blonde locks. His voice was clear and resolute. Because a Malfoy does not abandon a friend. Ron leapt to his feet in the stands, his face a mask of uncontrollable concern. Hermione had just regained consciousness, coughing out the water that had lodged in her throat. Dumbledore smiled and declared, "Such noble conduct deserves recognition." Despite the delay, in light of Mr. Malfoy's demonstration of inter-house camaraderie, the judges have unanimously decided to award additional points. The applause thundered, particularly from the Gryffindor and Slytherin sections, as these two houses cheered for friendship for the second time. Draco offered a slight bow, but Harry discerned the relief in his eyes. As they descended from the platform, Hermione embraced Draco. "Thank you." Her words were simple, yet her gaze conveyed everything. Draco awkwardly nodded. "Consider it a favor returned for your assistance with my eye curse, Granger." Ron stood nearby, his expression a blend of confusion and astonishment. "I never thought I would witness this day," when Malfoy saved Hermione. "The world is full of surprises, Weasley," Draco replied dryly, though the corners of his mouth twitched upwards. Harry clasped Draco's hand, feeling the residual tremors. "Come on, hero. You need hot chocolate and dry clothes." "I need a month of sleep," Draco muttered, yet he allowed Harry to lead him toward the castle. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the surface of the Black Lake and casting its glow upon the four young souls. Harry gazed at Draco's profile, recalling the gentle kiss through the bubblehead charm underwater, suddenly realizing that the outcome of the second task had become inconsequential. Draco Malfoy, the boy who had once mocked Hermione as a mudblood in the original tale, had risked failure to save her today. This was worth more than any trophy. Chapter 26, Unveiling the Truth. The Quidditch pitch was eerily empty on Sunday night. Harry stood at the edge, watching Draco stride toward the central tent where the other three champions and Ludo Bagman had already gathered. The evening breeze lifted the hem of Draco's robes as he glanced back at Harry, his gray eyes gleaming like twin silver sickles in the dimming light. "I'll be back shortly," Harry said, though he knew the explanation for the third task could take a considerable time. Draco nodded and turned toward the tent. Harry watched his retreating figure until he was interrupted by Bagman's exaggerated welcome. Only then did he turn to tread the path back to the castle, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the handle of his wand. Night had fully descended, and the trees bordering the forbidden forest rustled ominously in the wind. As Harry passed near the Whomping Willow, he suddenly heard an unusual rustling sound, not the natural whisper of leaves in the breeze, but something moving within the underbrush. He immediately halted, his wand slipping into his palm. "Lumos," he whispered, the tip of his wand illuminating with a faint glow. The commotion from the bushes abruptly ceased, followed by a violent fit of coughing. Cautiously, Harry approached, parting the dense foliage. A ragged man was curled up among the tree roots. His face was smeared with dirt, his grizzled beard tangled, but those bloodshot eyes were unmistakable to Harry. "Mr. Crouch?" Harry gasped. The former head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation lifted his head, his lips trembling. "Find Dumbledore, I must tell him." Harry quickly scanned his surroundings to ensure no one else was present, then crouched down. "Are you injured? Can you stand?" Crouch's nails dug deep into the bark, his knuckles whitening. "My son is alive. He is disguised." His pupils dilated, clearly in a state of extreme confusion. "We must stop the Dark Lord's plan." Harry's heart raced like a drum. Though he had been prepared, hearing these fragmented warnings firsthand sent chills down his spine. He swiftly retrieved a galleon from his pocket, the emergency contact agreed upon with Dumbledore. With a gentle press, the coin became scalding hot. "Hold on, sir." Harry draped his coat over Crouch's shoulders. "Professor Dumbledore will be here shortly." Crouch suddenly seized Harry's wrist with astonishing strength. "He is in the castle. My son is disguised." A violent fit of coughing interrupted him. Alaster is not Alaster. In the distance, the castle lights flickered, and several figures hurriedly approached. Harry recognized Dumbledore's tall silhouette, alongside Snape's billowing black robes. He sighed in relief, preparing to wave, but Crouch suddenly convulsed. "They want to resurrect him with the boy's blood." Crouch's voice turned into a hoarse whisper. "The Triwizard Cup is the key." Harry froze. In the original story, Crouch never had the chance to finish this sentence. Just as he was about to inquire further, footsteps drew near. "Harry!" Dumbledore's voice called from behind. "Are you all right?" Harry turned to see Dumbledore and Snape striding toward him. In the moonlight, the glint of the headmaster's crescent spectacles reflected cold light, while Snape's expression was darker than usual. "Mr. Crouch is here," Harry quickly said. He's delirious, but mentioned something significant. Snape had already crouched down to assess Crouch's condition, his long fingers gently probing the man's temple. Extremely weak. But this isn't the Imperius curse. It resembles some sort of memory confounding agent. Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring a stretcher, carefully placing Crouch upon it. We need to take him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey can help stabilize him. Wait, Professor, Harry lowered his voice. He said his son is still alive, disguised in the castle, and he also mentioned Alastor is not Alastor. Snape's eyes widened sharply, his dark gaze piercing. This explains why my private stores have been so depleted of polyjuice potion ingredients. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity. Severus, do you suspect? Moody, Snape's voice slithered like a serpent through the grass. He has frequented my office over the past 2 months, always finding excuses to approach the storeroom. And, he paused, the real Moody would never allow anyone to handle his flask. Yet this one never seems to part with it. A chill coursed through Harry. Snape's perceptiveness was astonishingly acute, surpassing his expectations. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. We need concrete evidence. If we recklessly accuse a highly respected Auror, polyjuice potion must be taken regularly, Snape said coldly. As long as we can keep him away from that flask long enough. Suddenly, Harry remembered the explanation for the third task. All the judges and champions are at the Quidditch pitch right now. If Barty Crouch Jr. is impersonating Moody, he must be there too. Dumbledore swiftly made a decision. Severus, escort Mr. Crouch to Madame Pomfrey, and then proceed immediately to the Quidditch pitch to monitor Moody. Exercise utmost caution. Snape nodded, waving his wand to levitate the stretcher. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Harry. Your instincts have once again saved us, Potter. Though I remain curious about their origins. Harry chose not to respond, aware that Snape would hardly entertain notions of time travel or foresight, at least not at this moment. As Snape's figure faded into the night, Dumbledore turned to Harry. You alerted me in advance, Harry. How did you know Mr. Crouch would appear tonight? The moonlight illuminated the headmaster's silver beard, and his piercing blue eyes seemed to penetrate all deceit. Harry opted for a partial truth. I noticed Mr. Crouch's name on the Marauder's map, near the Forbidden Forest. Given the recent news of his disappearance, I suspected a connection. Dumbledore refrained from probing further. Yet Harry sensed his gaze linger momentarily on his scar. Voldemort's plans are accelerating. The portkey you mentioned is crucial. You suspect the third task may be a trap. Dumbledore murmured, now that we are aware, we can prepare accordingly. He gazed towards the Quidditch pitch. Return now, Harry. Act as if all is well. He emphasized, especially in the presence of Alastor Moody. Harry nodded, suddenly recalling Draco's presence at the pitch. Draco. If Moody is indeed Barty Crouch Jr., Mr. Malfoy is not in danger, Dumbledore reassured. Voldemort seeks you, Harry. However, for safety's sake. He retrieved a small silver whistle from his sleeve. Should you detect anything amiss, sound it. Members of the Order will arrive promptly. Harry accepted the whistle, the cold metal providing a modicum of comfort. He cast one last glance at the unconscious Crouch before sprinting towards the Quidditch pitch. The night wind howled, and Harry's thoughts were even more tumultuous than the breeze. The plan was veering off the established course. Crouch had divulged key information. Dumbledore was forewarned, and Snape had joined the investigation. Yet, this also implied that Barty Crouch Jr. might resort to more extreme measures. As Harry approached the pitch, it seemed the commentary had just concluded. Fleur and Crumb were making their way back to the castle, while Cedric and Draco were engaged in dialogue near the tent. In the shadows, Moody's magical eye was spinning wildly, its blue light scanning every nook. Taking a deep breath, Harry adjusted his expression and approached Draco. Whatever transpired tonight, at least he was no longer alone in this endeavor. Dumbledore was aware, Snape was informed. Most importantly, Voldemort remained oblivious to their knowledge. The game had merely begun. The room of requirement had transformed into a compact tactical chamber. The walls were adorned with magically drawn maps of Hogwarts, and a three-dimensional projection of the Triwizard Cup floated at the center, encircled by all the maze routes Harry could recall. Draco stood beside the projection, his slender fingers tracing the ethereal outlines of magical barriers, his gray eyes reflecting a metallic hue under the glow. The third task is undoubtedly a trap. Harry secured the door, casting every silencing charm he knew. I encountered Mr. Crouch last night. Draco abruptly looked up. Barty Crouch? Is he mad? Yes. But he revealed sufficient information. Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. Voldemort intends to use the Triwizard Cup as a portkey to transport the champions to a certain location. And Moody is not truly Moody. Draco's fingers halted on the projection, knuckles widening. Elucidate, Harry. Harry inhaled deeply. It is Barty Crouch Jr., the son of Old Crouch. Everyone believes he perished in Azkaban, but his father secretly rescued him. Now he is impersonating Moody with Polyjuice Potion, orchestrating everything for Voldemort. So the Goblet of Fire. Draco's voice had turned dangerously calm, was tampered with. Voldemort originally sought me. Harry hesitated, but he may have taken note of our connection. Especially given your father's recent shift in allegiance among the Death Eaters. Draco's expression fell, as if struck in the chest. He turned to the fireplace, his fingers absently rubbing his left arm. Though devoid of the dark mark, Voldemort's shadow loomed over his life. My father refused to attend the Death Eater gathering last year, he said, turning his back to Harry, his voice unnaturally composed. He stated that the Dark Lord had failed once, and the Malfoy family would not err again. A brief, cold laugh escaped him. Clearly, that has not escaped our master's attention. Harry approached Draco, intending to touch his shoulder, but halted mid-motion. In the third task, the maze will be filled with various obstacles and spells. According to the rules, you should enter through different entrances, seeking the Triwizard Cup at the center. And upon encountering the cup, Draco turned, his eyes gleaming sharply. You will be transported directly to Voldemort. Harry nodded. In the original narrative, I was meant to be the one transported. But now the Dark Lord has acquired an additional prize. Draco forced a humorless smile, the traitor's son. The flames of the fireplace flickered between them, casting elongated shadows. Suddenly, Harry seized Draco's wrist. We need not follow their script. Dumbledore is already aware. And so is Snape. They will. They cannot assist us, Draco interrupted. Once we enter the maze, it's only the contestants and the obstacles. The rules are explicit. He gripped Harry's hand in return, the pressure painful, but we can make our own rules. Harry watched as Draco produced a crystal vial from his inner pocket, the liquid within shimmering silver blue. The twin communication potion. Draco lifted the vial. Snape gave this to me this morning. Once consumed, our wands will resonate temporarily, allowing us to penetrate the maze's jinxes. Snape provided this to you? Harry exclaimed. Wide-eyed, what else did he say? Draco mimicked Snape's unique, oily tone. Don't be reckless like a troll, Draco. If you and Potter must play the heroes, at least take this. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly grew serious. We need a signal in case the potion fails. A patronus. Draco replied without hesitation. My snow leopard can find your dragon, no matter the distance. Harry nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait. If the cup is indeed a portkey, perhaps we can turn the tables on them and confront the Dark Lord head-on. Draco raised an eyebrow. Has your brain finally been trodden on by a troll? No. Harry's eyes gleamed with determination. If he desires us, we shall give him a surprise. Dumbledore will be prepared outside, once we signal. With this, Draco produced a silver badge from another pocket, embossed with an intricate M, the Malfoy family emergency communicator. Crush it, and all family members in Britain will be alerted. Harry took the badge. The cold metal warmed slightly by Draco's touch. Are you certain you wish to take this risk? Once Voldemort discovers we intentionally set a trap, I would prefer to strike first than to be toyed with as a pawn. Draco's voice was low and resolute. After a brief pause, his gray eyes locked onto Harry's. You said we would face this together. The fireplace suddenly erupted with sparks, illuminating the narrow space between them. Harry abruptly realized how close they stood, able to discern the shadows cast by Draco's eyelashes and the minuscule cracks on his lips. We must be prepared. Harry's voice resonated with ironclad determination. The key lies in the brooch your mother gave you. If Barty finds out that our plans have shifted, he will undoubtedly employ the Cruciatus curse against you. But my mother's crystal will protect me. Draco touched the brooch, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. 3 chances should suffice. His movement abruptly halted as his gaze fixated on Harry's scar. You have known all along that this would happen, haven't you? Ever since the Goblet of Fire spat out my name. Harry did not respond immediately. The moonlight cast elongated shadows between them, while the distant sound of the whomping willow thrashing at the air could be heard. Not every detail, Harry finally spoke, but enough to keep me vigilant. I cannot divulge more. Is this yet another appropriate moment? Draco's tone dripped with mild sarcasm, yet his expression remained unusually gentle. Harry reached out to touch the back of Draco's hand. Once all of this is over, I will tell you everything. I promise. Draco interlaced his fingers with Harry's, the grip so tight it bordered on painful. It had better be an extraordinary tale, Harry. Otherwise, I shall be greatly disappointed. They exchanged smiles, the tension easing slightly. Just then, the castle bells tolled 11 times. We should return. Draco nodded, turning to leave, only to suddenly glance back. Harry, if my father, we will find a way to alert him, Harry assured. Though he was acutely aware that Lucius Malfoy was unlikely to escape the tracking of the dark mark entirely. Nevertheless, ensuring Draco's safety was paramount. Draco's expression was inscrutable, ultimately settling on a brief nod. As they made their way back, their hands remained tightly clasped. The night of the third task arrived all too swiftly. A massive hedgerow maze had risen at the edge of the forbidden forest, its depths so dark that they seemed to devour all light. The stands were filled to capacity. cheers erupting one after another, yet Harry felt only a chilling focus. He stood at the edge of the teacher's box, beside the disguised Barty Crouch Jr., who was masquerading as Moody. The man's magical eye whirled incessantly, casting a blue glow over every corner, the flask never leaving his grasp. "Nervous, Potter?" the foe Moody gruffly inquired, the breath reeking of alcohol. Watching your friend participate in such a perilous competition. Harry feigned adjusting his glasses, evading the nauseating stench. "Draco can take care of himself." "Oh." The impersonator leaned in closer. "I have heard that the Malfoy boy has been behaving rather oddly of late, betraying his lineage to mingle with the beloved of the order." He cackled, his voice reminiscent of rusted hinges. "Lucius must be terribly disappointed." Harry's fingers stealthily slid toward the wand tucked within his sleeve. The foe Moody's probing was all too evident. Voldemort must be eager to ascertain Draco's loyalty. From the stands, Bagman's voice boomed via the amplification charm. "Warriors, take your positions." Harry's gaze locked onto Draco at the entrance of the maze, clad in silver-green Quidditch armor, the amethyst brooch prominently displayed at his collar. Draco seemed to sense Harry's scrutiny, lifting his head slightly and nodding. The competition begins. With the sound of cannon fire, the four champions dashed into the maze, the hedgerows promptly closing in and swallowing their figures. The audience erupted into cheers, yet Harry felt only a suffocating tension. The plan was straightforward. Draco would compete normally, but once he neared the Triwizard Cup at the center, he would summon the Patronus. "I will patrol the perimeter," the foe Moody suddenly declared, limping away from the stands. Harry noted that the flask had run dry. Time flowed as slowly as syrup. An hour later, red sparks ignited deep within the maze. Crumb was out. Half an hour later, a purple flare indicated that Fleur had encountered trouble. The murmurs from the stands grew louder, and Dumbledore frequently glanced at his pocket watch. Suddenly, a snow leopard leaped onto the stage. Harry's heart nearly stopped as the silver badge in his pocket began to heat up. Draco had found the Triwizard Cup. He swiftly descended from the stands, stealthily making his way towards the maze's edge behind the judge's stand. Dumbledore and Snape were nowhere to be seen, according to the plan. They were supposed to be on standby at the maze's perimeter. The hedgerows loomed taller and thicker than anticipated, forcing Harry to use a cutting charm to carve out a narrow path. In the distance, the sounds of the hedges shifting and the roars of unknown creatures filled the air, but what unsettled Harry most was the sudden sound of a confrontation ahead. "You think you can deceive me?" The foe Moody's voice twisted and contorted. "I have been watching you for months, young Malfoy. Every glance, every hesitation is known to the Dark Lord." "I don't know what you're talking about." Draco's voice was chillingly calm. Harry quickened his pace, finally glimpsing the clearing at the heart of the maze. The Triwizard Cup gleamed atop a stone pedestal, and Draco stood beside it, wand aimed squarely at the foe Moody. Yet, no, now it was Barty Crouch Jr., his disguise shedding to reveal his true visage. Pale skin, frenzied eyes, and a scar cutting across his forehead. "The Cruciatus curse is ineffective against you," Barty hissed. "No matter, the killing curse will suffice." A green light erupted from the tip of his wand, and Draco agilely rolled aside, the amethyst brooch trailing a luminous arc in the darkness. "Harry now!" Draco shouted. Harry burst forth from behind the hedgerow, simultaneously casting the stunning spell, Stupefy. The red light grazed Barty's shoulder as he spun around, cackling. "Potter, just saves me the trouble of looking for you. Find him quickly." Draco attacked from the opposite side. Barty dodged with serpentine agility while simultaneously launching a dark mark into the sky. "Too late," he panted. "The signal has been sent. He is on his way back." Harry and Draco stood back to back, the Triwizard Cup mere steps away. Barty's eyes gleamed with a mad light. "Do you truly believe you can thwart anything? Touch the cup and meet your fate. Do not touch it, and the Dark Lord has other plans." Footsteps echoed in the distance as Dumbledore and Snape rushed toward them. Barty's expression twisted into a more menacing snarl. "Choose, boys. Will you confront the darkness like heroes or wait for rescue like cowards?" Harry and Draco exchanged a glance. Without words, they understood each other's resolve. "Together?" Harry whispered. Draco's lips curled into a familiar cold smirk. "Keep up, Harry." They charged toward the Triwizard Cup, their fingers simultaneously brushing against the icy metal handle. A familiar hook-like sensation yanked sharply behind their navels, and the world began to spin. Just before everything vanished, Harry caught a final glimpse of Barty Crouch Jr.'s twisted smile and Dumbledore's shocked expression in the distance. Then, darkness consumed all. Chapter 27. The Dark Mark of the Graveyard. The darkness enveloped them like a heavy curtain. Harry felt himself spinning rapidly, Draco's fingers gripping his wrist with such ferocity that it nearly felt as though they might break the bone. The wind howled in his ears, accompanied by a strange, hissing whisper that seemed to emanate from a great distance. Then, suddenly, there was stillness. Harry's knees crashed heavily against the damp earth, his stomach churning tumultuously. Instinctively, He tightened his grip on his wand, while his other hand remained entwined with Draco's. The frigid night wind seeped into his collar, carrying with it the scent of decaying flowers and a metallic tang. Where are we? Draco's voice was taut as a string. Harry lifted his gaze. The moonlight draping the scene before him like a pallid veil. Towering gravestones, crooked crosses, and in the distance, the black silhouette of a Gothic church. They found themselves in an ancient graveyard. Little Hangleton, Harry whispered, his throat constricted, the Riddle family graveyard. The Triwizard Cup lay amongst the grass a few paces away, its brilliance entirely extinguished, reduced to a mere trophy. Just as Harry reached out to grasp it, he heard the sudden crack of a twig. Don't move. Draco yanked him back sharply. Someone is coming. From the shadows, two figures drew closer. One was diminutive and hunched, resembling a human rat, cradling a bundle swathed in black cloth. The other was tall and elegant, his platinum hair glistening like liquid mercury in the moonlight. Lucius Malfoy. Harry felt Draco's body stiffen instantly, but to his astonishment, Draco's father appeared to be unwell. Lucius's once immaculate black robe was now wrinkled, with a large dark stain on the left cuff, reminiscent of dried blood. More peculiarly, his gaze, when the moonlight illuminated his face, revealed a flicker of anxiety in his gray eyes, so similar to Draco's, yet a strain Harry had never witnessed before. Draco. Lucius's voice remained cold, yet there was a barely perceptible tremor at its end. You should not be here. Peter Pettigrew twitched nervously. The bundle in his arms shaped oddly, akin to a curled-up infant. Master, the time has come, he whimpered. The bundle suddenly emitted a sharp command. Begin the ritual. Lucius imperceptibly closed his eyes, then drew forth a gleaming silver dagger from his sleeve. Harry and Draco simultaneously raised their wands. Yet Lucius's subsequent action left them both momentarily dumbfounded. He deliberately let the dagger slip from his hand. The metal blade traced an arc in the moonlight, landing precisely at Harry's feet. Clumsy, Lucius, the voice from the bundle hissed. Lucius, expressionless, bent to retrieve it, yet in Voldemort's blind spot. He made a swift gesture to Draco, 3 fingers delicately tapping his left chest, right where the amethyst brooch was located. The bone comes from the father. Peter Pettigrew trembled as he incanted. A gravestone cracked open, and ashes flew into the stone cauldron. Seizing the moment, Harry snatched up the dagger and tucked it into his sleeve, his heart pounding. Lucius was deliberate. He was aiding them. When Pettigrew severed his right hand, Lucius averted his gaze, his lips twitching slightly. Harry noted that his left hand remained in his robe pocket, seemingly clutching something. The blood of enemies. Voldemort's voice sharpened. Lucius slowly drew his wand, pointing it at Harry, his movements disturbingly languid. Draco, come here. Yet his gaze remained fixed on his son, his gray eyes flickering with some unspoken warning. Draco inhaled deeply. No, father. His voice was more resolute than Harry had anticipated. I will not partake in this. The bundle convulsed violently. Traitor. You Malfoys are all traitors. Lucius's expression grew exceedingly complex. He raised his wand. Crucio. But the instant the curse was cast, his wrist subtly tilted, the red light grazing Draco's shoulder before striking a distant gravestone. Useless. Voldemort shrieked. I shall do it myself. The bundle suddenly erupted, a distorted form rising into the air, plunging into the boiling cauldron. The liquid instantly transformed into blinding green light. A fierce wind surged, causing the trees surrounding the graveyard to thrash wildly. Now, Lucius shouted suddenly, extracting a crystal vial from his pocket and tossing it to Draco, the portkey. Draco instinctively caught the vial. Harry glimpsed a phoenix feather within, Fox's feather from Dumbledore's phoenix. How could Lucius possess? In the brilliance, a tall shadow ascended from the cauldron. Lucius turned to face the resurrected Voldemort, his voice suddenly booming and clear. Avada Kedavra. The green light, however, struck Peter Pettigrew, the traitor collapsing without a chance to scream. Voldemort's new form had taken shape, pale as wax, his serpent-like face adorned with burning red eyes. You will pay for this, Lucius. Voldemort raised his newly acquired wand. But first, Potter. Harry and Draco raised their wands simultaneously, yet Lucius abruptly shielded them. The Triwizard Cup is behind you. Go. Voldemort's curse struck Lucius's chest. He fell like a marionette with severed strings, his platinum hair splayed among the gravestones. Draco let out a heart-wrenching cry. Father. Harry grasped Draco's arm. We must leave. Now. Voldemort raised his wand once more, but a beam of silver light suddenly shot from the direction of Lucius's fallen form. It was his snake-headed wand, striking Voldemort's wrist with precision. This momentary distraction allowed Harry and Draco to turn and lunge towards the Triwizard Cup. Hold on, Harry shouted, his fingers brushing against the icy surface of the cup. The world spun once more, and the last image to imprint upon his vision was Lucius Malfoy's pale countenance. A faint smile of relief gracing his lips as he mouthed his final words. Protect him. Then, darkness enveloped them once again, as their feet touched solid ground once more. They found themselves in the heart of the Hogwarts maze. Dumbledore, Snape, and a cluster of Aurors were encircling the lifeless body of Barty Crouch Jr. Hermione and Ron burst forth from the crowd, their faces etched with terror and relief. "Harry! Draco!" Hermione cried. "You're safe." But Draco had already collapsed to the ground, tightly clutching the crystal vial, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Harry knelt beside him, placing a hand on his trembling shoulder. "He saved us," Draco rasped. "He always has." Harry nodded, his throat constricted. In the distance, the morning light was cleaving the horizon, heralding the dawn of a new day. Yet in this hopeful dawn, a certain platinum figure remained shrouded in darkness. "We will make him proud," Harry whispered, their fingers entwining. The rising sun elongated their shadows, intertwining upon the grass like two weary travelers who had finally found their way home. Dumbledore's voice reverberated in the morning hall, like the heavy toll of an ancient bell. "Voldemort has returned." Hermione's hand flew to her mouth, and Ron's fork clattered onto his plate with a sharp sound. The great hall fell into a hushed silence, soon erupting into a cacophony of fearful whispers. Harry's gaze swept through the agitated crowd, searching for that platinum figure, but Draco's seat lay vacant. "He has locked himself away in his dormitory." Blaise Zabini intercepted Harry in the corridor, a rare look of concern on his face. Hasn't he emerged since last night? Not even Pansy can get him to open the door." Harry nodded, a weight pressing upon his chest. He had not seen Draco since waking in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey insisting he needed rest, while Dumbledore required insights into the events at the graveyard. Now, as Harry stood before the Slytherin boys' dormitory door, his knuckles rapped softly against the cold, unyielding wood, yet only silence responded from within. "Draco," Harry lowered his voice. "It's me." Still no response. Harry took a deep breath and drew his wand, uttering, "Alohomora." The lock clicked open. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, with the curtains tightly drawn, allowing not even a sliver of light from the lake bed to seep through. Squinting, Harry discerned a figure curled up in the corner of the bed. Draco leaned against the bedpost, his knees drawn to his chest, tightly clutching the crystal vial that Lucius had thrown to him. He resembled a statue of plaster, washed clean by rain, pale and fragmented, his golden hair lacking its former luster, disheveled over his eyes. Upon hearing the door open, he did not even lift his gaze. Harry gently closed the door, cast a silencing charm, and slowly sat down beside the bed. Mere inches separated them, yet it felt as though an entire black lake lay between them. "Madame Pomfrey said you've broken 3 ribs, Harry stated, his eyes fixated on a crack in the floor. "You should be in the hospital wing." Draco's fingers tightened around the crystal vial, his knuckles paling. The phoenix feather within glimmered faintly in the dimness, illuminating the unhealed abrasions on the back of his hand. "He threw me out." Draco's voice was hoarse, barely audible, like a useless weapon. Harry understood he was referring to Lucius's final action, throwing the key precisely to Draco instead of keeping it for himself. The image of that platinum-haired figure collapsing in the green light haunted Harry's nightmares throughout the night. "We will save him," Harry declared, his voice more resolute than he anticipated. Draco abruptly raised his head, anguish flooding his gray eyes like a tidal wave. "How?" "He*s in Voldemort's hands now. Do you know what they will do to a traitor? The Cruciatus curse is merely the beginning. They will flay him alive, break his bones one by one." His voice shattered, and I couldn't even. Harry remained silent, extending his hand to cover Draco's clenched one around the vial. The moment their skin touched, Draco trembled as though scalded, then suddenly crumbled. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against Harry's shoulder, emitting a heart-wrenching sob. "He will die?" He could have escaped on his own. Warm tears soaked Harry's collar. He awkwardly wrapped his arms around Draco's trembling shoulders, recalling a bird that Dudley once had. After being rescued from a cat's mouth, it had trembled in Harry's palm until it gradually calmed. "Your mother is safe," Harry whispered. "The order moved her to Grimmauld Place last night. Sirius said she is strong." Draco's breath hitched for a moment. "Does my mother know about my father?" "She knows what Lucius has done," Harry replied cautiously. "She said your father was prepared." Slowly, Draco straightened, wiping the tears from his face. Morning light finally penetrated the heavy curtains, casting dappled shadows across his face. To Harry's astonishment, beneath the pain in those gray eyes, something was solidifying, like a lake's surface freezing in winter. "I will kill him," Draco murmured, his voice as cold as the polar winds, "the monster that destroyed my family." This was not the idle threat of youth, but a solemn vow. A chill crept up Harry's spine, yet he merely nodded. Together. The final days of the term passed in an eerie tranquility. The number of students in the castle dwindled sharply, as many parents hurriedly retrieved their children. As if the protective walls of Hogwarts had suddenly lost their efficacy, ministry officials frequently entered Dumbledore's office, Yet the Daily Prophet continued to assert that Voldemort's resurrection was nonsense. Harry and Draco were granted special permission to take their final exams early. Professor McGonagall stated it was due to the extraordinary circumstances. In reality, Harry knew that Dumbledore was preparing for their early departure from Hogwarts. "You will stay at Grimmauld Place during the holidays," Dumbledore informed them during their last conversation. His blue eyes unusually piercing behind half-moon glasses. "There are ample protective enchantments there." And he glanced at Draco. "Your mother needs you." The journey back on the train was markedly quieter than in previous years. Hermione and Ron sat across from them, cautiously avoiding certain topics, discussing only summer plans and new courses. Draco gazed out at the passing scenery, his fingers unconsciously toying with the crystal vial hanging around his neck, which he had fashioned into a pendant. As the train pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry felt a knot of tension in his stomach tighten. Upon passing through the wall of the platform, they immediately spotted a familiar tall figure. Sirius, his black hair tied back, wore a deliberately relaxed smile. Yet his eyes constantly scanned the crowd. "Godfather." Harry rushed forward, embraced by Sirius. "So good to see you, child," Sirius exclaimed, patting his back vigorously. Then turning to regard Draco with a complex expression, "You as well, Malfoy. Your mother made your favorite lemon cake." Draco's eyes brightened momentarily. "Is she well?" Sirius sighed. "You'll know when you see her. Come on, the car is outside." They followed Sirius through the throng, and Harry noticed his godfather's hand remained firmly on his wand concealed within his robe. A deep blue muggle car was parked at the curb, with Mr. Weasley waving from the driver's seat. Arthur insisted on driving. Sirius rolled his eyes, calling it a muggle cultural experience. The journey was quicker than Harry had anticipated. As number 12, Grimmauld Place materialized between neighboring muggle houses, warm light spilled from the windows. The front door opened, and a golden figure rushed out. Narcissa Malfoy. Or rather now Narcissa Black, her pale face etched with anxiety, which transformed into vitality upon seeing Draco. "Draco," she exclaimed, enveloping him in her embrace, her fingers trembling as they brushed over his face, inspecting every wound. "Merlin, you've grown thin." "Mother." Draco's voice caught in his throat. He returned her embrace tightly, burying his face in her shoulder as he had done in childhood. Harry and Sirius discreetly stepped back into the hallway, granting them space. Sounds of Mrs. Weasley preparing dinner wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by the clatter of Tonks accidentally knocking over a chair. "How is he?" Sirius whispered, nodding towards Draco. Harry observed the mother and son in their embrace, stronger than I imagined. "The Malfoy trait," Sirius huffed, "appears porcelain on the surface, but is steel at its core." Narcissa finally released Draco but held his hand firmly. "Come inside, dear. I have something to tell you about your father." The long dining table was laden with food, yet the atmosphere was palpably tense. Narcissa's fingers traced the edge of her teacup. Her voice low, yet clear. "Your father contacted Dumbledore 3 years ago when he discovered signs that the man might return." Draco looked up in shock. "What?" "But the dark mark. It cannot be removed," Narcissa replied with a bitter smile. "The magic of the Dark Lord is too powerful. However, your father discovered a weakness in the mark. It can only reveal the holder's location, not their intent." She took a deep breath. "Thus, he chose to disguise himself, feigning loyalty while actually conveying information." Draco's hand clenched into a fist. "Then why? Why didn't he tell us?" "To protect us, dear." Narcissa's eyes glistened with tears. "You know how the Dark Lord treats the families of traitors. Your father wishes to keep us at least a safe distance from peril." Harry recalled Lucius's gaze in the graveyard, that complex and warning-laden look. He was not threatening Draco, but rather attempting to shield him. "He is a brave man," Narcissa murmured, clasping Draco's hand, "braver than you might imagine." And now she turned her gaze to everyone in the dining room, the members of the Order of the Phoenix. "We must exhibit greater courage, for he remains out there, amidst our foes." Draco fell silent for an extended moment. When he lifted his head once more, Harry beheld a determined and courageous Draco Malfoy. "Then let us rescue him," Draco declared, his voice eerily calm, "and together, let us bring an end to this war." The sunset outside bathed Grimmauld Place in a sanguine hue, and one by one, the lights inside flickered to life, like beacons flickering in the darkness. Harry observed Draco's profile, aware that this summer would alter everything. Yet, before the tempest arrived, at least in this moment, they still had the fragrance of lemon cake, each other's promises, and a glimmer of hope. Fragile as crystal, yet resolute as steel. Chapter 28, I Cannot Lie. The steam of the Hogwarts Express enveloped platform 9 3/4 in a shroud of grayish mist. Harry gazed through the train window at the parents embracing their children in farewell, his fingers unconsciously caressing the palm of Draco's hand. 3 months had passed, and Lucius Malfoy remained imprisoned in a location known solely to Voldemort. "Look," Draco suddenly nudged Harry with his elbow, "Pansy and her mother." At the edge of the platform, Pansy Parkinson was engaged in a fierce argument with a woman adorned in a heavy veil. Pansy abruptly snatched a letter from her mother's hand, tearing it to shreds before the onlookers, the scraps fluttering like snowflakes between the tracks. Her mother raised her hand as if to strike, only to be seized by Pansy at the wrist. "She has changed," Harry whispered. "During the summer, her father intended to betroth her to the Knott family." Draco's voice held a note of admiration. "She rejected him in front of 5 pureblood families." The train began to move as Hermione and Ron squeezed into their compartment, Ron clutching an enormous pile of snacks. "You'll never guess who's in the prefect carriage," he exclaimed, the newly appointed Slytherin prefect, Theodore Knott. His father was disowned by the Death Eaters last week for publicly questioning whether the Dark Lord truly had returned, Draco replied calmly. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "The Daily Prophet didn't report this?" "Of course not," Draco scoffed. "The Ministry is still insisting that all of it is a fabrication concocted by Dumbledore." Harry turned his gaze to the fleeting scenery outside, feeling a dull ache in his scar. Throughout the summer, the Daily Prophet had been maligning them and Dumbledore, claiming they were spreading panic. Only a handful believed Voldemort had truly returned, among them 2 Slytherins they were acquainted with. "What about Goyle and Crabbe?" Harry inquired. They. Draco's expression darkened, like their fathers, chose the greater good. A heavy silence fell. Ron's chocolate frog jumped onto Hermione's shoulder, seizing the moment. "At least." Hermione attempted to lighten the mood. "We have the OWL exam for defense against the dark arts this year. We should learn something practical." The compartment door suddenly slid open, and the massive forms of Crabbe and Goyle blocked the entrance. They were not wearing their school robes, but rather some form of black tight-fitting attire, with a faint outline of a skull mark on their left arms. "Traitor," Crabbe glared at Draco, his voice low as thunder. "Your father would be ashamed of your choice." Goyle added, "The Dark Lord has given the Malfoy family honor, and you." "Get out." Harry stood up, wand in hand. "Unless you wish to experience the Bat Bogey Hex again." Crabbe's face twitched, and as they backed away, Pansy and Theodore appeared behind them. "Excuse us, you trolls," Pansy snapped, squeezing into the compartment. Today, she had forsaken her usual elaborate hairstyle, her short black hair neatly tucked behind her ears, a silver brooch in the shape of a bird breaking free from a cage pinned to her robe. Theodore followed silently, closing the door and casting a silencing charm. Dark shadows lingered beneath his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well in weeks. "Welcome to the exiles compartment," Draco stated dryly. Pansy pulled out a box of wizarding cigarettes from her pocket, but stuffed them back upon receiving a glare from Hermione. "All summer, I've been listening to my father drone on about the duties of purebloods, as if my value lies solely in whom I can marry." She caressed the brooch, "until I witnessed." She abruptly fell silent, gazing at Theodore. "Until I saw my father tormented by the Cruciatus curse," Theodore replied calmly. "Because he questioned why the Dark Lord would attack a Muggle-born healer at St. Mungo's, the very healers who once saved my life." The train journeyed northward, the sunlight gradually replaced by ominous clouds. Harry thought of Cedric, the green light at Little Hangleton Graveyard, and Lucius's silent plea to protect him. He grasped Draco's hand, feeling the other's fingers tighten in response. The sorting ceremony was more solemn than in years past. As the first-year students nervously approached the sorting hat, Harry noticed an additional figure at the staff table, a diminutive woman clad in a pink cardigan, her hair adorned with an ugly bow, surveying the hall with a childlike, affected smile. "Umbridge," Hermione whispered, the Ministry's senior undersecretary. "The Daily Prophet said she was sent to oversee Hogwarts. This year." The sorting hat did not immediately proclaim the houses, but instead cleared its throat and sang a new song. "In the ancient castle, for souls entwined. Silver and gold once at odds, yet when shadows again spread, a lone battle leads to demise. Intertwine, silver and gold, like shields against the dark. Only the bonds of unity can restrain the surging tide." A murmur swept through the hall. At the Slytherin table, Crabbe and Goyle deliberately laughed loudly, but many others fell into contemplation. Harry saw Dumbledore's eyes, glimmering with approval behind his half-moon spectacles, while Umbridge clapped her hands with a forced smile, her gaze as cold as a serpent's. "Slytherin." The sorting hat finally called out the first house name, and the new students were sorted one by one. As the last first-year dashed to the Hufflepuff table, Dumbledore rose to deliver his speech, only to be preempted by Umbridge. She sprang up like a pink toad. "Ahem. Before indulging in this sumptuous feast, the minister has some important announcements. For the next 5 minutes." She announced a series of educational reforms in a sickly sweet voice, banning the use of unapproved textbooks, establishing an inquisitorial squad to monitor the behavior of students and staff, and most disturbingly, that the defense against the dark arts class would become theory-based. "She is neutering the subject," Draco muttered, fury igniting in his gray eyes. "While the Dark Lord is recruiting outside, she wants us to study from textbooks." Dumbledore ultimately salvaged some of the atmosphere, briefly welcoming the new students and specifically stating, "In dark times, Hogwarts lights shall forever shine for the guardians of truth." Harry was certain the headmaster's gaze swept across the Slytherin table as he said this. A cloying scent of perfume filled the defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor Umbridge, if one could deem this pink toad deserving of the title of professor, was reading aloud from the revised textbook in a voice reminiscent of a petulant young girl. The conflicts among wizards had been grossly exaggerated, and the so-called dark magic was merely a collection of spells not sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes as he discreetly clasped Draco's hand beneath the table. Draco's fingers were icy, and a thin sheen of sweat coated his palm. Ever since the incident with the Goblet of Fire, the Ministry's interference in Hogwarts had become increasingly blatant, and as an unwitting hero, Draco naturally became Umbridge's focal point. "Mr. Malfoy," Umbridge suddenly raised her voice, her bulging toad-like eyes locking onto Draco, as the heir of a pure-blood family. "What are your thoughts on these unorthodox perspectives?" The air in the classroom instantly thickened. Harry felt Draco's fingers tighten slightly. "I believe," Draco's voice was eerily calm, "that there is ample evidence in the annals of magical history to substantiate the dangers of dark magic, Professor." Umbridge's smile froze upon her face. What a surprising response. She slowly approached Draco, her pink cardigan swaying with each step like a walking cotton candy. "I had expected the son of the Malfoy family to better comprehend the Ministry's benevolent intentions." Harry noticed the tension in Draco's jawline. He understood what comprehend meant in this context, to bow to the Ministry, or to flatter Umbridge like the other Slytherin students. "Perhaps you should engage in more dialogue with your father." Umbridge continued, her voice saccharine, to avoid straying down the wrong path. "After all, pureblood traitors are more reprehensible than muggleborns, are they not?" Harry's blood boiled instantly. Without waiting for Draco's response, he stood up. "Professor," Harry's voice rang out, "are you insinuating that pureblood wizards must adopt a particular political stance? That sounds remarkably like blood discrimination. I thought that was what you claimed to oppose." Gasps echoed throughout the classroom. Umbridge turned, her face still adorned with that chilling smile. Yet her eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. "Mr. Potter," she replied softly, 7 o'clock tonight, my office." "Detention." Hermione groaned softly behind him, while Ron made a slashing gesture across his throat. Draco's gray eyes were filled with warnings, but Harry simply shrugged and sat down, already anticipating this outcome. Umbridge's office resembled a pink nightmare. Lace-trimmed tablecloths, cushions embroidered with kittens, and wall-mounted decorative plates, each housing a tiny cat joyfully pursuing a ball of yarn. Harry suppressed his discomfort as he stood before the excessively tidy desk. "Do you know why you always find yourself in trouble, Mr. Potter?" Umbridge sipped from her teacup, the contents smelling like perfumed poison. "Because you refuse to obey." Harry remained silent. Experience had taught him that arguing with Umbridge only exacerbated matters. "Tonight, you will write some lines." She opened a drawer and produced a peculiar black quill. "This is not your ordinary copying exercise. You will write, 'I must not tell lies,' until that phrase is etched into your very soul." Harry took the quill, its tip unnaturally sharp. Umbridge handed him a sheet of parchment, her face alight with anticipation. "Begin." As the first stroke fell, and the ink appeared on the page, a sharp pain pierced the inner side of his right arm. The quill was inscribing the same phrase into his skin. Blood seeped out, staining the quill's tip, creating a bizarre dark crimson hue mingled with ink. "Ah," Umbridge sighed with satisfaction. "It seems the message is being conveyed quite thoroughly." Harry gritted his teeth and continued to write. Each stroke felt like a red-hot wire branding his skin. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but he refused to utter a sound. Umbridge sat across from him, wearing a contented smile, occasionally sipping from her dubious tea. 2 hours later, when "I must not tell lies" had been inscribed across the entire sheet of parchment and Harry's right arm was a bloody mess, Umbridge finally nodded in satisfaction. "You may leave. Remember this lesson, Potter." Harry stood stiffly, his arm ablaze with pain. As he turned to leave, he heard Umbridge's voice behind him. "Do send my regards to young Malfoy. Tell him to choose his friends wisely." The Slytherin common room was quieter than usual. A few seventh years were huddled in a corner playing wizard's chess, while younger students clustered together working on their homework. When Harry pushed open the stone door, all eyes turned to him, some curious, some disdainful, and a few tinged with subtle sympathy. Draco immediately rose from his seat by the window, his complexion paler than usual. He strode toward Harry, his gaze fixated on the hand clutched tightly against his right arm. "What did she do to you?" Draco's voice was low and menacing. Harry shook his head. "Nothing. Just a peculiar way of writing." Draco, without hesitation, pulled Harry toward the boys' dormitory. As they passed Crabbe and Goyle, the two shot them dark looks, but a single glare from Draco sent them retreating to their seats. The dormitory was empty. Draco locked the door and turned, his gray eyes ablaze with icy fury. "Show me." Harry hesitated for a moment before slowly rolling up his sleeve. The mangled skin of his arm was exposed to the air, blood still oozing. The phrase, "I must not tell lies," deeply etched into his flesh. With some strokes revealing pink subcutaneous tissue, Draco's breath hitched for a moment. He abruptly turned and retrieved a small silver box from the nightstand, opening it with trembling fingers to reveal various potion vials, each neatly labeled. "Sit down," Draco commanded, his voice slightly hoarse. Harry perched on the edge of the bed, watching as Draco meticulously prepared a blue ointment. His movements were precise and practiced, elegant arcs drawn with the silver stirring rod in the porcelain bowl. The shimmering surface of the black lake outside cast dancing reflections upon the ceiling, dappling Draco's golden hair with glimmering light. "This is a modified version of what my godfather taught me," Draco murmured softly, not looking up, "an ointment to alleviate pain and prevent scarring." Harry wanted to say something, but Draco had already dipped his fingers into the ointment and gently applied it to the wounds. The cool sensation immediately soothed the burning pain, causing Harry to exhale in relief. "You fool," Draco whispered, though his touch remained incredibly gentle. "It's not worth it to stand up to that pink toad for my sake." Harry reached out with his uninjured left hand to touch Draco's cheek. "Of course it is." Draco's eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting delicate shadows in the moonlight. He continued to apply the ointment, each motion cautious. When he encountered a particularly deep wound, Harry instinctively tensed. "Hold on," Draco murmured, leaning in to gently blow on the injury. "It'll be all right." The ointment began to take effect, the edges of the wound glowing faintly as they slowly healed. Draco carefully wrapped a bandage around it, finishing with a perfect knot. "All done," he said, yet he did not release Harry's hand. "Next time, let me handle Umbridge myself." Harry chuckled. "And then watch you get detention? Not a chance." Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside the door, followed by Hermione's hushed voice. "Harry? Are you all right? Ron and I brought some food." Draco rolled his eyes, but still got up to open the door. Hermione and Ron squeezed into the room, with Ron clutching a large bundle of sandwiches pilfered from the kitchen. "Merlin." Upon seeing Harry's bandages, Hermione immediately covered her mouth. Had she used a blood quill? That was a forbidden dark magical object. Ron tossed the sandwiches onto the bed. "That old bat. Dad says Fudge is completely under her control." "Shoo." Draco shot him a warning glare. "The walls have ears." Hermione had already leaned closer to examine Harry's bandages. "Professionally done. This is a mixture of Murtlap essence and moonstone." "And dragon's blood?" Draco looked at her with slight surprise. "A trace of dragon's blood enhances the healing effect." "Granger, you know more about potions than I anticipated." After all, she was Hermione, capable of reciting the appendices of magical drafts and potions even with her mouth stuffed full of chicken sandwiches. Harry smiled at their banter, the pain in his arm having lessened significantly. Outside, a massive squid glided past, its tentacles brushing against the glass. Draco settled back down beside Harry, his shoulder gently touching his. "So," Hermione said seriously, lowering her voice, "how do we deal with Umbridge?" Ron swallowed his food. "Fred and George have some ideas about swamps and portable swamps." "No," Harry shook his head, "we need a more clever approach. Since she has banned us from learning defense against the dark arts, we shall teach ourselves." Draco picked up where he left off, his gray eyes sparkling with familiar mischief. "A secret organization." Hermione's eyes brightened. "Like the Anti-Umbridge Alliance?" "A cooler name," Ron suggested. "Like Umbridge Must Die Club?" Harry chuckled softly, inadvertently pulling at his wound and hissing in pain. Draco immediately frowned. "Enough, the patient needs rest. You too," he pointed at Hermione and Ron, "should head back to Gryffindor." Hermione nodded knowingly, tugging Ron, who was still stuffing sandwiches into his pockets, as they left. Once the door closed, Draco turned to Harry, his expression softening. "Lie down," he commanded. "I'll fetch some water." Harry obediently reclined, suddenly feeling immensely fatigued. By the time Draco returned, he had already half closed his eyes. Draco gently removed his glasses, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a damp cloth. "Draco?" Harry murmured drowsily. Thank you for the salve." Draco paused for a moment before leaning down to place a soft kiss on Harry's forehead. "Sleep now, you fool. Tomorrow holds more troubles for us." Outside, the waters of the Black Lake swayed gently, casting blue shadows upon the two, as Harry's breathing gradually steadied. Chapter 29, The Educational Decree. The corridors of Hogwarts had never been so silent. Harry squinted at the latest posted notice. On the pink parchment, Umbridge's plump script resembled a wriggling line of maggots. According to Educational Decree Number 24, all student organizations, societies, teams, or clubs must report their activities to the High Inquisitor. Any unauthorized activities will result in immediate expulsion. Below the notice, Filch was meticulously checking the text word by word with his filthy nails, a smug grin spreading across his face. He wore a brand new set of shackles at his waist, which he deliberately rattled whenever students passed by. Utterly ridiculous, came Draco's voice from behind. He was clad in his Slytherin Quidditch training gear, his blonde hair still damp from the morning practice. Does she think she is the Minister of Magic? Harry quickly scanned the area to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Keep your voice down. She does have the authority to do this now. They turned into a secluded corridor where several medieval wizards in the portraits were dozing. Draco's fingers lightly brushed against Harry's wrist. This seemingly accidental contact was one of the few ways they could express intimacy in public. Granger and Weasley are already on the move, Draco whispered. After curfew last night, I saw them sneaking into the abandoned girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Harry raised an eyebrow. The one with Moaning Myrtle? Clever, Draco chuckled. No one goes there, except those wanting to avoid Umbridge. Harry completed his thought, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Hermione is always good at finding places. They parted ways at a junction. Draco, as a prefect, had to attend Umbridge's staff supervision meeting, while Harry headed towards the underground classroom. Just before they separated, Draco pretended to adjust his tie and quickly made a hand gesture, 2 fingers tracing across his left wrist. This was their agreed-upon signal. 8 o'clock in the Slytherin common room. The abandoned girls' lavatory was filled with a damp, moldy smell. Moaning Myrtle was humming a sorrowful tune off-key from the innermost stall, and the copper taps above the sink glowed with an eerie green light. Hermione lightly tapped 3 times on the door of the central stall, then 2 more times. The door silently slid open, revealing a spacious interior enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. Ron, Ginny, Neville, and several other Gryffindor students sat in a circle. A copy of A History of Magic spread out before them. Harry, Hermione sighed in relief. We were just talking about you. Harry closed the door and cast a silencing charm. Draco said you were planning something? Ron sat up excitedly. The DA, Dumbledore's army. A secret group for learning defense against the dark arts. Since Umbridge won't teach us anything real, we'll learn it ourselves. Ginny added. We've already contacted Terry Boot from Ravenclaw and Susan Bones from Hufflepuff. They're both willing to join. Harry's gaze fell upon the A History of Magic textbook. What appeared to be casual notes were, in fact, a roster of members written in color-changing ink, only visible with specific spells. Great idea, Harry said slowly. But who will be the teacher? All eyes turned towards him. Hermione looked at him expectantly. Of course it should be you, Harry. You're the best at defense against the dark arts among us. Even Moody, well, the fake Moody, praised you. Harry shook his head, a decision he had contemplated for some time. No, not me. Ron's jaw nearly dropped. What? Then who else can? Neville, Harry said calmly. A profound silence enveloped the stall. Neville's face turned ashen, his fingers instinctively clutching the front of his robes. I can't. Longbottom, a 4th-year Gryffindor blurted out. But he couldn't even manage basic spells. Neville's parents are Aurors, Harry interjected, his voice unusually firm. They were driven mad by Death Eaters. Since then, he has studied defense more than any of us in private. He turned to Neville. Last month, you practiced the shattering spell behind the greenhouse, which can turn a boulder to dust, right? Neville's eyes widened. How do you know that? And all those books your grandmother sent you. The Essentials of Defensive Magic and Practical Charms. You can recite them by heart, can't you? Harry continued. You just lack confidence, not ability. Hermione regarded Neville thoughtfully. Harry makes a valid point. Neville indeed excels in herbology, which requires immense concentration and precision. I could try. Neville's voice was soft, but no longer trembling. But I need someone to help demonstrate. Luna can. Harry immediately remarked that she had read of more peculiar spells in the Singing Reversal than we could ever fathom. And she was sufficiently extraordinary not to arouse Umbridge's suspicions. Ron frowned. But she's a Ravenclaw. How can we? Draco will arrange it, Harry interjected. As a prefect, he could coordinate meetings between students of different houses during tutoring sessions. He turned to Hermione. But the list must be strictly controlled. Not everyone who expresses interest can be deemed trustworthy. Hermione scrutinized him keenly. Are you concerned about informants? Harry recalled Cho Chang's friend Marietta and the painful lesson of betrayal that led to the exposure of D.A. In the original text, I worry about human nature. Under sufficient pressure, anyone can falter. Suddenly, an exaggerated cough from outside the door signaled the release of tension. Ginny sprang to her feet, pressing her ear to the door. It's Filch's voice, and Umbridge is with him. Hermione quickly closed her textbook, waving her wand to dispel the stretching charm. They all huddled in the cramped compartment, holding their breath. Umbridge's saccharine voice resonated through the door. Particularly inspect these abandoned areas. Argus, students love to mischief in such places. The footsteps grew closer. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, rapidly conjuring various excuses in his mind. Just then, a loud crash echoed from afar, followed by Peeve's shrill laughter. Horrid old toad. Try this. The sound of a bucket of paint being dumped, Umbridge's shriek. And Filch's furious curses followed. The footsteps hastily retreated. Draco's handiwork. Harry exhaled in relief. a smile creeping to his lips. He had promised to distract Umbridge. Hermione looked at him in astonishment. You planned this? Us Slytherins excel at two things, Harry winked, devising contingency plans and crafting alibis for friends. Ron whistled. I see why you like that guy. That evening, by the fire in the Slytherin common room, Draco listened intently to Harry's account, appreciation glimmering in his silver-gray eyes. Longbottom. He languidly leaned against the armrest of the sofa, an unexpected choice, yet quite clever. No one would suspect him. Harry observed the flickering shadows cast by the fire on Draco's profile. Umbridge will closely monitor the two of us. If we lead the DA, it won't last a week. Draco continued his thought, his fingers gently tapping the armrest, but the influence of the Malfoy name can offer some protection. Although my father is gone, his old network remains. A barely discernible tremor laced Draco's voice at the mention of Lucius. Harry quietly clasped his hand, feeling the distinct bones and cool skin. Tomorrow, I shall casually mention it to Umbridge. Draco shifted the topic, his tone returning to its usual calmness, saying I saw a group of Hufflepuffs lurking behind the library. Let her redirect her attention. Harry smiled. And I shall accidentally drop a Transfiguration Club application form in front of her. The fire crackled, and the dark lake shimmered outside. In this oppressive time, the seeds of rebellion were taking root in the most unexpected places, led by the most unlikely of individuals. You know, Draco suddenly remarked, his gray eyes reflecting the firelight. Sometimes I feel you embody Slytherin more than any of us. Harry chuckled softly, intertwining his fingers with Draco's, because I've chosen the finest companion with Harry and Draco's assistance. The Dumbledore's army swiftly commenced its operations, and the weekend soon approached. Hogsmeade Village was bathed in a golden hue. Even the typically gloomy Shrieking Shack appeared a touch warmer. Harry ascended the creaky stairs to the second floor of the shack, carrying 2 bottles of butterbeer from the Hog's Head and a paper bag of steaming pies. Draco followed behind, holding a package of fizzing whiz-bees and a small bouquet of wildflowers bought from an old woman at the village entrance. For Sirius, he explained. Noticing Harry's puzzled gaze, he said that room needed a bit of life. Harry couldn't help but smile. A year ago, had anyone told him that Draco Malfoy would buy flowers for his godfather, he would have assumed they were under a Confundus charm. But now he likes you. Harry pushed open the door, more than some of my friends do. Draco snorted softly. Because I have better taste than Weasley and am more articulate than Granger? Because you call him Sirius instead of Black. Harry placed the butterbeer on the windowsill, and you never comment on his motorcycle. The room had been tidily arranged. An old carpet conjured by Sirius covered the dirtiest part of the floor, and 3 wobbly chairs surrounded a small round table, upon which sat a plate of sandwiches that looked barely edible. Sirius himself leaned against the window, his long black hair casually tied back, wearing a rare deep red shirt devoid of holes. Finally, he exclaimed upon seeing the food in their hands, his eyes lighting up, I'm starving. Albus insisted I attend the entire order meeting before I could slip away. Harry handed over the pies, chicken and mushroom and beef and onion. Still warm, your godfather insists on waiting until the pies are fresh out of the oven, Draco added, placing the bouquet of pale blue wildflowers into a conjured glass vase. Which is why we had to endure 20 more minutes of Albus complaining about goats at the Hog's Head. Sirius laughed heartily, placing the flowers on the windowsill. Better colors than I imagined. The last time Draco said he wanted to add some color to the house, I feared he would bring in some silver and green Slytherin banners. Draco elegantly settled into a chair. Now I think it could work. Sunlight streamed through the dust-laden window, casting mottled shadows over the sandwiches, pies, and butterbeer. Sirius regaled them with tales of the peculiar house elf graffiti he discovered while reconstructing the Black ancestral home. While Draco shared a rare mishap of Snape's in potions class, where he mistakenly added Murtlap essence instead of dragon's blood to a potion, resulting in the entire dungeon filling with pink bubbles. Harry listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the label on the butterbeer bottle. Such an afternoon was too precious, too ordinary, almost making him forget the fatigue endured over the past months. Draco lightly nudged his knee beneath the table, his gray eyes inquiring. Harry shook his head, returning a smile. And then Minerva said, perhaps Severus needs a pair of glasses. Serious laughter reverberated in the room. Merlin, I truly wish I had been there. The pink, heart-shaped bubble still clung to his office door. Draco sipped his butterbeer. Pansy makes a spectacle of it every time she walks by. They whiled away the entire afternoon. As the sunlight began to turn orange, Sirius glanced at the clock and suddenly stood up. I almost forgot. Remus is expecting me to discuss order matters. He squinted. You two can stay a little longer, but don't return to the castle too late. Albus is lenient. But Filch has been searching for excuses to confine Slytherin students. Harry stood to embrace his godfather. Say hello to Lupin for me. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair and turned to Draco. We're still planning the rescue of your father. He's a brave man. Draco nodded subtly, his throat constricting without a word. Sirius. In an understanding gesture, patted his shoulder before transforming into his large canine form and leaping out of the window, swiftly vanishing into the twilight. The room fell into an unexpected silence. Harry gazed at Draco's profile illuminated by the setting sun, admiring the shadows cast by his eyelashes, the straightness of his nose, and the ever-so-slightly upturned corners of his mouth. He reached out to brush against Draco's fingertips, inquiring, "What are you pondering?" Draco replied softly. "My father's last words were to protect him," referring to Harry. A tightness gripped Harry's chest. Lucius Malfoy, the once arrogant pure-blood aristocrat who had derided Hagrid and despised Muggles, chose in a moment of crisis to safeguard his son's beloved, a savior stripped of his title. "I am grateful," Harry murmured, "not merely for that, but for the fact that he entrusted you with the key." Draco turned to face Harry, his gray eyes glimmering like polished silver in the dusk. "You realize what this signifies, don't you?" He had long prepared that key, had long plotted to betray Voldemort. Suddenly, Harry comprehended. Draco had been waiting for an opportunity, a means to preserve the Malfoy family's honor while rescuing Harry. It's a typical Malfoy tactic. Draco's voice bore a tinge of bitterness. Outside, the last sliver of sunlight vanished. Harry rose to light the candles on the table, their warm amber glow instantly filling the room. As he turned, he found Draco standing before him, close enough to catch the scent of butterbeer on his breath. "We ought to return to the castle," Harry stated, yet his feet remained firmly planted. Draco arched an eyebrow. "Head boy Potter is going to strictly enforce curfew?" Harry's retort was cut short as Draco suddenly pressed his lips against his. The kiss tasted of honey and beer, infused with that unique scent of Draco's, reminiscent of green apple toothpaste. Harry's hand instinctively found its way to the nape of Draco's neck, fingers entwining in his soft golden hair. When they finally parted, both were slightly breathless. Draco's lips glistened, particularly alluring in the candlelight. The bed in the Shrieking Shack is far more comfortable than those in the dormitory. A rush of warmth surged through Harry's abdomen. He knew Draco was right. That four-poster bed did indeed appear more spacious and inviting than any in the Slytherin dungeons. Moreover, they had been dating for nearly a year now. "Let us just lie down for a bit," Harry heard himself say. "There's still an hour until curfew." They stumbled towards the bed like two youths indulging in forbidden fruit, which, in truth, they were. The mattress proved softer than anticipated, imbued with the scent of sunlight and dust. Draco's golden hair sprawled across the dark sheets, akin to a pool of melted gold. Harry leaned down to kiss him again, this time more deeply and slowly, savoring every familiar inch of territory. His fingers glided from the side of Draco's neck, tracing his collarbone, lingering at the buttons of his shirt. Draco's breath quickened, arching his back slightly, allowing Harry easier access to unfasten those buttons. When Harry's palm grazed his bare waistline, Draco emitted a barely audible moan. "Harry," he whispered, his voice laced with desire and a hint of vulnerability. That single utterance caused Harry to pause. He propped himself up, studying Draco beneath him, his shirt half open, lips swollen, gray eyes brimming with longing. Merlin. He yearned for this person, wholly and completely. But not now, not here. "Not yet," Harry murmured, his thumb brushing against Draco's flushed cheek. "We promised to wait until we're adults." Draco sighed, "I know." Yet he grasped Harry's wrist, guiding it back to his waist. "That doesn't mean we can't have a little preview?" Harry chuckled, leaning down to gently nip at Draco's collarbone, cunning Slytherin. "And you adore that about me," Draco retorted, fingers deftly unbuttoning the top two buttons of Harry's shirt, and this. His hand slipped into the shirt, palm resting against Harry's chest. They remained entwined for what felt like an eternity, until the moonlight fully replaced the candlelight, and their garments were a disheveled mess. Ultimately, it was Harry who sat up first, taming his tousled black hair. "We really ought to go, unless you wish for Snape to catch us in the act." Reluctantly, Draco sat up as well, waving his wand to straighten their clothing. "I despise your sense of responsibility, Harry." "No, you don't," Harry replied, pulling him to his feet and planting a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. "The weekend is far too fleeting." Hand in hand, they exited the Shrieking Shack, the night breeze brushing against their flushed cheeks. The lights of Hogwarts flickered in the distance, resembling a scatter of fallen stars. Harry suddenly reflected on how, when he chose Slytherin, he had never envisioned such a life. Being in love with Draco, maintaining friendships with Hermione and Ron, having Sirius's family. "What's wrong?" Draco inquired, gently squeezing Harry's hand. Harry shook his head, simply smiling. "Nothing. Just feeling quite content." Draco did not press further, yet the curve of his lips indicated his complete understanding. Under the moonlight, the two figures ambled along the path back to the castle, their shadows intertwining on the ground. Chapter 30. Together we are dangerous. At the edge of the Care of Magical Creatures class, Umbridge's pink figure stood out like a piece of bubblegum stuck to a robe, glaringly obnoxious. She stood beside Hagrid, wearing a sickly sweet smile, her notepad poised to record any inappropriate teaching conduct. Today we shall be introduced to a particularly special magical creature. Hagrid's voice was deeper than usual, his robust fingers nervously rubbing his dragon-hide gloves. They are called thestrals, and only those who have witnessed death can perceive them. Harry stood among the line of Slytherin students, scanning the clearing where 5 emaciated, bat-winged black creatures stood quietly, their white eyes resembling moons cloaked in fog. Draco squinted. Where? I only see a few hitching posts. They are right there, Harry began to explain, but Umbridge's sharp voice interrupted. Forgive me, Professor Hagrid. She feigned a smile. What exactly are you demonstrating to the students? The thestrals, Professor. Hagrid's face flushed. They are the means of transportation for Hogwarts. However, many students seemed unable to see these so-called thestrals. Umbridge surveyed the bewildered faces. How do you prove they truly exist? Hermione raised her hand. Page 197 of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them contains a detailed account. Thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. It's a magical perception phenomenon, not a teaching error. Umbridge's smile faltered. Thank you, Miss Granger. However, the Ministry prefers to teach more practical content. She scribbled furiously on her notepad, such as how to identify and avoid dangerous creatures, rather than seeking what does not exist. I can see them, Harry suddenly declared, his voice slicing through the air with clarity. All eyes turned toward him. Umbridge's eyes narrowed into slits. Of course. Our famous Harry Potter can see what others cannot. Her tone was laden with insinuation, just like last semester's so-called return of the Dark Lord rumor. Harry felt Draco's fingers subtly entwine with his, giving a gentle squeeze. I can see them too, Neville interjected, his voice trembling. They are right there. Next came Ginny, Luna, and a few 7th-year students with whom Harry was not particularly familiar. Umbridge's countenance grew increasingly grim. Hagrid cast a grateful glance at Harry. Thank you all. Now, the thestrals are quite gentle if one knows how to approach them. The lesson proceeded amidst Umbridge's incessant interruptions. As Hagrid demonstrated how to feed the thestrals raw meat, she loudly complained about the gruesomeness. When he explained the creature's flying capabilities, she questioned how such invisible beings could ensure safety. Ultimately, the lesson concluded hastily, leaving most students uncertain about the very existence of thestrals. She was a pink nightmare. On the way back to the castle, Draco muttered, She seems intent on controlling Hogwarts. Tonight, I shall take you to meet a real thestral, Harry whispered. At midnight, under the invisibility cloak, Draco's gray eyes sparkled. Are you certain Hagrid will consent? We needn't ask him, Harry replied with a mischievous grin. After all, we have ample experience with nocturnal escapades. The edge of the forbidden forest beneath the moonlight appeared even more enigmatic than during the day. The thestrals were tethered in the enclosure behind Hagrid's hut, appearing even more gaunt in the silver glow, their leathery wings folded against their sides. Merlin's beard, Draco exclaimed as he emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, awe evident in his voice. They truly exist. Harry nodded, gently approaching the quietest thestral, an elder creature with a notch missing from its left ear. You must first bow to them, he demonstrated by bending at the waist. Once it reciprocates, you may touch it. Draco mimicked Harry's bowing motion, yet the thestral merely tilted its head at him, offering no response. It doesn't like me, he said, somewhat disheartened. Try again, Harry encouraged. Draco closed his eyes and bowed deeply once more. This time, when he lifted his head, the thestral slowly lowered its own, akin to an ancient noble returning a greeting. It sees you, Harry whispered. Draco cautiously extended his hand, brushing against the thestral's muzzle. Beneath its leathery skin, a faint warmth emanated. It's so cold, he murmured. That is death. Harry stood behind him, placing his hands over Draco's, together feeling the thestral's breath, neither icy nor as warm as living beings. They remained there in silence, the thestral's white eyes reflecting the moonlight. In the distance, the treetops of the forbidden forest rustled in the wind, reminiscent of some colossal creature's breathing. Would you like to ride? Harry suddenly inquired. Draco turned to him. Astonishment etched across his face. Can we? Hagrid said they can carry much more than they appear to. Harry had already unfastened the thestral's reins. I shall take you. The thestral was surprisingly docile. As Harry mounted its bony back, it merely gave a gentle shake of its head. Draco hesitated, but was pulled up to sit in front of Harry. Hold on to its mane, Harry whispered in Draco's ear, wrapping his arms around his waist. It may be a bit bumpy upon takeoff. The thestral took a few running steps before its enormous wings unfurled, the ground swiftly receding beneath them. Draco gasped, pressing his back against Harry's chest. It's all right, Harry's voice was carried away by the wind. I'm here. The thestral soared above the forbidden forest, the moonlight casting a silvery hue upon the treetops. Draco's initially tense body gradually relaxed, even daring to release one hand to touch the passing clouds. This is incredible. His laughter rang clear in the night sky, better than a broomstick, Merlin's beard. The Thestral suddenly dove, causing Draco to lean back sharply. But Harry tightened his embrace just in time to steady him. It merely spotted a rabbit, Harry chuckled. Thestrals can be playful at times. They circled in the air for nearly an hour, returning to the ground only when the moon began to set in the west. Upon landing, Draco's legs trembled slightly. Yet his face bore a radiant smile that Harry had never witnessed before. "Thank you," he murmured, intertwining his fingers with Harry's. This was even better than Quidditch. Just as Harry was about to respond, the Thestral perked its ears, turning toward the depths of the forbidden forest. A tall figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. It was Hagrid, carrying a lantern, his beard tousled. "I knew it was you too." His voice held no reproach, only warmth. "I'm so pleased to see you getting along so well." On the journey back to the castle, the two huddled beneath the invisibility cloak, their shoulders touching. Draco suddenly said, "When I was a child, my father took me to see unicorns, but they never let me get close, saying my heart wasn't pure enough." Harry squeezed his hand. "Thestrals don't care about that. They only care whether you understand the other side of life." Draco fell silent for a moment. "I wish my father could see them." "He will be free," Harry promised. Though he himself was uncertain how to make that happen. The Slytherin dormitory was quiet enough to hear the trickling of the Black Lake. Draco tossed and turned in his sleep, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He dreamt of becoming a massive serpent, slithering through dark corridors. The walls were damp and cold, the air thick with mildew and a metallic scent. Ahead, there was light. A red-haired man stood with his back to him, inspecting something shiny. A wave of murderous intent surged forth. Draco. No. The serpent arched its back, venom dripping from its fangs. The red-haired man turned around. It was Arthur Weasley. He opened his mouth to scream, but the serpent lunged. No. Draco shot up, drenched in cold sweat. Harry immediately awoke, wand gripped in his hand. "What happened?" "I dreamt." Draco's voice was hoarse and alien to him. "I turned into a snake and attacked Mr. Weasley." Harry's expression froze instantly. He reached out to brush his fingers against Draco's forehead, which was icy and damp. "Tell me everything." As Draco recounted the details of his dream, Harry's face appeared exceptionally pale beneath the greenish light. "This is no ordinary nightmare. Voldemort is revealing his actions to you." "Why me?" Draco clenched the bedclothes. "I thought only your scar would." "Perhaps it's because of our vow mark," Harry pondered. "The vow mark may have allowed our perceptions to intertwine. You can connect to my scar." Draco rose from the bed and walked to the window, the shimmering waves of the Black Lake casting flickering shadows upon his face. Is Arthur Weasley in danger? If the dream is true. Harry stood behind him, placing his hands on his shoulders. "We need to warn him." Draco turned, fear reflected in his gray eyes. A fear Harry had never seen before. "If Voldemort can enter my dreams, will he discover our secret? Discover where my father truly stands?" Harry did not respond immediately. He cradled Draco's face in his hands, his thumb brushing away the dampness from the corners of his eyes, whether it be sweat or tears. "We must go to Dumbledore at once." In the headmaster's office, silver instruments gently spun, emitting an ethereal blue light. Draco sat in a high-backed chair, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of a teacup, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Harry stood behind him, one hand resting on his shoulder, thumb gently stroking the side of his neck, silently offering comfort. After listening to Draco's account, Dumbledore's gaze was calm, yet piercing. He removed his glasses, fingertips pressed against his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Voldemort's intrusion into your thoughts is no accident. Your dreams do not belong to you, they belong to him." Draco's breath hitched slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gray eyes. "Did he wish for me to witness this?" "Not entirely." Dumbledore shook his head. "He may not have realized that you could perceive his actions, yet your consciousness resonated with his serpentine vision." Harry's fingers tightened momentarily, a dull ache pricking at his scar. He understood that sensation more intimately than anyone else, akin to a frigid serpent's tongue caressing his brain, memories not his own forcibly flooding in, impossible to escape. "Arthur is on night duty at the Ministry tonight." Dumbledore rose and approached the gilded perch where Fawkes rested. "We must warn him immediately." He tapped the phoenix's tail feathers with his fingertip, golden flames swirling in the air, forming a line of flickering text. "Arthur, evacuate immediately. Danger is present. Albus." The moment the flames dissipated, Dumbledore turned to Draco, his tone softened yet earnest. "Draco, your vigilance has saved Arthur's life. Voldemort may take note of you because of this, but the Order of the Phoenix will protect you, just as it does Harry." Draco's jaw tightened, yet he nodded. Harry's fingers slid down, gently clasping his wrist, his fingertip resting on his pulse, silently conveying that he was there. At dawn, an owl arrived with a reply. Arthur Weasley was rescued in the nick of time. Nagini's attack had merely left a wound on his arm, and the healers at St. Mungo's had already treated him. At breakfast, Ron and Hermione hurried to the Slytherin table. Ron's complexion was still somewhat pale, but the tension in his gaze had eased somewhat. "My dad is fine." He addressed Draco directly, his voice hoarse. The healer said that had it been 10 minutes later, the snake venom would have infiltrated his bloodstream. "Merlin, thank goodness you had that dream." Hermione's hand rested on Draco's shoulder, her fingertips trembling slightly. "We owe you one, Draco." Draco wearily rubbed his brow. "Spare me, Granger. I simply did not wish to hear Weasley rambling on about the Malfoy brat from a hospital bed." Ron smiled broadly, though the smile was somewhat forced. "Oh, he will definitely ramble, but this time he'll have to add that you saved his life." Harry sat beside Draco, his knee gently brushing against his. The corridor was silent beneath the snowy night. Draco leaned against the stone wall, his breath still not completely steady. The light golden strands of hair on his forehead damp with cold sweat, sticking messily to his pale skin. Harry stood before him, raising a hand to sweep aside those damp strands, his fingertips gliding down his cheek, finally resting at the taut nape of his neck, his thumb gently kneading the cool skin. "It's all right," Harry whispered, his voice softer than the falling snow. Draco closed his eyes, his throat bobbing as he exhaled a shuddering breath. "He saw you." Draco's voice was hoarse. "In the dream, when that snake turned its head. I felt it fixating on something. Now I understand, it was fixating on you." Harry did not deny it. He took a half step forward, closing the final distance between them, placing his other hand on Draco's waist, pulling him into his embrace. The heavy winter robes of Hogwarts enveloped them, yet he could still feel the rigid lines of Draco's spine. "Then let it look," Harry said, his lips nearly brushing against the tip of Draco's ear. "Voldemort seeks to find my weakness through you," his fingers tightening at the nape, prompting Draco to slightly raise his head to meet his gaze. Yet he has made one grave mistake. The torch at the end of the corridor blazed behind Harry, casting a golden halo around his silhouette, his green eyes startlingly bright in the shadows. "You are not my weakness, Draco." He gently pressed his forehead against Draco's. "You are brave, independent, and not to be manipulated by anyone." Draco's breath momentarily faltered. The next moment, he abruptly grasped Harry's collar and kissed him. The kiss carried a taste of rust, as if someone's lips trembled and broke skin, infused with lingering fear, yet also with a certain resolve. Harry's hand slid into his golden hair, pulling him closer until not even a snowflake could slip between them. When they finally parted, a crack of light broke through the shadows in Draco's gray eyes. He leaned against Harry's shoulder, gasping for breath, suddenly letting out a short, abrupt laugh. "This will make you more dangerous. I have long grown accustomed to danger." Harry nudged his cold earlobe with his nose. "But this time, we faced danger together." The two entwined figures shared a final tender moment before the sword is drawn. Sharp, bright, and with no path of retreat. Chapter 31, Danger. Atop the astronomy tower, the candles had been extinguished, the dome opened to reveal the vast night sky. Slytherin and Gryffindor students lay side by side on the soft carpet, gazing up at the dazzling starry expanse. Firenze, the centaur with silver blue eyes, ambled among them. The sound of his hooves softly echoed on the ground, deep and distant. "Humans often believe that fate is fixed," he said. "But the trajectory of the stars can change due to minor disturbances, much like each of your choices." Harry turned his head to glance at Draco. Lying to his right, the silvery moonlight spilled over his pale golden lashes, rendering his profile nearly translucent. To his left, Ron and Hermione lay together, Hermione diligently recording every word of Firenze, while Ron had half closed his eyes, evidently as disinterested in divination as ever. "Potter, are you certain this isn't a waste of time?" Draco's voice dropped, his gray eyes casting a sidelong glance at Harry. "I thought you believed more in logic than the ramblings of the stars." Harry chuckled softly. "I thought Master Malfoy would find interest in foreseeing the future." "I'm only interested in things I can control," Draco scoffed, yet his fingers unconsciously caressed Harry's knuckles. Suddenly, Firenze's hoofbeats halted beside them. "Your astrological chart is quite peculiar, Draco Malfoy." Draco raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Firenze's silver blue eyes narrowed slightly as if piercing through the night sky, gazing directly at the threads of fate. "The constellation of Aquila should have dimmed in your life's path, yet it now shines unusually bright." The centaur pointed toward a corner of the sky, while the constellation of Draco, your family's star sign, is shrouded in a mass of dark mist. Harry immediately straightened. "What does this signify?" Firenze did not respond immediately. He leaned closer, his long fingers tracing above Draco, as if measuring an invisible trajectory. "The line of fate ought to be straight, yet now it is twisted." The centaur's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. "Someone is attempting to reweave the web of fate." Hermione suddenly sat up, parchment sliding off her lap. "Reweaving fate? How can that be possible?" Ron, startled by her sudden movement, groggily asked, "What's wrong?" Is the giant spider back? Firenze's gaze flickered between Harry and Draco. When a star forcefully alters its course, it can tear apart the surrounding constellations. His voice dropped to a whisper. Some futures should not exist. Draco's expression hardened. Are you saying that my choices have led to some sort of error? Not an error. Firenze shook his head. It is a variable, and this variable will attract the attention of an observer. A chill crept up Harry's spine. He knew all too well who the observer referred to. After class, students gradually left the astronomy tower, but Harry deliberately slowed his pace, waiting until the end. Firenze was indeed waiting for him. Harry Potter. The centaur's voice was as gentle as the night breeze. You know what I am speaking of, do you not? Harry clenched his fists, not denying it. Draco should be standing on the other side. Firenze said, yet now, his star chart is intertwined with yours. This is perilous. Perilous? Harry's voice grew cold, for did he choose me? Fate does not take kindly to mockery. Firenze's hooves softly struck the ground. The gaze of the observer shifting towards him, while the celestial trajectories began to collapse. Harry's heart plummeted. Are you suggesting that Voldemort has set his sights on Draco? Firenze did not respond directly, merely tilting his head towards the constellation of Draco. The star representing the Malfoy lineage was shrouded in a peculiar crimson mist. The observer had been scrutinizing the celestial signs. The centaur whispered as he discerned that a piece, which was meant to be his, had slipped beyond his control. Harry did not require further elaboration. He had witnessed Voldemort's methods of punishing traitors. What must I do? Firenze gazed deeply at him. Protect the thread that binds you. Once severed, his voice vanished into the wind, and the repercussions would be unpredictable. Moonlight filtered through the rippling waters of the Black Lake in the Slytherin dormitory, casting undulating, ghostly blue shadows upon the bed curtains. Draco awoke once more in the dead of night, suppressing a barely audible gasp in his throat. His fingertips dug deeply into the silk sheets, cold sweat trickling down his pale neck, soaking the embroidered collar of his silver-threaded nightgown. The vow mark on his left wrist was faintly burning. The fine, hair-like silver line now glowed with an eerie red light, resembling a red-hot wire entwined within his veins. Draco bit down hard on his lip, tasting iron, barely managing to swallow a cry of pain. The third time, Harry's voice suddenly emerged from the darkness, startling Draco into a shiver. He turned to see Harry sitting upright, green eyes flickering with alertness in the shadows, the tip of his wand illuminating a faint glow. What third time? Draco instinctively covered his left wrist with his right hand. This week, it's the third time you've awakened before me. Harry tossed aside the dark green velvet blanket, the silk nightgown slipping with his movement, revealing the identical vow mark beneath his collarbone, now also emanating a dangerous red light. Your nightmares are inversely affecting my scar through the vow. Draco's pupils dilated suddenly. He beheld the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead manifesting an ominous purplish hue, as if a burning fuse lay buried beneath the skin. I did not. Do not lie. Harry suddenly leaned closer, resting one hand on the pillow beside Draco. The mingled scents of pine and green apples enveloped them, yet Draco felt only a suffocating pressure. Last night I saw it. You dreamt of Nagini roaming the ministry. Did you not? The third office on the right side of the corridor, marked with a brass plaque that reads Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Draco's breath hitched. That detail of the dream he had never disclosed to anyone, not even the location of the office where Arthur Weasley had been attacked. Your dreams are resonating with my scar. Harry lowered his voice, his fingertips gently brushing against Draco's wildly pulsing carotid artery, while Voldemort simultaneously invaded both our minds. Outside, a colossal squid glided past the glass, its tentacles casting shadows that coiled around the two of them. Draco suddenly grasped Harry's wrist with astonishing force. It is more than just a dream. He rasped. I can feel his emotions. When he thinks of you, that hatred boils like molten lava. The fear in Draco's gray eyes nearly solidified. And the most terrifying part is, sometimes I cannot discern whether it is his emotion or my own. Harry's expression froze. Beneath the flickering glow, he noticed the spiderweb-like dark red veins surfacing beneath Draco's eyes, a sign of dark magic's corruption. The following morning, the Great Hall was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. The usually boisterous breakfast hour was eerily silent, the sharp clink of silver forks against porcelain plates echoing. Umbridge sat at the center of the staff table, her pink cardigan resembling a moldy cake, sweetly droning on to Professor McGonagall. Her fingers adorned with a dark magic detection ring that intermittently flickered with red light. Are they truly leaving? Draco whispered, scanning the nearly empty Gryffindor table. Only 2 solitary pumpkin juice cups remained in the usual seats of the Weasley twins. Hermione's curly hair appeared particularly disheveled today, clearly having gone a night without sleep. She pushed a thick stack of parchment across the tablecloth. This is their legacy of pranks list, including the counter curse for portable swamps and... A deafening explosion suddenly reverberated through the hall. Dust from the enchanted starry ceiling began to rain down, as hundreds of pink firework toads erupted from all directions. Forming the glowing words "Umbridge is a toad in the air." Merlin's beard. Ron choked on his porridge, watching his two brothers swagger into the hall. Fred donned a deep red robe adorned with golden stars, while George sported a sash proclaiming him the future king of pranks. "Ladies and gentlemen." Fred leaped onto the Hufflepuff table, his wand pressed against his throat as he cast an amplification charm at this sorrowful moment of farewell. "We have decided to leave dear Professor Umbridge a little memento," George chimed in, suddenly pulling a wriggling box from his pocket. Umbridge's face turned a shade of purple. "Get down this instant. You are expelled." "How fortuitous." Fred feigned surprise. "We were just about to resign." He flung open the box, and a swarm of winged fire crabs erupted, chasing after Umbridge while spewing sparks that smelled of dung. The entire hall descended into chaos. The Ravenclaw table suddenly sank, transforming into a swamp, while Slytherin's silver cutlery morphed into screaming groundhogs. Draco and Harry deftly dodged a fire-breathing paper crane as the woman's skirt transformed into countless writhing tentacles. "One last thing," George shouted, hurling a massive golden snitch model into the air. At the moment of its explosion, a shower of golden powder formed a hand giving the middle finger, accompanied by a deafening rock music. As the smoke cleared, the twins had vanished, leaving behind a burning inscription on the Great Hall's door. "As long as there is oppression of freedom, the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes shall remain in business forever." Tears suddenly streamed down Hermione's cheeks, while Ron, with reddened eyes, bit fiercely into a chicken leg. "Those two lunatics." Draco observed the spectacle, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the hawthorn wand hidden within his sleeve. He suddenly realized that in the impending war, everyone was choosing their own way to fight. Some confronted head-on. Some maneuvered from the shadows, while the Weasley twins wielded laughter as their weapon. In the midnight hour, the headmaster's office was steeped in a foreboding atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm. Fawkes was unusually agitated, his golden red tail feathers falling and regenerating continuously. In the pensive before Dumbledore, silver blue memories churned violently like waves in a tempest. "Severus has just delivered news." The old headmaster's voice was raspier than usual. "The defenses of the Department of Mysteries have been breached." Harry clenched the armrest tightly, knuckles turning white. "All the prophecy orbs?" "Only the one that was stolen." Dumbledore's blue eyes, magnified by his crescent-shaped glasses, glimmered with sharpness, but were sufficient to confirm two matters to Voldemort. First, the prophecy concerning the two of you indeed exists. Second, Draco felt a chilling dread creep up his spine. "What is the second?" "Secondly," Dumbledore gently waved his wand, and a silvery mist arose from the pensieve, coalescing into two intertwined figures. He understood that the vow magic had bound your powers together, and this was the only opportunity to vanquish him. The mist revealed the silhouettes of Harry and Draco, their wrists and collarbones adorned with oath markings that extended into countless strands of light, ultimately converging into a blinding golden beam, pointing toward a curled shadow deep within the mist. Thus, those nightmares echoed Draco's voice in a stifled manner. "It was an attempt to sever your bond." Dumbledore sighed, reminiscent of the times he had spoken to Harry, yet this time. The old man's gaze suddenly sharpened as he chose to address you, Draco. Harry abruptly rose, the hem of his robe brushing against a cup of now-cold tea. "We need to act swiftly." At that moment, the office door burst open. Kingsley Shacklebolt, covered in blood, rushed in. "The Ministry has fallen. Voldemort has appeared at Wizengamot." The memories within the pensieve erupted suddenly, transforming into a flurry of silver needles. Dumbledore's expression froze. "He has made a public appearance?" Not only that, fear was etched across Kingsley's dark face. "He brought Bellatrix, along with a dozen Death Eaters, and publicly executed Mrs. Bones." He swallowed hard. There were reporters from the Daily Prophet present. By dawn, the entire magical community will know that the Dark Lord has returned. A chilling silence enveloped the room. Draco observed as Harry's fingers unconsciously brushed against his scar, where the skin was seeping with droplets of blood. "Notify the Order of the Phoenix." Dumbledore suddenly stood, his aged visage revealing a rare sharpness, summoning all who could fight. After Kingsley hurriedly departed, the old headmaster turned to the two young men. "Now, regarding your vow magic, there are some crucial matters you must understand." Outside the window, a flash of lightning split the night sky. The storm had finally arrived. "Sit down, children." Dumbledore's voice was deeper than usual, as if emanating from a distant place. He waved his elder wand, and two high-backed chairs slid silently behind Harry and Draco. Harry remained still, his fingers tightly gripping his wand, knuckles whitening from the pressure, the blood on his scar appearing a strange shade of purplish-black under the candlelight. Draco stood beside him, his gray eyes fixated on the pensieve. The swirling memories within began to coalesce into a familiar form. Two entwined serpents, their eyes glimmering with the same silver light as their vow marks. "This magic is older than you can imagine," Dumbledore murmured, a rare weariness flickering in his blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses. "It was born in the age of Merlin, known as Anima Vinculum." "So what?" Draco's voice was somewhat hoarse. Dumbledore did not respond directly. He gently tapped the pensieve, and the silver substance suddenly exploded, morphing into countless tiny points of light, which in the air formed an ancient mural. Two cloaked wizards stood at the edge of a cliff, their wrists connected by a silver light, facing an overwhelming army of darkness. In the Middle Ages, when wizards faced darkness they could not combat alone, they would choose to forge such vows with those they trusted most. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the markings on their collarbones and wrists. It was not merely a sharing of magical power, but a brief weaving together of their souls, allowing both to draw upon each other's greatest strengths. Harry abruptly lifted his head. "So those nightmares. Not only is Voldemort invading your consciousness," Dumbledore sighed, "but the vow is also forcibly reconciling your fundamentally different magical natures." He turned to Draco. "Your affinity for dark magic, Harry's resistance to the killing curse. These talents are permeating one another." Draco's complexion grew even paler. He gazed down at his palm, as if seeing it for the first time. "So I can sense Nagini because of Harry's scar? And the portion of Harry's ability to resist the killing curse is being transmitted to you through the vow." Dumbledore nodded. "But the cost is, we will also feel each other's pain," Harry suddenly said, his green eyes fixed intently on the web-like blood vessels on Draco's neck. "Those nightmares are not mere illusions. They are real memories. Voldemort's actions at the Ministry, he witnessed everything through Nagini." The office fell into a heavy silence. The distant sound of rain battering against the castle walls resonated ominously, like some foreboding omen. Dumbledore suddenly stood, his robes stirring a gentle breeze. He approached Foxperch and retrieved a silver dagger encrusted with sapphires, a relic of Godric Gryffindor. "Now you face a choice." He laid the dagger flat on the table, the cold glint of the blade drawing a line between the three of them. "If you continue to uphold the vow, you will gain the power to contend with Voldemort. But the fusion of your souls will deepen, until it may become impossible to separate. What is the other choice?" Draco's voice was barely audible. Dumbledore gently waved his elder wand, and beside the dagger appeared a crystal vial filled with a blood-red liquid, to forcibly sever the bond. "But this will leave permanent magical scars," and he glanced at Harry. "Your scar will once again become a conduit for Voldemort's invasion." The thunder outside roared, and a flash of lightning illuminated Harry's face for a brief moment. The scar had now completely turned black, resembling an ugly centipede resting on his forehead. Draco suddenly laughed. It was a quintessential Malfoy sneer, yet in his gray eyes burned a resolve Harry had never seen before. He grasped Harry's wrist, and the moment their vow marks touched, a blinding silver light erupted. "How absurd!" Draco's voice deepened with the resonance of magic. "The Dark Lord believes he can divide us through my nightmares." He raised their joined hands, the silver light entwining like flames. "Yet he does not realize that this vow has already transformed us into monsters." Harry clasped his hand around Draco's fingers. The dark mist at his scar suddenly began to churn violently. "Let Voldemort see what green eyes can do," gleaming like venom in the dark. "What two monsters are capable of." Dumbledore gazed at them, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passing through his blue eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was as soft as a feather falling. "Then the resistance begins tonight." The Morning Owl Post brought panic to the entire magical community. Hermione snatched the Daily Prophet, the enormous bold headline searing into her eyes. "The Dark Lord returns. The Ministry has been attacked, with multiple casualties." Below was a blurred black and white photo. Voldemort's pale, snake-like visage loomed over the Wisengamot courtroom, wand raised, green light erupting. Bellatrix Lestrange stood behind him, laughing maniacally, her wand dripping with blood. Ron's fist slammed onto the Gryffindor table, toppling the pumpkin juice. "They're only acknowledging it now." Haven T. They always claimed Dumbledore was lying. Hermione's fingers gripped the edges of the newspaper tightly, her voice trembling. "They have no choice but to acknowledge it. There are witnesses, bodies, and reporters from the Daily Prophet present." Draco stirred his coffee impassively, the sound of the silver spoon clinking against the porcelain cup sharp and cold. Now the magical world must finally confront reality. Harry sat beside him, his green eyes scanning the hall. Many students appeared pallid, with first-year Hufflepuffs huddled together, softly weeping. At the teacher's table, Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed into a taut line, while Snape's obsidian eyes held an unfathomable depth. The only absence was Umbridge, who was said to have been hastily summoned back to the Ministry of Magic. Hermione whispered that Fudge had finally come to realize the magnitude of his blunder. Too late, Harry scoffed. Voldemort had already obtained what he desired. Even in the looming shadow of impending war, the OWL's examination proceeded as scheduled. May brought an eerie calm to Hogwarts. The library was crowded with students cramming for their exams, yet the ink on parchment was frequently blurred by tears. During Charms class, levitating feathers occasionally burst into flames, a manifestation of students' uncontrollable magic under immense pressure. Draco faltered in his potions exam, reducing the sleeping draft beans to mere fragments. Harry observed his trembling hands, nails digging deeply into his palms. I can't concentrate, Draco confessed softly by the fireplace in the common room that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see the dark mark. Harry remained silent, merely pushing a vial of calming potion towards him, an illicit gift from Snape. After finishing the astronomy exam in the early hours, Hermione remarked during a review session, dark circles under her eyes. I looked up at the stars and suddenly thought this might be our last chance to gaze peacefully at the night sky. Ron, unusually, did not mock her sentimentality, instead silently squeezing her shoulder. On the day Umbridge departed, Hogwarts celebrated in secret. Her pink figure hurried through the entrance hall, her toad-like eyes bloodshot, clutching a stack of educational decrees. No one saw her off. Even Filch's cat hissed a warning. I hope you enjoy your time at the Ministry. Professor McGonagall said coldly from the stairs, a sharp smile gracing her lips. May your new position be sufficiently secure. Umbridge's face twitched, and she cast a venomous glare at the students gathered in the entrance hall, her gaze lingering particularly long on Harry and Draco. You will regret this, she shrieked. When the Dark Lord... That's enough, Dolores. Dumbledore's voice suddenly resonated from above the spiral staircase, his blue eyes glinting with a dangerous light behind his half-moon spectacles. Your carriage is waiting. As Umbridge finally vanished from sight, it was unclear who whistled first, but soon the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The fireworks left by Fred and George exploded from every corner, painting the ceiling in hues of gold and crimson. At last, Ron exhaled a sigh of relief. Hogwarts is Hogwarts again. On the final day of term, an unusual silence enveloped the Hogwarts Express. No one raced about the corridors in playful antics, nor did anyone loudly discuss summer plans. The scenery outside flew by in a blur, as if fleeing some unseen shadow. Harry and Draco sat in a compartment, their knees touching. Hermione and Ron promised to visit them at number 12, Grimmauld Place in a week. As the train rolled into King's Cross Station, they caught sight of Sirius waiting on the platform, clad in a muggle leather jacket, his long hair casually tied back, holding a sign that read, Welcome home. You little rascals, ready to face a mad summer? Harry whispered, watching the growing number of parents on the platform. Some were in tears, while others clutched their children tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause them to vanish. Draco picked up his suitcase, a flicker of resolve in his gray eyes. As long as I'm with you. Harry. They passed through the archway of platform 9 3/4, stepping into a summer that was no longer safe. Chapter 32, The Storm. The summer at number 12, Grimmauld Place was warmer than anticipated. Sunlight streamed through the heavy curtains, casting fragmented golden speckles across the floor. Harry turned over, his arm draped over the waist of the sleeping Draco, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against a small patch of exposed skin beneath his pajamas. Outside, the distant clamor of Muggle London felt remote and blurred, as if magically isolated. This was one of the few tranquil moments before the war. Draco stirred, his gray eyes half open, his voice raspy from sleep. What time is it? Still early, Harry murmured, gently sweeping aside Draco's tousled golden hair. Go back to sleep. Draco offered no reply, merely snuggling closer to Harry, his nose pressed against his collarbone, breath warm against his skin. Harry's fingers trailed slowly up Draco's spine, pressing gently at a specific spot. Draco let out a comfortable sigh, his neck and shoulder muscles gradually relaxing. Had another nightmare? Harry inquired softly. After a moment of silence, Draco replied in a low voice, not really a nightmare, just a dream of the Slytherin common room. But the lake was turned red. Harry did not press further. Since Draco began to frequently dream from Voldemort's perspective, a tacit understanding had formed between them, to refrain from excessive explanations of those dark omens, yet not to deliberately avoid them. Suddenly, Draco grasped Harry's wrist. Does your scar hurt today? Harry shook his head, his green eyes appearing particularly clear in the morning light. Ever since we established the vow, it's been much quieter. He paused. But last night, I dreamt of a great snake wandering the Ministry. They exchanged a glance, reading the same worry in each other's eyes. Voldemort was on the move, and all they could do was wait. Merlin's beard. This house feels even gloomier than last time. Ron's booming voice echoed from downstairs, followed by Hermione's exasperated shushing and Mrs. Weasley's gentle reprimand. Children. Harry and Draco sighed in unison, resignedly getting up. As they descended the stairs, they found the kitchen transformed into a bustling battlefield. The Weasley twins were directing a fleet of flying rags to clean the ceiling with their wands. Ginny and Neville were frantically trying to prevent a runaway frying pan, while Hermione clutched a stack of books, engaged in a heated debate with Creature over house elf rights. Most astonishingly, Narcissa Malfoy sat elegantly at the end of the dining table, using her wand to arrange a bouquet of fresh lilies into a perfect spiral in a crystal vase. Mrs. Weasley emerged from the oven bearing a tray of golden blueberry muffins, cheerfully calling out, "Harry, dear, come try these. Draco, I remembered you like cinnamon, so I added extra." Draco nodded somewhat awkwardly. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." This address momentarily silenced the kitchen. Molly Weasley's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she hurried over and unexpectedly embraced Draco. "Just call me Molly, dear." Fred, or George, dramatically clutched his chest. "Mom, you hugged a Malfoy. I'm writing to Dad." "Shut it, Fred." Ginny rolled her eyes, handing Draco a steaming cup of tea. "Here, Mom says you Slytherins love this flavor." Harry watched as Draco cautiously accepted the cup, a hint of softness flashing in his gray eyes, a warm surge swelling in his chest. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling of the greenhouse, casting dappled shadows in the modest potion laboratory nestled in the backyard. Hermione's curly hair, rendered more voluminous by the steam, was intently focused on the liquid within the cauldron, which was gradually transforming into a pearlescent hue. "Stir it clockwise for 3.5 turns." Severus's deep voice suddenly resonated in her ear, followed immediately by the instruction to add 2 drops of unicorn tears. Hermione jumped, nearly spilling the entire bottle of ingredients. "Professor Snape." Severus let out a disdainful huff. "If you intend to confront the Death Eaters with such reflexes, Miss Granger, I suggest you apply for expulsion at once." Draco, grinding moonstone in a nearby mortar, wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Yet, in the next moment, an invisible force yanked his mortar away. "Draco," Severus narrowed his eyes, "the powder you are grinding is coarse enough to choke a troll. Start over." Harry leaned against the doorframe, stifling a laugh, only to be caught by Severus's piercing gaze. "Potter, if you are so idle as to grin foolishly here, you might as well assist Black in organizing his perilous muggle trinkets." "Actually, Professor," Harry boldly interjected, "Sirius's motorcycle has been modified for safety. And it includes at least 7 illegal enchantments." Severus interrupted, his black robes swirling as he approached, "including an anti-tracking charm of my own invention." The 3 youths looked up in astonishment. Severus's lips twitched slightly. "What? Do you truly believe Dumbledore would allow him to roam about with you unprotected?" Hermione suddenly mustered her courage. "Professor, why do you assist Sirius?" The greenhouse fell silent for a few seconds. Severus's gaze swept across the faces of the 3 young people, finally lingering on the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "Because some things," he murmured, "are far more significant than personal grievances." As dusk approached, Sirius's motorcycle roared to a halt at the entrance. This magically modified behemoth, entirely black, had runes that glowed blue wrapped around its exhaust pipes, and several suspicious, shrieking little skull decorations dangled from the handlebars. "Get on, lads." Sirius grinned widely, his leather jacket adorned with exaggerated metal chains. He called it rock and roll. Harry sat in the middle, with Draco pressed closely behind him, arms wrapped around his waist. Sirius turned back with a wink. "Hold on tight, kiddos." The motorcycle surged into the sky, the streets of London shrinking rapidly beneath them. Draco buried his face in Harry's shoulder, his voice muffled. "I hate flying." Harry laughed heartily, reveling in the exhilarating wind. "Liar. You're the best seeker Slytherin has ever seen." "That's different." Draco protested. "Quidditch has rules. This motorcycle just did a 360-degree flip. And the lunatic didn't." Sirius's booming laughter filled the air, drowned by the roar of the engine. They wove through the clouds, chasing the sun as it sank lower in the sky. When the motorcycle finally landed on a desolate hillside, the sky had transformed into a brilliant orange hue. Sirius conjured 3 mugs of butterbeer, tilting his head to gaze at the stars emerging in the twilight. "You know, on the day James and Lily got married, we rode off on a motorcycle during a sunset just like this." Harry's heart tightened. Draco's fingers intertwined with his, warm and reassuring. "They would be proud of you, Harry," Sirius suddenly said, a rare softness flickering in his gray eyes. "Both of you." The night breeze swept over the hillside, carrying the last vestiges of summer warmth. Late at night, as Harry passed by the study, he overheard a hushed conversation within. Narcissa's voice was calm and clear. "Lucius is being monitored, but he will act according to plan. The risks are too great." Lupin's voice was tinged with fatigue. "If Voldemort finds out, then he will die." Narcissa interrupted, "But Draco will survive." Harry held his breath, pressing himself against the shadow of the door. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lupin asked. A rustle of fabric followed. Likely Narcissa rising. Sissy Black was capable of poisoning 3 Death Eaters at a ball when she was 16 without being discovered. Narcissa Malfoy knows how to protect her son, even at the cost of losing her husband. "I have lost one sister, a brother-in-law, and nearly lost a son. Narcissa's voice was as light as a sigh. This time, I choose Draco. Harry tiptoed away, his chest ablaze. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Draco seated by the window, the moonlight tracing the contours of his profile. He held an exquisite silver pocket watch, which Harry recognized as belonging to Lucius. "What's the matter?" Draco asked, swiftly closing the watch. Harry approached from behind, enveloping him in an embrace, resting his chin on his shoulder. Nothing. Outside, the summer night sky was as brilliant as ever. Yet, they both knew that a storm was on the horizon. Chapter 33, Slughorn. The morning light filtered through the heavy velvet curtains, casting fragmented patterns on the bedroom floor. Harry opened his eyes to find Draco already awake, leaning against the headboard. Perusing a tattered copy of Advanced Potion Making, a silver bookmark nestled between his long fingers. "You're awake?" Draco's voice was raspy from sleep, his gray eyes shimmering with a translucent quality in the morning light. He closed the book, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the gilded title along the spine. "I had a strange dream, another one about the Dark Lord." Harry propped himself up, a faint sting emanating from his scar. Ever since Draco began sharing his dream connections, this sensation had ebbed and flowed, like an ominous resonance. Was it that corridor? No, this time it was a cave. Draco frowned. The sea was crashing against the rocks, and there were screams. His voice trailed off as he suddenly grasped Harry's wrist. "Your hand is so cold." Outside, the sound of an owl flapping its wings was heard, followed by Hermione's delighted shout from downstairs. "Ron, there's an article about your dad's interview in the Daily Prophet." At breakfast, the aroma of bacon filled the kitchen. Harry was spreading orange marmalade on his toast, while Draco methodically sliced a piece of fried egg. Mrs. Weasley insisted he was eating too little, piling his plate high with food every morning. Suddenly, the fireplace erupted in bright green flames, and Dumbledore's head appeared within. "Ah, Harry, Draco," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Do you mind if this old man interrupts your breakfast?" Hermione's fork clattered to her plate, and Ron nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. "Professor?" Harry set down his knife. "What has happened?" "Oh, nothing urgent." Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled as he blinked. "I merely wish to invite you both to accompany me this afternoon to visit an old friend, Horace Slughorn, our new potions master." Draco's eyebrows shot up. "Slughorn? That retired Slug Club host?" "Indeed." Dumbledore's gaze sparkled behind his half-moon glasses. "He has done extensive research on the enhancement of herbology, and I believe you will find it intriguing, Draco." His attention then shifted to Harry. "He once held great admiration for your mother." Harry's heart raced. He understood. This was not a mere social visit, but rather a quest for information regarding Marvolo Gaunt's ring Horcrux. The residence of Slughorn lies concealed behind a dense grove of yews, resembling a gingerbread house that has stepped straight out of a fairy tale. If one were to overlook the thorny shrubs that may bite and the mushrooms that occasionally emit toxic mists. "Merlin," Draco murmured, sidestepping a devil's snare that attempted to ensnare his ankle. "Did this old fellow move the forbidden forest to his backyard?" Dumbledore chuckled, tapping the plant with his wand, causing it to retreat meekly. "Horace has always had a fondness for rare flora. Ah, look over there." He pointed towards a cluster of flowers gleaming with a pearlescent sheen. "That is the moonlight orchid, which blooms only under the full moon, and its sap can be utilized to concoct the finest sedatives." Harry noticed Draco's eyes brighten. Ever since Snape had begun privately instructing him in potion making, Draco's interest in these rare ingredients had blossomed. A brass knocker in the shape of a coiled salamander hung from the porch. Just as Dumbledore raised his hand, the door swung open with a bang. "Albus!" Slughorn's booming voice reverberated, causing the window panes to rattle. He was clad in a dark green velvet morning robe embroidered with golden stars, his beard meticulously braided into 2 plaits, each tied with tiny silver bells. "Oh my goodness! Harry Potter!" His small eyes widened in astonishment, darting between Harry's forehead and the Slytherin crest. "Slytherin? Lily's son in Slytherin?" Slughorn's eyes bulged as they flitted between the scar on Harry's forehead and the Slytherin badge on his chest, ultimately settling on Draco's hand resting on Harry's lower back. "With Draco Malfoy?" Slughorn's expression was akin to one witnessing a tap-dancing troll. "What is this?" "Partners, Professor," Harry replied calmly, gently pinching Draco's side to signal him to relax. Slughorn's beard quivered violently, the silver bells jingling. "Marvelous. Simply marvelous." The children of Lily and Narcissa. Upon entering the house, the sitting room was filled with an array of peculiar collectibles, a singing crystal skull, self-stirring silver teaspoons, and even a miniature volcano in the corner puffing harmless pink smoke. "Try this." Slughorn enthusiastically poured each of them a cup of tea shimmering with a pearlescent glow. "My exclusive recipe. Elderflower combined with a hint of mermaid tears. Remarkably effective for enhancing memory." Harry took a cautious sip, discovering, much to his surprise, that it tasted sweet with a refreshing hint of mint. As the liquid flowed down his throat, he suddenly recalled the scent of sunshine in Aunt Petunia's kitchen from his childhood. This sudden memory caused his fingers to tremble slightly. "Well?" Slughorn inquired eagerly. "Quite distinctive," Harry replied, noting Dumbledore's contemplative gaze fixed upon an old photograph on the wall, a youthful Slughorn surrounded by a throng of students. One dark-haired boy at the center, his handsome features bearing an unsettling familiarity. "Tom Riddle." Draco abruptly cleared his throat. "Professor, is that moonstone specimen from Africa?" He pointed to a piece of bluish mineral on the mantelpiece, cut in a rather unique manner. "Ah, sharp eyes," Slughorn exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "That was from a cave in Ethiopia in 1972, but that story is rather lengthy." He turned to Harry. "By the way, I still use the modified joy potion recipe your mother devised in her 6th year." The conversation seamlessly transformed, under Slughorn's deliberate guidance, into a reminiscence of Lily Evans. Harry listened attentively while also noting Dumbledore's discreet observation of every detail in the room. When the topic shifted to the upcoming Term S Potions class, Dumbledore interjected. "Horace, do you recall Tom Riddle's unique insights regarding dark magical artifacts?" The teacup in Slughorn's hand trembled violently, splattering tea upon his splendid morning robe. "Tom. Oh, that clever boy." His voice became vague. "But who remembers after all these years?" Dumbledore gently set down his teacup. "Horace, did Tom Riddle ever consult you regarding soul magic?" The room fell into an eerie silence. Slughorn's inebriation seemed to evaporate in an instant. His plump fingers unconsciously rubbed the ring mark. "Albus. There are some topics I'm not entirely clear on." For the next half hour, Draco expertly steered Slughorn into discussions about various rare materials. By the time the conversation circled back to magical artifacts, Slughorn had significantly relaxed. "Some dark magical artifacts are indeed perilous," he murmured, his gaze drifting. "Especially those with divided souls." Harry exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. He knew. As dusk fell, they took their leave. Slughorn escorted them to the door, suddenly grasping Harry's hand. "Child," his voice unusually grave, "whatever you seek, be wary of those divided things. They can backfire." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Professor." During their return via apparition, Draco tightly held Harry's hand. When they reappeared in the hall of Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore finally spoke. He made mistakes in his youth, but his conscience remains intact. The headmaster murmured, "You both performed splendidly." Draco frowned, but he didn't directly inform us about the Horcruxes. "No, he did," Harry replied, recalling Slughorn's last terrified glance. Confirming the existence of Horcruxes. Outside, the sunset blazed like blood. The final piece of the puzzle before the term began was now in place. Chapter 34, The Half-Blood Prince. September sunlight streamed through the carriage window, casting bright geometric patterns upon the compartment floor. Harry gazed out at the fields rushing by, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the worn cover of Advanced Potion Making. The once gilded title, The Half-Blood Prince, had faded, and he could smell the musty scent of parchment mixed with some herb as he flipped through the pages. "You've been staring at that book for a full 20 minutes. Draco nudged him with his knee. "Are you researching some dark magic?" A mischievous glint sparkled in his gray eyes as he deftly attached a silver cufflink to his pristine robe. Hermione looked up from Contemporary Potion Innovations. "If it truly is dark magic, it should be reported to the professor immediately." Her hair had grown significantly longer since the summer, tied back with a Gryffindor red and gold headband. "Relax, Hermione," Ron mumbled with his mouth full of chocolate frogs. Harry can't even be bothered to copy his defense against the dark arts essay, let alone study dark magic. He reached for the precariously stacked snacks on the shelf, accidentally knocking over Draco's crystal vial, which immediately shimmered with a pearlescent glow. Draco swiftly steadied the vial. "Be careful, Ron. That calming potion took me 3 days to brew." "Sorry." Ron pouted, suddenly widening his eyes. "Wait, when did you start using our first names?" The compartment fell silent. Hermione's quill hovered in midair, an ink droplet spreading into a small blue stain on the parchment. Even the owl flying by outside seemed to pause for a moment. Draco's ears turned visibly crimson. "Shut up." Weasley Harry stifled a laugh as he slapped the schedule down before Ron. "Take a look at your potions class arrangement. I've heard that Slughorn particularly enjoys assigning extra work to students who neglect their preparations." Ron let out a cry of dismay. Outside, the silhouette of Hogwarts began to emerge on the horizon, the castle's spires gleaming like gilded spearheads in the setting sun. The copper cauldrons in the potions classroom shone brilliantly, while the newly added magical plant specimens on the walls rotated slowly within their glass jars. Professor Slughorn stood before a shelf filled with rare ingredients, the buttons of his gold-embroidered waistcoat straining tightly, as if they might pop off at any moment. "Today, we shall tackle the draft of living death." His booming voice echoed within the stone chamber. "Who can tell me why it is classified as extremely dangerous in magical potions and elixirs?" Hermione's arm shot up like a spring, but Slughorn's beaming gaze swept past her and landed on Draco. Mr. Malfoy? Because a mere 0.3 milliliter deviation in dosage could render the drinker perpetually asleep, Draco replied. His tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Moreover, it is corrosive to copper cauldrons. One must utilize pure silver vessels. Excellent, Slughorn exclaimed, his mustache curling upwards. 10 points to Slytherin. Now, pay special attention to the angle at which you cut the African snake skin. Harry watched as Draco deftly handled the materials, his long fingers gripping the silver knife as if he were playing a musical instrument. As Draco began stirring counterclockwise, his potion exhibited a lustrous sheen not found in any textbook. Have you improved the formula? Harry whispered. Draco's lips curled slightly. Adding moonstone powder neutralizes the corrosiveness, allowing for the use of a regular cauldron. He paused. Note on page 47 of the Half-Blood Prince. Suddenly, Harry grasped his wrist. Wait, you've read that book? I caught a glimpse at Zabini's, Draco replied, his gray eyes glinting. What's this? The savior is feeling anxious now. Their exchange was interrupted by a gasp. Ron's cauldron erupted with purple smoke, and the moment Slughorn waved his wand, Hermione had already cast a bubblehead charm over the entire workstation. Impressive quick thinking, Miss Granger, Slughorn praised. However, perhaps next time you might try a gentler freezing charm? Hermione's ears turned red. Yes, Professor, but considering the corrosive fumes. 5 points to Gryffindor. Slughorn winked. Mr. Malfoy, would you mind sharing your moonstone modification with Miss Granger? Draco raised an eyebrow and, encouraged by Harry's gaze, stood up, his wand tracing a silver arc in the air. The key lies in the frequency of magical output during stirring. Hermione bit her lip but quickly composed herself. After class, she even approached Draco's cauldron, leaning close to examine his finished product. Draco lazily leaned on Harry's shoulder, his gray gaze scanning Hermione's notes. Are you sure you want to add 2 drops of peppermint? The book states it may weaken the stability of the calming draft. Hermione arched an eyebrow. The footnote on page 72 of Magical Potions and Elixirs mentions that adding a trace of peppermint during the lunar transition can actually enhance the duration of the potion's effects, albeit altering its color. Draco replied, a smirk forming. It appears someone has also read Libatius Borges' Subtle Properties. Harry observed their banter, both confrontational and inexplicably harmonious. Unable to suppress a laugh, Ron nudged him. Mate, how long have they been like this? Since the summer when Hermione discovered Draco had books she hadn't read. Harry replied, retrieving an old satchel from the dormitory bookshelf, his fingertips brushing against the well-hidden advanced potion-making. The spine's inscription had faded, yet the densely packed notes within remained vivid. The Half-Blood Prince. He flipped through the yellowed pages, recalling the potion modifications that had once saved his life. The clever techniques that earned Slughorn's admiration, and the dangerous, sharply pinned dark art spells. Are you really planning to return it? Draco asked quietly, his fingers unconsciously curling around the hem of Harry's shirt. Harry's fingers halted at the page containing the Sectum Sempra spell, the ink resembling dried blood. It must be returned. He murmured, these spells are too easy to lose oneself in. Draco leaned closer, resting his chin on Harry's shoulder, his breath brushing against his ear. That was a masterpiece from Snape's student days. He chuckled lightly, his voice laced with mockery. Just imagine, the young godfather doodling Potter's dung in the margins of his textbook. Harry elbowed him, yet couldn't help but smile. He could almost envision it, a teenage Snape, black hair obscuring half his face, furiously scribbling in the library's darkest corner, pouring all his talent and anger into that textbook. Don't get sprayed by his venom when you return the book, Draco feigned concern, a mischievous glint in his gray eyes. I'd be heartbroken. Harry rolled his eyes, yet held the book a little tighter. Snape's office felt colder than Harry remembered. The potion's master lifted his gaze, his black eyes resembling 2 stagnant pools. Potter. Professor, Harry replied, placing the textbook on the desk. I believe this should be returned to its rightful owner. Snape's gaze fell upon the spine, and for a fleeting moment, Harry caught a glimpse of his pupils narrowing. Was it surprise? Or nostalgia? 16 years. Snape's voice resonated lower than usual. You have finally learned to respect others' property? Harry did not falter. I have learned to discern which knowledge is worthy of pursuit and which should remain sealed. Silence enveloped the office. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across Snape's pale face. For an instant, Harry felt he could see that boy who had been humiliated by the lake. That double agent struggling under the shadow of war. Leave, Snape finally commanded, though his tone lacked its usual sharpness. As Harry turned to depart, he heard a faint whisper behind him. Lily would be proud of you. He paused, not due to the content of the words, but because of the almost painful tenderness in Snape's voice as he spoke them. The Midnight Astronomy Tower offered a panoramic view of the Black Lake, its surface reflecting the starry sky like an overturned jewel box. Harry and Draco sat shoulder to shoulder on the stone parapet, sharing a bottle of butterbeer stolen from the kitchens. What did the godfather say? Draco inquired, as the two of them stood in the night breeze of the astronomy tower. Did he truly not administer a truth serum to you? Harry shook his head, gazing into the distance at the forbidden forest. He mentioned my mother. Draco fell silent. The night breeze lifted their robes, and the trees of the forbidden forest appeared as a black ocean in the distance. Suddenly, Harry recalled their confrontation in the original story, where they had stood in this very spot. Back then, Draco had spouted pureblood theories, and he had viewed Snape as his most detested professor. We have changed too much, Harry whispered. Draco's fingers intertwined with his. For the better. Harry turned to face him. Under the moonlight, the sharpness in Draco's gray eyes remained, but there was something more intricate within them. So about Slughorn's Slug Club, Harry said, his fingers toying with Draco's golden hair. What do you intend to wear? Draco scoffed. Certainly nothing like you did at last year's Christmas ball. Resembling a peacock in full display, he produced a small crystal vial from his inner pocket, the liquid within shimmering with a pearl-like luster in the moonlight. First, take a look at this. Harry accepted the vial, its surface cool to the touch. Felix Felicis? I thought it required at least 6 months to brew. 5 months and 27 days. Draco's voice brimmed with unmistakable pride. I utilized the method of magical control you taught me, infusing it with unicorn hair on the night of the full moon. Harry gazed at the golden filaments swirling in the potion, noting its purity surpassed even that showcased in Slughorn's class. Because I added it at the final stage. Draco suddenly fell silent, frowning as he gazed towards the forbidden forest. Did you hear that? A faint crack of breaking branches whispered through the wind. Instinctively, Harry reached for his wand, though his scar remained surprisingly calm. Moments later, a thestral glided out from the woods, its skeletal wings slicing through the moonlight. Just the inhabitants of the forbidden forest. Harry relaxed, suddenly recalling. What was it you said you added? Draco turned his face back, the moonlight casting fan-shaped shadows beneath his lashes. A drop of phoenix tear. From Snape's private stores. You stole. Borrowed, Draco corrected, leaning closer to Harry, the sweet scent of butterbeer wafting between them. Slughorn's office was adorned in resplendent gold, with color-changing magical lanterns suspended from the ceiling, bathing the entire room in a hue reminiscent of mead. Ah, Harry, my dear boy, Slughorn exclaimed. His cheeks flushed with delight as he approached, his belly nearly straining against his embroidered waistcoat. And Draco, how splendid to see you both. Harry offered a polite smile, while Draco gracefully accepted the goblet presented by a house elf, gently swirling the pearlescent drink within. I thought you would invite more notable guests, Draco remarked, surveying the room with just the right touch of teasing. It seems we are the evening's special guests? Slughorn laughed heartily, patting Draco on the shoulder. Oh, don't say that. You two are now the most captivating duo at Hogwarts. Harry nearly choked on his drink. Hermione, not far off, shot them a knowing glance as she debated house elf rights with McLaggen, who appeared on the verge of slumber. Meanwhile, Ron was surrounded by a gaggle of girls. His face flushed as he stuffed his mouth with pastries. Ready? Draco whispered, his finger lightly brushing Harry's wrist. Harry nodded, sliding a small glass vial from his sleeve. Inside was Draco's concocted Felix Felicis, the golden liquid resembling molten sunshine. Harry took a deep breath and tilted the vial back. The world instantly sharpened around him. The effects of the potion washed over him like a warm tide, amplifying every sense. He heard the faint sound of ice melting in Slughorn's cup, caught the rusted scent of dragon blood and ink wafting from his sleeve, and even anticipated that, 3 seconds hence, a house elf would collide with McLaggen's knee. Ouch! Just as he expected. The corners of Harry's mouth lifted. Now it was time to act. As the party progressed, Slughorn, already rosy-cheeked from drink, regaled them with tales of how he once instructed the poor Lily Evans in brewing the perfect beauty potion. She added moonstone powder. What a brilliant idea. That potion could make one's eyes sparkle like stars. His voice suddenly caught in his throat. Merlin, if only she knew how grown you are now. Professor. Harry interjected, appearing at his side at the opportune moment, his green eyes shining with an unusual brightness under the influence of Felix Felicis. May I have a word? About my mother. Slughorn blinked his moist eyes. Of course, of course. We must find a quiet place. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on the French doors leading to the balcony. How about the balcony? The moonlight is exquisite tonight. The night breeze caressed them as they stepped out. The distant black lake shimmering with silver, and the treetops of the forbidden forest undulating like waves of darkness beneath the moonlight. Leaning against the ornate railing, Harry casually asked, You've known my mother for quite some time, haven't you? Oh, indeed. Slughorn pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with the letters HEF to dab at his eyes. She was a potions genius, completely different from your father. Apologies, my boy, I did not mean. It's all right, Harry smiled, the Felix Felicis enabling him to precisely capture the flicker of guilt that crossed Slughorn's eyes. Actually, I wish to inquire about Horcruxes. Slughorn's hand trembled violently, causing his crystal goblet to shatter on the marble floor with a sharp, crystalline sound. What? His voice suddenly shrill, akin to an owl having its throat squeezed. Harry bent to gather the shards, his movements as deliberate as if he were playing a well-rehearsed game of chess. Voldemort's Horcruxes, he whispered, ensuring each word pricked Slughorn's memory like a needle. You once warned him about the dangers of splitting one's soul, but you didn't tell him everything, did you? Slughorn's complexion drained of color, his plump lips quivering. I don't know what you're talking about. That's dangerous territory, my boy. It shouldn't be broached. Professor, Harry stepped closer, the Felix Felicis singing through his veins, guiding each word. You know he is seeking immortality, and you may be the only one who can help us stop him. Moonlight illuminated the perspiration on Slughorn's forehead, and Harry observed as his pupils dilated, revealing fear, guilt, struggle, and finally settling into a desperate compromise. Even if I wish to assist, Slughorn's voice drained of strength. That memory has already been altered, even in the pensive. But the true memory still resides within you, Harry gently asserted, suddenly struck by inspiration. Just like my mother's eye color, do you remember? Not ordinary green, but tinged with a hint of hazel, like sunlight filtering through leaves. Slughorn abruptly raised his head, his eyes reddened. How do you know? Because you just mentioned her potion could make eyes sparkle like stars, Harry smiled, knowing the genuine Professor Slughorn would never forget the eye color of his proud pupil. A long silence followed. The night breeze stirred Slughorn's graying beard, the distant laughter from the party echoing as if from another world. Merlin, oh, he finally murmured, trembling hands producing a crystalline vial from his inner pocket, within which silvery memories flowed like living entities. Take this. But please, tell Albus I am very sorry. As Harry accepted the memory vial, the golden light of Felix Felicis flickered one last time in his eyes. Mission accomplished. In Dumbledore's office, the silvery mist of memories swirled slowly in the pensive. Harry and Dumbledore stood beside it, watching a younger Slughorn tremble as he divulged the secrets of Horcruxes to Tom Riddle, the Blackstone ring inherited from the Gaunt family. He turned it into a Horcrux. Dumbledore murmured, his blue eyes sharp as knives, hidden within the ruins of Gaunt's old home. 3 days later, when Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts with his cursed, burnt right hand, he held Gryffindor's sword in his other hand. The blade bore dark bloodstains, while the ring had turned to ashes. Another Horcrux has been destroyed, he announced calmly, as if those charred fingers were not his own. For more to go, Harry and Draco stood at the threshold of the headmaster's office, watching as Fawkes the Phoenix tended to Dumbledore's wounds. They both understood that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 35, Amortentia. Slughorn, with his rotund belly, gently tapped the 3 crystal vials upon the lectern, the liquids within refracting captivating hues under the candlelight. Today, we shall delve into the 3 most enchanting yet perilous potions, the Veritaserum, the Polyjuice Potion, and, dramatically, he unveiled the final vial, draped in deep purple velvet, revealing a lustrous pearlescent liquid that swirled within as if possessed of its own life force. The Amortentia. A ripple of hushed whispers cascaded through the classroom. Hermione poised her quill above the parchment, ready to document, while Ron's ears flushed a suspicious shade of crimson, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the desk. Meanwhile, Draco languidly twirled a silver knife in his hand, the cold gleam of the blade dancing in his gray eyes. His long legs inadvertently brushed against Harry's knee beneath the table, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Harry, seated beside him, fixated on the Amortentia, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable flutter in his chest. Instinctively, he touched the scar on his forehead, only to find Draco's fingers stealthily slipping into his palm, giving it a gentle squeeze. Veritaserum, Slughorn proclaimed, raising the first vial filled with a colorless, transparent liquid that bore an uncanny resemblance to pure water. Just 3 drops could compel even the most obstinate Death Eater to divulge their secrets. Naturally, the Ministry of Magic imposed stringent regulations on its use. He shook the vial, the liquid tracing elegant arcs within. In the trials at Wisengamot, this serves as the ultimate trump card. He winked slyly, adding, however, it is said that old Barty Crouch misused Veritaserum back in the day, leading to the current requirement for 3 senior officials to co-sign its application. Hermione immediately raised her hand. Professor, does Veritaserum cause permanent damage to the brain? An excellent inquiry, Miss Granger. Slughorn wiped the perspiration from his brow. Prolonged use can indeed result in memory disruption, which is why Aurors undergo regular cognitive assessments. His gaze lingered on Harry for a moment before he suddenly inquired, Mr. Potter, if you were compelled to take Veritaserum, what secret would you reveal? The classroom fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a quill dropping could be heard. Perhaps I would admit, Harry replied slowly, his green eyes sweeping across the class, that I actually quite fancy Neville's Mimbulus Mimbletonia, especially when it bites Crabbe. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Neville's face flushed crimson in the corner, while Crabbe muttered angrily. Slughorn chuckled heartily, his ample belly jiggling, a witty retort. His expression shifted to seriousness. But remember, Veritaserum is inescapable, so never place yourself in such a predicament. Draco snickered softly, his warm breath brushing against Harry's ear. Unless the other party wishes to hear you extolling the virtues of Mimbulus Mimbletonia for 3 hours, it might be better to cast Avada Kedavra instead. Harry discreetly kicked him beneath the table, yet couldn't suppress a grin. Polyjuice Potion. Slughorn showcased the second vial containing a viscous, mud-like liquid that writhed slowly within. As if animated, this potion could transform you into the perfect likeness of another person, provided you had a small contribution from them. He lowered his voice mysteriously. Hair, nails, skin tissue, anything bearing their biological traits will suffice. Pansy Parkinson piped up sharply, Professor, what happens if you use an animal's fur? A mischievous grin spread across Slughorn's round face. Ah, that is precisely what I intend to demonstrate. He waved his wand, summoning a cage from the storeroom, which contained a tabby cat. Amidst the gasps from the class, Slughorn plucked a single hair from the cat and dropped it into the prepared Polyjuice Potion. The potion instantly turned a brilliant orange and began to bubble violently. Who wishes to give it a try? He scanned the classroom, his gaze landing on the retreating Crabbe. Come on, Vincent. For science. 5 minutes later, Crabbe was prancing around the classroom sporting cat ears and whiskers, eliciting bouts of laughter. Goyle attempted to tease him with a licorice wand, only to be met with a face full of claw marks. The transformation lasts precisely 1 hour. Slughorn announced loudly while administering the antidote to Crabbe, adding that some traits might linger longer. Lastly, the Amortentia. Slughorn raised the pearlescent vial, the liquid shimmering in the sunlight, casting a dreamlike halo. This was the most potent love potion in existence. Of course, it could not forge true love, it merely incited an intense obsession. Hence its classification as a controlled substance. He leaned in conspiratorially. The most intriguing aspect is that each person perceives a different scent, depending on what attracts them. Hermione promptly raised her hand, her brown hair swaying with the motion. Professor, is this based on olfactory preference or psychological projection? If it's the former, what would someone born blind perceive? And if it's the latter, Merlin S. Beard, Granger, Draco drawled, are you writing a thesis or attending a lecture? Yet Slughorn clapped his hands in delight. An excellent question. Both elements are at play, Miss Granger. The Amortentia reflects what you subconsciously desire most. He uncorked the vial. Now, who would like to give it a whiff? The classroom fell into an expectant silence. Blaise Zabini feigned interest in his nails, while Pansy suddenly found the ceiling utterly captivating. Even the typically audacious Ron maintained a taciturn demeanor. Oh, don't be shy. Slughorn prodded, shaking the vial. Take a whiff, then jot down the scent you perceive. This is academic research. Harry suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to escape, but Draco's hand had somehow found its way to his lower back, rendering him immobile. Mr. Potter. Slughorn beamed. As the Quidditch star, shall you take the lead? Harry took a deep breath and approached the lectern. A wisp of pearlescent mist wafted from the vial's opening as he leaned in cautiously. Fresh green apple, the freshly mowed grass of the Quidditch pitch, and the clean scent of the air after a downpour, tinged with ozone. His face ignited with heat. The fragrance was achingly familiar, reminiscent of Draco leaning against him after Quidditch practice. Mr. Potter? Slughorn inquired with curiosity. What do you smell? The entire classroom awaited his response, and he could feel Draco's gaze searing into the side of his face. Fire whiskey, Harry blurted out. The room erupted in laughter. Ron made an exaggerated I knew it expression, while Hermione regarded him thoughtfully. Ah, inheriting James's taste. I remember it was his favorite in his youth, Slughorn remarked, shaking his head. Next, Harry quickly retreated to his seat, his ears burning. Draco sauntered forward with grace, bending down to sniff. Harry noticed his spine suddenly stiffening, his long fingers tightening momentarily around the vial's edge. Mr. Malfoy? Slughorn inquired expectantly. Draco stood straight-faced, ash-whisker. Next, Harry knew he was lying. After all the students had their turn, Slughorn began to summarize. As you can see, each person, Harry wasn't listening. His attention was wholly captured by the note Draco had discreetly slipped him. I smell lightning, like the air after a rainstorm. When the bell rang, Ron immediately intercepted them. So what did you two actually smell? Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron, that's private. Definitely not Mimbulus Mimbletonia, Harry replied, tugging Draco towards the corridor. Draco feigned a laugh, mischief sparkling in his silver-gray eyes. No red hair, though someone might have detected carrots. Ron huffed angrily as Hermione dragged him away, muttering about how he smelled syrup pie. In the Hogwarts Great Hall on Valentine's Day, enchanted pink paper cranes flitted chaotically through the air, occasionally colliding with students' heads, bursting forth clouds of cloying perfume. Merlin. Draco disdainfully swatted away a paper crane attempting to recite love poetry in his ear. Its presence was more suffocating than the stench of a troll. Harry, seated at the Slytherin long table and spreading jam on his bread, chuckled at the remark. You certainly did not say that last year. Last year, I was not simultaneously courted by 14 paper cranes, Draco replied, his expression icy as he skillfully pierced a heart-shaped balloon soaring towards him with his fork, causing it to emit a shrill pop before deflating. Hermione and Ron slipped over from the Gryffindor table, Hermione cradling a stack of books while Ron's ears were as crimson as his hair. Lavender had gifted Ron some chocolates. Hermione lowered her voice, casting a wary glance around. We suspect they may be laced. Draco raised an eyebrow. With poison? Worse, Ron replied dryly, a love potion. Harry nearly choked on his bread. I didn't eat any. Ron hastily clarified, extracting a garishly packaged box of heart-shaped chocolates from his pocket. But this thing feels like a ticking time bomb. I have no idea how to handle it. No sooner had he spoken than a paper crane dove down, striking Ron's hand with precision, sending the chocolates flying in a parabolic arc. Then, with a soft thud, it struck Harry squarely in the chest before landing in his plate. The four of them froze. Ron stammered, sorry? Harry stared at the chocolate now smeared with jam and, with a sudden epiphany, muttered, it should be fine, right? Love potions have to be ingested. Before he could finish, the chocolate inexplicably melted, transforming into a cloud of pink mist that rushed towards Harry's face. Hold your breath. Draco barked, but it was too late. Harry inhaled deeply. 10 minutes later, Harry began to feel a disconcerting sensation. It started with tingling fingertips, followed by an unsettling feeling akin to ants crawling through his bloodstream, culminating in an overwhelming heat radiating from his skin. It was not the feverish kind of warmth, but rather an indescribable restlessness seeping from his very marrow. Your face is quite flushed, Draco remarked, frowning as he touched Harry's forehead on the way to potions class. Should we visit Madame Pomfrey? No need. Harry's voice was unusually low. I'll just rest in the dormitory for a bit. He turned to leave, unaware of Draco's contemplative gaze. The Slytherin dormitory was devoid of life. Harry stumbled into the adjoining bathroom, turning on the cold water and splashing it onto his face. In the mirror, he saw his eyes reddened at the corners, his green irises glistening, and his lips pale from biting them too tightly. A love potion. Damn it, a shoddy. Overzealous love potion. The cold water was no longer effective. Harry gasped as he unbuttoned the top of his shirt, the vow mark on his collarbone radiating heat. That reaction usually occurred only when Draco's emotions were in turmoil. Now, it glowed like a branding iron. Harry? As the bathroom door swung open, Harry had his entire head submerged under the faucet. Cold water trickled down his dark hair, soaking his shirt and clinging to his back, outlining his taut shoulder blades. Draco stood in the doorway, his gray eyes widening slightly. Pansy said you looked poisoned. Harry lifted his head. Water droplets cascaded from his lashes, tracing down his flushed cheeks. When his gaze met Draco's, the latter visibly stiffened. That chocolate? Draco's voice had suddenly turned dangerous. Harry remained silent. He turned off the faucet, and in the ensuing silence, only their breaths intertwined. Then he stepped forward, gripping Draco's tie, pulling him into the bathroom, and swiftly locking the door behind them. Harry, wait. Love potions require an antidote. Draco's latter words were abruptly interrupted. Harry cornered him against the tiled wall, their eyes locking amidst the cold water, droplets sliding between their pressed garments, causing Draco's shirt front to rapidly darken. Do you know who I am? Draco whispered between breaths, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Draco, Harry replied, his voice a touch hurried yet resolute. It could only be you. The vow mark pulsed faintly between their touching skins, akin to a silent resonance. The bathroom mist clouded the mirror, water droplets meandering down, blurring the scene, but still faintly reflecting their closeness. Harry's hand firmly rested on Draco's waist, gently guiding him against the mirror. Water droplets trailed down Draco's neck, disappearing into the already loosened collar of his shirt. Look at me, Harry's voice was low, infused with a restrained rasp. His breath brushed against Draco's ear, one hand delicately slipping beneath the hem of Draco's shirt, trailing along his spine as if confirming something by caressing each vertebra. In the mirror, Draco's tousled blonde hair caught the light, his gray eyes glistening with a thin veil of moisture, a barely noticeable mark on his lip. He turned his face away, but Harry gently yet firmly cradled his chin, guiding him back. I said. Harry's voice was close to his flushed ear, his knee inadvertently brushing against Draco's, drawing them nearer. Look at me. Draco finally locked eyes with Harry in the mirror. At that moment, Harry's hand at his waist tightened ever so slightly, the vow mark glowing faintly beneath their touching skin, resembling a silent promise. Do you know who made you feel this way? Harry asked softly, his gaze scrutinizing each of Draco's subtle reactions. Who made you tremble, even at your fingertips? Cold water continued to drip from their hair, cascading down Draco's flushed skin, wiped away tenderly by Harry's gentle touch. He leaned closer to Draco's neck, watching as the latter's Adam's apple bobbed when he tilted his head back. Answer me. Draco inhaled deeply, his fingers gripping the edge of the sink. He saw the profound emotions in Harry's eyes reflected in the mirror, saw his own disheveled appearance, and more importantly, he saw Harry standing behind him, their forms perfectly aligned, as if a guardian and a refuge. It was you, Draco answered softly, though his voice faltered at the end. Harry's hand suddenly moved upward, anchoring him. Harry murmured in response, pressing a kiss to Draco's temple as they intertwined fingers in the mirror. Now? See clearly, you are always with me. When Hermione and Ron burst in with the antidote, they exclaimed, "We've been knocking for 10 minutes. What they beheld was rather shocking. Draco perched on the sink, his long legs entwined around Harry's waist, both of their lips suspiciously red. The bathroom appeared to have been ravaged by a tempest, towels strewn across the floor, the mirror fogged chaotically, and Draco's poor shirt missing 3 buttons. Merlin's pants, Ron shouted, covering his eyes. My eyes. Hermione, with an expressionless face, shoved the antidote vial into Draco's hand. Have Harry ingest this, immediately. Draco raised an eyebrow. How did you get in here? I studied the wards on the Slytherin dormitory door, Hermione replied, her tone eerily calm. And by the way, Lavender has already been summoned by Professor McGonagall. After Harry consumed the antidote, the haze in his eyes gradually dissipated. He stared at the corner of Draco's mouth, now bruised, and suddenly buried his face into Draco's shoulder with a muffled groan. How am I supposed to face anyone tomorrow? Draco languidly caressed the nape of his neck. Proudly, Harry. You just shattered the record for the fastest demolition of the Slytherin bathroom. Ron was still lamenting. I need a memory charm. Now. Hermione rolled her eyes, pulling him toward the exit. Come on, Ron, before we have long-lasting scars. Just before the door closed, she turned back to add, by the way, Happy Valentine's Day to you both. The door clicked shut. Silence descended once more. So, Draco gently squeezed Harry's nape. Shall we continue? This time, without any potions interfering. Harry blinked, his eyelashes brushing against Draco's cheek. They remained entwined in their embrace, and beneath the torn collar of Draco's shirt, a faint pink hue lingered at his collarbone. Remnants of the love potion. Awake now? Draco smirked, pressing his forehead against Harry's, his thumb deliberately grazing Harry's lower lip. Now it's my turn to interrogate. In a sudden movement, Harry seized Draco's waist, twisting and pushing him toward the bedroom. The bedpost spun in his vision, and by the time Draco regained his bearings, his back had already sunk into the feather mattress, Harry's hand firmly clasping his wrist and pinning his arms against the pillow. Interrogate. Harry leaned down, biting gently at his Adam's apple, whispering in a hushed, teasing tone, I thought someone just hinted at me finishing this performance. With a casual flick of his wand, the bed curtains cascaded down, sealing them in an intimate cocoon. In the dim light, Draco caught a glimpse of the smoldering fire in Harry's eyes. No longer the result of potions, but something far more perilous. He intentionally bent his knees to nudge against Harry's abdomen, only to be pressed down even more forcefully. With one hand, Harry deftly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the matching vow markings beneath his collarbone, glimmering subtly with each rapid breath. You bit me here. Harry guided Draco's hand to his left chest, where shallow bite marks lingered just above his heart. Now it's my turn to reciprocate. A quill rolled off the bedside table, and an ink bottle toppled, spilling its contents onto the parchment. Outside the curtains, Hermione's voice pierced through the air, exasperated. If you're about to make noise worse than a mandrake, at least let me retrieve my advanced potion making that I just dropped. As Draco felt Harry bite into his chest, he arched his back sharply, fingers digging into Harry's shoulder blades. Pain and pleasure intertwined like twin vines, tightening around his nerves, and through the swaying curtain. He caught sight of the night sky outside. The last Valentine's Day origami crane burned to ashes in the night, scattering like stardust. Chapter 36. The War. The door to the room of requirement slowly materialized before Harry, its wooden grain twisting into an indistinct face, as if silently inquiring about his desires. We need a place to hide something, Harry murmured, a possible hideaway for the Ravenclaw diadem. The door creaked open. Piles of clutter cast eerie shadows in the dim light, a battered cauldron, a three-legged chair, moldy tomes, and a precarious knight statue. Neville led the way, his wand illuminating his resolute profile. Are you really sure the diadem is here? Ron muttered, kicking aside a screeching top. This place is messier than my attic. Hermione's fingers traced the dust-laden bookshelves. The Ravenclaw diadem is said to enhance the wisdom of its wearer, but was twisted into a Horcrux by Voldemort. If he wanted to hide it, he would choose a place no one could find. Just then, Neville halted before a massive gray-blue wardrobe, proclaiming, "This is the hidden room." He pulled open the cabinet doors, revealing not clothes but heaps of forgotten objects, a rusted sword, a faded tapestry, and atop it all, a diadem emanating a dim blue glow, resting quietly on a velvet cushion. Harry's heart raced. It was it, just as he reached for it. The diadem emitted a piercing shriek, and a black mist erupted from the gem, coalescing into the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. "I anticipated this," hissed the Horcrux, the traitorous bloodline of the Blacks mingling with Potters. His gaze shifted to Draco. "And you shall suffer the consequences of betrayal." In the moment of stunned silence, Hermione swiftly retrieved the sword of Gryffindor from her bag, which had been enhanced with the concealment charm. "Destroy it." The blade fell, shattering the diadem in two, a dark, viscous liquid oozing from the fissure, accompanied by an inhuman wail. The entire room of requirement trembled violently, debris raining down like hail. "Run!" Ron shouted. The five of them stumbled out of the room, the door exploding into splinters behind them. That night, in the Slytherin dormitory, Draco jolted upright in bed, cold sweat soaking through his pajamas. The family crest on his left arm burned as if seared by a branding iron, the outline of the dark mark flickering beneath his skin, as if something were attempting to break free. "Another nightmare?" Harry's voice came from beside him, warm fingers immediately resting on his wrist. Draco did not respond. He stared at his arm, a tumult of unnamable emotions swirling in his gray eyes. He understood. "Who?" "Voldemort." Draco's voice was hoarse. "He knows our vow can connect our minds. Knows I can see his actions through your scar. He warned me in my dreams." Harry's fingers tightened. "Warned you about what?" Draco lifted his gaze, his face pale as parchment in the moonlight. "He threatened me with my father." He opened the bedside drawer and retrieved an opened letter. The parchment bore only a single line of writing, as if forced to be pinned with the left hand. "Tell Draco, his choice will determine the fate of Malfoy Manor." Harry's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand. "This is my father's handwriting, but the phrasing is that of the Dark Lords." Draco's fingers brushed over the dark red stains along the edge of the letter. "This is blood." You could see it with the revealing charm. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings broke the silence. A strange owl collided against the window, a silver tube tied to its leg. Draco unrolled the tube, pouring out a strand of memory, which unfurled in the pensive. Lucius Malfoy dangled from chains in the dungeons of Malfoy Manor, Bellatrix standing beside him, her wand pressed against his temple. Voldemort's voice echoed from off-screen. "In 3 days, Draco, bring your loyalty to exchange for your father's life." The memory faded, and Draco's fist slammed against the wall, knuckles bleeding. 3 days later, in the basement of number 12, Grimmauld Place, core members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered around an ancient magical map, which detailed the layout of Gringotts. Lestrange's vault lay at the very bottom, Kingsley tracing the intricate lines on the map, protected by fire dragons, curses, and forgeries. "We need Bellatrix's hair for the bloodline test," Lupin frowned. "That's nearly impossible." "No," Narcissa interjected suddenly, her voice chillingly calm. "It is possible." All eyes turned toward her. "Bella visits the dungeons of Malfoy Manor every Wednesday to interrogate Lucius." Narcissa's fingers trembled slightly, yet her tone remained steady. "If Draco returns, she will certainly be there to greet him." The room fell into a heavy silence. Harry abruptly stood, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. "No. This is the only chance." Draco's voice was soft, yet every word carved into Harry's heart. "Retrieve the cup. Destroy it, while saving my father. Going back is a death sentence." Harry grasped his wrist tightly, the vow markings glowing beneath their skin. "Voldemort will kill you." "He won't." Draco smirked coldly. "He needs me, needs the Malfoy vault, needs my mother's blood magic, and more importantly." He paused, his gray eyes locking onto Harry's. "Someone who can threaten you." Sirius suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "It's far too perilous. We could launch a direct assault on Gringotts." His voice was met with a shadowy response from Snape, who for the first time stood in alignment with Harry. "And then allow the Death Eaters to relocate all the Horcruxes in advance. The Dark Lord has already begun to harbor suspicions." Draco was the sole individual capable of entering Malfoy Manor without arousing suspicion. Dumbledore's gaze flickered behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. "We require a meticulously crafted plan." "Narcissa, can you assure us that Bellatrix will make an appearance on Wednesday?" Narcissa nodded, retrieving a brooch from her bosom. "This is a family heirloom of the Blacks. Something Bella has long desired. We shall use it as bait. She will take the hook." Suddenly, Hermione raised her hand. "What if we were to act simultaneously? Draco could procure Bella's hair from Malfoy Manor while we seize the opportunity to raid Gringotts?" "Too obvious." Kingsley shook his head. "The Death Eaters would immediately draw a connection between the two." Unless Ron's eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. Unless we could lead the Death Eaters to believe that our actual target was something else entirely. The gaze of everyone turned toward Harry, on the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. Just before dawn, the biting cold wind swept through. Harry stuffed a vial of Felix Felicis into Draco's pocket. Consume half, save the other half. Draco grasped his hand, and their shared oath glimmered in the morning light. If I do not return with news in 3 days, I will come to Malfoy Manor to find you. Harry interrupted him, his green eyes ablaze with a stubborn fire. Do not utter too dangerous. You know I will undoubtedly go. Suddenly, Draco laughed, a genuine smile belonging to a youth. He tugged Harry by the collar and kissed him in the fleeting moment as the sun began to rise. Then do not keep me waiting too long, Savior. As the crack of apparition faded, Harry stood alone atop the tower, his fingers tightly clutching the silver brooch left by Draco. The amethyst, capable of resisting the soul-sucking curse, now adorned his collar. The wind swept through the castle, carrying away the last remnants of warmth. The war had officially begun. The hall of Malfoy Manor felt even chillier than Draco remembered. The crystal chandeliers still dangled from the ceiling, but its light had been twisted by some dark magic into a sickly green hue, casting spiderweb-like shadows upon the floor. The house elf had vanished, replaced by several Death Eaters donning silver masks, standing like statues against the walls. At the end of the hall, Lucius Malfoy knelt upon the ground, his platinum hair soaked with sweat, strands clinging to his pale cheeks. His hands were bound by magical chains, his robes stained with dark red blood. Oh, our little traitor has returned, Voldemort's voice echoed from above. He was seated in the armchair that had once belonged to Lucius, pale fingers caressing Nagini's head. Bellatrix stood beside him, her eyes gleaming with a manic light. Draco's throat tightened, yet he forced himself to advance, each step feeling as if he were treading upon the edges of blades. Master, he bowed his head, his voice unnaturally steady. I have returned. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. For your father? Or for Potter? The air grew thick with tension. For the honor of the Malfoy family, Draco replied, his gray eyes cast down, concealing the emotions within. Bellatrix suddenly burst into laughter, her voice shattering like glass. Honor? The honor of you two is a betrayal of the Dark Lord, aligning with Dumbledore? She swiftly drew her wand, a blinding red light striking Lucius's chest. Crucio. Lucius's body convulsed violently, but he clenched his jaw, not uttering a single sound. Only his eyes, so reminiscent of Draco's, remained fixed upon his son, conveying a silent warning through his agony. Draco's fingers dug into his palm, blood trickling down to stain the carpet beneath him. The days that followed felt like an endless nightmare from which he could not awaken. Voldemort commanded each Death Eater present to take turns casting the Cruciatus curse upon Draco, ensuring he would remember the price of betrayal. Pain. Unending pain. Draco curled into a corner of the dungeon, his body spasming uncontrollably. Each breath felt like inhaling flames, each heartbeat akin to being struck by a bludgeon. His consciousness splintered in the agony, the only clarity being the faint warmth radiating from the oath mark on his left wrist. Harry was attempting to reach him, but he lacked the strength to respond. The door to the dungeon creaked open, and Bellatrix entered, her high heels clicking sharply against the tiled floor. Still thinking about your little boyfriend? She crouched down, her wand lifting Draco's chin. He cannot save you, little dragon. No one can. Draco's vision blurred. Yet he could still discern the silver hairpin of the Black family nestled within her dark locks. Narcissa bait. A mad idea formed amidst the chaos of his mind. You are mistaken, he rasped, summoning every ounce of strength to lunge at Bellatrix, his fingers grasping a curl of her hair and yanking it fiercely. He is stronger than all of you. Amidst Bellatrix's piercing scream, the Cruciatus curse descended once more. This time, the pain surpassed anything endured before, and Draco's consciousness was finally engulfed by darkness. Before completely losing awareness, he clutched tightly to that strand of hair. Darkness, pain, cold. Draco floated in and out of a fragmented consciousness, like a leaf torn asunder by a storm. He recalled the starry sky atop the astronomy tower, the warmth of Harry's embrace, the kiss flavored with butterbeer. Those were the brightest moments of his life, now obscured by a thick veil of frosted glass. Forever out of reach. If only he could die at the astronomy tower, kissing Harry in that very moment. This thought emerged like a lifeline, only to be shattered the next second by excruciating pain. He tried to remember again, but the images began to fade. Harry's green eyes dulled. The warmth of his fingers turned cold. Even the sensation of the oath mark grew indistinct. The most terrifying realization dawned upon him. He was forgetting the feeling of happiness. Pain became the only reality, overwhelming him like a tide, and Draco ceased to struggle, surrendering to the abyss of darkness. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, until the door of the dungeon creaked open once more. Draco did not lift his gaze until a familiar pair of dragonhide boots halted before him. Look at you, my dear son, Lucius's voice was raspier than usual, yet still retained the characteristic arrogance of the Malfoy family. He knelt down, forcefully pouring a potion into Draco's mouth. "Drink it, do not struggle like a giant." The potion tasted of putrid mint, yet it almost immediately alleviated the nerve pain inflicted by the Cruciatus curse. Draco's vision sharpened slightly, and he noticed the new scars adorning his father's face and the dark mark peeking from his sleeve, darker than ever before. Why? Draco's voice rasped like sandpaper. Lucius pressed a cold object into his hand. It was a finely crafted pocket watch, the surface engraved with the Malfoy family crest. "Midnight," Lucius uttered in a barely audible tone. "Prepare yourself." Then he stood, reverting to his usual indifferent tone. "The Dark Lord is merciful, allowing you a night's rest. Do not squander this opportunity." As Lucius's footsteps faded into the distance, Draco labored to open the pocket watch. Beneath the face lay a strand of golden red hair, a phoenix feather, and inscribed on the inner lid was a small phrase: "When darkness envelopes, only love is redemption." The oath markings suddenly grew searingly hot, and Draco closed his eyes, finally allowing himself the faintest smile. Harry has arrived. Chapter 37, The Savior. In the dungeons of Malfoy Manor at the stroke of midnight, darkness enveloped like thick ink. Draco curled up in a corner, his fingers tightly gripping a pocket watch. The phoenix feather glimmered with a faint golden light in the shadows. Suddenly, a soft pop echoed through the air. "Master Draco." Dobby's large eyes shone like two lanterns in the dark. His slender body trembled, ears twitching nervously. Yet he clutched a crystal vial containing Bellatrix's hair tightly in his grasp. "How did you get in?" Draco's voice was hoarse and ragged. "Dobby is a free elf." Dobby puffed out his chest proudly, then lowered his voice. "Harry Potter sent Dobby to help Master." Draco's heart leapt. Harry was already taking action. He laboriously raised his hand and stuffed the crystal vial into Dobby's crumpled pillowcase. "Tell Harry that Voldemort has gone to Hogwarts. Everyone must be prepared." Tears welled in Dobby's big eyes. "Master is hurt. Dobby can take Master away." "No." Draco shook his head. "I have things to do. Go quickly. And don't let them find you." Dobby cast one last glance at him, snapped his fingers, and vanished into thin air. The dungeon fell silent once more, save for the ticking of the watch's hands. At the same moment, in the shadows of Diagon Alley, 6 figures cloaked in invisibility were stealthily approaching the bronze doors of Gringotts. "Are you certain this contraption can deceive the blood detection?" Ron asked nervously, staring at the crystal vial in Hermione's hand, where Bellatrix's hair floated in a purple liquid. Hermione poured the mixture onto each person's hands, an improved version of Polyjuice potion. "Effective for only 20 minutes, so we must be swift. Someone else coming." Ginny suddenly whispered urgently. A group of Death Eaters wearing silver masks was approaching from the direction of Nocturne Alley. Harry quickly shoved everyone behind a statue, and through the gaps in the invisibility cloak, he recognized the leader, Greyback, the werewolf. "The Dark Lord has gone to Hogwarts." Greyback's voice rasped like a rusty saw. "We just need to hold the vault until Potter walks into our trap." Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. Voldemort had indeed set a trap. As the Death Eaters entered Gringotts, Harry lifted the invisibility cloak. "Plans have changed. Ginny, Luna, you create a distraction at the entrance. Neville, Ron, deal with the guards. Hermione and I will head for the vault." "What about the dragon?" Neville whispered. Harry flashed a sharp smile. "We set it free." The cart of Gringotts plunged wildly down the tunnel, Hermione's screams nearly drowning out the roar of the tracks. When the cart finally came to a halt, they faced a vault door engraved with warning runes. "Bellatrix Lestrange's vault." Hermione read the inscription on the door and pressed her hand against the detection stone. The stone turned blood red, but then shifted to green. The Polyjuice potion had worked. As the door swung open, blinding golden light nearly overwhelmed their senses. Among the towering piles of coins, jewels, and artifacts, a plain little golden cup stood out awkwardly. It was the Hufflepuff cup. "That's it." Harry reached for it. A thunderous explosion erupted. A spell shot from behind, and Harry threw himself onto Hermione, the cup flying into a corner. Greyback and 5 Death Eaters blocked the doorway. Wands pointed menacingly at them. "Potter," the werewolf bared his yellowed teeth, "the Dark Lord will reward me for bringing back your corpse." Suddenly, Hermione smashed a vial to the ground, and purple smoke instantly filled the entire vault. Amidst the chaos, Harry lunged toward the cup. But just as he was about to touch it, a green light struck his shoulder. "Harry!" Hermione screamed. As the cup was hit by the spell, a crack appearing, black liquid oozing out. Then the entire vault began to tremble. "The dragon!" Ron's voice echoed from the tunnel. "We freed the fire dragon, Ron." The searing flames of the dragon surged through the tunnel, causing the Gringotts passage to collapse. Harry clutched a shard of the cup, and at the moment the dragon burst through the ceiling, Ron yanked him onto its back. "Hold on tight," Neville shouted, as everyone clung desperately to the dragon's scales. charging toward freedom with the creature that had been imprisoned for years. Behind them, Gringotts crumbled amidst the flames. When Harry and his companions landed on the Hogwarts lawn atop the fire dragon, the sight before them froze their blood. The pitch-black sky was torn asunder by green light. A massive dark mark looming over the castle. Death Eaters poured forth from the forbidden forest, while the castle's protective barriers shattered one after another. "Yes, here," Harry murmured. Hermione trembled, pointing toward the astronomy tower. A tall dark figure stood atop the tower, red eyes gleaming like a blood moon in the night. Voldemort. Meanwhile, somewhere within the castle, Draco awaited him. Harry gripped the Gryffindor sword, its blade reflecting his resolute green eyes. It is time to end this. Morning mist enveloped Hogwarts Castle, the air thick with the scent of charred wood and remnants of potions. A massive hole had been blasted open in the Great Hall's ceiling, revealing a gray sky, as if even sunlight could not bear witness to this war. Professor McGonagall stood at the battered staff table, her wand tip flickering with unstable light. "All underage students have evacuated through the secret passage. Those who remain. We volunteer to stay," spoke Astoria Greengrass, a seventh-year Slytherin. Behind her stood a dozen upper-year students from various houses, and even a few defiant lower-year Hufflepuffs mixed among them. Most surprising was a small group of silver and green scarves gathered at the Slytherin table. "Slytherin is participating in the defense?" Ron gaped. "Am I under a Confundus charm?" Pansy Parkinson rolled her eyes. "Shut up, Weasley. We just don't want the Dark Lord thinking our entire house are his lapdogs." The castle suddenly shook violently, distant explosions rumbling ominously. "They're here." Hermione gripped her wand, her voice quivering. "What about Harry?" Neville pushed through the crowd. "He went to the Forbidden Forest. Draco is still in Voldemort's hands," he said. Another deafening explosion interrupted him. "Everyone take your positions." Professor McGonagall shouted, her wand tracing a golden arc for Hogwarts. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, decaying mist swirled, trees twisted into grotesque shapes, as if the very forest itself feared the darkness descending upon it. Voldemort stood on a charred clearing, pale fingers caressing Nagini's triangular head, the snake's tongue flicking, dripping venom that corroded the wild grasses beneath. Beneath him, Draco Malfoy curled up, platinum hair smeared with dirt and blood, his luxurious Slytherin robes torn, exposing the grotesque mark on his left arm. At that moment, the mark glowed with a sickly green hue, like a venomous serpent gnawing at his flesh. "You arrived faster than I anticipated, Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice hissed like serpent scales scraping against dry leaves. "It seems that young Malfoy is indeed more important to you than I had imagined." Stepping from the shadows of the forest, Harry emerged, the Gryffindor sword glinting coldly in the morning light. His gaze swept over Draco's trembling form, icy fury igniting in the depths of his emerald eyes. "Release him." Harry's voice was a mere whisper, yet it reverberated through the surrounding air. A tremor of defiance. This was our battle, one that did not involve others. Voldemort let out a sharp, chilling laugh. "What a noble savior you are." Suddenly, he hissed something in Parseltongue, and Nagini coiled tighter, eliciting a muffled groan from Draco. "But I have always enjoyed raising the stakes. A life for a life, perhaps? Your life for his." Draco struggled to lift his head, his gray eyes remaining lucid despite the agony. Voldemort's crimson gaze narrowed. "How moving. But love cannot save you." Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light erupted from the U-wand, aimed directly at Harry's heart. In that critical moment, the oath markings on Harry and Draco's wrists flared with brilliant silver light, intertwining like living entities to form a dense net. The green light of the killing curse collided with the silver web, dispersing into countless tiny points of light, resembling an eerie green meteor shower that rained down upon the grass, searing small pits that emitted wisps of black smoke. Dark magic? Voldemort's expression shifted to one of astonishment for the first time. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Draco sprang into action. His wand, having slipped into his palm unbeknownst to him, erupted with a ghostly blue glow, Incarcerus Anima. The magic manifested as tangible chains, not mere ropes, but a forbidden art taught to him in secret by Snape. Forged from the despair of Dementors, the fear of Boggarts, and the pure tears of unicorns, these chains were designed to bind the connection between soul and body. The azure chains coiled around Nagini's neck. The serpent emitted a piercing hiss, yet could not break free from this specialized restraint meant for Horcruxes. Harry surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the sword of Gryffindor slicing through the air. Silver flashed, and the serpent's head fell to the ground. In that instant, as black blood gushed forth, Voldemort let out a scream that was inhuman, his body beginning to deflate like a punctured balloon, twisting grotesquely. Countless tormented faces surfacing upon his skin. The souls he had slain were turning against their master. "You cannot." Voldemort's voice fractured. "I am immortal." "I am." Harry knelt on one knee, the sword's tip embedded in the earth to steady himself. His gaze met Draco's, and they nodded in unison. They raised their wands, pressing them against the burning oath markings on their wrists. Geminis Judicium. At the utterance of the incantation, time seemed to freeze. The oath markings flowed like liquid silver, spreading from their wrists across their bodies, weaving intricate ancient runes in the air. These runes were not modern charms, but primordial magical script, imbued with traces of elvish language, each stroke sparkling with the light of distant stars. Voldemort staggered back, genuine fear flickering in his red eyes for the first time. This is impossible. This is elvish forbidden magic. How could Dumbledore? The chains formed by the runes began to spin faster and faster until they transformed into pure white flames. This was no ordinary fire. It was the most pristine essence of magic, ignited by the sacrifice of 2 willing souls, the fire of judgment. This is not a mere magical contract. Dumbledore's voice echoed suddenly in the air, as if 1,000 echoes resounded simultaneously, within the flowing light of the runes. The translucent figure of the old headmaster could be faintly seen, his blue eyes behind half-moon glasses filled with warmth, but a web of fate woven by 2 souls. Voldemort would never comprehend that some powers are far more terrifying than death. The white flames engulfed Voldemort like a torrent. His body curled like parchment, charred. And amidst the smoke appeared countless faces. James and Lily Potter, Severus Snape, Sirius Black, Narcissa Malfoy. Everyone who had loved them emerged from the ashes, pressing their ethereal hands upon his struggling soul. No, I am immortal. I am. Voldemort's final scream was abruptly silenced. As the white flames receded, only a pile of grayish ashes remained. The morning breeze stirred, revealing a fragmented, infant-like shadow within the ashes, Tom Riddle's last lingering soul fragment. It emitted a faint whimper before dissipating like bubbles in the sunlight. Harry collapsed heavily to the ground. The oath markings now faded to a soft silver scar, no longer glowing but still distinctly visible. A few feet away, Draco lay on his back, the faint rise and fall of his chest confirming he was still alive. From afar, deafening cheers erupted as countless spells of celebration illuminated the direction of Hogwarts. Yet all Harry could hear was the roar of blood rushing in his ears as he crawled to Draco's side, trembling fingers brushing against the pallor of his cheek. "Wake up, please." Harry's voice was hoarse and strained. "You can't. We won." Draco's eyelashes fluttered, and his gray eyes slowly opened. His pupils were somewhat unfocused. But upon recognizing Harry, they sharpened. "I must look utterly disheveled right now." Harry laughed through tears, resting his forehead against Draco's. "Is that truly what concerns you most after nearly escaping death?" Draco, adept at honing in on the crux of matters, struggled to lift his hand, fingertips brushing against Harry's still wet tears. "You look dreadful." When Hermione and Ron arrived with reinforcements, they beheld this scene. 2 battered boys embracing on the scorched earth, sunlight finally breaking through the clouds to bathe their clasped hands. The oath markings glimmered faintly in the sunlight, akin to an everlasting vow. The sword of Gryffindor lay askew beside them, its blade still stained with black blood slowly being washed away by the morning dew. In the distance, the solemn tolling of Hogwarts bells heralded the end of a dark era and the dawn of a new age. In the corridors of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, healers hurriedly pushed floating stretchers through the bustling hallways. Narcissa Malfoy stood outside the glass door of the 3rd-floor curse damage ward, her fingers tightly gripping a crumpled silk handkerchief. Through the glass, she could see Lucius's pale face. He lay in a hospital bed. The dark mark on his left arm faded to a light gray, resembling an ordinary scar. "He will be all right." Narcissa turned to find Ginny Weasley beside her, holding 2 steaming cups of tea. The red-haired girl's eyes were still puffy, yet she insisted on providing warm drinks to every family member of the injured. The lingering effects of the Cruciatus curse need time to heal. Ginny offered a cup, but the healers said there will be no permanent damage. Narcissa accepted the cup, her fingers brushing against the embossed words of St. Mungo's. A memory flickered to life. Years ago, when Draco had been bedridden with a high fever in this very hospital, Lucius had disdainfully remarked that only the impoverished came to such places. "Thank you," Narcissa whispered, reflecting on how the absurdity of blood prejudice should have long since vanished. In the infirmary at Hogwarts, sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the floor. Madame Pomfrey was adding phoenix feathers to a vial of purple potion, which immediately transformed into a clear golden hue. "Drink this." She handed the potion to Harry. "It will repair the drain on your magical core caused by the oath magic." Draco lay on the adjacent bed, now clad in clean pajamas. He took small sips of the potion, his brow furrowing. "This tastes like tea brewed from a troll's toenails." "That's because I actually added a softening agent," Madame Pomfrey replied without looking up. "The fluctuations in your magical energy are as unstable as a tree struck by lightning." Suddenly, the infirmary door swung open with a crash. "They've awakened." Ron's booming voice echoed throughout the chamber. He charged ahead, his robe still dusted with the ashes of battle, followed closely by Hermione, Sirius, Snape, and even Professors McGonagall and Kingsley. Hermione's curls were disheveled, as if they had been through an explosion. Yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. The Ministry of Magic had just announced that all remaining Death Eaters had been apprehended. Kingsley had been appointed as the interim minister. And there was even better news. Ron excitedly brandished a piece of parchment, revealing that Umbridge had been charged with the illegal use of dark magical artifacts. An entire cabinet of Veritaserum and Sneakoscopes had been discovered in her office. Sirius strode over to Harry's bedside, ruffling his hair vigorously. Well done, kid. James and Lily would be proud of you. Snape lingered at the edge of the crowd, his dark eyes scanning Draco. It seems the severing charm I taught you has proven useful. Draco beamed with a radiant smile. Thank you, Godfather. A subtle smile played at the corners of Snape's mouth. As evening descended, most visitors had departed. Harry leaned against the headboard, unwrapping the chocolate frog that Ron had thrust into his hands before leaving. What card did you get? Draco peered over from the adjacent bed. Harry flipped the card, his breath catching in his throat. The image of Dumbledore was winking back at him, and in the background, two indistinct figures could be seen. One with black hair and green eyes, the other with blonde hair and gray eyes, their wrists connected by a silver light. At the bottom of the card, a small inscription read, "Some bonds are older than magic, stronger than death. Albus Dumbledore." Old Honeybee had known all along. Draco snorted softly, but carefully tucked the card beneath his pillow. Outside, the setting sun bathed the castle's ruins in a golden red hue. The house elves had begun their restoration work. Bricks levitating and reassembling themselves, shattered stained glass reforming. Madame Pomfrey pulled the curtains shut. Time for sleep. You two need at least 48 hours of rest. Yet, as she turned to leave, Harry stealthily extended his hand across the gap between the beds. Draco's fingers instantly entwined with his, and the oath mark glimmered at their touch. Like whispers of stars, everything was getting better. End of the main story. Extra, The Cursed Kiss, Part 1. In an alternate timeline, post-war psychological themes. Unrelated to the main text. What does one do when a nemesis kisses you before dying? The answer is, you can never forget. When a foe becomes a haunting memory. And recollections linger longer than curses. The clock at Hogwarts chimed midnight, abruptly falling silent. Amidst the ruins of the eastern wing of the castle, Harry tread upon the shattered colored glass, each step feeling like walking on razor blades. His left arm was grazed by a cutting curse, blood dripping from his fingertips. Blooming dark red flowers upon the charred ground. In the distance, the echoes of fleeing Death Eaters resonated, while nearby, a Ravenclaw girl stifled her sobs. These sounds felt distant, as if separated by a heavy curtain. He should have immediately sought out Ron and Hermione. He ought to confirm Voldemort's corpse. But as he navigated through the remnants of the Transfiguration classroom, a green light suddenly surged towards him from behind. Potter, duck. The familiar elongated drawl pierced through the smoke. Before Harry could react, he was violently knocked to the ground. The dull pain of his head striking the rubble blurred his vision, and in a daze, he saw a green light streak past the spot where he had just stood, with Draco Malfoy now occupying that deadly trajectory. Time suddenly felt thick and slow. Harry watched as the green light pierced through Draco's chest, witnessing the charred hole blossom in the front of his embroidered school robe. He saw a strand of platinum hair fall over Draco's bleeding lips as he bowed his head. Absurdly, Draco smiled. It was that Slytherin-style false grin. Yet his gray eyes were filled with genuine confusion, as if he himself did not understand why he had done so. Malfoy? Harry's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. As Draco knelt, Harry's body reacted faster than his mind, catching him. This body, which had always held its head high, now felt as light as an empty shell. Blood rapidly soaking through both their shirts. Harry's palm pressed against Draco's back, feeling a wet, sticky warmth, where a gaping wound the size of a bowl had formed. His fingertips brushing against shattered ribs. Are you insane? Harry heard himself shouting. We have a healer from the Order. We have Essence of Didney. Stay with me. Draco's pupils had begun to glaze over. Suddenly, his bloodied fingers clutched Harry's collar with surprising strength. As Harry was compelled to lean in, a kiss heavy with the taste of iron and blood crashed against him. It was not a tender caress. Draco's teeth bit through Harry's lip. The taste a mixture of rust and peppermint. A cold liquid trickled down their cheeks, and Harry could not discern whether it was blood or tears. I love you, Draco. He whispered between gasps, or perhaps it was I hate you, a mere consonant's difference drowned out by the distant collapse of the castle's main tower. His breaths turned into ragged gasps, yet the corner of his mouth still bore that infuriating false smile. Guess what, Savior? Don't you dare die. Harry shook him violently. Speak clearly. Malfoy. But the body in his grasp suddenly grew heavy. Draco's final expression was frozen between mockery and tenderness. reminiscent of their standoff in the room of requirement during 7th year, or their duel in the restroom during 6th year, or even earlier. When they first met on the train at 11, the platinum-haired boy extending a hand that Harry had refused to take. In the distance, Hagrid's anguished wails could be heard. Someone shouting that Voldemort was dead. Harry knelt among the ruins, suddenly realizing that the silver cufflink in his palm was burning hot. It had been torn from Draco's cuff during their struggle, emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest, now glowing with an eerie green light amidst the pool of blood. In the distance, Hermione's voice called out, and the jubilant cheers of victory erupted from the great hall. Harry knelt in the debris, the metallic tang of blood lingering on his lips, suddenly comprehending that this was a curse, more painful than the Cruciatus curse, more inescapable than the Imperius curse. A kiss laden with riddles, a last testament that could never be validated, would haunt him for the rest of his days. The white curtains of St. Mungo's billowed like sails in the morning breeze, taking on a semi-transparent quality under the sunlight. Harry fixated on the undulating white, counting the tiny creases upon it. 37. The same number as the times he had purchased a pensive in Nocturne Alley. They say you need another full examination. Hermione slapped the Daily Prophet down on the bedside table, deliberately placing the front page face down. In the photograph, Harry stared vacantly into the distance. The headline reading, Concerns Raised Over Saviour's Mental State. Her fingertips anxiously rubbed along the edges of the newspaper, which had already begun to fray. Ron sat on the windowsill, peeling an apple, the silver knife carving abrupt lines through the skin. Kingsley had suppressed most of the reports, but as he spoke, the apple skin snapped, falling to the tiled floor with a faint thud. Yet which weekly had run a feature tallying the number of times you had visited Malfoy Manor in the past 2 months. The scent of disinfectant in the hospital room suddenly became overpowering. Harry rotated the ring finger of his left hand, where a pale ring mark remained, a remnant of 3 days prior when Ginny had removed her ring. I spoke with Ginny. Harry's voice sounded as if it were coming from a great distance. She said every time we kiss, she can taste another person's blood on my lips. Hermione's breath caught momentarily. She reached out, intending to grasp Harry's wrist, but froze in her motion upon noticing the crescent-shaped scar on his palm. The edges of the wound shimmered with an ominous green hue, reminiscent of the marks left by certain dark magics. The 47th examination, Harry abruptly stated, his gaze still fixed on the curtains. The sunlight had shifted approximately 3 inches across the white fabric, revealing faint bloodstains lurking behind them, remnants inadvertently left by an intern healer the previous day. What? Ron exclaimed as his silver knife punctured an apple. This is St. Mungo's 47th confirmation that my mind has not been tampered with. Finally, Harry turned his head, the dark circles beneath his eyes starkly exposed in the sunlight. They had taken turns employing legilimency, veritaserum, and memory charms, all to prove that he was not under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, his fingers unconsciously brushing against his lips. Hermione's parchment notebook suddenly slipped from her grasp, scattering with a clatter. One page was densely filled with dates and times, each chronicling Harry's nocturnal visits to Malfoy Manor. You went again last night, didn't you? Her voice trembled, the ministry having sealed off the master bedroom of the manor, where unstable remnants of dark magic lingered. Harry retrieved a silver object from beneath his pillow. It was a fragment of the Malfoy family crest, its edges jagged as though violently broken. At that moment, it radiated warmth in Harry's palm, tiny serpentine patterns emerging on its surface. The underground library hasn't been sealed off yet, Harry whispered. I found this. He flipped the fragment over, revealing an inscription, when the green light extinguishes. The handwriting was meticulously neat, as if measured with a ruler, emblematic of Draco's style. Ron's apple rolled beneath the bed. As he bent down to retrieve it, the back of his head collided with the metal bed frame with a dull thud. Blimey! He rubbed his head and straightened up, only to freeze suddenly. In the shadow beneath the bed lay a gilded diary. Merlin's beard. Ron's tone shifted. The diary's clasp featured 2 intertwined silver serpents, which now moved eerily, emitting faint metallic sounds. Hermione had already grasped her wand. Harry, that isn't. I know, Harry replied calmly. It's been following me since the night the war ended. He bent down to pick up the diary, and as his fingertip brushed the clasp, a silver serpent suddenly reared up and bit his fingertip. As a droplet of blood emerged, new words appeared on the page. Have you finally begun to play the guessing game, Savior? Outside, a robin collided with the glass again, this time with such force that a brilliant splash of red erupted on the pristine window frame. The attic of the leaky cauldron creaked softly at midnight, akin to ancient wood breathing. Harry lay on the narrow bed, staring at the winding crack in the ceiling, resembling the shape of his lightning scar, albeit more fragmented. The attic was suffused with the scent of damp wood and potion ingredients. In the corner lay 7 pensives, each inscribed with different dates, all second-hand treasures Harry had salvaged from Diagon Alley. The oldest basin bore tiny cracks at its bottom. Floating within were silvery memories, occasionally shimmering with a platinum hue. Harry turned over, the creases in the sheets digging into his ribs. Outside, the slurred song of a drunkard mingled with strange explosions emanating from the direction of Diagon Alley. His fingers unconsciously sought the silver cufflinks beneath his pillow, as since the war's conclusion, they had become as inseparable as a patronus. As sleep finally overcame him, Harry found himself standing before the mirror of Ariste. The reflection left him breathless. Draco Malfoy stood with his back to him, leisurely unbuttoning his blood-stained shirt. The mirror rippled like mercury, refracting the light from the infirmary into a strange green, casting it upon Draco's pale shoulder, where a fresh wound oozed tiny droplets of blood. "You kept my cufflinks," the figure in the mirror suddenly spoke, his voice deeper than Harry remembered. "My transfiguration essay, the one on avian transformations, do you recall? McGonagall awarded me an O, along with my 6th-year potions notes." He turned, his fingertips gliding over the surface of the mirror. Slughorn claimed it was the most perfect recipe for living death potion he had ever seen. Harry tried to retreat, but found his feet rooted to the ground. The Draco in the mirror appeared more gaunt than in his memories, shadows dancing in the hollows of his collarbone. His blonde hair was no longer as meticulously styled as in their school days, some strands falling across his face, casting web-like shadows over his gray eyes. But do you know what the most ironic thing is? Draco suddenly leaned closer to the mirror, his breath fogging the glass. His fingers pierced through the surface. A chilling touch pressing against Harry's left chest, where his heart raced faster than it did under the Cruciatus curse. Harry jolted awake. Cold sweat soaking the linen sheets. The remnants in the old attic fireplace crackled softly. The clock on the bedside table read 3:17, just as it had for the past 47 nights, waking him at the exact minute. Gasping, he reached for the water glass on the bedside table, but accidentally knocked over the gilded diary. The pages rustled, flipping open on their own, and the silver serpent on the clasp suddenly came to life, hissing as it coiled around his wrist. "If I told you, would you still come to see me every night?" The newly emerged words glowed with an eerie red hue, as if stained by blood. As Harry's trembling fingers brushed against those letters, he suddenly noticed a light shining through the back of the page, revealing a map of Hogwarts drawn in invisible ink, with a corner repeatedly sketched to the point of almost tearing. The location of the room of requirement marked by a blinking green dot. Outside, an owl collided with the glass. When Harry turned his head, he caught a glimpse of a figure that should not have existed in the reflection of the window. A blond youth stood at the foot of his bed, unbuttoning the second button of his shirt, blood seeping from the collar, pooling into a dark red puddle on the reflected floor. As Harry spun around suddenly, the space was empty. Only a bloody fingerprint remained on the blanket at the foot of the bed. The dawn in Godric's Hollow always bore a frosty breath. Harry walked through the unmelted morning dew to the most secluded corner of the graveyard, each step sending dull pains through his left knee. A remnant of a fall while chasing a dark magical object in Diagon Alley last year. He cradled a bouquet of wilting white roses in his arms. The edges of the petals tinged with yellow, resembling parchment scorched by fire. The nameless tombstone was even more weathered than when he last visited. The granite surface was overrun with moss, eroding the simple date of 19806-519-9852 into obscurity. Harry crouched down, his fingers brushing over a crack in the number 5. A remnant of last winter's bitter cold that had frozen the stone. "The Daily Prophet is once again reporting on my romantic situation." He plucked a wilted petal, allowing it to drift down to the base of the tombstone, imagining that he would marry some ministry official's daughter. A short laugh echoed harshly in the stillness of the graveyard. They were unaware that some curses were more binding than marriage vows. A faint rustling sound broke the morning mist, and without needing to look up, Harry knew it was the silver fox. For nearly 5 years, he had encountered it each time he came to pay his respects. The creature's eyes glinted eerily gray in the fog, reminiscent of someone else's eyes. "I tried dating." Harry pulled out the tarnished cufflink from his pocket, dull and lifeless in the morning light. "With Ron's cousin and a witch from the Department of Magical Games and Sports." His thumb traced the serpentine pattern on the cufflink, but each time they drew near, it would burn. The wind suddenly picked up, tousling Harry's prematurely gray hair. At 38, he looked far older than his years, the lines around his eyes etched as if carved by a knife. The silver fox stealthily approached, its nose nearly brushing against the mud-caked tip of his boot. The most absurd part was that Harry was conversing with the gravestone. Recalling Ginny's parting words, "You have always loved the living." He clenched his cufflink tightly, the metallic edge digging into his palm. But she was mistaken, was she not? The silver fox suddenly perked up its ears. A sudden warmth surged from the left pocket of his chest, where a diary he had carried for 2 decades was now ablaze with heat. As he hastily extracted it, the gilded cover sprang open on its own. the yellowed pages fluttering to the very end. The answer was hatred. Now, can you guess how many lies I have told in my lifetime? The newly revealed script bled dark red at the edges, akin to dried bloodstains. Even more astonishing was the back of the page, where a silvery strand of memory lay hidden, pulsating with a faint luminescence through the parchment. As Harry's fingers brushed against the memory strand, the entire cemetery was suddenly enveloped in an eerie green light. The silver fox emitted a sound reminiscent of human sorrow, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. The moss on the gravestone began to grow rapidly, soon covering the entire surface. Beneath the writhing green, faint lines of inscriptions emerged. Words that had never existed before. Here lies a deceiver. His final lie. He deceived the Grim Reaper. Harry's scar erupted in pain, and as he staggered back, the cufflink slipped from his fingers, rolling to the base of the gravestone. In the soil, a small hole had mysteriously appeared, revealing a glimmer of silver within. When Harry, with trembling hands, dug through the damp earth, he unearthed a crystal vial, marred by cracks. Inside, a blood-red memory strand thrashed violently against the glass walls, like a caged beast yearning for freedom. Extra, The Cursed Kiss, Part 2. Harry's fingers quivered. The crystal vial warmed slightly in his palm. The memory strand no longer the ordinary silver white, but transformed into an extraordinary gold red, reminiscent of a blend of sunset and blood. He stared at the memory, suddenly realizing he was afraid. For the first time in 20 years, he dreaded confronting a truth. The surface of the pensive lay still as a mirror. Harry inhaled deeply, watching as the memory strand slowly slipped into the water. At the moment it touched the surface, the memory sprang to life, writhing like a serpentine creature as it sank deeper. Ripples danced across the water, reflecting Harry's worn visage. His eye sockets were sunken, stubble unkempt, as if the 20 years since the war had etched themselves into his face overnight. One last time, he told himself, his voice rasping in a manner unrecognizable. And then he relinquished his grip. As the water consumed him, he found himself standing in the most secluded rose garden of Malfoy Manor. The faint light before dawn cast a silvery blue halo upon the white marble coffin. The night dew dampened Harry's trouser cuffs, and the air was infused with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and fresh roses. This scene felt all too real. He could feel the morning breeze brush against his cheek, hear the distant hoot of an owl, and even count the tears glistening on Narcissa Malfoy's lashes. Narcissa knelt before the coffin, her delicate fingers smoothing the creases of her son's collar. She wore a simple black robe, her platinum hair loosely gathered at the back of her head, with a few stray strands cascading down her pale cheeks. Harry had never seen this side of Narcissa. Devoid of elaborate makeup, stripped of her haughty demeanor, resembling an ordinary, heartbroken mother. Harry's gaze could not waver from the coffin. Draco lay there, his expression so serene it seemed as though he were merely asleep. He wore his Slytherin robes, crisply pressed at the collar, concealing the fatal wound. His lashes cast tiny shadows in the morning light, and the corners of his lips held the faintest hint of a smile, as if guarding a secret known only to him. Harry reached out, his fingertips trembling as they sought to touch that familiar face. His fingers passed through the frigid air. A sharp pain erupted from his chest, and Harry clutched his heart. He wished to weep, yet found he had long forgotten how to shed tears. 2 decades of longing, confusion, and anger now lodged in his throat, transforming into a stifled gasp. Little Draco, Narcissa softly called, placing a peppermint into her son's clasped hands. Only then did Harry notice a glint of silver between Draco's fingers. It was the cufflink torn from him on the day of the battle. The serpent pattern stained with dried blood. It should have been lost in the rubble, yet he had held on to it, bringing it to the other side of death. The memory suddenly quivered, the scene beginning to warp. Harry felt a gentle push, guiding him to the next image. Draco's bedroom. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a silver-blue veil over the room. Young Draco sat in an armchair by the window, a copy of Advanced Potion making spread open across his lap. Harry instantly recognized the book, as Draco had loved to doodle in it during their 6th year. Narcissa gently pushed the door open, carrying a cup of warm milk. She wore a silk nightgown, her platinum hair cascading over her shoulders, appearing much younger than Harry remembered. "Aren't you asleep yet?" she inquired softly, placing the milk beside her son. Draco kept his gaze fixed on the pages. "I have to finish my potions essay by tomorrow." Narcissa sighed, her fingers gently combing through her son's golden hair. "You seem distracted lately. Have you had another conflict with that Potter boy?" Draco's quill blotted an inky splotch on the parchment. Harry noticed the tips of his ears redden slightly. "No," Draco replied stiffly. "Who cares about that scarhead?" A knowing smile flickered at the corners of Narcissa's lips. She leaned down, pressing a kiss upon her son's forehead. "Sometimes, love and hate are separated by just one letter." Little dragon. The memory twisted once more. This time, Harry was taken to the night before the Battle of Hogwarts in the Slytherin dormitory. Draco sat alone at the edge of his bed, toying with a silver cufflink, his cufflink. In the moonlight, Harry could clearly see the initials engraved on the back, HP. Bloody Potter, Draco muttered under his breath, though his tone lacked its usual mockery, replaced instead by an endless fatigue and an emotion Harry could not decipher. Why do you refuse my help? Why always? Suddenly, he gripped the cufflink tightly in his palm, his knuckles whitening with the force. A single tear fell to the floor, breaking the silence of the night with a faint sound. Harry felt his heart tighten in an invisible grasp. He wanted to reach out and touch that solitary figure, but could only helplessly watch as the memory shifted once more. The final scene was one Harry had never witnessed. Draco stood atop the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, clutching an opened letter. His expression was unprecedentedly gentle, a resolute glimmer shining in his gray eyes. If this is the only way, he murmured to himself, folding the letter neatly and returning it to the envelope. Harry caught sight of the signature, Narcissa's name. Draco withdrew the cufflink from his pocket, pressing a gentle kiss upon its serpent design. Then let me be the last bastard, Potter. Harry jolted upright from the pensive, gasping for breath. Tears blurred his vision. Yet he could still discern the final image that emerged in the water, in the ruins of the battle, just before Draco was struck by the green light. A serene smile graced his lips. And that cufflink, that blood-stained cufflink, cherished by Draco for years, now lay quietly in Harry's palm, emanating a faint yet unwavering warmth. The air in the room of requirement was infused with the scent of aged parchment and green apples. Harry stood at the threshold, breath caught in his throat. Draco Malfoy sat by the window seat, his knees spread apart, poring over Harry's sixth-year potions textbook. Sunlight streamed through his translucent form, casting a soft golden halo upon the wooden floor. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as he turned the pages, the platinum tips of his hair brushing against his brow with each tilt of his head, rendering the scene achingly real. You've arrived too late, Draco stated without lifting his gaze, his fingertips gliding over the scrawled words Half-Blood Prince. I almost thought the Chosen One had finally learned to look ahead. Harry's fingers dug deep into his palms. The pain reminded him that this was not a dream, yet Draco, the breathing, blinking, mocking Draco, should not exist in any reality. You are not a memory. Harry's voice cracked under the weight of disbelief. Memories do not evolve into independent consciousness. Draco finally raised his eyes. Their gray depths, nearly transparent in the sunlight, half-formed. I am but a fragment of a soul ensnared by your obsession. He closed the textbook. The cover adorned with Harry's doodles making a face at reality. A sudden gust of wind swept through, scattering parchment across the desk. Harry noticed the papers were filled with his name, some hastily scrawled along the edges of potion recipes, others meticulously written, and a few adorned with small hearts that had been ruthlessly crossed out. Each memento you collect serves as an anchor. Draco approached Harry, his bare feet treading the line between light and shadow. His form began to grow increasingly transparent, akin to moonlight poised to dissipate in the morning mist. Cufflinks, diaries, transfiguration essays, even that old hairband you pilfered from the Quidditch locker room. Harry's heart raced. He remembered that day, in the third year after the war. He had inexplicably returned to Hogwarts, retrieving the hairband from the abandoned Slytherin locker. It still lay hidden beneath his pillow, faintly scented with mint. Why? Harry reached out to grasp Draco's wrist, but only clasped a wisp of cool air. Why show me this? Draco's smile resembled shattered glass, each fragment reflecting a different emotion. Because love is the most potent magic, Potter. It can briefly. His voice suddenly grew distant, transcending the boundaries of life and death. The inkpot on the desk exploded, crimson ink spreading like blood. Draco's form began to dissolve into countless specks of light, yet he stubbornly stepped forward, his ethereal fingertips hovering above Harry's left chest. Here, he whispered, it beats faster than a soul-sucking curse. As the last rays of sunlight passed through his body, Harry finally crumpled to the floor, desperately grasping at the dissipating orbs of light, only to clutch at emptiness. No. Harry pressed his forehead against the spot where Draco had stood, still warm to the touch. Please, not again. The walls of the room of requirement began to seep with blood-like red ink, forming eerie runes around Harry. The twisted lines ultimately coalesced into words, appearing before his trembling fingertips. When the aurora is tinged with silver, I will be by your side. Dust floated in the moonlight. Harry knelt for what felt like an eternity before finally witnessing Draco's figure coalescing in the air. This time, he appeared clearer and more real than ever. Draco stood before him, no longer a translucent specter. Moonlight traced the outline of his eyelashes, casting a silver-blue sheen upon his pale skin. He resembled the boy from the day of the battle, but the mockery had vanished from his lips, replaced by an uncharacteristic tenderness in his gray eyes. You understand now, don't you? Draco spoke softly, his voice no longer laced with the elongated drawl of Slytherin, but gentle as a whisper by a pillow. Harry wanted to respond, yet found his throat constricted by an invisible wave of emotion. He could only nod, his fingers instinctively gripping the fabric of his shirt, where an old scar pulsed with a faint warmth. Draco stepped closer, his footsteps resonating against the floor with tangible sound. Harry inhaled the familiar scent of him, peppermint, parchment, and the morning dew of the Malfoy Manor rose garden. No riddles, no lies. Draco raised his hand, his fingertips hovering beside Harry's cheek, hesitating to touch. Only the answer I owe you. When his fingers finally made contact with Harry's face, the warmth was astonishing. Harry closed his eyes, a single tear escaping, rolling down Draco's thumb. Then, Draco kissed him. This kiss was in stark contrast to the bloody brush of their lips on the day of the battle. Draco's lips were soft yet resolute, gently caressing Harry's trembling mouth. He kissed with such seriousness, such devotion, as if he were attempting to compensate for 20 years of regret with a lifetime of tenderness. Harry tasted the coolness of mint, the saltiness of tears, and a bittersweetness he could not quite define, tinged with melancholy. Harry's fingers clutched Draco's robe tightly, the fabric wrinkling in his grasp. He feared that if he let go, the figure before him would dissolve once more into nothingness. This kiss was too beautiful, too exquisite, shattering his heart, as it simultaneously signified farewell. As Draco slowly withdrew, his body began to fade. Tiny specks of light drifted from his fingertips, like fireflies on a summer night. Don't, Harry's voice shattered, please. Draco smiled, using his thumb to wipe away the moisture from Harry's lips. You finally know the answer to that question. His form grew fainter, yet his smile brightened. It is love, Harry. It has always been. As the last of the light dissipated into the moonlight, Harry clutched a silver cufflink in his hand. It was no longer cold, but radiated the warmth of Draco's final heartbeat. Outside, a robin perched upon a branch, singing the first song of dawn. In a Norwegian winter night, Harry sat by the window of a small cabin. The flames in the fireplace cast his shadow upon the magical map on the wall, marking all the Aurora observation points he had visited over the past 20 years. Ripples suddenly stirred the silver strands in the pensieve. As he leaned closer, he saw a young Draco standing beside the telescope in the astronomy tower, his finger lightly tracing the star map. The aurora is the parchment of the departed, Potter, when the magical particles are sufficiently potent. Before he could finish, the starry sky in his memory transformed into the green light of that fateful night. Outside the window, the northern lights erupted at that very moment. A silver glow seeped into the green curtain of light, gradually outlining a figure. The translucent Draco stood in the snow, and the instant his fingertips touched the window glass, the pensieve inside suddenly froze. You are late. Harry pushed open the wooden door, the snow and wind rushing into his collar. The Daily Prophet says I've gone mad, chasing after an aurora cycle that doesn't exist. Draco's laughter chimed like the collision of ice crystals. But you know, the essence of magic is to believe in the unseen. Harry replied, his breath mingling with the aurora. Draco's figure grew clearer within the silver light. His icy fingertips grasped Harry's wrist, pressing his palm against the location of his own phantom heart. There, a faint glow pulsed, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of Harry's scar. How long can this last? Harry asked. Draco gazed up at the fading aurora, until the last photon disappears. They kissed in the snow, Harry's warmth momentarily solidifying Draco's form. In the distance, a robin brought a sprig of mistletoe, dyed silver by the aurora, and gently placed it upon their overlapping shadows. End of the extra chapter.